Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-sponsor team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to SummitSheriffColorado.gov/jobs. That's SummitSheriffColorado.gov/jobs.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Subtle intimidation.
Had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was
gave
wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
It was a little quizzical look.
Skilled debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so
Ridiculous.
much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
He's going the distance.
All right. Hello. Happy Tuesday morning to everybody out there. Great 6 a.m. listeners, the best of the bunch. Have I said that lately? How much I appreciate you. You've been here long enough now, Brandon Stokely, to recognize the greatness of the 6 a.m. listener compared to the, what hours did you work? 10 to 2? 11 to 2?
A little bit, yeah, both.
The mid-morning
12
hours?
to 3.
12 to 3?
All three of those.
Yeah. These are the best.
They're solid.
They're solid.
They are really, especially for this early in the morning.
Thing I love about the 6 a.m. listeners, whenever I meet them, they make it a point to tell me, 6 a.m. listener.
Well, when we did the draft, well, when I did it, you didn't get invited to do it. The draft party that we put on is a great deal. Zach ran it. Man, he is good. And when we did it, though,
taught him everything I know.
I had a guy come up to me, and he's like, "Hey, I'm the youngest 6 a.m. listener you got." I mean, I think he might have been like 19.
Nice.
Yeah. So, they do take pride in that, and they should.
It's good.
They either introduce themselves as a 6 a.m. listener, or they specifically say not an 8 a.m. listener.
Oh.
Yeah, for a long time, 8 a.m. listeners have carried a bit of a stigma.
Snob? Snobbish?
Not snobbish, just
Are they coming from the gates?
Coming from the gates?
Yeah. They gated community?
Oh.
They-
No.
Okay.
No. It's just they tend
He's
to
an
be
idiot and a fool.
They tend to be a little bit, I don't know. They're just not as easygoing as the 6 a.m. listeners. Maybe not as creative as the 6 a.m. listeners.
Okay.
They don't necessarily get up and, attack the day like the 6 a.m. listeners.
Sleeping in a little bit.
Maybe. By the way, we got this one waiting for us on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. What the heck does Stokely have plugged up his butt? Bro hates parades, hate players of the month, hates the third star, hates the big hat. What, was he born in 1930?
Oh, wow. I do hate a lot of stuff, I guess.
Why is that?
Do I hate parades?
You don't like frivolous stuff?
Do I hate parades? Is that was the first one?
I think I don't remember you saying that. Maybe you said that on one of your other shows. But I do know you don't like the third star. You didn't like the big hat.
No. Those things I don't like. I don't know. I haven't thought about that, Mike. Is it just me? Must be just me.
Have other texters picked up on that with Stoke? Is he the no fun guy? No fun Stoke.
Right. I don't want to be that guy.
You don't want to be.
I do hate a lot of stuff. I do. I guess I do.
You seem like a good time guy.
Most of the time.
Yeah, you strike me as a good time guy. Like when you and your wife hosted an outstanding graduation party for your son. You were a good time guy that day. You were definitely a good time guy that day.
It was a great host.
You were a great host.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to think about it. Maybe I need to look in the mirror, Mike.
Maybe.
Do some self-evaluation.
Well, it was your birthday yesterday.
It was.
If ever there's a time to self-evaluate, it would be your birthday. So how was your birthday?
49, one more year to 50, which is a big milestone, right? 50?
I wouldn't know. No, it is. It's you know what? It's true when they say
just a number.
Just the number. 50 is the new 60 or whatever. I don't feel my age. You won't either.
I hope you're right. No, birthday was great. I got a good breakfast after the show with the wife and my youngest son. So that was really good. And then tried to take a nap. Couldn't take a nap.
You wanted to spend your birthday taking a nap?
Well, I knew I was really tired. So I knew that we had dinner at the end of the night. And if I didn't get any kind of sleep, I was going to be really tired. So I wanted to take a 30, 40-minute nap. Couldn't really do it. So I ended up treating myself to a cigar.
Nice.
And maybe two.
Okay.
And then went back home, and I was still tired. So I said, I got to work out.
Wow.
I said, I got to work out. I'm just going to do it. I don't feel like it, but I'm just going to do it.
Worked out on your birthday.
Went downstairs, worked out, got in the steam.
Oh, the steam.
So I sweated pretty good, and then got a good shower. And then we went to Shanahan's for a great dinner and a great steak. And, so that was it. Got back home. Sang happy birthday to me, had a little cake.
Nice.
Perfect.
Nice. Good
great,
for you.
Great birthday.
How was Shanahan's?
Oh, so good.
Was Coach there?
Coach, to my knowledge, wasn't there. But my guy that runs it, Mark Starin, he 3 desserts.
3 desserts. Okay, what?
Okay, you ready?
What is your go-to restaurant dessert? Like some people love to do like if there's a creme brulee there.
I'm out.
Or like some kind
no
of
key lime pie, no
key
creme,
lime,
no. Hey, ready? Chocolate. If they have the chocolate, the chocolate chip cookie skillet with the ice cream, you can't go wrong.
Oh.
Or the
Delicious.
The lava cake with the ice cream.
Diabetes.
You know the lava cake, Mike?
Oh yeah,
with the ice cream.
Yep.
The molten cake. Yeah.
Yes, the molten. Yeah.
That just comes out of there all hot when you got the ice cream. But no, we had a big piece of chocolate cake. Big piece of chocolate cake. I couldn't do that. They have a s'more brownie.
Strong.
And one that I don't usually get, blueberries all on top cheesecake.
Ooh. I'm not a big
I'm not either.
You had me with the blue. I'm not a big cheesecake guy.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oh, I love some good cheesecake.
Not a big cheesecake guy.
I thought everyone from up like Northeast loves cheesecake.
Why? Why would that be a
I don't know.
Northeast thing? I don't know. That's a bad stereotype.
I guess it is. I just thought that. I know.
That's
it probably is.
That's like thinking that everybody who lives in Louisiana and crawfish, they're slurpers.
Delicious.
Well, 50-50.
Okay, yeah.
50-50.
50-50. On the RamosLaw.com text line, yeah, you're right. I got this wrong. 50's the new 60. I think you meant to say 50's the new 30. Yeah, you're right. I got that wrong. I'm acting like an 8 a.m. listener. I apologize. This is from Andrew. He goes, I'm a 6 a.m. listener. It's my birthday. Can I get a shout-out? Yes, you can.
How about that?
All right. One day after Brandon Stokely's birthday, Andrew has a birthday.
Man.
Let's see. What's this one?
I don't like to do a ton on the birthday. You know what the best thing to do, Mike? You know what the best thing to do? And if you got some friends that want to play golf with you, okay? You don't do it on your birthday. You don't do it on your birthday. You set it up for after, so you get 2 birthdays.
Smart.
Right?
Smart.
So they're like, hey, when do you want to play golf? I'm like, not on my birthday, because I'm already treated like a king on my birthday. Everyone's already nice to me. So let me get away from my family on another day. I'll have the whole day. Hey, my guys can't play on my birthday, but they want to set up golf for me for my birthday present, right? And so guess what? Today is that day. So now I got the whole day to play golf.
Veteran move.
Veteran move. Thank you.
Veteran move. On the RamosLaw.com text line, Evans, what are you doing? Are you buttering us up for something? Why are you being so nice to us?
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
I love the 6 a.m. listeners. Come on. This isn't a new thing. I have professed my respect and admiration and love for the 6 a.m. listeners for years now. Coming up next, we'll preview today's Daily Top 5 list and a very prominent NFL voice at ESPN believes in the Broncos. That's good, because the Broncos are going to have a lot of competition in this area. Tell you what it is next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fella? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Summer is finally here. And if you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season, right? But not just any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with the Napoleon Prestige series. At Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. Whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters, from precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Guys, are you or your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductworks guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Today's daily top 5. We've been doing this throughout the course of the summer. Our daily top 5 lists. Some Sports related, just life related, completely random top 5 list today. Johnny Fever came up with this one. Hardest sports feats. Okay? The things that are the hardest to accomplish in sports. All right? You can have some fun with that. You could be serious. You could be sarcastic. You can be snarky. We love all of the above. So we'll start giving you our list here in just a little bit, but we would love your ideas and nominations. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We've been just chopping it up with the 6 a.m. listeners a little bit here on the RamosLaw.com text line. From Chris in Kansas, people get up early are more sharp. Facts. Of course, easy for me to say because I'm in the central time zone. Chris in Kansas. No, now, here's a key distinction because people will say, hey, I live in the East. I live in the Midwest. I'm in a different time zone. Does it still make me a 6 a.m. listener? Absolutely. So if you're listening back East right now, it's 8 o'clock. You're a 6 a.m. listener.
You're still good.
Don't worry. You're in. You are in. Stoke, don't let Mike downplay turning 50. He had heart surgery when he turned 50. Well, now, wait a minute. Hold on now. Now, that's bad. That had nothing to do with age. That was just that was something that happens.
Burger after burger.
That's good, Ty. No, it had nothing to do with that. It was replacing a heart valve. It's very common, very common. People of all ages, some teenagers, 20s have it. So it's very common. By the way, just my chance to always give you a reminder, please, 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 just get your heart checked. Just a routine examination. Doesn't take a lot to do it, but it can reveal important stuff. Like I went in just for a regular physical several years ago, and, the doctor's doing the whole, hey, take a breath. Yeah, okay, take another breath. Take another one. Give me another one. And I'm like, all right, doc, what the heck? I'm going to start hyperventilating. He goes, hey, probably no big deal, but I'm hearing a little bit of what sounds like a little bit of a murmur. Why don't we go get that checked out? Best thing, awesome, because I ended up getting checked out. We were way ahead of it, found out that I had a leaking heart valve and that I was going to have to get it fixed at some point, but we were ahead of it and got it done when it was the right time and feeling great. So
looking great.
Feeling great, looking great. As I will share with you coming up here in about 12 minutes, I've started doing something again.
Uh-oh.
But I haven't done it in a little while, and I think some things have changed since I last did it. And I've got some pet peeves that have come out of this. So we'll share that coming up here in a little bit. Dan Orlovsky of ESPN was taking a look at the AFC, talking about maybe some of the teams that will be in the wild card mix or even in the mix to win their division. Here's what Dan Orlovsky had to say about the Steelers and the Broncos.
So Buffalo's got 7 guys that are really good options. Baltimore's got 7 guys that are really good options, plus a dominant run game. Kansas City, multiple options that are legit top 2 guys. The Denver Broncos have added offensive talent. The Cincinnati Bengals, we know. So as far as Pittsburgh goes, you got 2 guys in the pass game that you really have to focus on. And then everyone else is like, okay, we're going to make you beat us.
Seems like you don't want to say the Steelers are going to be good.
The Broncos are going to be better than the Steelers.
When you look at, Stoke, the wild card competition, of course, we want to see the Broncos be able to contend for and overtake Kansas City, win the division. That's the ultimate goal. That's where we want to get. But probably realistically still living in that wild card world. So how thick, how intense do you think the wild card competition is going to be? You got 3 spots. What teams would you put in there in the mix?
Yeah, I mean, it usually always is, right? I mean, you're going to have a tight race. I mean, you come down to the last 3 weeks of the season, we always see it in the Hunt graphics, right? And I think you're going to look at the Chargers. I think you're going to look at Pittsburgh. I think you're going to look, now you get to the AFC East, and that's always a tricky one. The East right now. I mean, are you think the Patriots are ready to take a big step forward?
To get to 10 wins, 9-10 wins? No, I don't think so.
I'm not either. but they're close. Let's see what they look like this year. It wouldn't shock me, though. I don't think they are, but it wouldn't shock me if they were in the hunt in week 14, 15.
How about Miami?
That's the tricky one. The Jets, you probably say they're not ready right now, first year with Aaron Glenn. But the Dolphins are that's the tricky one here. I think they'll be in the hunt. They'll be in the mix, certainly. So did I say Cincy?
You didn't say Cincinnati.
Nope, got to put Cincy in there also.
How about Indianapolis?
No.
No?
I just don't see it. Their quarterback situation, is it Anthony Richardson? Is it Daniel Jones?
Danny Dimes.
Yeah. I mean, who's it going to be? Until they get more clarity on that, it's hard to picture them being a wild card team.
Jacksonville? Does Jacksonville make a bit of a comeback?
Duval.
Duval. Do they make a comeback?
No, I don't think so.
So maybe the wild card pool isn't that deep. So you got all right. So we know we got Chargers, Steelers, Bengals, Broncos, and then maybe the Dolphins.
I'll put the Dolphins in the mix.
You will put the Dolphins in the mix. Okay. I don't know. There's something fraudulent about the Dolphins.
I mean, they hit their peak when they put 77 on us.
Yeah, and the moment that the weather starts to change after Thanksgiving, they seem to fall off.
It's cold.
I don't know about the Dolphins. I think I'd put Indianapolis in there more as a threat than I would the Dolphins.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
Well, then you have Tua's injury history.
Yeah,
that you have to concern yourself with it if you're the Dolphins. No, I think the Dolphins are a better team than the Colts.
But I think the lesson that we've learned here is that out of the wild card contenders, and there'll be three of them, I really like the Broncos positioning as being one of the top teams in that pool.
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Oh, Mark.
Wow.
Well, Mark's Chargers are in there as well.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Yeah, I think the top tier is. I'm not going to dismiss Pittsburgh though. I'm not. Pittsburgh, Cincy, Broncos, Chargers.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. And then the other potential wild cards.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh ought to be better. And Mike Tomlin, he finds ways to win football games.
We will kick off our daily top 5 coming up. Also, what I have picked up and started doing again, and I have some immediate observations and pet peeves of it. Share that with you coming up next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, if the little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is messing with your confidence and putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's sexual issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the folks at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I can tell you, not only are they experts, they know their stuff, but they are incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing this is a sensitive issue that you are dealing with. Key is to not put it off any longer. Amazing, but on average, men wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get this started today. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth, a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Today's Daily Top 5. Kind of a fun summer feature we've been doing every day, just taking some of the more random topics out there, top 5. Today, your top 5 hardest sports feats. And I, again, got to commend our 6 a.m. listeners for the humor and the snark. How about this one? Possessing a lifetime win-loss record of .459 and yet never having drafted number 1 overall. Achieving a minus 153 run differential this early in a major league season. And paying another club $50 million to take your best player, perhaps the best player in your club's history. Hardest sports feats, your Colorado Rockies. Good job, texter. Thank you very much. RamosLaw.com text line. 303-713-1043. Another one. Hardest sports feat out there? Easy. trying to find those 4 to 5 extra reps in training camp. Funny thing is, we probably have about 3 or 4 of those right away. It was the most, when I asked for help on the RamosLaw.com text line, we got more of those than we did anything else. So day number, what are we up to? 208, 209? 209 of the Zach Bly Sensitivity smear campaign. So your daily top 5 hardest sports feats. Number 5, Stoke. What do you got?
I'm going to go with hole-in-one. Golf.
Hole-in-one. All right. It's funny because we're on the same page with golf, but I was going to go with the double eagle.
Okay.
The albatross.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
we saw one of those recently
more
at the,
difficult, obviously.
was that the U.S. Open? Patrick Reed got one.
He'd be cheating.
He wasn't cheating on that one. There was no way for him to cheat.
I
he may cheat a lot, but he didn't cheat on that one. That was pure. That was
we
pure.
got to go back and look. He might have fluffed his ball up. Did he put a tee under it? Are we sure? Are you sure?
Well, no, I do not have for sure. He fluffed it up. Hey, I'm going to just move this around here and find a nice
good
little
lie.
lie here, okay?
It's hard to see if you put like a little small tee under it.
Uh-huh.
You can't tell.
No?
No, can't tell.
All right. Keep your ideas coming in, and we will continue to look at our top 5 as we move along. So I'm gonna give you guys, all of you, Stoke, you Johnny Fever, you Ty, you on the RamosLaw.com text line. I'm gonna have you give you a chance to get your shots in, have a little fun with this. Okay, I'm ready for it. So I've got back into the weight room. Stoke. You know, with summertime here. Oh, hey, Johnny, can you do us a quick favor? Can you close that shade? Sun's coming in, and while
you can hit the talkback button so you don't have to let everybody in the world know.
Yeah, but I was in the process of already talking to you, so all of a sudden I was going to have to just get really
just kind of wait.
Well, then I got to start. Then I got to have to start. But you know, it's
Okay.
like the sun's coming in. It's a beautiful sun, and it illuminates your face. It really, I mean, it makes you look angelic. Obviously, you know, it's like you know, with that light around your face. But it was a little much for you. Anyway, so yeah, summer's here. You know, you're gonna be, you know, heading out doing some vacation stuff. So I wanted to, you know, kind of tighten up a little bit.
Get back in the gym.
So I got back in the gym. I probably like 2-3 times a year just say, all right, I got to get back in the gym for a little bit, and I'll lift for about month and a half. Okay. So I've been back in the
kid.
See, all right, Ty gets the first shot.
Yeah. How many days a week? Like, what is your training regimen? Are you 3 days, 4 days?
I try to get in. It's about 3 to 4 times a week.
Okay.
Okay. No legs. I'm not doing legs.
Legs. That's your core. I mean, that's your foundation. That's
soft.
Like, I got away from legs for a while, but I'm not trying to do a lot of legs. Like, you can just do air squats, Mike. Air squats, perfect. Like lunges with no weights.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You need to do a little something.
Little something.
Or that belly and that head will just crumble your femur.
You know, you can also do. Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, sorry.
Fat fingers.
All right, no, here we go. Ready? We good? Here we go. I can do these too.
Everybody was knocked out. I was doing high knees.
You do the high knees. So anyway, so I'm back in there, and it's been good. But I've got some gym weight room pet peeves that I've noticed, and I think any of you who go to the gym, especially with the idea you're out there to lift some weights and get a workout in and all that kind of stuff, maybe you've noticed it too.
Is everyone filming?
People, get off your phones. Get off your phones.
Like they're on their phone or they're filming?
Well, there's some filming. I love the one. I saw this one the other day where the guy was carefully positioning his phone on one of the other machines to capture him as he was working out on another machine. He literally took like 5 minutes going back and forth, setting up his phone for the right camera angle.
Why do we
I'm like,
want
what
to,
are we doing?
Why do we want to film our workouts?
I don't know.
I'm curious. I mean, to post it online, like, hey, everybody, look at me doing pull-ups. Look at my squats. Oh, that power clean was unbelievable, right?
I don't know.
Twitter is populated with idiots.
I don't know the reason, but it's happening. That happened.
To make sure you're doing proper form could be one reason.
Yeah, but if you're pull-ups, I mean, that's why they got a mirror. They got mirrors everywhere. You look at my technique. It's beautiful. I don't think it is. I think most people, it's all for their ego. It's all. I mean, do they actually go back and watch themselves, not for technique, just to say? I mean, that's crazy.
But the phones, and the worst part of it is that, and I'll add the other thing to it. Look, when you're on a machine, okay, go through your reps. Okay, meaning you do a set. Okay, you got about a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops to rest in between. Then get to the next one. Okay, if you're sitting there for 2.5, 3.5 minutes in between your sets, what are you doing? And the worst part about it is that people just sitting there at a machine, hogging the machine on their phones. What are you doing? It is so freaking irritating. I've only been, like I said, back in the gym for about a month, and I'm already over it. I can't imagine how those of you who are religiously, doing this, really, doing it day after day, week after week, month after month, how you put up. I don't know how you do it. It drives me bonkers. I find myself, I'm waiting for a machine, and I'm standing there, and I'm just looking at people like, okay, that's 2 minutes, that's 2.5 minutes, okay, 3 minutes.
And they're just sitting there.
And they're just sitting there on their phone. They're sitting on their phone.
Why has it gotten so bad?
Why? Get off your phones, people.
What
You're there
happened
to
to
work out. You're there to work out. Get off your phones.
Well, in between reps, you're going to get on your phone.
There's no need to.
I know, but that's what people.
There's no need to.
People are always going to grab their phone.
If you're going to do it, if you're going to be on your phone, you better only be on your phone for a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops, and then keep the line moving. Let's go.
Okay, there we go.
So, I'll throw that out there on the RamosSide.com text line. Other gym, weight room, pet peeves. I have more.
Workout.
Just get it
101
done.
Brought to you by Mike Evans.
Yeah, workout. Yeah, just get it done. All right, people got things to do. Okay, we don't need to wait for. I don't want to be waiting for a machine while you're setting up your camera so that you can capture the perfect.
I think Johnny
angle.
films himself.
I know. I'm just kind of I
Doesn't
think
it feel that way? I
Johnny,
think you feel.
I've never once filmed myself.
Oh, because you're.
And I've also never seen anyone film themselves in a gym. I've been going for 5.5, 6 years.
Wow, then I was the lucky one because I literally saw a guy the other day just setting up his camera
on another machine.
On another machine.
Sounds like a big board of BS.
It's not. Oh, you think I'm trying to smear? You think I'm trying to smear dedicated weightlifters out there? No. Dude set up a camera. No lie. No lie. Coming up next, are the Broncos fairly represented on ESPN's quarter century team? Did Brandon Stokely make it? Please. Did his campaigning pay off? We'll find out next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Well, as somebody who went through a flooded basement and a broken dishwasher hose that caused water damage, I am very aware of the importance of guarding against leaks before they wreak havoc. Copperhead Plumbing is who I trust and recommend to protect your home or business. The Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. It monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. This is big peace of mind, especially during the summer with more vacation time or just being out enjoying Colorado. You can do all of it stress-free, knowing you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen, and the Moen Flow Smart Shutoff System will protect your home from costly damage. Copperhead Plumbing will handle the installation professionally. You can trust it's set up right the first time. Copperhead Plumbing has been serving Colorado since 2007 with a fleet of experienced technicians who must pass thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. Commercial or residential, emergency services, or routine maintenance, trust Copperhead Plumbing. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Sarah. She loves her motorcycle. What she doesn't love is when it suddenly rains. As she sits underneath the bridge waiting for it to stop, she grows quite fond of the graffiti on the overpass. She really likes the one with John Hart's Claire and wonders if they're still together. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes and see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Evan Cohen here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Guys, thinking about starting TRT? Now's the time. At Low T Center, the consultation and test are free for a limited time only. Don't let Low T slow you down this summer. Get the energy you need at Low T Center. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. FixMyLowT.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree? Lanya.
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tire and mouse nuts.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line?
Going to get to our ESPN quarter century team, Bronco representation in a second, but I got to read this. Text of the morning so far. The leader in the clubhouse. Okay, I was talking about how back in the gym doing some weightlifting for the last month and some of the pet peeves that I've already noticed. And this texter says, Evans, maybe it would be better for you to work out at home. Why don't you just steal Terrell Davis's endorsement from Fitness Gallery and you can get your own gym equipment set up at your house?
Wow.
That's good. That's good.
No, that is
that's
no one's going to be able to beat that one today.
That is whole milk right there.
Yeah, because Evans did steal my
That is
endorsement.
whole milk right there.
Maybe
if
Mike
you were
Evans
wondering.
isn't that nice of a guy.
That
Evans
is
took one from me.
awesome.
So. Yeah, I mean
that is great.
I mean, you're going to be you're the baby. You're the Rambassador Junior, right?
Right.
Your kid's going to CSU next year.
He
You're
is.
going to be following around TD at the tailgating
yeah,
parties.
I want him
on the
to
field.
take me under his wing.
Be a mentor.
I'll be his mentee. Get close to him.
And then just
when
take his money.
I'll just
take his endorsement.
I'll take that Fitness Gallery. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Shout out to Donnie. You love Donnie?
I love Donnie.
Yes.
I love Donnie. The Broncos representation on the ESPN's quarter century team. It was 11 players on offense, 11 players on defense, special teams, specialists, coaches.
What
Head
years
coach.
is this from? Give me the years.
That would be 2000
2000
to 2025.
25, okay.
Quarter century.
Okay. Just
Okay.
double checking.
All
I
right.
like to double check, Mike.
1999
Settle
doesn't
down.
count. Y2K doesn't count.
Okay.
So here's, because I doubt that you have looked at this list.
Well, I did see that Wade Phillips was on it.
Okay.
Because Wade Phillips, he tweeted about it.
You did get that one
yes.
right. Wade Phillips, that's an awesome accomplishment. Coach Wade, the architect, the coordinator, the man, the myth, the legend behind that 2015 defense. He was named the defensive coordinator for the top 25, for the 25 quarter century team. There were 3 Broncos who made it.
Okay.
Who are they?
Peyton Manning?
Yup. Peyton was one of 3 quarterbacks along with Brady and Mahomes.
Von Miller?
Did not make it.
Wow.
Yes, that one surprised me.
Champ Bailey?
Champ Bailey is on there.
Well, now I got to regroup a little bit. I thought that Von would certainly be on there. Wow. Okay.
Well, if it wasn't Vaughn, then it would have to be
DeMarcus.
DeMarcus Ware made it.
Okay.
So,
see, I really wasn't thinking DeMarcus's prime was obviously the Broncos, but he did play for the Broncos.
Exactly.
Kind of like Peyton Manning.
But most of that time, of course, with Dallas. But Von Miller did not make it. These were the edge rushers that made it over him. Tell me if you got a problem. DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Myles Garrett, Julius Peppers.
I mean, they're all good. So,
And
I mean,
they found a special role, versatile defensive lineman. They put J.J. Watt and T.J. Watt in there, just as kind of like wild card defensive players.
What do you mean? They just said we just want to add the Watt brothers.
We wanted to find a way to get you on the list.
T.J. and J.J.
Apparently, and left Vaughn off.
Well, I mean, J.J. Watt was he's won the Defensive Player of the Year, 3 times?
And yet he didn't crack the 3 defensive tackles. They went Chris Jones, Calais Campbell, and Aaron Donald over J.J. Watt.
You can't have Calais Campbell over J.J.
No, you
Watt.
can't.
You just can't.
No, you can't.
So that's a little.
And I would say,
I mean, J.J. Watt, he's won the Defensive Player of the Year 3 times. I keep saying 3 times, might be wrong. Is it 3, 2 or 3 as an interior defensive lineman? And he's not on this list?
Right.
Come on. What are we
So
doing?
who would you put Vaughn over? DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Julius Peppers, or Myles Garrett?
Well, I mean, I have to see Jared Allen's stats.
Jared Allen with the Chiefs, Vikings, Bears, and then finished up with the Panthers, had 136 sacks, 4-time All-Pro. Vaughn had or has 129 sacks. But Vaughn's also a Super Bowl MVP.
Yes, he is.
And that should make a big difference.
I'll put him over Jared Allen.
I
How
would
about
too.
that?
I would too. I think I'd put him over DeMarcus Ware too.
Yeah?
I wouldn't have a problem doing that. I think the only one I wouldn't put him over would be Julius Peppers. Was a heck of a player. 159 and a half sacks. But even Myles Garrett, you think Myles Garrett belongs over Vaughn? I feel like they felt like they had to put somebody current.
Yeah.
More current. I mean, I know Vaughn's still current, but
yeah, I mean, I think that's a coin toss. I
think this is a snub. I think Vaughn has legitimate complaints about being snubbed.
This is a stupid list anyway.
What do you mean it's a stupid list? It's a list. It's a
quarter
summer.
century team. It's dumb.
What do you mean it's dumb?
It's dumb.
Are you upset because you didn't make it? Wide receivers, by the way.
Where are the slot receivers? do we get special
Actually,
exemptions?
I don't know if they even put a slot
well, of course
guy
they
in
don't.
there.
But we're gonna just add extra ones for TJ and JJ. What about the McConkey's?
The receivers
and the
were Randy
Walkers
Moss
and the Stokeleys and the Edelman. I mean, what about us?
Where's Chris Hogan? Do you know he played lacrosse? Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones.
No love.
Terrell Owens, Marvin Harrison, Justin Jefferson.
I mean, it's just.
I would put Demaryius Thomas ahead of Justin Jefferson. Again, that feels like that was shoehorned in just to get somebody current.
Well, he's played 4 years,
5,
right? 5. And I mean, you look at the run of Demaryius. I mean, that's why this list is dumb. It's dumb. It's a bad list. Quarter century team. What?
All right. Well, we're going to do something with this list, this team that I think you'll have more fun with. Okay.
Well, I hope so.
All right.
That was terrible.
Up next, would you sign up for these numbers for Bo Nix this year? That's next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. I got to tell you, I'm taking my golf game to the next level. I got custom-fitted clubs for my guys over at Embers Golf. Trevor and Tate, they hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. Talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I am good to go. I'm actually going to play today. I can't wait to use them. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys at Embers Golf. And what separates Embers Golf from all these other golf fitting stores is the people that work there. And it's a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop right here in Westminster that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands, G4, Callaway, TaylorMade, Titleist, PXG, whatever you need, they've got you covered. They even have 2 hitting bays. So make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. And Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go visit embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farms Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farms Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. A no-repeat weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday night, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, here we go on a Tuesday morning. Great to have you with us right after 7 o'clock here as we roll along. We got our daily top 5 today. Today's topic, hardest sports feats to accomplish. So we'll roll on with that, and we would, of course, love your ideas and nominations, candidates, at 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Also, I'm back in the gym. Been lifting some weights, trying to get a little toned up for the summer. And I've put together a fresh list of gym, weight room, pet peeves that I'll share.
I know one.
I'll share with you a little bit later on, and you can. Please feel free to share your own as well.
Put your weights away.
Put your weights away.
I mean, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
We ain't cleaning up after you.
Exactly.
You use it, go put it away when you're done. You don't just leave it on the ground.
And rack them the proper way. Put 45s with 45s, 35s with 35s. Nothing more annoying than when you're, looking for like a 10-pound weight and there's 2 25s racked over them.
Just do the right thing.
Just do the right thing. Be courteous, okay? It's not that hard. Take your weights off. Oh, when I see somebody leave their weights on and walk away, I fume. Bo Nix, tell me if you, Brandon Stokely, would sign up for these numbers today. ESPN's Mike Clay, their analytics guy, he has crunched the numbers, and he predicts Bo Nix's numbers for this year. You ready? You want to guess? You want to play the game?
Do I want to guess the
numbers?
numbers?
Guess how many yards he has Bo Nix throwing for this season. Play along at home.
Okay. Now, last year, he had 3,700 yards. I'm going to go probably right around there. I mean, it's a lot. Everyone looks at it and says, oh, he's going to throw for 4,500 yards this year. That's hard to do in the NFL. I'll go 3,800.
Actually, a little higher, 3,949.
Okay. All right.
So just a tick under 4,000. How many touchdowns?
Last year he had 29. It's a really good number. So again, I think it's going to be right around there. Maybe even take a step back. 27.
Bang. Nailed it.
Nailed it?
Nailed it.
On the head.
On the nail. How many interceptions?
On the nail.
You hit the nail.
On the nail.
You hit the head on the nail.
There we go.
I was going to say you hit it right on the nuts, but I figured I probably shouldn't say that.
So then you just screwed it up with nail. Right on the nail.
I was going to say you got that right on the nail. Should have just gone with my first guess.
Yeah.
Always go with your first gut answer.
You're not paid Manning.
I should have gone with
You can't audible.
I can't audible. I should have just gone with nuts.
Just go.
Just hit it on the nuts.
Go with the pass
Should
play.
have gone with the nuts.
Now you said it 8 times. Why didn't you just say it the one time?
Well, hey, I'm going to get my money's worth.
All right. So
How
I got
many
that
interceptions?
one.
How many interceptions?
Last year he had 12. Again, I think it might come down a little bit, right around there. 10?
12.
Dang it.
So 3,949 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Would you sign up, Brandon Stokely, for those numbers right now, or would you expect more in year 2 from Bo?
I take it. I'll take it. I'm good. I think that would be another really good year. We got to understand what kind of year he had last year. He had a great, great year. When you look at these numbers, that's some big boy numbers right there. And so if you're able to stay right around there, interceptions don't go up,
There's progress there. And then also you got to realize, all right, well, how is this offense going to operate? I think they're going to run the ball a little bit more. I think they're going to be better running team. So Sean Payton will stick with the running game a little bit more than we saw last year. And yeah, I like Evan Ingram. I think he's definitely an upgrade. But where else has been a huge upgrade offensively, weapon-wise? But, you got Ingram. We still don't have a slot receiver. And then the outside weapons, they're good players, but we don't have Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. Don't have those types of guys. And I do. I think they'll run the ball a little bit more.
When you think, by the way, to just say, well, Bo threw for 29 touchdowns last year, let's just assume he's going to go for more than 30. 30 is actually hard to do. Do you realize that in last year's regular season, there were only 5 quarterbacks who threw 30 or more touchdowns? Joe Burrow, 43, Jared Goff, 37, Baker Mayfield, 41, Sam Darnold, 35, and Lamar Jackson, 41. That's it for 30 or more. Bo having 29 touchdowns, he threw more touchdown passes than, perhaps you've heard of these guys, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Mark's guy, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, the MVP. He had 28. Bo had 29. C.J. Stroud, 20. Jaden Daniels, for all the wow about Jaden Daniels, 25. So if Bo had 27, I don't think that would be a bad number at all. That would not be a regression.
No.
In my mind.
No, I know. A lot of people look at it, though, and they say, oh, my gosh. He's got to throw. Well, he threw for 29. He's got to throw for 34.
Right.
That's hard.
Right.
Oh, he threw for 3,700 yards last year. Now he's got, he's going to throw for 4,200 yards. Bo had a great, great year last year. I think that's what we got to remember. And I think the offense might look a little bit differently this year, a little different when it comes to run-pass ratio.
Earlier, Stoke was pouting because he didn't like the ESPN quarter-century all-NFL team.
Hated it.
Hated it. So we're going to have a little bit more fun and bring it closer to home.
Okay.
All right? Let's put together our own Broncos quarter-century team. Now Stokes perking up because maybe there's a shot.
The whole thing? 22 people?
Maybe there's a shot he gets on it? No, we'll start it. Sheesh. Man, you turn 49 and you just instantly you're crankier. My goodness, that's coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I hope your Tuesday's off to a great start. I know that mine is. You know summer's here. What does that mean? Vacations, barbecues, beach days, and long nights with the people you love. This is a season to feel alive. But if your energy level is low or your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. Getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all the summer activities. Fellas, did you know early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year? And it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person that you used to, but it doesn't have to be that way. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Most men wait a year or longer. Fellas, there's no need to wait. Stop procrastinating. Start taking your health seriously again. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com, and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at schomp.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High fives, Flamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was,
get off my plane.
Okay. Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's trending coming up in about a half hour? Russell Wilson is at it again. I don't know whether to mock him for what he said the other day or actually admire him. We'll let you be the judge. Coming up in What's Trending, Stoke, it's happened again. They've struck again. Just got a notice from Mark. He's going to be 30 minutes late this morning.
Wow.
Guess why?
Meeting with the executives.
The Fox executives have ordered a photo shoot.
Oh,
He's an idiot and a fool.
Photo shoot.
Another photo shoot.
Wow.
So as soon as their TV show ends, he's got to go do a photo shoot.
Oh.
Which is going to make him 30 minutes late.
Okay.
Fox executives, man.
That's what happens when you're big time.
That's when you're big time. Actually, the fact that they're doing a photo shoot would seem to think that they're maybe looking ahead, which is actually good news for our friend Mark. So the ESPN came out with their quarter-century team, their top quarter-century NFL team of the last 25 years. Stoke wasn't feeling it. Wasn't happy with it. So let's bring it closer to home. Let's see if we can't put together our Broncos quarter-century team.
I'm gonna go build my own theme park with blackjack and hookers.
So let's start with what's fun. That was Ty. I don't know. That's Ty. Ty,
an odd one.
I give Ty the green light. That's
an
that's
odd
Ty.
one.
So let's see if we can't put together the quarterback, the offense. Quarterback, easy, right? I know there'll be a few crazy Tebowites out there, but I think we can all agree, right? Peyton Manning is your quarterback on the Broncos quarter-century team.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
I mean, you could throw in a nod there for Jake Plummer if you wanted to, but he'd be our backup. But Peyton Manning. Okay, 2 running backs. 2 Bronco running backs from the last 25 years. Who makes the cut?
Okay, Terrell Davis. I mean, I know that was, late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah,
so
hold on. When did
you gave a why'd you do that?
Well, and I shouldn't, because,
No, but
this
you
is
did.
going to be my ambassador mentor.
Well, he's not going to mentor you when you.
Yeah, but it's 2000 on. It's the production from 2000 on.
Oh,
So 2000, he got hurt in 99, and he was never the same player. So,
but you were taking credit for DeMarcus Ware when all of his, really greatness was really with the Cowboys. And
well, I'm not saying I'm going to put DeMarcus Ware on my quarter-century Bronco team.
No, I know, but he was on the other one, and we took credit for him on the main one. But all of his success was really with Dallas.
Well, no, that's true. But all right, so you don't claim DeMarcus Ware at all as a Bronco?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying on the list. I mean. So, but you can't use the stats before. All right. Again, this is why I hate this quarter-century thing. I hate it.
All right. Well, so who are some of the nominees that we put out there for running back? Okay, you got
bad deal.
You got Clinton Portis for the 2 years he was here. Who else?
How long was he here? 2?
Just two.
Great years.
3,000 yards, 1,500-yard seasons. You got him.
C.J. Anderson.
You got C.J. Anderson. Who are some of the other running backs? I mean, not a great running back group over the last 25 years.
I mean, you had Orlando Scary, Tatum Bell, Quentin. There's a Quentin in there.
Quentin Griffin?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He was the one that ran all over us.
Philip Lindsay? Huh? How about...
He fumbled again!
Melvin Gordon?
No.
No?
Not happening.
All right, all right, we'll leave that one open for now because I can't think of anybody who's a surefire belongs on that list of running backs. We'll get your help on the RamosLaw.com text line. Wide receivers. Demaryius Thomas.
Emmanuel.
You want to go Emmanuel?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Demaryius Emmanuel. Rod Smith.
Ooh,
Eddie Mack.
I forgot about when was Rod done? That's a good one.
I mean, he wasn't done until I got here in 07.
Did he go that deep into 2000?
Yeah, I mean, he went to 2005 for sure. He went to 2005 for sure.
You're right. I mean, he had 3. Excuse me. No, wait a minute now. How many receivers are we going with? We going with 3?
Well, we can do what we want.
All right, we can go
with our
with,
list.
Yeah, but you only got 11 starters. I mean, if you're going to go quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, tight end, and then the offensive line,
we can go 3 wide receivers.
That's 11. And only 1 running back? You got to go 2 running backs. You got to go with a tight end. I think you can only have 2 wide receivers.
No, Mike. We can do what we want to do. It's our list.
Oh,
Why can't you go 3 wide?
So
I mean, look at what they did on their list. I mean, they gave 2 extra exemptions.
So you're gonna have 12 start. You're gonna have 12 guys on offense.
Yes.
You want to?
Yeah, because we're gonna have a 3 wide package. This is Sean Payton style. We're gonna have a 3 wide package. We're gonna have a 2 tight package if we want. Maybe 2. We can even put a fullback on there.
All right, we'll go 3 wide receivers. Then you got to put Rod on. Rod. I don't think people remembered Rod Smith in 2000.
I remember. That's why I put him on there.
1,600 yards. 2001, 1,300 yards. 2002, 1,000 yards. Then he had 1,100 in 2004 and 1,100 in 2005 as a 35. Yeah.
Wow.
And if you're only going with 2, then
I got to look at Emmanuel.
Then it would have to be DT and Rod.
Yeah, I got to look at Emmanuel then. I mean, what were his stats?
They weren't that good. But if we're going to go 3, I think you're playing little figures. You want an extra receiver. I should have known. All right, we'll go with Rod. Tight end. Do you have a clear-cut tight end of the last 25 years?
I mean, when was I asked you, Shannon? I mean, that's a little bit before. I mean,
I think Shannon was pretty much gone.
Yeah, because he was with me in Baltimore.
Right.
We won the Super Bowl.
Right. So you got, like I said, it's been kind of slim pickings here. Where you've got
Julius.
You got Julius Thomas.
The great Joel Dreesen.
You got the great Joel Dreesen.
Jacob Tammy.
Tammy. Owen Daniels. Who else? Boy, if that doesn't tell you how the Broncos have been in search of good tight ends for a long, long time. Who would you go with? Who would you, out of that group, who would you go with?
Jake Butt, Troutman.
Lucas Kroll. Huh? Sean Payton? Lucas Kroll.
You're not close.
Oh, come on. That's Cecil's guy.
I guess you got to go with Julius.
Yeah, he did. He was a touchdown maker, wasn't he?
I guess. I mean, that's who I think you got to go with him.
Oh, I hope Dreesen's not listening right now. Sorry, Joel. You got edged out.
Yep.
We'll go Julius Thomas. Left tackle's got to be who? Clady or Bowles?
Oh, we're doing the line, too?
You don't want to do the line? You want to leave that for Mark?
Yeah.
You want to leave the line for Mark?
Yeah, I'm out on the line.
Okay, all right.
I mean, how boring is that? Let's go through the who we have at left guard.
Hey, Sean Payton during
Mark Schlereth or Chris Cooper.
Sean Payton during the minicamp said your team is an absolute reflection of how good your offensive line is. He said it all starts with the offensive line.
Okay, Mike.
He didn't say it starts with the receivers. He said it starts with the offensive line.
Okay, hey, the game is won in the trenches, okay? You need to have good offensive line and good defensive line play. We know that. That's not what we're doing. We're going through this exercise. You don't have stats on these linemen. So it's hard to, who are we going to go with at center? Tommy Nalen or Luke Wattenberger?
Wattenberger?
I mean, so that's not fun.
So you want to leave that to Schlereth?
I don't want to do it at all.
You don't?
No.
No offensive line?
No.
No.
That's not fun.
It's not fun. I know,
No.
but I know it's not fun. It's not sexy.
If you want Mark to do it, have Mark do it.
Wow.
I'll go heat my bagel up.
Wow. All right. No Sean Moreno for running back?
No Sean.
No Sean, Phillip Lindsay, Clinton Portis, Mike Anderson, C.J. Anderson. I don't know. That's a tough one coming up with just 2 running backs.
I got to look at No Sean's stats. I think I would put No Sean in there.
Willis McGahee was a solid performer here for a while.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a good pairing.
Ronnie Hillman. All right, we'll have fun. We'll round this team out as we move along.
And let us know. Look, if you want us to do the offensive line, then we'll let Mark. I think it's going to be terrible.
Wow, you are.
I'm just telling you.
I did not realize you hated the offensive line so much.
No, I don't.
You realize?
I don't hate the offensive line. They're very important. But when you're doing radio.
Yeah,
I'll teach you something.
Oh, okay.
When you're doing radio, and you're talking about most people don't know who the hell
the Bronco fans do.
These Chris Cooper
Bronco
is.
fans know.
And, who are we going to do at right guard?
Man, why don't you put some respect on Broncos country? Come on, man. Put some respect on that.
See how you try to do that.
Put some respect on
Good
that.
try.
Coming up next, we'll continue our daily top 5 hardest sports feats. And Josh Kroenke's going to be speaking today. Hey, Nugget fans, are you confident the Nuggets are going to maximize Nikola Jokic's prime with 2 unproven co-GMs? That's next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Always a good time to do your car shopping at Siltahar Motors. Even better right now because it's the final days of employee pricing. On most Ford and Lincoln models, yes, you pay what they pay through the end of June. Get Kelley Blue Book value on all trade-ins. And when you purchase a pre-owned car or truck from Siltahar Motors, you'll receive a 90-day, 3,000-mile limited powertrain warranty on any vehicle with fewer than 100,000 miles. Plus, if you're not completely satisfied, use the 5-day exchange policy. Bring it back within 5 days and swap it with no questions asked. Need space for the family? Siltahar has you covered there. Right now in June, get $12,000 off the 2024 Ford Expedition while supplies last. Siltahar's 4 huge dealerships in one, Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda. Do all your shopping at sthmotors.com or come on by in person. Conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Locally and family-owned for over 60 years now, this is truly a community dealership. Best prices, best selection, most convenience, and home to employee pricing. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Guys, are you or your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when does that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's trending coming up in just a few minutes? We'll get to what to expect from Josh Kroenke as he introduces the 2 new co-GMs.
Oh, what time is that today?
A little bit later on this morning.
What time is that?
I don't have the exact time.
That's must listen
handy, but maybe Johnny, you can find that. We can get that out to everybody.
We'll get some answers
We will have coverage,
on
of
the
course.
power structure and, who's got the final say and those things probably today, right?
I would think so. I've got some thoughts on that. We'll get to that in just a second. But our daily top 5 today is rarest, hardest sports feats. We're up to number 4.
Number 4. Number 5 for me is a hole-in-one. Number 4 is 2,000 yards rushing in a season.
Ooh, good one. Although we just had one last year.
Yeah, we did. Derrick Henry. Hard to do. But they have 17 games now, so it's a little bit different.
Trying to get me in, really?
Maybe. Yes, I am.
Yes,
I am. Yes, of course
you
I am.
wanted me to say Saquon Barkley, right? See how I just helped you out there? That's what a good partner does. Maybe your last partners didn't do that, but this current partner looks out for you.
Really?
Yes. I will look out for you.
Oh, are you trying to get me? I thought they kept him from getting the 2,000 yards last year. Didn't they sit him out the last game? So I don't.
Oh, wait a minute. Did he not? Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. That's my bad.
Wow. Wow.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Yeah, you're right. They kept him from it. You're right. It was Derrick Henry. My apologies.
Idiot.
So.
Oh, that made my day.
Maybe
we got to cut that whole thing right there. Ty, save that whole damn thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my goodness.
I guess I have been so overwhelmed and inundated with all things Saquon Barkley. I guess I had just assumed that he had gotten to 2,000. No, wait a minute.
What?
He did. Now you got me running around in circles now
They
in
held
my
him
own
from
head.
They held him
That
from
was
breaking
going
the
for
record.
Oh yeah, Ty. I hope you got that whole thing and get all of it. And let's play it all back later.
So
Saquon Barkley went for 2006.
You
and Derrick
rechecked it.
Henry was 1921.
Okay,
I was right. I should have gone again. Should always go with your first guess.
Mike,
always go with your gut instinct.
You rechecked it, and then you said I was right. You're the one that's looking it up.
No, because then I was thinking.
Wait, what?
About
You're
what
the one
Johnny
looking
just
it
said.
up.
No. I where I had the pause was what caused me the pause was there was some controversy at the end of the season. It wasn't about him getting to 2,000. It was about him trying to break the record. That was it. I should have stayed with my gut.
Well, you did. Why didn't you?
Because,
why didn't you? Because you're looking it up on your computer.
You have the ability to get me a little rattled sometimes. You get inside my head.
Goodness.
But you were wrong, and I was right.
And then you were wrong.
And then I was wrong, but then I
you
was
didn't
right.
even realize.
But
you
then
were
I was right again.
You were.
I was right, then wrong, then right again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bad segment.
No, great segment.
Bad segment for both of us.
No, well,
for
both of us. All right, so
2,000 yards rushing.
I like it.
I'm going receiving.
No, don't go with the 2,000 yards rushing.
Right.
I like that. I'm going to go with this one from a team aspect. Winning a Super Bowl the year after you've lost it.
Okay.
Has proven to be very, very difficult. It's more likely that the Super Bowl hangover comes from the team that ends up losing the Super Bowl more so than the team that wins it. The last team to lose the Super Bowl and then come back the next year and win it was New England in 2019. They lost the year before to Philadelphia, then came back and beat the Rams. But before that, my goodness, you got to go back a long way to find the last team to have lost the Super Bowl and then come back and win it the next year. Boy, I'm struggling to find that team. You got to go back a long way.
Well, I mean, obviously it's hard to get there 2 years in a row, and then once you lose it, man, that's.
But if you look at the history of the Super Bowl, it is much more likely that the Super Bowl winner is going to come back and win again than the Super Bowl loser. So I'll put that at number 4 on my list. Yeah, let's get into this whole Nuggets thing. So because the story broke yesterday while we were on, and we were kind of trying to play this on the fly and react to it. So Ben Tenzer, the guy that was here, and John Wallace, the guy who was here for a while, then went to Minnesota. He's from the Tim Conley tree, and he's back here now. And it sounds like the way they're co-GMs, but this isn't necessarily two hardcore basketball evaluators both having the same title. It's more like Wallace is going to be more the real basketball evaluation guy, personnel guy, and Tenzer's maybe more of the business part of it, the cap and all that kind of stuff, dealing with the aprons and all the restrictions that are in place in the NBA. So, and then they'll both answer to Josh Kroenke. But it sounds like Wallace is the real emerging, rising star in the personnel game, a young up-and-comer that people are saying, hey, watch out for this guy. He's got a bright future. My question to you, Stoke, and I'll put it out there, all the Nugget fans, is do you feel comfortable in trying to maximize Nikola Jokic's prime? Do you feel good about how they're going about doing it in the front office?
Well, I mean, I'd rather guys with experience that have been there and done that and have gone down this road before and that have built maybe a championship team. You got guys that are doing these jobs for the first time. I mean, that's a little bit scary. You only have a short period of time when you talk about your sports window being open for Nikola Jokic and championship window here. It's not going to stay open forever. So, I mean, I look at it and say, okay, Nikola 5 to 8 years probably, 5 to 10, depending, right around there. I mean, I think he can play for a long time if he wants. So, I would much prefer it to be a guy or a couple, guys that have been there and done that. So that makes me nervous. But guess what? Everyone starts somewhere.
Yes.
And so I'm going to be optimistic until it doesn't work out. That's just the way I'm looking at this.
I am sure these guys are going to turn out to be really good GMs. And you know what? The Nuggets do deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to their ability to recognize and develop GMs who go on to be very successful. They've done it with Masai Ujiri. They did it with Tim Conley. There's no reason why they can't do it with these guys. My only problem is that while I think they absolutely could have bright futures, I'm worried about right now because this is a time in the NBA where it's so complicated. You're dealing with first aprons and second aprons and all kinds of restrictions that are put in place as to when you can make trades, the possibility of losing draft picks, having those draft picks frozen and bumped down to, can you use your mid-level exemption here? Can you use this exemption there? Also in a time where the free agent market this year isn't a deep free agent market. It figures to be a heavy trade summer. Don't you want to have veteran front office types working to try to put these trades together? I'm not hating the idea that these two could turn out to be very good GMs and that this could work eventually. I'm just worried that in this age of Jokic, this Jokic prime window that we live in, for the Nuggets, a championship window that we're living in, is it smart to go with two young, unproven GMs at this time?
You're exactly right.
That's my biggest concern.
And it should be. I mean, when you don't have any kind of experience at this level doing your job and there's a lot at stake, I mean, that's a valid concern, Mike. Do you think it's confusing for these guys? Seriously. It's confusing for us. But if you're a smart guy, if you're an analytics guy, a numbers guy, I mean, do you think it's really that confusing? I think for these guys, it's probably not that confusing. Now, look, some people are going to do it better than others and understand it maybe better, but overall, I would.
So you think that when making trades and you're working the phones, you're talking to other general managers around the league, you think it's so it's so slotted, it's so paint by numbers now with the analytics and with the restrictions and everything, you think it's easier to make deals because it's simply a lot of times about making the numbers work, or do you think there's still some good old fashioned, I'm trying to get the best deal possible, and I think you might be a little bit vulnerable, you might be a little bit inexperienced, and I think I can get more from you than I can from that veteran general manager over there.
I'm talking more about like the CBA. The second apron, the third apron, the first apron. I don't think that stuff's hard to navigate.
No.
You got your cap. You got all your stuff. These guys are smart. You got AI. You punch this stuff in. It spits it out. I mean, I really don't think it's that difficult. Now, is it difficult for us to understand? Yeah. But this is what you do. This is their job. I don't think it's really that difficult.
Yeah, but once you get to the point about you've decided on the value of a player that you either are willing to trade or you want to get, then it's about making the numbers just match up, crunching numbers, and you got people for that. But it still comes down. There's still some evaluation that's involved in all this.
Oh, yeah. I'm not
your own
talking
guys
about
and the guys you're looking to go out and maybe trade for.
You said it's difficult to, navigate some of those waters. I don't think it is. That's what you said earlier. Now, when you come to evaluating players, yeah, some guys are better than others, right? I mean, I understand that, and I think, yeah, you're spot on there. But when it comes to navigating the CBA, the aprons and all those different things that come with it, and the mid-level exception and this and that, if you do this, I don't know what you're talking about. Something gets frozen. I don't know, I'm like, frozen?
Oh, there are things in place where you get to a point where not only can you maybe not have a first-round pick that you can't use until a certain year, but it could be one of those picks where it could be a top 10 pick, but because of all these things that are in place, you wouldn't be able to use that pick until at the end of the first round, even if it was supposed to be a top 10 pick.
So confusing for me?
It's very confusing.
Yes. For those guys, no. That's not confusing at all.
So
this is their job.
So you're saying at this point, just so I'm clear, so you say at this point when it comes to the NBA, experience really doesn't matter when it comes to GMs?
No, I'm not saying that at all. That's what
I'm hearing. Is that what you're hearing? Ty, is that what you're hearing? That's what I'm hearing.
That's not what I said at all. I said navigating those waters that you're talking about, the CBA, is I don't think it's difficult for these guys. Now, having an experienced GM, when you're trying to build a team, look, there's an evaluation process. It's two different things, Mike. GM evaluating players, okay? Analytics, books, smart, CBA, read, numbers, crunch them. Okay, I think they got that. That's easy. The GM one, now that's a difficult one.
Well, that sounds like how they're going to actually go about it with these two guys. That John Wallace is maybe more the basketball guy.
So he's going to be the GM.
Well,
and
Tenzer? And Tenzer might be more of the
numbers guy.
Here's how this is the player you like. Okay, let's see how we work it into the cap and the restrictions and the aprons and all that kind of stuff.
That's nerd stuff.
I know, but it's a huge part of the game right now, and you better have somebody who is good at it. Let's get to what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
I don't know whether to roll my eyes at Russell Wilson's latest comments or actually just stand back in awe at the guy. So he was asked about Malik Neighbors, the amazing young wide receiver for the Giants. And Russ said, quote, "I came here because of him. I really wanted to play with someone who was special like him." Russ, did you really have that many choices as to where you were going to go? But I almost admire the blissful ignorance that continues to surround Russ, that he actually still thinks of himself as, the quarterback he used to be. Like, hey, I'm a big deal, and I was out there on the free agent market, and I was being courted, and I picked where I wanted to go, and this is why I wanted to come here. Was it really that, Russ, or was it really had no other place to go? Nope.
Yeah, he's going to overhype things, and, it's just what he does. It's what he did here. He's going to talk about the players. They're the best ever, and, that's his mindset. It's not going to change.
Do you think he truly looks in the mirror and understands his current lot in quarterback life?
Yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
You think he realizes at this stage he is really no more than a bridge / backup quarterback?
Well, I still think that he believes that he can play at a high level. I do. I mean, he does. He has that self-confidence. But I do believe also saying that, like, that he realizes where he's at in his career. How could you not? How could you not? You had 2 years here that weren't great. You get one shot in Pittsburgh and they let you go, right? And now you were on the open market for a while. So how could you not realize that, man, you are getting towards the end of your career?
I don't think. No, I think Russ still looks in the mirror and sees a franchise quarterback staring back. That he's just been unlucky the last couple of stops. That he's still got it in him.
Mr. Unlimited.
We shall
Like
see.
I said, I either shake my head, poor Russ, or I'm in awe that he's able to just kind of convince himself of that. So we shall see. More NFL Bronco news. They announced the hiring of a new chief technology officer. Dude by the name of Daniel Brusilovsky. He's the chief technology officer. He was previously the Golden State Warriors vice president of technology. Why do I bring this up? Well, because he took to Twitter to express his gratitude joining the Broncos. Here's what he said. Not a good way to start. Here's what he said.
Oh, no.
I couldn't be more proud to announce my next adventure. I'm joining the Broncos as Chief Technology Officer. I'm not making this up. Broncos country, let's ride.
Broncos country, let's ride.
No.
Yes, he did.
Oh, no.
Grounds for immediate...
No, God, please, no!
Grounds for immediate dismissal?
No.
Grounds
Absolutely
for Greg
not.
Penner to say, hey, listen.
Can we edit it?
Maybe we're a bit hasty with your hire.
Can we edit that thing or what?
We've come across some new information. Wow. No. Be better. Play better.
Tweet better.
Tweet better. Oklahoma City players have been kind of criticized, I guess, or people were just sort of caught off guard by how muted the locker room celebrations seemed to be. That it didn't seem as wild as a lot of championship celebrations. Well, part of the reason was this Oklahoma City team is made up of a lot of young players, and they didn't know how to open champagne bottles. They were all asking Alex Caruso, how do you open a champagne bottle? They didn't know how to open a champagne bottle. And as a result, a lot of the bottles were just being carried around. Nobody knew how to open them.
Jalen Williams never drank. That was his first time drinking. What? That's what he said?
That's what
I
he
don't know.
said.
You don't believe him? Why would he lie about that?
All right. That was Jalen Williams' first ever drink. Allegedly.
Why would you even bring that up then? I mean, he said it was a big deal during the season, right? That hey, this is why we want to win a championship, so you're going to drink on the night we win a championship. I mean, if it's not true.
Okay, I'm highly, highly dubious, highly skeptical.
Okay.
That a young man who has played, top level, elite, college, pros, has never had a drink. Hey, if he hasn't, that's great, but
you're calling BS.
You
calling BS?
Highly dubious. Well,
maybe you can teach him how to shotgun beers now. I mean, you do own Syracuse campus, right?
Good point.
You go back there and you just dominate the college.
J-Dub, you want to learn how to shotgun a beer? Next time you're in Denver, I'll teach you. Have your people get in touch with my people. The power of a Game 7 apparently worked out for ABC, ESPN, kind of rescued their tanking NBA Finals ratings, as ESPN says it was the highest watched basketball game in the last 6 years with some 16.5 million people. Still, about 3.5 million people less than watched the Indiana Fever and New York Liberty.
Well done. Well played, Mike. Okay, good. I mean, Game 7s are great. Even if it's, not too big, huge markets, you get to a Game 7, people are going to watch.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and so that helped. How overall would you describe these two finals, the recently completed NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Finals? When it came to the NBA and NHL championship rounds, I don't know. How would you sum it up?
It seemed like the hockey, it was really good early, some overtimes.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it just fizzled out.
Florida
just ran through them at
dominated.
the end. Yeah. So that was a bummer there.
And lowest Stanley Cup Finals rating since 1994.
Wow. That was the year I graduated high school.
Well, there you go. Brandon Stokely rocking a mullet.
No mullet.
You had a mullet.
Couldn't pull the mullet.
You had a mullet.
I wanted a mullet. Mom wouldn't let me have a mullet.
Mom wouldn't let you grow a mullet?
No. I'm probably glad. It's stringy. It's like not a good. Sometimes you can have a good looking mullet.
Yeah.
Like a good looking set of hair back there.
Yeah.
I can't pull it off.
You can't do it? No?
I just can't. So it's probably a good thing that Mom said no.
She's a lady.
Gated community in Louisiana, that's just not accepted.
No. They won't let you in.
Right.
Mullet boy.
Can't
come in the gates.
Egads.
Can't come in the gates.
Egads, Mrs. Stokely. We can't have a mullet inside these gates.
And I think that the basketball was great. I mean, that was a great series.
But it was, as much as you probably don't want to hear this, it is a reminder that in the long run, big markets, you understand why a lot of these TV networks, why the coverage is slanted to the bigger markets. It does usually translate to better numbers.
Yeah.
It really does.
Makes a difference. But the product on the court I thought was really good. I mean, Indy showed up. A lot of people were saying gentleman sweep.
Yeah.
Or maybe the OKC sweeps them. What was it, game 1? Halliburton, made that game-winning shot. Was it game 1. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, some unbelievable games throughout the whole playoffs.
Finally, the NBA is likely to expand. Quite possibly before the start of another season, we'll hear an announcement that the NBA is expanding by 2 teams. Care to guess the markets, the cities that are going to get NBA teams?
Nashville, Vegas.
You got one of them right. Vegas.
That's obvious.
And Seattle.
Ooh.
Bring the NBA back to Seattle. It never should.
Good.
It never should have left Seattle in the first place. It never should have. The Supersonics never should have left. In fact, our buddy Brock Hewitt was saying how watching Oklahoma City win the championship brought back, feelings that had sort of been buried about Oklahoma City, leaving Seattle and going to Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
he's calling his feelings. Brock's.
Yeah.
Did he shed a tear? Like him and Mark Slayer could really sit down and have a good counseling session.
Brock and Stink?
Yeah. Kind of go back and forth about
sharing their feelings?
Their feelings and how now, like he didn't realize like how much that's been weighing him down for. I mean, how long has Seattle been, in OKC? Like 30 years?
It's been a while.
I mean, it's been, 20 years or so, it feels like.
Yep.
Time to move on, Brock. You got kids, man. Doing radio show. Life's good. But he's been weighing him. He's been on it.
Yeah, these tamped down feelings, buried feelings.
For one, if he just went outside and just cried. Just give a good cry. Him and Mark, that'd be good.
Just hug it out. 2 of them, hug it out. So, but hey, NBA to Vegas, genie's out of the bottle, man. I want all the leagues in Vegas. All the leagues.
Yeah.
And let's get some creative scheduling where the the Nuggets are playing in Vegas on a Friday night and the Avs are playing the Golden Knights on a Saturday. How about that? Huh? Let's get some of those set up.
Okay.
All right. Never mind a Rockies 3-game set in Vegas. Whew.
Oh, they broke ground. They broke ground on the stadium yesterday.
No, I think it's a great idea. I think it's awesome, and the idea that I think you laugh at it now, but the idea that you can't have a professional sports team in Vegas. That's completely taboo.
Well, that's way, Mike. That was 30 years ago.
No, I know.
Do you think they still work? They all work.
I think they all work.
They do.
I think it's awesome.
Wow. Okay.
You? No? You don't like the idea of pro sports in Vegas?
Did I say that?
I know, but
I just said, do they work?
Yeah,
will they all be successful?
But you had this.
I'll tell you later.
You're a little cranky.
I am.
You're a little cranky.
What,
today.
the weather?
I
Hail.
know.
Coming.
You were
Golf
looking
is
forward to
screwed
a
up.
big golf day today, and weather might. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna get my own. I got my own personal weather source. My guy Chris Bianchi. I'm gonna find out about your ability to get golf in today. Okay? Will that make you feel better? Sheesh, cranky Stoke. Coming up next, we'll continue to put together our own Broncos quarter-century team. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got a couple great auctions that are ending this week. Got a few of them, actually. Got 3 that will be ending this week. Got one ending this morning at 9 o'clock in the morning. You still got time. Don't worry about it. Got a City of Longmont vehicle and equipment auction ending today at 9 o'clock. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. Like I said, City of Longmont vehicle and equipment auction that is ending at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's got cars, trucks, SUVs, a really cool Chevrolet Colorado 4-wheel drive pickup truck, Toro Groundmaster ride-on mower, Ford cargo van, got some ATVs, UTVs. If you're looking for a smooth drum roller, yep, they got one of those also. Police vehicles, this thing's got close to 40 items in it. It will be ending at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Got a City of Aurora inbound vehicle auction that will be going down. This got cars, trucks, SUVs, trailers, and so much more. That's got over 200 items in it, so you always got to check back because Roller Auction is always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about, all in one package.
Summer's heating up and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Double crossing.
You little punk. I can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Or maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over. On it.
Welcome in on this Tuesday morning. I'm in a good mood. Stoke, the birthday boy yesterday, was in a good mood to start the day. But he's got increasingly cranky as the morning's gone along.
Not happy.
As part of your brilliantly conceived plan to stretch your birthday into 2 days, yesterday was all about the family and everything like that. You know, me time, family time. But then you were going to extend it by getting a lot of golf in today with the fellas. Probably a nice meal tonight, right?
Yep.
You were looking forward to all that.
Well, yeah. Play as much golf as we want.
Yep.
Have a great meal.
Yep.
Smoke a bunch of cigars.
Go hard tonight.
Have a great day. Looking forward to it. Weather's been great. Haven't even checked the weather. Don't need to check. It's been great. It's just going to continue to be great.
Yeah.
Right?
I felt bad this morning because...
No, you didn't. You really didn't. You say that, but you're lying. You're lying. You didn't feel bad. You said it with a tone that was like... You know, hey, man, no, this is what you said. This is what you said. And you said it kind of like gleefully. Like, hey, did you see the weather today?
Wow, wait, I didn't say it like that.
Yeah, well, how'd you say it?
It was more like, but you're right, there was a little bit of an undercurrent of snark there. But you came walking in fully, you look great, as you always do. You are the best dressed amateur golfer I've ever seen. And... how's that for a compliment?
Thank you.
You come walking in, and I'm like, you think you're gonna be able to get golf in today?
Right.
And you're like, what? I'm like, pains me to tell you this, but
it didn't.
It
didn't.
No,
you wanted to see the pain go through me.
No, come on.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
That's not true. I want you to enjoy your day. I want you to enjoy your day.
It didn't seem like
you make it sound like I was like laying a trap for you. That I'm like,
No, I just
I
think
enjoy the misery of others. That I feed off of it or something.
Just a little bit of you wants me to be out there and the 15th hole gets stormed on, get a little hail, so we come in tomorrow like, hey, did you get hailed on the golf course? And I'm like, yeah. I know that's kind of what you want.
Well, I have reached out just to see.
Okay.
To our own personal on-demand weather guy, Chris Bianchi from 9 News. And I've laid out the scenario for you, where you're playing, when you're supposed to play, and we'll see what he says your odds are. Okay.
All right.
In the meantime, until we get the bad news, can you brighten up a little bit?
All right, I'll try.
Huh?
All right,
Can you embrace what we've been trying? You have been so down on this idea. I thought it was a great idea. You don't want to do
terrible.
it? You don't like it?
No, I mean,
we don't have to do it.
Well, let's try to do I'm not doing offensive line.
You're not doing offensive line.
No.
Well,
we're
we
not
haven't even figured out the rest of the. We are struggling with the run. So here's the idea. Here is the concept, guys. So ESPN came out with their quarter century 2000 to 2025 all NFL team, offense, defense, special teams, specialists, coaches, all that. And the Broncos were pretty well represented, although I think that there were a couple guys who have fair arguments that they were snubbed. Peyton Manning made it as one of the quarterbacks. DeMarcus Ware made it as one of the edge rushers. Champ Bailey made it as one of the corners. Wade Phillips made it as the defensive coordinator. But Demaryius Thomas didn't make it. Von Miller didn't make it. Aqib Talib didn't make it. I thought Vaughn should have made it. Not only a prolific player, Super Bowl MVP. I as much as I love DeMarcus Ware and what an addition he was, I think I would have put Vaughn ahead of DeMarcus Ware on this all-century team or quarter-century team. So now what we're doing, we're trying a little fun with the Broncos quarter-century team, and we're doing offense. Offense has been pretty easy to figure out. PFM at quarterback. We went with 3 wide receivers, DT, Emmanuel Sanders, Rod Smith. Julius Thomas was the tight end. I haven't heard a lot of pushback on any of those selections. We've had a hard time coming up with 2 running backs. Hard time. A lot of suggestions.
Yeah.
From Clinton Portis to Willis McGahee to Mike Anderson, C.J. Anderson, Noshan Moreno, Philip Lindsay.
Well, I think we just go with the stats then, right?
I mean, who do we go with? Yeah, but you got. I mean, we wanted to bring up Terrell Davis, but he was hurt by the start of he was pretty much done by the early 2000s. So no TD on this list.
I'm putting Noshan on there.
You want to go Noshan?
I am.
Okay.
5 years here, and he rushed for total. He had 1 year in Miami, 3,600 yards, but only 148 yards in Miami. So I'll let you pick the other one.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh is right.
Oh.
I mean, do you go with Clinton Portis 2 years? Do you go with Philip
those
Lindsay?
2 years were amazing.
I mean, Philip had 2 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, Phillips' years were
but he only
awesome
spent
too.
3 years here. That's it.
Yeah.
Total of around 2,600 yards, almost a little short of 2,600 yards. C.J. Anderson had a nice run.
But,
won a Super Bowl.
But for those of you who are bringing up Mike Anderson, do you know that Mike Anderson is the 5th leading rusher in Broncos history?
Oh, wow.
Mike Anderson.
How many yards?
3,800. The only ones ahead of him, Terrell Davis, Floyd Little, Sammy Winder, Otis Armstrong, and then Mike Anderson. And then Noshan Moreno.
Noshan's got, that's what I mean. He's got to be
and
close
Clinton
behind him.
Portis, 2 years, is still top 10 all time, 8th. Boy, but he brought us Champ Bailey. So, win-win. I think, so you're going to go with Noshan? Man, CJ was part of a championship team, right? He wasn't the leading rusher, though, that year. Wow. All right, let's go with Mike Anderson.
Yeah, you kind of
Let's
have
go with
to.
Mike Anderson.
Right? I think you kind of have to there when you laid it out that way.
Although I guess when you think about it, Stoke, over the last 25 years, I mean, the Broncos running back position hasn't really been star-studded, has it? It's been like a lot of good solid guys, right? But nothing
when you had
special.
Right. When you had the great run there after Terrell Davis, it was kind of, you had Clinton Portis, but then he was gone. He only lasted 2 years. So no one lasted a long time.
Yeah, you're right.
you were Quentin Griffin, Mike Anderson. I mean, just kind of ran through different running backs, and they all did pretty well, but no one stayed around for a long time.
I'll tell you what, the job that Mike Shanahan, and you know how I feel about Mike Shanahan. I hate Mike Shanahan. It's not true.
That's just not even right.
But what he did, his running game, his running system, how good it was at being able to plug and play and get results. I mean, you think about the guys that were on in that run there, in those early, like basically 2000 through like 2005, Mike Anderson, Tatum Bell, Reuben Drones, Olandis Gary.
Yeah.
Just
some good backs,
some
right
good,
there.
solid backs that just put up numbers. But, okay, we'll go with so our offense, we'll leave the offensive line out. We'll let Mark be a part of that. PFM at quarterback, no Sean Moreno and Mike Anderson at the running backs. Wide receivers, Demaryius Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, and Rod Smith. Tight end, Julius Thomas. We good?
Yeah.
Any pushback? If you want to disagree and you want to put somebody else in there, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We got our daily top 5 list. Toughest, hardest sports feats. Okay? The things that are toughest to do in sports. We'll continue on with our top 5. Mark, we'll be running a little bit late today. Hey, it's been a while since he's heard from the Fox executives. Been a while since the Fox executives have needed Mark and his TV guy. So apparently they're doing a photo shoot.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Did Mark look photo shoot ready to you this morning?
Yeah, he kind of did.
Yeah?
Yeah, he did.
He always looks pretty good. He's always pretty photogenic. Just got this note. You're a Shane Gillis fan, right?
Sure.
He's going to be the host of the 2025 ESPYs.
Okay.
That could be fun.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. That'll be good. July 16th. This isn't going to be, sucking up to all the athletes. This guy will probably have some uncomfortable jokes here along the way.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I like that. It's like when Ricky Gervais does host one of these award shows and he puts all the Hollywood elites on.
Oh, he does good.
He does great with that.
He does good. I don't think
I love
Shane
seeing him.
Gillis is going to be quite that.
No,
brutal,
but we love Peyton Manning doing these kind of things, but Peyton's going to show a lot of respect to his fellow athletes.
Yeah,
Shane Gillis.
He's going to pick and choose.
Shane Gillis might. There could be some. Oh my! Did he go there? Moments.
Yeah. Hope so.
I hope so too.
Yeah, because screw them.
Are we doing the defense?
Do you want to do some of the defense?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, when are we going to do it?
Are you still cranky?
Well, I mean, I don't.
You just don't want to do the. So let me guess. You don't want to do the defensive line.
No, we can do the defensive line because they have stats.
Oh.
They have stats, Mike. So you can look at stats, and we know who got to the quarterback. And
so you, the guy who played 15 years in the NFL, you only care about stats as the measure of a player.
We can talk about Malik Jackson and Derek Wolfe and pot roast in the middle and Von Miller, DeMarcus, and the pass rushers. Like, we know them, the linebackers, offensive line. It's like meh.
Yeah, you just don't want to do it, huh?
I'll let Mark do that.
You want Mark to do it?
Yeah, we'll just let him
all
do
right,
that.
We'll have some fun with this. Okay, we've got. All right, then let's start. Let's start along the defensive line. You could pick 4 defensive linemen / pass rushing.
We're throwing them all together.
Yeah, don't you? I mean, Von Miller was never really an outside linebacker, was he? Yeah? Is that a true designation, outside linebacker?
Yeah, that's exactly what he was.
Okay, then we'll go with 4 defensive linemen.
That's exactly what
a lot of times they end up playing like they're coming off the edge. They're like defensive linemen, defensive ends.
No, but that's like okay. Well, yeah.
Wait a minute. All right, the Broncos of 2015.
Yes.
Were they playing like a 3-4?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's coming. He's like in a 4-3. So you got 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers. Your pass rush is a defensive end.
All right, are we playing a 3-4 or 4-3 on this quarter century team?
Well.
Do you want to get 4 linemen in there and 3 linebackers, or do you want to get 3 linemen and 4 linebackers?
Well, probably. We'll probably do. We're just going to do 4 to 5 defensive linemen.
Okay.
Pass rushers too, and then we'll go to the linebackers where you have like Al Wilson, like your interior linebackers.
Right. Okay.
But Vaughn is considered a defensive end / outside linebacker.
All right. Who makes that list?
We'll start with Vaughn.
Vaughn. Okay.
And then we got to go with Derek Wolfe.
Yep.
We're going to put Wolfie in there for
I like
sure.
Malik Jackson?
I mean, he was here for 4 years.
Last 25 years.
Right. I'm starting to think back, to their days
before.
When I wasn't here or around in the early 2000s.
Ebenezer Ekubon.
Eb. Love Eb.
Yeah. Good
great
player.
guy.
Seriously.
Yes.
All right, let's do the obvious ones on the defense, okay? You got Vaughn, you got Derek Wolfe, Malik Jackson's not an automatic yet. Then for you.
No, because I'm trying to think back. Broncos country, help us out here.
Help us out there.
Who in the early 2000s?
Trevor Pryce.
You had Trevor Pryce. He was great. He's got to make the list.
Price
he played a long time. That's what I'm talking about.
Good.
The names like Trevor Pryce that we forget.
Okay. And then linebackers.
Al Wilson.
Right. Trevathan.
Romo!
I don't think he was here then.
Oh,
no.
Dang it.
Wilson, Trevathan.
Yep.
Brandon Marshall.
How many inside linebackers are we doing? 2? Are we doing 3?
We'll do 3.
Okay.
All right. So we got Vaughn, Wolfe, Price, Trevathan, Al Wilson. Then in the secondary,
you're gonna have Champ and
you got to have Champ
and Pat Surtain.
Over Talib?
I think you have to.
I think you do too.
I mean, Pat Surtain just won Defensive Player of the Year. That's like your trump card.
Yep. Nope. You're right. I think that's fair. Oh boy, Talib's not going to be happy about this. We might get the Crabtree treatment for leaving him off.
I don't wear a chain.
All right.
No chain here.
That's a tough omission, Akib. I'm sorry.
You got your chains on?
No chains.
You wear chains sometimes, right?
Huh? What?
Don't you wear the 2 chains?
I'm occasionally iced out.
How about your grill? How about the grill? You and Paul Wall?
Champ, PS2. Do we have 2 obvious safety choices?
Safeties. Okay, you got to think of, TJ Ward. You got Darian Stewart.
Lynch.
Johnny Lynch.
John Lynch.
Oh, the Intimidator. The Headhunter. The Headhunter.
Justin Simmons.
You got Simmons. Wow. That's a tough list
we're
right
gonna have
there.
to think about it because all 4 of those guys are deserving. We can only pick 2. We may need to think about that one a little bit. Once Mark's done with the Fox executives, we'll.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, all right, we're starting to put together a pretty good list. Head coach, obviously, is Vance Joseph. No, Mike Shanahan, right?
I mean, why were you taking a shot at Vance right there?
Good
natured.
No.
No.
Good-natured. Good-natured.
No, that was a bad.
He's so
that was
smart.
a bad attempt at a terrible joke. If you're going to use anyone, you say Nathaniel Hackett.
Good point.
You don't say Vance.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, yeah, you're right. Because Vance has come back and Vance has had a great second act, hasn't he?
Been great. 2 years? I mean, come on.
That's obvious.
How good were they last year? I think they're going to be really good this year. I think after this year, he's gone. He's going to be a head coach.
I don't think so.
I do.
I don't.
We're back.
And has nothing to do with how good of a job I think he's going to do this year. I just think that it's all offense, man. I think.
Yeah, no, it's hard. It's hard for a defensive guy.
I know it's not impossible. Aaron Glenn got the job with the Jets.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible. Broncos. Yeah, all right. If the Broncos are really good, 11 wins, defense is like top 3. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you're right. It's an offensive league. These owners want to hire the next Ben Johnson, right? That's what they want to hire. So it's a lot more difficult for defensive coaches to get jobs, and especially when you've already had an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So, but they got to play great this year. If they
I really root. I've always liked Vance. I never really held it against Vance what happened the first time around. I don't think he was ever really set up to succeed. and I would love to see him get another shot.
Yeah.
I think he would be really good the second time around.
I mean, you learn, from everything, and now you kind of know what you're getting into, know how you want things to be done. I think it'd be great for Vance to get a second opportunity. Now, they got to go out there and play great this year. And if they do, then I do. I hope, and I think he will get one more opportunity.
Do you ever see this guy getting a second chance?
I want to come out in all spandex.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Negative.
Nope. That ship has sailed. There's no chance. I mean, it was a disaster. Everywhere he goes now is a disaster.
I mean, he hasn't even been able to follow Aaron to Pittsburgh.
Do you think Mike Tomlin's going to say, yeah, come on over here? How'd that work out for you over, with the Jets with Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, God. I'm so excited.
Wow.
Hey, I don't really blame Nathaniel Hackett.
Well, who the hell are you blaming then? What do you mean?
I blame George Payton.
Why?
Well,
he wasn't the one out there. He didn't put together the schedule. He wasn't out there coaching.
But you have to just know that. Come on, he was here for all the wrong reasons. He wasn't here because
Stop.
No. I'm not going to stop.
You're playing this
alien
conspiracy theory.
Really?
Like, they wanted to get Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
We all know that.
You think that if Aaron Rodgers, if Mark Schlereth never had that report,
that bogus report that he made up out of
good luck trying to get the source out of me. I'm not going to tell you. But
you're taking that to your grave.
I'm taking that to my grave. Only me and Stink. But you really think that if the Aaron Rodgers thing never happened, you think Nathaniel Hackett would have been high up on George Payton's radar when it comes to being a head coach here?
It's all about Russ.
Come on. No way.
Listen.
No way.
See, now you're playing these clips, and don't just stop.
It's not going to happen.
See what
you really think if there was no Aaron Rodgers in the picture, this guy would have been hired?
Russell, can you hear me?
Oh my! Those two? I mean, that's like the worst duo. Is that the worst duo in Colorado sports history? Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, the 1 year.
Ooh.
Who have been the worst duos?
Oh man, for the damage that was inflicted in 1 year. Whew. Yikes. I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head. Even Josh McDaniels.
Hurricane
Josh didn't do that much damage.
No. Listen, there was a lot of teams that were high on Nathaniel Hackett. You realize that, right?
Really?
Oh, yeah. He was
Really?
he was one of the hottest candidates on the market. Go back and do your research. Go back and put a little
Yeah, I did. I remember
Google
everything.
that.
I remember everything about Nathaniel Hackett. He had one good year as an offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, and then midway through the next year, he got fired.
No, trust me, I know. And then he was just hanging around Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. He wasn't calling plays. So
I understand why George Payton did what he did. There was a level of desperation, and George has done a great job of recovering from all that. I didn't think he'd be able to.
I mean, almost a historic job.
Really, I didn't
flipping
think.
this thing
I
around.
mean, did you think George Payton would still be here?
No.
Based on how it started, did you think George Payton would be finishing off his, what was that, his 5th draft?
Yes, I mean 5th, 6th, yeah.
Right? Did you really think that was going to happen?
No.
After bringing in this guy?
I was booing myself.
Oh wow. But I mean, what a remarkable
There's so many. We got so
comeback.
many.
I mean, what a remarkable.
So many.
The turnaround from where it started to where it
Nice
is
to see
now.
you, sir.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop.
It's okay.
No.
I mean, once you get started with that, it's hard to stop.
I know. Boy, it has been
better days ahead.
Boy,
thank goodness.
Boy, thank goodness Sean Payton's here. Finally, boy, we have gone through the gauntlet with coaches. I mean, we haven't even brought up this guy.
I want all the meatballs and the pasta.
How do we forget about him?
Oh.
Huh? How do we forget about Vic?
You make an intelligent observation.
Right?
You know, that was towards me.
Was it?
Yeah.
What was the question?
The question was, this was after he did his press conference. We had him on air, And I asked him about, hey, coach, now you will be you're going to be still calling the plays. You will be on the field. I was the first one to ask. You're on the field, not in the press box. He's always been in the press box. What type of adjustment would that be for you? And that's
You make a intelligent observation.
and it ended up being a big deal. Remember, he never
Kind of a
remember that
big
he
deal.
was always it was a little bit off.
Okay. Now he's back upstairs, and what do we have?
Championship.
The Fangio effect.
Super Bowl winner.
2 safeties, the shell.
Oh, the shell coverage. Goodness gracious.
All right,
y'all
Mark's
people are
Mark's
crazy.
set to be joining us here as long as the Fox executives are
In the next hour and a half.
almost
he'll
done
be
with
here.
him.
We
What's
promise.
the over-under on him coming on?
8:43.
Ooh, really?
Yep. Oh, really? What do you think? Over under?
I'm going to take the under.
Okay.
You're going to take the over, I think.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll find out next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at schomp.com.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-sponsor team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly have just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers. Oh my I only eat leftovers cold.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got Stokely here. No Mark yet. He did let us know. Stop me if you've heard this before. Fox executives need to meet with Mark and his TV cohorts. So he said half an hour. You think that's going to stretch to beyond 8:43. That's the over-under.
Yep.
You took over 8:43. I took under. So we'll see what happens. But Mark's set to join us here in a little bit. We have our daily top 5. Hardest sports feats. We're up to number 3.
We are. Ready to go.
Ready to go.
All right. I got hole-in-one at 5. Mike, have you ever had a hole-in-one?
I have. Number 11 or 12 at Fossil Trace.
Was it, were you playing by yourself?
Nope. I have witnesses.
You do?
The great Mitch Heider, who used to work here at the Fan for many years, he can...
Is he's
still
with
alive.
us?
He's
okay,
still alive.
Just making sure you're not going down the road. No, the late great, whatever.
Well,
he was there. So you have a lot of things that are undocumented, right? You don't have pictures.
He died.
I ran this mini marathon, and there's no evidence.
He died, but I got him to sign something before. Like an
affidavit?
Like a oh boy. Boop. Let me back that up. Beep,
He authenticated it?
He authenticated it.
Oh my!
I was trying to. No, not that. I need the. I know the cation. Is there an authentic?
Oh
boy!
Cap.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Oh boy! We're just gonna ripcord that one.
English?
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Impossible.
Let's just say he made it authentic. No, he's still with us.
Okay, good. All right, good. I'm glad you've had one.
Have you?
Two.
Two.
Yeah, it's been a while though. I'm due.
Yeah,
I'm due. Ever since I started working with Embers Golf, I'm telling you, I'm
due
going
as
to get
well.
one. I'm going
It's
to
been
get
a
one
while.
this year.
Yep.
It's probably been, Mike, close to maybe 10 years for me.
Same with me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 4, 2,000 rushing yards. We haven't seen that since.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley. What a terrible segment that was last time I
we
did that.
We both butchered that one,
I
didn't
know.
we?
I'm at the front of the line. You're right behind me, butchering that. Number 3, winning the Triple Crown.
Oh, good.
Winning the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
The Preakness, the Belmont, and the Kentucky Derby. Hard thing to do.
We are in complete. I have that at number 3 as well.
Okay.
Winning the Triple Crown. I hate. By the way, hate. Put this up on my near the top of the list of sports pet peeves. It should be a law that if you win the Derby, your horse has to run in the Preakness. Nothing drives me. I don't think. Didn't this past year the winner of the Derby didn't run in the Preakness? And we've seen that in more increasing years.
Like federal law, state law? Like
federal,
what are we trying to...
Federal. Put it in the books, okay? If your horse wins the Kentucky Derby, you got to run in the Preakness. Because nothing's worse than... Because let's face it, the only reason that the Triple Crown races matter to the average sports fan is the possibility of a Triple Crown winner. And the fact that a lot of these horse trainers and owners don't even let the Derby winner run in the Preakness,
Yeah, well.
Stupid.
No, you're right. We love the Derby. The Derby's first one out the gates, right? That's the first one. So we're all watching the Derby. But then if you don't have a chance to have that guy or that horse, have the chance for a Triple Crown, who cares about the Preakness?
Right.
It's like, okay,
Right.
whatever. I'm kind of
And now the Belmont is completely
irrelevant.
Exactly.
So I'm with you, but I think what they do now, Mike, is it's about that money. So if you go out on top, like if you are an underdog and come on, deep down that you're not going to win the Triple Crown, you're not going to win the Preakness or the Belmont. You got lucky in the Derby, and they're different links, right?
Yes.
So you want to keep your horse healthy. That's a moneymaker.
Okay, if you were a long shot winner in the Derby, okay, I can understand that. But if you went into the Triple Crown season as one of the favored horses and you win the Derby, you got to run the Preakness.
You got to go.
You got to go.
You got to go. Yeah, you got to go.
You got to go. I mean, there's just something.
Have you ever thought about?
There's a mystique about these horses that win Triple Crowns. I was watching
Secretariat.
I was just on social media around the time of the Belmont, and Secretariat's historic running at the Belmont popped up, and I'm telling you, I watched it. It gives me chills today.
Did you watch it live back in '62? Were you like a teenager?
No, I was old enough. I was at the track.
Actually, bet it.
I was
Let's
bet
go. Bet it. Let's go.
I took Secretariat in a box with
a trifecta. Telling you. Oh my goodness. No,
You want to hear a funny horse? So, I had never been to a horse race, and growing up in southern New Hampshire, Salem, New Hampshire had Rockingham Park, and they ran the horses there. And I was working a landscaping job one summer with Dave Morelli, and it was a kind of a rainy day, and he's like, we're not going to get anything done today. He goes, you want to go to the track? I said, yeah, I'll go to the track. Am I still on the clock? He goes, yeah. So we went to the track. I had never been to a horse track. I was probably 17, and so I bet on it. He taught me how to bet on a race, and I think I picked a horse to show, and I won a couple bucks. I said, all right, so what do I do? And he goes, all right, you got to bring your winning ticket up to the window. And then he messed with me. He goes, what you need? He said, totally serious. He goes, you walk up to the window, and you look at the guy behind the window, and you hold up your ticket, and you say, I'm a winner. I said, really? Okay. So I walk up there. What a stooge. What an idiot. 17-year-old.
You don't know.
I know, but so there's this like crusty, you can tell the guy has spent his life at the track, right? He's got a cigarette hanging out, ashes all the way, burned down. And I go up and I said, hold my ticket. I go, I'm a winner. He just looked at me. Let me just say, I instantly realized, oh, shoot, I've been duped.
He got me.
He got me. So I collected my $1.50 and I was off on my
big winner.
On my way. Big winner. All right, number 5 for me, I went with the double eagle in golf, the Albatross.
Yeah.
Patrick Reed had one of these at the U.S. Open. Maybe or maybe did not fluff up a preferred lie there. It's Patrick Reed, after all. Number 4, I went with a Super Bowl win for a team the year after losing in the Super Bowl. Now, it happened early on in Super Bowl history. It happened a couple of times. Dallas lost Super Bowl 5, came back and won Super Bowl 6. They beat Miami in Super Bowl 6. Miami came back and won Super Bowl 7. It did not happen again until 2019 when New England beat the Rams the year after losing to the Eagles. So in the history of the Super Bowl, it's
very hard.
It's harder for all the talk about Super Bowl hangovers. The hangover is for the team that loses.
Yeah, but you don't have a lot of opportunities. I mean, you've had 50-something, right? 50
Yeah,
what?
that's still a lot.
At the same time, you look back to your point, Mike, you look back to when it first happened, Super Bowl 5 or 6. What did they play, like 10 games in a season, 12 games? I mean, now they're playing 17. It's a lot more difficult to do it.
And number 3, I went with winning Triple Crown as well.
All
so
right.
on the same page as there. Oh, boy. 8:39. I got 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
For Mark to come through. We shall see. Coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you. Hate to break up the brouhaha. Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can do exactly what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. Same-day appointments. They'll see you today. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And they're going to educate you on what's going on, why you're in pain. They'll show you the pictures. They'll diagram it for you. And then they'll tell you how they're going to get you out of pain. They're going to offer options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, I'm telling you what, they changed my life. I suffer with excruciating pain. I checked myself out of life. I checked myself out of playing golf and doing things I love to do. Couldn't sleep through the night. Quit going to the gym. A couple of short treatments to my guys at Spine One. I was back playing golf, back in the gym, doing things I hadn't done in years. Most importantly, sleeping through the night. Guys, they can do it for you too. If you've checked out like I did, then call them and get yourself checked back in to your life. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or online at spineone.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're over 40, listen up. If you're feeling tired, just don't have the energy you used to have, Low T Center is where you need to go, guys. Low T Center, you can get yourself started on testosterone replacement therapy and join lots of guys who are in the same boat as you. They have clinics all over Denver, guys. Super easy to get into. You walk in, you're going to first see a real medical provider, and then a couple of short tests. They're going to give you the opportunity to get your energy back with, get this, a treatment plan that is tailor-made just for you based on your test results, not some standardized test or some standardized treatment. This is tailor-made just for you guys. They're affordable. They're covered by most health insurance guys. So if you're feeling off, you're tired all the time, you have no energy, take action now. Don't live that way any longer. Low T Center can help you reclaim that energy and that confidence. And if you need to lose a few pounds, they've also got you covered with prescription weight loss medications as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com to book that appointment. Low T Center, they're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. Low T Center, they're reinventing men's health care.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductworks guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, I won, Stoke.
Why?
Because you heard Mark's voice doing a couple of spots there.
Were those pre-recorded?
No, that was Mark Schlereth live.
Oh, okay.
Prior to 8:43. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, wait a minute. Good morning.
Jeez.
I thought you guys needed a coffee slurp.
Yeah, thank you in all its glory. Yeah, we were, so we got the word earlier today. It's been a while since the Fox executives wanted a piece of you, which was maybe a little bit concerning, but they were back today. You had to do a photo shoot. You let us know that it was going to be about a 30-minute, you'd be late, 30 minutes. Stoke just had no faith in you. No faith. Bad teammate. No faith.
I was ready to go, but you guys were on a roll talking about your horse. I'm a winner, gambling, and all the stuff.
You heard all that. Yeah.
So I was in the middle of the segment,
okay.
But I was ready to go. But you guys were on a roll, so we just decided to push it back and come in fresh.
That's fair.
How about that?
Yeah, that's good.
He came in before 8:43.
Yes.
You had him over 8:43.
I know you said that like 4 times now. I got it. Yeah, you won, Mike. Good job, buddy. All right, you won. Good job.
Why you gotta be such
Congratulations.
why you gotta be such a sore loser?
How many times?
Good for you.
Just resetting it for the audience.
I know you wanted.
Yeah, I actually had a Times Square billboard today. We did a contest on my show, and it was a players' points draft. You got to pick. We did a draft of all the players in the playoffs at the beginning of the playoffs, and anyhow, long story short, I came in last place, so I got a picture of myself on a billboard in Times Square. The fat picture of me on Conan O'Brien. So I've got the fat picture.
Oh, is that with the buzz with the buzz cut and everything and the glasses?
No, just with the glasses, and my face is super duper fat. And when I went on Conan, so so it was
that's pretty
being
good.
A loser, me being a loser in Times Square. So you'll see it. It should be posted somewhere. I'll post it on social media when it all gets put together. Yeah.
Can you take us back to those days? How was it that you guys, as offensive linemen, you never talked? I was in your room, and anytime I tried to go talk to you offensive linemen, you all clammed up. How was it that you immediately found yourself doing the talk show circuit? How did that come to pass?
Well,
because you did more than one.
No. We just did the Conan O'Brien show, and it just turned out that, honestly, if we're being honest about it, TD turned him down and Elway turned him down. And so they thought they'd get clever and unique and, invite the offensive linemen. So it was myself, Tony Jones, and Dave DeZinfante. They got invited. So it was a great trip, man. We all went to New York together. The day before, we went out that night or the night before we got in, went out, had a huge dinner, big steak dinner. I mean, we had and the next night we're on Conan O'Brien. It was a blast, man. We had a good time together.
Well, this is perfect then. This is a perfect segue because ESPN put out their quarter-century all-NFL team from 2000 to 2025. Had a couple of Broncos on it, couple of, I think, snubs. Peyton Manning was one of 3 quarterbacks. DeMarcus Ware was one of 4 edge rushers. Champ Bailey was one of the corners. Von Miller did not make it, which I think was a bit unfair. I think I would have put him ahead of even DeMarcus Ware or certainly Jared Allen. So Vaughn gets snubbed. But we're doing our top Broncos team for the last 25 years. Stoke.
Okay.
Weird behavior from Stoke this morning. Like when it came to every position to fill here, offense and defense, he was all on board. He was excited. He was engaged. When I brought up the offensive line, he just turned sour. Wanted nothing to do with it. Doesn't think that it's worth talking about. Even when I said, well, we'll wait until Mark comes on, and of course he can be the. Even then, you were like, nah, I'm not interested. I don't care. They don't have numbers.
Screw them.
I mean, how are we going to figure out who the best left guard has been since 2000 or the best right guard or best center? Luke Wattenberger, as you called him.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I am down on it. And then I finally said, okay, we'll let Mark do it. We'll just let Mark do it. So you can handle the offensive line. It's hard. I mean, I think quite frankly, it's boring.
Oh,
I do. I think it's
that's
boring.
what
I'm
he said.
sorry.
Hey, he just said that again. He said that earlier.
I mean, like
he
that's
thinks
what I'm
this
saying.
is boring.
We're going to talk about left guards. Who is it? Chris Cooper, Mark Schlereth, or
No, it wouldn't be Schlereth.
No,
I would.
Or
I was in
Ben,
the 90s.
Okay, Ben Powers.
Ben Powers. Louis Vasquez.
Louis
Vasquez.
Huh? No,
Louis,
you're not.
Louis.
Evan Mathis.
Yeah.
The
Again,
baseball card guy.
boring, huh?
Yeah,
Boring?
real boring.
Boring.
Yes.
You'd rather talk about wide receivers and tight ends
Well, yeah,
and
I
running
think
backs.
everybody would.
Oh, everybody.
But we'll let Mark do
It was
this
Sean
segment.
Payton who just last week said the offensive line is the heartbeat of your team. It's the heartbeat
smart.
of the line.
Yeah, Mike,
he goes, if
listen.
you
It's the backbone of any team. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
Everybody knows that. We just, at some point, I don't understand. Like receivers, I wish I could buy them for what they're worth and sell them for what they think they're worth. It's the most overrated position in football. But yeah, it's the backbone of every team, and ultimately, people don't have an appreciation for it because they don't understand football.
Here we go.
I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Good try, Mike. Good try, Mike. Mike's trying really hard.
I know.
Here it is.
Take the bait.
It's important. Obviously, it's very important. Okay, offensive line play. We know that. We all know that. Okay, we don't. Mike, he keeps bringing up. We don't need Sean Payton to tell us that. Okay, we don't. Okay, but it's boring. How about that? How about them apples? Important but boring. Go ahead, Mark. Give us your 5.
All right.
Let's go. Give us your 5, Mark. Who you got? Left tackle.
Clady or Bowles?
That would be Clady. That'd be Clady.
Okay.
Left tackle would be Clady.
All right.
Left guard.
We got Powers. I think Vasquez was left guard, wasn't he?
I don't even know.
Right guard.
Don't know. Boring. Like I said. Who else do we? Do we have Chris Cooper? But I mean, what about Chris Myers at center?
What are all? Give me all the guard options.
Oh my God!
See what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about.
Man, Stink! I set you up. I built you up.
You don't even
and
know.
now you don't even know the
I
candidates.
don't know all. I don't know what.
What have you been doing
Yeah,
the
give me
last
candidate.
25 years. You haven't been playing.
Well, I'm not paying. I'm not like, I don't have a list of all
boring.
the guys that play guard.
You know what? Point goes to Stoke.
Yes.
All right? We're going to put together our Broncos
Can you give me a list of the choices?
No, you can't even think of them off the top of your head?
Wow.
Well, no. I mean, I could think of Chris Cooper. Ben Powers certainly isn't the guy.
Come on,
Vasquez,
dog.
did he play right or left? I
mean,
think
he
Vasquez
doesn't even
was,
know if he played left or right. This is embarrassing, Mark. Embarrassing segment
You know what?
for you.
I'll tell you what. Coming up next, we're going to put together our Broncos quarter-century team without an offensive line.
Oh, man, Mike, you shut your mouth. You know what? I just got set up. I got set up.
Coming up next, would you sign up for these Bo Nix numbers? That's next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, guys, if you're over 40, take a listen, man. If you're running low on energy, just feeling off, you don't have that same oomph to get going, LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started on testosterone replacement therapy. Get your energy back. Get your life back. Join a bunch of guys who are doing the same exact thing. Low T Center has clinics all over Denver. They're super easy to get to. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider, and you're going to get your energy back. No complicated process, guys. Simple test. And then they're going to create a treatment plan that's tailor-made just for you based on your test results. Not some basic standard treatment, but tailor-made for you, guys. They're affordable. They're covered by most health insurance, guys. So take action. If you're feeling off, tired all the time, you don't have energy, take action now. Low T Center helps guys reclaim their energy and their confidence to tackle anything. Hey, guys, and if you need to lose a few pounds for summer, they're also got you covered with prescription weight loss medications right there at the clinic. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, they're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. Low T Center, they're reinventing men's health care.
Summer's heating up and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, your boy Stink here from my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the perfect time to sell and still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline, guess what? He's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? Nobody. Troy can make that offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings. He's got about 100 families as we speak that are approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has the perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford, Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you?
I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, there's some great news. Prime Day is almost here. And this year, Prime Day will last 4 days, so you can save big on everything you're into. Shop Prime Day from July 8th through July 11th.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
As we kick off this 9 o'clock hour, I got to get this out of the way right away. Here you go. Stoke, here you go. Authentication. Woo! I don't know what happened to me earlier. Stink, I was trying to...
Yeah, what happened?
I was trying to... Like, we were talking about getting something...
Authenticated?
Authenticated.
Your hole-in-one that you say... I asked them, because we have our list of top
Greatest, hardest sports feats.
I said hole-in-one, and I said, Mike, have you ever had one? He's like, yeah, of course. I've had one. And I was like, well, were you playing by yourself?
Right.
That was my first question. Is it documented? Like, could somebody validate your story?
Mm-hmm,
and then he said, well, the late, great, I'm like, oh, this guy's dead? Is he dead?
Right.
And he said, no, he's not dead. I was like, okay, good. And he tried to say he can authenticate it.
Yeah.
And he couldn't say
I couldn't
the word.
say authentication. I was like, woof, like not even close. And so, but I got it now. Authentication. Boom.
Yeah.
Feel good now. I couldn't say it.
So you
can't
authenticate.
I was trying to say
you
something
can't
like
authenticate your hole-in-one?
no, I can, but I was like trying. I think I was trying to say authenticate. I couldn't do it. And now it's authentication.
Who's the guy who can actually
that would be the great
authenticate?
Mitch Heider, who is a longtime original fan guy here. Longtime voice of the DU Pioneers. Yeah, we were playing Fossil Trace when I got it. So
How long was the hole?
It was about 132 yards.
Man.
But it was one of those par three. It was one of those par three hole-in-ones where you don't see the ball go in because it was kind of a blind tee shot, and so it was like one of those things. Walking up, they're like, "Oh, I think you're close." And then when I walked up, I didn't see the ball. I'm like, "Ah, son of a gun!" It probably hit like a sprinkler head or something, and went, Well, take a look in the hole. I'm like, yeah, all right. And I crept up to the hole. Creep, 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 creep. Peekaboo, peekaboo. Oh, look at
Stoke it. Have you ever had one, Stoke? A home run?
2. Been a while, though. Been a while.
Really? You've had 2?
Yeah. Man. Probably should have more as much as I play, so.
How about you, Stink?
No. Heavens no.
No?
I've had a couple that are like 5-6 inches, but I've never had one go in.
Huh. Okay. By the way, Stokes in a better mood now. He started out in a good mood. It was his birthday yesterday, and he was in a good mood today because he was going to extend his birthday for another day. Family time yesterday. He was going to be out with the guys today, playing some golf. The plan was to go play 36, have a great dinner, and then see where the night takes you, right?
Uh-huh.
Who knows?
Right.
So then I said, yeah, but you know about the weather, right? And I felt,
but he said it with like a smirk on his face, Mark. I could tell that like he had bad news for me, you know, and he felt good about delivery. He wanted to see me kind of deflate, right?
Yeah,
he's that type of guy.
Yeah, taking pleasure in somebody else's bad news and misery.
Yes, exactly. I could tell.
No,
yes.
no.
So go ahead.
I wouldn't be.
What's the new news?
So
yeah.
Well, so I figured I'd reach out to our guy, Chris Bianchi from 9 News Weather, and he's great at if you just want like a specific area. You know, what's it going to be like here? So I asked him. I said, Stoke wants to golf today, and he's visibly bummed out on air about the weather today here in Greenwood Village area. What's his chances of playing golf? He wants to play 36, starting around 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Here it is. Not a prayer for 36.
Oh, wow.
He may get an hour in before the first storms.
Wow.
And, yeah.
So you're just making it worse now.
What do you mean making it worse? I'm giving you information.
I know. I was at least hoping to get 18 in before, you know, the hail comes in.
Am I at least delivering this bad news the proper way? Is my voice,
You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir.
Bravo! Am I delivering this with the proper amount of sadness in my voice?
No, you gave a little smirk earlier.
Smirk. Now
Yep.
I'm smirking.
You did.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Guys, would you sign up for these numbers for Bo Nix this year? Mike Clay, who's the ESPN number cruncher, came out with his prediction for Bo Nix's numbers this year. Now, last year...
Can I guess?
Yes. Stoke did very well with this, so we'll see how you do. So, last year, how many yards passing? Last year, he had about 3,700. How much do you think?
I think he's going to go under that. I think he's going to go about 35-50, somewhere in there.
Yeah, you missed badly. Actually, a little bit over, 3,949 yards passing, just a tick under 4,000. Okay. All right, last year.
So with a better running game.
Oh, boy.
He's going to throw more yards passing. This guy's an idiot. That's why he's a numbers nerd. Go ahead.
Okay. Last year, Bo had 27 touchdowns.
29.
29, excuse me.
Idiot.
Normally, I would not advocate you talking with your mouth full, but to correct me like that on a number that important, I'm glad you did. 29 touchdowns last year. What's the projection for this year?
Let me guess, 27.
Bang! Nailed it.
Yeah,
Good job.
Because you said it.
You said it.
Well, no. I said 27 last year. I wasn't saying that.
Mark's because that's called
don't give him that much
Freudian slip.
Yeah,
Freudian
That's
slip.
exactly why I just said
the Freudian slip.
The Freudian? Did you call it a Freudian slip?
Fraudulent. He called it a fraudulent.
You
slip.
combine Freudian and fraudulent together.
It goes on your big board. Okay, so 27 got that one right.
27. How many interceptions?
I'm going to say what did he throw, 12 last year? I'm going to say 10.
12. So 3,949 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Stink, would you sign up for those numbers today?
Of course you would sign up for those numbers. I mean, but this guy, go out on a limb. He's going to have identical numbers that he did last year. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, how many rookies typically come right back with the same numbers in year two? Either they make I would have had more. They make another jump, or they make a regression.
I would have more respect if he said, hey, last year he had, 3,600 some odd yards, 37 passing. He's going to drop below that this year because they're going to be a better run team, you know. I just think it lacks a certain amount of fiber to those particular numbers. I don't like it.
No, I think Mark's right though, but we'd take it. You know, I mean,
sure.
He had a great rookie year. You look at these numbers, and it's hard to throw for 30 touchdowns. I mean, he was one short of 30, and just because it's going into year 2 doesn't mean all of a sudden those great numbers he had last year are going to improve. To Mark's point, probably going to run the ball a little bit more. Hopefully they have more success running the ball, so take a little pressure off of Bo. Not a huge upgrade there in the passing game when it comes to weapons. Evan Ingram should help out a lot in the middle of the football field, but you know, you don't have Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson out there, so you give around the same numbers. Yeah,
but everybody knows you pass to score, you pass to win in this league.
You know what? You're such a turd.
So wouldn't you think that if they run the ball better this year, it'll only free up more opportunities to be more dynamic and explosive and bigger plays in the passing game?
Sure, more in the play action game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly that.
You know one thing that bothers something that's been bothering
me. All right,
me.
hold that thought.
All right.
What's been bothering Mark? We'll find out coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
2 in a row. That's back-to-back, baby. It's a dynasty. Dynasty. Of course, we're talking about Advanced Hair Restoration, winner of Westwood's Best of Denver for the second year in a row, and it's no fluke. Well earned as Denver's best when it comes to giving guys their hair back. With no tricks, no gimmicks, all natural. Your hair put where you need it the most. Receding hair, thinning hair, that expanding bald spot. All done in one day. All done with the guarantee it begins to regrow the very next day. I endorse and recommend Advanced Hair Restoration because of the product and the people. I had this done over 20 years ago. Was at a family event a couple weekends ago. I saw some old pictures. It was like, woo, my hair was going in the wrong direction back then. That all changed with Advanced Hair. The people make the difference, too. Led by legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls, who did my hair. She is the leader of an amazing staff at Advanced Hair Restoration. Join the thousands of success stories at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call for a free consultation, 720-459-HAIR. You'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts at 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey guys, you over 40, listen up. Running low on energy or just feeling off? LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started on testosterone replacement therapy and join lots of guys who are going through the same things as you guys. Low T Center, they're so convenient. They're easy to get to. They've got clinics all over the city, man, and they're super easy. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, you're going to get your energy back. Guaranteed, guys. It's not a complicated process, a couple simple tests, and then they're going to create a tailor-made program just for you based off of your test. Not some basic standard treatment, but specifically designed for you. Covered by most health insurance, guys. It makes it so simple. So, you feeling tired, you're feeling off, you don't have energy, you just don't feel like you're all there, take action now. Low T Center helps guys like you reclaim their confidence and their energy, and they can tackle just about anything. So if you need to lose a few pounds, they've also got you covered with prescription weight loss medications as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. It's simple, it's quick, and it's totally worth it. Low T Center, they're reinventing men's health care.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. This guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So, when last we left you, Mark said he was annoyed by something.
Yeah. I am thoroughly annoyed, Mike, because like every day, television, radio, different shows around, the country, whatever. Every day I hear this, and it's really starting to annoy me. Jaden Daniels had the best rookie season of any quarterback in the history of the National Football League, and it wasn't close. I mean, Bo Nix is like throw for throw right there. Now, he didn't go to the AFC Championship game, but there's a lot better quarterbacks in the AFC than there is the NFC. But are his statistics not almost identical or right there nestled up against the statistics of Jaden Daniels? I'm tired of hearing about what a great rookie season Jaden Daniels had and how it was the best ever, and the rest of, the rookies pale in comparison over the history of the National Football League.
Well, let's do a tail of the tape here. We've got Jaden Daniels completed 69% of his passes.
Okay.
Bo Nix completed 66. Daniels threw for 3,568 yards. Bo threw for 3,775.
Okay.
Daniels threw for 25 touchdowns, as we've established. Bo threw for 29. Daniels threw 8 picks. Bo threw 12. Rushing, Daniels 891 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns. Bo had, let's see here, Bo had 430 yards and 4 touchdowns. So maybe it was that dual threat of Daniels that had people saying what you're hearing.
All right, so Daniels, in those categories that you gave, Daniels had 3 check marks on his side. Bo had 2 check marks on his side. So, like, if Daniels had all 5 check marks on his side, well, it's just something that's been annoying me lately.
Yeah, I mean, it just got down. You look at the moments, and you look at the Chicago Bears game, and obviously it was really close between the two of them when you look at Rookie of the Year and Offensive Rookie of the Year. And that moment against the Bears, that kind of put Jaden Daniels over the top. And then they went on the run in the playoffs. But, yeah, I don't think Bo maybe gets the credit nationally that a guy like Jaden Daniels does for whatever reason.
Well, I love Bo. God bless Bo Nix and all that. But you also got to factor in the eye test stink. And Jaden Daniels was he had a dynamic year. I mean,
Sure.
Just watching the dude play, take away the numbers and just the eye test alone, you're looking at a guy that really, really impacted his football team and impacted it more than Bo did.
Well, I mean, that's debatable. I mean,
I don't
Jaden
think
Daniels
so.
came in there. Jaden Daniels came in there and played exceptionally well. And you're right. He had 5 games that came down to the very last drive. So I'll give you the eyeball test. But again, remember, going into last year, the same national pundits had the Broncos rated as the 31st best roster in football. Washington was higher than that. And so theoretically, you're overcoming a worse roster here in Denver, and you still were able to throw for 3,700 yards and 29 touchdowns. It's still pretty remarkable, all things considered. So I don't think. Yes, I would have given Jaden Daniels the nod and Rookie of the Year and all that stuff over Bo Nix, but I don't think it's as dramatic as people like to make it out to be. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you, but I'll tell you what, Stoke, I am very content after 1 year, after all the talk about, he's the 6th quarterback taken in this class. This was a bit of a reach. He should have gone in this round or that round. I'm quite comfortable saying, without a doubt, he was the second best quarterback in this class. I'm okay with that. I don't need necessarily to have number 1. Just knowing that he was a clear-cut number 2 after everything that was said about his spot in this rookie class, I'll take clear-cut number 2.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, after 1 year, number 2, but that doesn't mean anything. You haven't accomplished anything yet. He could be number 1 in a few years.
Yeah.
He might not be. I mean, you still got some quarterbacks out there that, you look at Peyton Manning's first year, and then look at his second year. I mean, there's a big difference between the two. So we've seen quarterbacks play well and then not play well after that. After their rookie year, we've seen them play terrible. And so we'll see what Drake May is going to be a good quarterback, by the way. And we'll see what Caleb Williams can turn into. We didn't even get to see JJ. So I just want Bo to be good. I don't care where he stacks up. Yeah, Penix also. I don't care where he stacks up or where people have him ranked in the class. Just as long as he goes out there and plays well.
You go back to the numbers that we were talking about projected for Bo this year. Again, close to 4,000 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Slight, really overall kind of a slight bump up from what he did a year ago. Because you're right, guys. There's so many other factors that go into what a quarterback's numbers look like. I think for me, it really comes down to this. Last year, they averaged 25 points per game. For me to feel really good about Bo Nix in year 2, I'm thinking more about just what this offense does as opposed to just Bo's individual numbers. If this is an offense that's averaging over 27 points per game, then I think that's exactly what I couldn't hope for anything more. Get this offense. Not necessarily Bo's individual numbers make it a jump. You get this offense from 25, which was always the number that I've been just begging for from whoever was quarterbacking this team, whatever. Just get me to 25 points per game, and now you're going to have a fighting chance to make the playoffs. They got to 25 points per game. They made the playoffs. They won 10 games. If they can get to 27, however that ends up looking like, and however the numbers end up bouncing, you get to 27 points per game, Stink. This is going to be a really good offense. You're going to feel really good about Bo Nix year 2.
Yeah, if you can get to 27 points a game, with the theoretically, all things being equal and health and all those things, with the defense the Broncos have on paper right now, you get to 27 points a game, dude, you're going to win. You're probably winning the division. Well, I mean, that's how big that offensive output is.
Yep.
If you get there, because ultimately, you're going to have some where you score 40 or whatever. It depends on, how things play out. But if you can get to 27 points a game, you legitimately, with your defense, you legitimately will be there neck and neck with the Chiefs or the Chargers to win this division.
Got a text here on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. 27 touchdowns seems a little low for Bo. I'd expect more. Don't necessarily start demanding more than 30 because last year there were only, I think, 5 or 6 quarterbacks who threw for 30 or more touchdowns. That's it. So, even in today's still seemingly pass-happy league, getting to 30 is difficult. The only guys who got to 30-plus touchdowns last year, Joe Burrow, 43, Jared Goff, 37, Baker Mayfield, 41, Sam Darnold, 35, and Lamar Jackson, 41. That was it. Nobody else got to 30 touchdowns. So to just say, Bo needs to make the jump to 30 to feel good about him in year 2, that's asking, I think, a bit much.
Well, I think there's that. The other thing is you're expecting, to Stokes' point, you're expecting this run game to be better. If this run game to be better, it is better, then in the red zone, you're expecting to take some of those touchdowns away because you're running it more efficiently. A few more back scoring and those type of things. So that would take off some of the touchdowns thrown by the quarterback.
Coming up, we will resume our daily top 5 hardest sports feats to accomplish. Mark will catch up. And speaking of pet peeves, I'm back to doing something I haven't done in a while, and I've noticed some changes that I don't like, that I must pass along, that I must get off my chest. Next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoking for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Trajan Wealth offers tactical investments that focus on long-term core capital preservation. And this is what I love about Trajan Wealth. They're going to come up with that game plan specifically designed for your goals, your needs. It's not some cookie-cutter plan like all these other financial companies have. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do planning for your upcoming summer vacation? Call Trajan Wealth today and plan your financial future like a dream summer vacation. 720-405-3300. They have multiple locations: Arvada, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver Tech Center, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The U.S. Senior Open is back in Colorado Springs, June 25th through 29th. Witness the legends of the game compete for another shot at history at the iconic Broadmoor. Spend a beautiful Colorado summer day with your friends and family while experiencing stunning views of the Rockies, world-class hospitality, and being a part of all the excitement. This is your open invitation to the 45th U.S. Senior Open. Don't miss out on this unique experience. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at ussenioropen.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Candy shaming? I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans Big Board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend.
Yeah, let's hope that snowblower isn't expired.
Oh, Mike,
come on. Like the green chili he gave me. Expired.
Expired.
No, it's gonna. It's
on
gonna
Joni.
be
Expired.
It's gonna be great.
Can't wait.
It's gonna be.
Can't wait.
This thing is gonna be awesome.
I brought this up earlier. I got to bring it up, and I'm going to do it with even more trepidation right now, considering that Mark's now part of this conversation, because I can only imagine what's coming my way, but that's okay. So, think in preparation of, summer vacations and beach time and all that. I was just looking at, getting in a little bit better shape, drop a few LBs, soda approved, and tone up a little bit. So I've been back in the weight room for the last month.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, for the last month, have you?
Not what I told you. Oh, Lord. That's his first reaction. So anyway, it's been going well. It's been going good. No problems. Been seeing some results and all that kind of stuff. But I got to tell you, there's been some changes recently in the weight room at these gyms, at these fitness centers, and I'm not pleased. And I got to point it out. I don't know if when you moved to New York, if you've been able to lift as much as before when you were here. Probably not, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
it's been kind of shoddy.
All right, here's what's going on that really annoys me: the phones, people.
Oh my God!
The phones at the gym. Oh, I mean, they're everywhere. They are everywhere. And listen, I don't care if you're on your phone, but if you're using a machine. And you're just using up time in between. First of all, Johnny pushed back on me on this one. You would know better. What is the accepted time of rest between a set when you're working out? Let's say you're doing 3 sets on bench press. What I always figured, 1.5 to 2 minutes tops, and then on to the next set. What say you?
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And this goes back to just a philosophy that I have. Why would you spend 2.5 hours in the gym working out if you can get the same amount of work done in 35 minutes?
Boom.
Like, what a waste of time. And so you're sitting there reading your tweets, and the only time your phone comes out is if you're changing the music. That's my rule in the gym. Sitting on an piece of exercise equipment, scrolling through your phone for 4 minutes or 5 minutes between sets dude, that is so annoying to me. It just drives me crazy. I have a time or two. This is me. Sometimes I can be a real Richard Nine. I have gone up to somebody, had. Some insignificant amount of weight on a piece of exercise equipment, and said, and I quote, "Hey, when you're done dicking around, I'd like to use the equipment."
That is awesome. Yeah, the phones. I saw one. I saw one the other day. Guy is working out on a machine. He's got the phone piece in his ear. And he's talking.
Yeah.
And he's conducting business or whatever nonsense he's doing while he's working. He's like, hold on a second. And he reps out a set. And he's back. Can't believe it.
I don't like it.
Oh, my goodness.
I do. Oh, yeah. I got there's a lot of pet peeves that I carry with me when it comes to gym etiquette.
I mean, re-rack your weights. Oh, the people who leave their weights on drive me crazy.
Come on, dog.
Okay?
Yeah.
People who decide where the 25s and 35-pound plates are. That's where they decide to re-rack the 10-pound weights. Drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Wipe down the sweat off the bench. Wipe down your sweat. I do not want to get onto a machine after you've left all your sweat there. Okay? What else? Have you seen anybody
being unaware? Oh, hold on. Being unaware of when people are supersetting or what other people are doing. I like to have awareness of where people are working, so that if somebody's doing something, I'm not just going over and changing the weights on the machine that they're supersetting with or what. I have good gym awareness of what other people are doing.
Yes.
To make sure that, you know what, that they can get their workout in without having to switch things up. Like, I want the same courtesy paid. It never is. But that's another thing that drives me.
Have you ever seen anybody recently setting up the camera to be able to film themselves?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised you don't say something to those people.
Dudes that have matching outfits. Dude, you guys, seriously, stop it. You know, they got the little gym tights with the matching shirt.
The what?
My goodness. The gym tights with the matching shirt. Yeah, first thing is, no dude should be wearing spandex in the gym. Don't. Nobody wants to see that.
When you are a man, sometimes you wear stretchy pants.
Nobody needs to see you in a pair of stretchy pants. That's a rule. We should, and if you come in all matching outfits like you just went to, like, Lululemon, dude, get out.
That's
out.
Stokes' place. That's Stokes' place.
I like Lululemon. There's nothing wrong with Lululemon, but you don't have a matching Lululemon outfit.
Okay, final pet peeve, and it really shows itself during the summer, okay? I do not want to see a dude in sandals or flip-flops working out in the gym. Nobody wants to see your feet. Nobody wants to see you working out, walking around the gym weight room wearing
that can't be a big one.
Flip-flops.
That can't be a big one.
Come on. What are we doing?
People don't.
How am I supposed
who
to
wears
take
flip-flops in a weight room?
You'd be surprised how many sandals and flip-flops, bare feet, guys are wearing in the gym. I can't take you seriously. Automatic disqualification.
Automatic ejection.
It should be.
I have the same rule on planes. You do not. What kind of animal are you? You wear flip-flops on a plane. What the hell's wrong with you?
See, have you noticed, by the way, Mark, how quiet Stoke has been during this? Because
yeah, he probably does all these things.
Oh, no, because he has a home gym. He's got his own home gym with the steam room and everything like this. He doesn't need to work out with the heathens.
I do what I want. People. If I want to film, I film. If I want to go in my slippers, I go in my slippers. If I want to work out in my pajamas, hell, I go work out in my pajamas.
That's different. You got your own. You got your own gym. You want to go naked and get
I've never wanted to do that. I haven't wanted to do that.
Why would you? But I'm just saying, if that was your thing, naked gym time,
right?
Then hey, like if you own the gym, then more power to you.
I think there is something to be said.
You want to leave a little bit of crack sweat on the bench? Who cares?
Right. I don't have to wipe it down.
Nope.
I think there's something to be said, though, about going to the gym. Especially now, early morning work for me, done at 10. Like, if I just had a gym, just go right to the gym, I'd get my workouts in. If I go home, guess what calls me? Bed. Nap time. Nap
No.
time.
I have to go right from here. I have to go right from here.
Right.
I can't go home and then say, I'll go back out around 2 or 3. Nope, not going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what happened last year, man. I'd go right, like I'd leave our show, Mike, go right over to see Fuji.
Yeah.
And just get swole on.
Yes.
Oh, it was great. It was great.
That's what you have to do with those early mornings.
And finally, the last one, it's not so much the gym weight room, it's the men's locker room. Look, guys,
come on.
How can I say this delicately? Nobody wants to see you walking around with your junk out. Okay? Just going to leave it at that.
There's usually an age. There's usually an age where you just don't care anymore.
Right.
Right? There's an age where it just gets to the point where you're
respectful
like, really,
for others, though. I understand that you don't care, but other people don't. Like, you're giving you're giving me a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't need that. Like, I mean, like if you're going to work or something like that, and you got to take a quick shower, I get it.
Towel up.
Towel up.
Towel up.
Towel up. Be discreet. Do it quickly. You don't even need to put your undies on. You can put your undies on while your towel is still around you. I don't need you to be disrobed.
Yeah.
Agree. That's 100%.
That is 100% correct. I went into a gym when I was on the road. This is in the Four Seasons in Atlanta. This is no lie. And they've got like a vinyl bench where you change. On the vinyl bench. And this dude is sitting on the vinyl bench, bare ass, with all his junk hanging on the bench. like on a public vinyl bench. The hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Gross.
Disgusting.
I would pay to have a chance to just be sitting watching you walk up to somebody and go, you can let me know when you're done digging around.
Hey, this is cute and everything,
I would pay
but
to watch that.
but I'd like to get some work done here, and what you're doing is just embarrassing yourself.
Oh, I pay to watch that.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a 4-pack of tickets to give away to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor. It's going on this week. It's going to start up in a couple of days. Run through the weekend. Be caller number 4 right now to 303-713-1043 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor. Again, be caller number 4, 303-713-1043 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U.S. Senior Open June 26th through the 29th this weekend at the Broadmoor. Good luck.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mountain High Appliance, proudly serving Colorado, locally owned and operated business. Just serving with pride and dedication over 30 years, guys. It's Colorado's most complete appliance store. They offer an extensive range of major appliance lines from refrigerators to ovens. They've got you covered. Their knowledgeable and friendly staff are more than just employees. They're experts ready to assist you, providing you with a personalized experience, professional delivery and installation. I have shopped them. I have purchased from them. I've had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you guys they are second to none. Always have a ton of inventory at all their shops, including their Denver Clearance Center. And I'm telling you what, they treat you with pride and honesty and transparency, guys, making sure you can make an educated decision and you can always shop with confidence, knowing you're not going to get a better price elsewhere with our price match guarantee. And I love the fact they have 250 live appliances in their showrooms. You can actually test drive an appliance before you buy it. That's Mountain High Appliance. Visit them in Littleton and Louisville today, or their clearance center right there in Denver, Colorado, or online 24/7 at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee Times, beautiful golf courses and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com, and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down and he grabbed his sledgehammer and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown.
Our daily top 5 list today is hardest sports feats that we don't see accomplished that often. We're up to number 2. We'll let Stink catch up, but Stoke, what do you got? Let's get to 2 and 1.
Okay, perfect. At 5, I got a hole-in-one. 4, 2,000 yards rushing in the NFL. 3, Triple Crown winner in horse racing. Number 2, we got unassisted triple play. Baseball.
Oh, great one.
That means, hey, you catch a line drive, you tag the runner on third, and you tag the runner that was, on second base that was running towards third,
Good
something
one.
like that.
Good one,
Thank you.
Stoke.
And number 1, perfect game. Hard to throw a dang perfect game. No hits, no walks, no errors. Number 1, perfect game.
We were actually on the same page here on a lot. Number 5, I went with golf too, but I had a double eagle in Albatross, last seen by Cheatin' Patrick Reed in the U.S. Open. Number 4, I went with the team hard sport feat, the Super Bowl win after losing the previous year in the Super Bowl. It's only happened 3 times in the history of the Super Bowl. Winning the Triple Crown, number 3 for me. I went number 2, hitting for the cycle. Number 2, hitting for the cycle. It's always cool when you got that player who's been able to accomplish 3/4 of it. And it's usually like the triple that they need to get.
Yeah.
So
the cycle is what number for you?
2.
Okay.
And number 1, I went with you. Perfect game.
All right.
But, and it's funny because forget about perfect games. I'm wondering about no-hitters anymore. Did you see the other day the Yankees pitcher, I don't know, Schmidt maybe it was? Anyway, he had a no-hitter through 7. The Yankees were up like 8-0. And I think he had thrown about 86 pitches. They took him out. Analytics is just absolutely ruining baseball. You're talking about a chance to pitch a no-hitter as a Yankee at Yankee Stadium, and they take you out after 7 because, pitch count.
Tommy John.
Pitch count.
Okay, well, I got a problem. I got to accept.
So never mind perfect games. We may never see a no-hitter again.
I got an issue with one of yours, Evans.
Which one?
I don't think that one that you're talking about getting back after you lost a Super Bowl.
And winning it.
So you're talking about how many times has it happened?
3 times.
3 times out of what, 57?
Yeah.
59.
Yeah.
I don't think
so. You're saying out of 59 Super Bowls. So, and by the way, it's only happened once in the last almost 50 years. Because there were 2 early on.
What do you mean once in the? I thought you said the Patriots did it in 2000.
I said that was the one time in the last 50 years. Because prior to that, it had been like back in the mid 70s since we had seen.
Yeah, but 3 out of 59 to me is not like. I mean, you talk about like, okay, how many perfect games and how many games have been pitched now? Right. So that's why I have an issue with yours. I think that's a bad one.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay.
A bad one.
All right.
I'm just,
All right.
I am chagrined.
Yes.
You should be.
Number 5. Chagrined. Number 5 for me was originally was a hole-in-one, but I just scratched that out since both of you knuckleheads have done it. And thought I'd have to go with something tougher than that. So I'm going to go winning back-to-back championships and putting myself in there. So that's
good. Yeah. Good.
That's number 5.
Won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah. Number 4, rushing for 2,000 yards.
Boy, you should have heard the segment we had earlier about that. What a train wreck.
It was, Mark, I mean,
so it went something like this. Stokes said, we haven't seen one since Derrick Henry.
Last year.
Last year, I went, you mean Saquon Barkley?
No, that's not what you said. You said, are you trying to get me in really?
Yeah.
And I said, well,
I'm not
maybe.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, right, not sure.
And he was like, it was Saquon Barkley. I'm like, what? It wasn't Saquon Barkley, Mike. they pulled him the last game
right.
to not get it, and then Mike was like, "Oh yeah, you're right.
He's messing with my head.
It was Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
You're right." And then 30 seconds later, Mike's like, "No, I was right. You were wrong." It was terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Back-to-back championships, me.
Yeah.
2,000-yard rusher, me. Triple crown. I have not won a Triple Crown, unfortunately, but I am a big horse.
Ty, tell me you got that.
Number two, hitting 400 for the season.
Oh, darn it! Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yes.
And then I wanted to go. I was contemplating like the Grand Slam, either in tennis or golf. Right? How difficult is a Grand Slam, career Grand Slam? But I want to stay off of golf, and I went perfect game. So I think I think 27 up, 27 down, no walks, no hits, that is absolutely.
But you know
amazing.
what?
So that's where I went.
I think we're more likely to see a perfect game than we are see somebody hit 400. I just don't know.
No, I agree with you there.
I just don't know.
That will never happen again. I don't think it's ever going to happen again.
And honestly, I know we tried to bring in some other sports, and we did our best to bring in other sports, but you could just make this all about baseball. Like a 56-game hitting streak? No way.
Yeah.
No way.
How about Cal Ripken's game
Exactly.
That's never going to be broken.
Yeah. But I get what you're talking about. Some of the things about doing it during the course of a game or those kind of things, hitting for a cycle.
What about that? What about the Grand Slam? Like we've got career Grand Slams. I think 6 guys have done the career Grand Slam.
Oh, in 1 year?
Bobby Jones, 1 year. Bobby Jones, but it wasn't. It was different because you had to win amateur Grand Slams. He won the Grand Slam because I looked it up in 1930. But I don't think anybody's won like a Grand in 1 year. Won all 4 majors.
Yeah, I don't think. Is it happening in tennis either? I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously very difficult. It was a Tiger Slam. Tiger won them all 4 in a row.
Right.
Just not in the same year.
Right.
3 of them were 1 year, and then they won the first one of the next year, whatever the case may be. So even that's almost impossible to do, but he did that, and that's the Tiger Slam.
Guys, later today, Josh Kroenke is going to hold a press conference to introduce the 2 co-GMs, Ben Tenzer and John Wallace. And
is that how they're going to call? Is that how they're going to phrase it? What do you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly. That's how it's been, talked about and reported here since the news came out about 24 hours ago. It sounds like these two they're not going to have the exact same job description. Meaning Wallace it sounds like is going to be more the real, talent evaluator, and Tenzer's going to be more of the. All right, well, how are we going to navigate this deal around the cap or the tax restrictions, the first apron, the second apron, all that kind of stuff? My question to you guys is, in this Nikola Jokic window, in this Nuggets championship window, Nikola Jokic's prime, do you feel confident going in this direction in the front office? Stink?
No. This sounds like they reached out to Dick Monfort to get consulting on. Like, this is 2 GMs or dual role GMs. Like, this just sounds like an abject disaster to me. I want one guy, and plus you got an interim head coach that you've named the head coach. So that guy is not like he's got a lot of experience. Like, who's in charge? It's Josh Kroenke's in charge. It just feels like there's a lack of direction. There's a lack of hierarchy. There's a lack of institutional structure that bothers me.
Is there a lack, Stoke, of acknowledging that this is Jokic's time and that we need to do everything possible to maximize it?
Well, I think when you look at the structure, Mark, I think what Mike said might be what it turns out to be. One of the guys is the GM, and the other guy is more like, hey, he's the guy trying to figure all the CBA stuff out with the aprons and the trades and how do you work that stuff out. So, I think there will be a hierarchy when it comes to like, okay, player acquisition. Okay, well, that's going to be the general manager, but then he's going to consult, obviously, with the other guy to see how this thing looks, not only now, but in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So I don't think it's going to be one of those things where they're both evaluating players and they're both, considering whether, is he the right fit here on the basketball court. One's talking about the basketball court. The other guy's talking about the CBA and the money and how that fits. We'll see today, ultimately, when Josh talks, what the structure is going to be. I'm sure he's going to let us know that. And, no, I mean, I understand why there's concern there. Certainly, you got a small window here. I mean, 5 years, I'm thinking Jokic could play at a high level for another 7-8 years. I really do. And so, what is that? What are you doing to maximize that window of Nikola Jokic? And now there's an unknown because you just don't know who these guys are. They haven't worked these jobs before, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, because I actually look, the Kroenkes have a very good track record when it comes to taking young general managers, kind of unknown general managers, and they turn out to be really good. Masai Ujiri, Tim Connelly. So I don't doubt their ability to look at, a couple of young guys in Tenzer and Wallace and say, we see bright futures for these guys. And you know what? I could easily see that happening. The problem is it's all about now. And while these guys may get to that level eventually, are they going to get there quick enough to maximize the Jokic window? That's my question and my concern.
Well, I mean, it worked out perfectly last year with your head coach and your GM not being on the same page. So what could possibly go wrong? It just to not have a defined, to me, have a defined, I'm the dude in charge and this is the direction we're going in. Yeah, I want to consult with the money situation, but I don't know. It just feels like a recipe for disagreement and ultimately dysfunction.
Good show, everybody. We had a lot of fun. Stoke, get out there quickly before those
I'm a little
storms start to fire.
Depressed where, you got your one day. We all know that. You got the one day to get out, play some golf, and
hang with the fellas.
And then it might thunderstorm on you. So we'll see. You never know, right?
I think it's going to avoid you, Stoke. I don't.
Hey, one
thing I don't do. I don't trust weathermen.
And you know what? Here's what I do know. Here's what I've learned about Brandon Stokely. He's a good time guy. And you know what? No matter what Mother Nature throws at you, I am confident you're going to find a good time.
You're damn right I am.
I know you will. We are done. I'm getting ready to go do my free podcast with Stink.
Oh, free podcast time! Yes.
Hey, make sure though, if you get thunder and lightning, hide under a tree.
All right,
that's the safest place, right?
Topher and Cecil coming up next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you over 40, listen up. If you're low on energy, just feeling off, Low T Center is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, and join lots of guys who are in the same boat as you. Low T Center, they've got clinics all over Denver. They're super easy to get to. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider. You're going to take a couple of easy tests, and you're going to get your energy back. No questions asked, guys. And here's what I love. This is tailor-made specifically based on your test results to make sure you're optimized your performance, guys. Not some basic standard, but specific to you guys. It's affordable, covered by most health insurance. So if you're feeling off, you're feeling tired all the time, you don't have energy, take action now. Low T Center is going to help guys like you reclaim their energy and confidence. Get back to feeling your best, guys. And if you need to lose a few pounds before bathing suit season, they've got prescription weight loss medications as well. So head over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. They're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-sponsor team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
The wait is almost over. Prime Day is almost here. And this year it's lasting 4 days. That's 4 days of great deals on all of the things you love. The countdown is on. Shop Prime Day July 8th through the 11th.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what live was? Comprehend to the track force, why? Cause getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and roll to the beat of the funk fuzz. Wipe your feet really good on the rhythm rug. If you feel the urge to freak, do the jitterbug.
Hello,
come and spread your arms if you
beautiful people. Welcome to it, a Tuesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. That is what we do, and we appreciate you guys making some time for us throughout your busy lives, your work day, work week, however it is you consume the program. We are grateful for it and grateful for you. We always want to start the show with a little tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck? Send that information into 303-713-1043. That is the RamosLaw.com text line, and we'll take some time out of our segments to give you guys a shout out on the show. All right, coming up today, Cecil, we will have it happen live during our program and then get to react to it. But Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, John Wallace are going to have a press conference this afternoon, scheduled to start around noon, so we'll react accordingly when we get there. I'm not sure what we're going to hear from these guys. Not sure what we'll hear from Josh at all. Interesting to hear from a guy like John Wallace. We know Ben Tenzer a little bit, but I want to know what John thinks about this organization, specifically the roster, and the financial constraints they are currently under.
I want to know what John thinks about this Mountain Dew. Yes, be the first one of the day. Beautiful Baja Blast as well.
Oh, wow, you changed it up a little.
I want to know what he thinks of Jamal Murray, because you saw people yesterday kind of going on about this move and kind of the rumblings or the buzz that NBA reporters and Nuggets reporters specifically, and some fanboy media, full disclosure, were saying like, well, Wallace really loves Murray and it's his relationships. We already know he's a fast riser in the league.
Yeah.
Okay. We already know that in the association, he is a fast riser. He's seen as an executive on the come up. He's got relationships for sure, but he likes Jamal. Okay. Can you motivate Jamal?
Yeah.
That's the thing. We all can like Jamal. Hell, the skill's off the charts with the guy.
Everybody likes Jamal when he's good.
And he's good.
Can you get Jamal to be good more?
Just not all the time. So it'll be interesting to hear if we get any sort of clues. We'll be kind of peeking through keyholes or deciphering, reading between the lines, whatever you want to say. But I've slept on it. I'm still disappointed.
Same. Yeah. I mean, Adelman didn't do it. I wouldn't expect Ben Tenzer to do it. I wouldn't expect John Wallace to come in here and just kind of start calling folks out. I'd love it. I'd love to, expectations to be laid down for the Denver Nuggets on a day they're going to have a pretty important press conference. But like we said yesterday, I'm not going to hold my breath on that. The owner doesn't even lay down expectations. So why would the guys underneath him that he have hired to come back and be yes men for him? So love to be wrong, but we'll find out a little later on this afternoon what's that going to look like? What's it going to sound like? We'll have boots on the ground. Jake Shapiro and Aniello Piro, they'll both be down there, and we'll hear what all three gentlemen have to say a little bit later on in the show. You know what I want to start with today outside of that, Cease?
What's that?
Something we didn't get to yesterday, and we kind of did, about like people hating on Bo Nix. There was that Henry McKenna writer from Fox Sports who called him boring. And Henry just pulled his pants down and exposed himself for not watching the Broncos all season. But had to check that box of writing an article, didn't you, Henry? Madden's doing the same thing. You see this? The Madden ratings, and it's the beta testing ratings.
Yeah, right.
Are out, and they're not high on the Denver Broncos. Not high at all. They're a bottom team in the entire NFL, like bottom 5 team in the entire NFL. And they even got the damn Raiders ranked above the Denver Broncos. Is this just, like at this point in time of Madden ratings, are they trolling? Or is this actually what they could be thinking about the Denver Broncos?
I mean, they're not trolling, and how many times do we have to hear about how hard they work on, and they look at everything. Like, really? You look at all that, you give them a 79. They were 79, right?
Yep, that's it.
79.
The Raiders were an 81.
81 for the Las Vegas Raiders with Geno Smith.
Yeah, dude.
All right, and I know it's Pete Carroll chomping on his gum, and Ashton Jitty's going to be good, and Brock Bowers already is good, but still, like, this is a defense that's number 1 in the league, top 5. If you're pessimistic, they're top 5. This is an offense that can climb up the charts. Tell me what the Chiefs are, because there's some interesting Chiefs numbers that
the Chiefs are at 92.
92. Okay.
92 KC, 82 LA, 81 LV.
It ain't 2018, girl, because in 2018 the Chiefs offense scored 35 points a game.
That's pretty good.
Do you know what they scored last year?
21.
I think it was 23.
Okay.
I'm
I was
digging
guessing.
up the numbers
I was
now.
guessing, yeah.
It was 21 the year before that. So 2 years ago it was 21 points a game. Then it was 23 something a game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then that's a 92. I mean, all due respect to 1, Andy Reid, and 2, Pat Mahomes.
That's where it's from.
That's where it's from. But it's not dealing in the reality of they haven't really been a devastating offense. They've been a team that had to have won 1-score games because that's the way they were set up. So it's just kind of ignoring the Denver Broncos, and I'm fine with that. I feel like, in a way, and it definitely got annoying for me. Let me know if it got annoying for you. But the whole, before Nicola was an MVP, and it was like, he's an MVP, he's an MVP, he's an MVP. We already know that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even care about the conversation. Now, well, SGA was that they felt bad for Embiid and SGA, and they gave it to him, Nicola. I already know. I already know he's the best player on the planet. I don't need to lose my mind over, oh, my God, MVP. So with these Madden ratings, I just say, Kev, I say blank you, and I'm not saying thank you. I'm saying something else.
Yeah.
But blank you, and let's go get him. Let's go get him, man.
You've seen the Madden guys out at Broncos Park,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And then the players will come up, and
Right,
there's a couple
right.
years where they're like doing interviews with the media about it.
Right.
I think this has actually like completely jumped the shark at this point. I do think they're trolling. I think they're just doing this to get people talking about the new video game, and they got to do something. And who's the hot young team in the NFL with the hot head coach that some people think's a little crazy, but crazy like a fox sometimes.
Right.
I think this is all this is. I think the Madden crew, the EA Sports developmental team, they go, you know what? The only thing people say about our video game is that it sucks now. We got to do something to get people talking about it a little bit more before the release of it. And I think this is what they're doing.
Well, I definitely think it's jumped the shark, but I'll push back on you and say, like, they're not going to take the time to be like, we're going to pick on Denver this year.
Well, I think
because who else are they doing? Who else is like out of sorts?
Well,
if
I don't
look
know.
at the rankings.
But I don't look at all the other rankings. I look at Denver rankings.
You look at Denver and go 79.
Denversports.com did the story. I read at Denversports.com.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the research for other markets, but I would assume there are other markets that go, hold up. what's our Madden ranking? And then
Right.
the players get mad about it at
Right.
training camp, and then that extends the story. And I go, if your game didn't suck, we would talk about how great the game is instead of what the ratings are.
The best football video game came out 20 years ago. It's 2K5.
Yeah.
For me, OG Xbox, but you could play it on, I believe, PlayStation 2 back then.
Nice.
That's how long ago.
Yeah.
The best
Was that the
football
one with
game.
T.O. on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
T.O. is an eagle.
Uh-huh.
And it had the crib. Do you remember the crib?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
I had my crib set
Yeah.
up. Bunch of trophies of
Now,
stuff I've done.
The 2K basketball game tries to do that same thing, and it's not as cool.
No. The crib was awesome.
Hell yeah, it was.
So 2K5, which still engine-wise, like there's modders out there that will mod it to have the current rosters. It's still fun. I still have my OG Xbox.
Nice.
Hooked up
Yeah.
so that I'm capable of playing 2K5, and I play it more than Madden.
Wow.
I only play Madden in the off season, and I get bored with it in about 2 weeks.
It gets boring pretty quick.
Yeah, because it's the same damn thing.
Yeah.
It's the same game, and if they do change any sort of the metrics or whatever, the mechanics, it's usually something to do with the ground game. If you ever play me online, just know I run a lot because most people just pass all day. I frustrate people by running.
I like that. I like that.
So it's kind of funny
Yeah,
because
yeah.
by the way, I take the play clock down to 1.
Yeah.
You're not going to like that.
Heck
but
yeah.
when you play online, you're going to be like Vince Vaughn cussing at me.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, but Madden just doesn't change. So trolling on purpose, whatever, it's like, okay, just be wrong about the Denver Broncos. Everybody out there, keep saying it. Just like you were wrong about Bo Nix. Just like you were wrong. Remember the reports, I'm using air quotes, that like the Broncos would never hire Sean Payton? Remember those reports?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Kev remembers those reports, right,
How'd that
Kev?
work out for those reporters?
Exactly. They're never going to hire Sean Payton. So, like, just keep being wrong, and I'll just keep laughing.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Should have never hired them as a reporter. All right, a few texts from the RamosLaw.com text line. Tribe roll call. Ty. Doing some taxidermy in Loveland, listening while painting a fish today.
Whoa.
Ty, that might be, it's definitely a first that we're getting someone check in doing a little taxidermy right there.
Okay.
And I kind of like it. I kind of want to come and see you work it someday. Is that a weird request?
Does he do happy little trees when he's painting
Yeah,
the
he
fish?
probably does.
Or do you just paint it as, and if it's like a rainbow trout, is it actual rainbow? Or are you going for realism?
Have you ever
Realism?
Have you ever killed or caught anything that you wanted to get, taxidermied?
Taxidermy?
Is that the
Stuffed?
phrase? Yeah, stuffed. There we
Stuffed?
go.
Or do you have like a former pet that you'd want to get stuffed? I know people
that's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Some people like it. Get down how you get down, baby.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't judge.
Yeah.
Like if I got Bruce stuffed, I'm like, hey, it's my dead wiener dog over there in the corner.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, I'll say that.
All right, Frank out in Aurora, working in Fort Morgan on the Mustangs' new stadium. Hell yeah, Frank.
Nice.
Doing
Smells like beats out
some
there.
stainless steel work out at the stadium. Heck yeah, kids are going to love that out there, Frank. Also, Cecil, someone wants to tell you 3 more days until Metallica with several exclamation points.
Nice.
All right, we're fired up about that. We got Joe Majestic, our boy up in Wheat Ridge. What up, Joe? He's on his way to sling cases of wine and spirits with his coworker and fellow listener. Look at that, Joe Majestic and his bro in the car just bumping the fan
Tell
right
a
there.
friend, man.
We absolutely love that. All right, no coincidence that we started with a little video game talk because we said it yesterday, Cecil. The 15s of today's show, minus the 1:15 hour because we got an interview. We're talking video games, man. Let's have a little fun with some summer radio. 4 categories today. We're going to discuss each one at these quarter hours. First up, sports games. Well, I don't know if Madden's going to be on either of our lists, but let's talk about our favorite sports video games and honorable mentions coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one.
Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at Schomp.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win a car.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the apron. Or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, dude, I've been fired up for this. I feel like you and I have talked about it since we were, put together to do a little radio show.
Right. What if we did video game talk?
We're going to do a video game show.
And we're the only ones that could do this because I believe Mark Schlereth probably didn't play video games. They weren't invented yet. He had, foosball, I think was probably his video game. Stoke probably played like N64 and then stopped because he's a professional athlete. Mm-hmm. Evans probably played Atari. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe 8-bit Nintendo.
Maybe.
ZB, they didn't have a TV growing up.
Oh,
so he had a built-in
yeah,
excuse.
That's right.
And Phil, Phil's Phil.
Yeah.
He's a young cat, but he's a football player. I don't think he was concentrating on video
Phil
games.
Did play a ton of video games.
Nah, probably
Doesn't
not.
come off as such.
Probably not.
But I did, and you did, and I still do, and you still do. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun with it throughout the day. Again, keep your texts coming in with Tribe Roll Call, but you also want to join the conversation about the best video game. Like I said, we got 4 categories. We're going to go sports, fighting, the shooting games, and then dealer's choice. Cecil and I will get to choose whatever we want, and you'll get to do the same. Somebody says Cecil plays Madden like I do. Old school Will Ferrell. Run the ball, Earl Campbell. I love that. So Madden's I mean, Madden's like a game you have to say when you're talking about sports video games.
Right.
But it's certainly not my favorite at all. In fact, now, like, I guess maybe this is a lot of mine's going to be like nostalgia of like how I felt at the time playing that video game.
Okay.
So NFL Blitz is high on my list because NFL Blitz was when I was in, was it like senior year of high school, whatever, when it came out? I don't even remember how old I was. But we got like a WWF championship belt. And we had a tournament every single day after school.
Every day?
So that then the next day, you rock that belt to school and you let everybody know you won the tournament the night before.
Wow, okay.
And we were doing it at we were at some lady's house, her mom's house. And Ricky was dating her. I can't remember what her name was. Ricky, text me if you remember. Hopefully you do. But dude, like we'd go there mom had the snacks, trampoline in the backyard. So if
Nice.
you weren't playing, you could go out there.
Right.
Like, and then you were playing Blitz to win the belt to talk trash next day at school. So it's really high up on my list.
Wow, Blitz is high up on there. So if you won it on Friday, did you wear it all weekend?
Hell yeah, you did.
Okay,
Yep.
nice. I like that. I like that. For me, if we're going to go that style of sports game, it was NFL Extreme.
Oh, dude.
Because it was 5-on-5, and I played six-man football, so I was like, finally.
They made a game for Grover.
They've captured the spirit of the Pawnee Jackrabbits. So, yeah, that style of game. And the NFL quickly, and that's why the best sports game of all time, is NFL Street 2.
Oh, dude.
NFL Street 2. So you get a little bit of the extreme, you get a little bit of the blitz, you get weird plays, you get to run up on the wall, you do backflips and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you were good at NFL Street 2, you were a baller.
Yeah.
Like, that game, it's got a lot of nuances that you don't normally think because you like think it's a sports game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually really fun, still play to this day. NFL Street 2, hands down.
Did you ever do NBA Street?
Yes.
Because that was badass.
That was badass, too.
My first apartment, I got my first apartment at 17 years old.
Okay.
Huge mistake on my parents' part for letting me do this. But I did it, and we got kicked out in 32 days. And in those 32 days, though, dude, we played NBA Street like it was our job to play NBA Street. And
that's why you got kicked out in 32 days.
Well, there were some other things, too, yeah. But
that's part of it.
That is part of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Turns out they don't want you jumping butt naked from the shed into the pool and then getting into a fist fight with some of your neighbors after that. Turns out they frown upon that.
They frown upon that at apartment complexes. I didn't know.
Yeah.
NBA Jam, would that be better than NBA Street?
Probably, because it was
the time, the nostalgia.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
You could do the codes and get the big head.
The big heads, right?
You could do the code and play as Bill Clinton. And I'm like, you guys know what Bill Clinton did last week, right? I'm now him in basketball.
I wish I could answer that question. It would be really funny. I might get fired. But, yeah it would be funny. I think, NBA Jam, but NFL Street 2. NFL Street 1 was really good, but NFL Street 2.
Okay.
You had the jerseys. I think you could customize some of your, like, T-shirts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, that was the snip, snap, snap.
How about this from one of our texters? I wish you put your name on this because it's a great text. Mutant League Football, Sega Genesis.
Wow.
That's a
old
great
school.
pull.
That is old school.
They also do Bill Walsh College Football on Sega. Sega was their jam here.
Okay, so if we trace the steps back from NBA Street to NBA Jam, then we have to go to, what was it, Double Dribble?
Yeah, Double Dribble.
Double
Hell yeah,
Dribble,
dude.
right. And then you could punch guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could throw stuff on the floor. They like slip on a Coke or whatever.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a sports game, but speaking of punching guys, Road Rash.
Dude, we're talking about that later.
Okay.
Because I have a question as to what category it fits in.
I'm not sure.
And I love that game.
Because it's motorcycle racing,
Love
and that's a
that
sport,
game.
so we're talking best sports game.
Kick somebody as you go by.
You got the chain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. But for me, if we're talking traditional Big Four sports, then it's got to be NFL Street 2.
Okay. If I had to pick, so this is the other thing I was kind of thinking about. All right, if we're picking in each category the one game, is it like you're stuck in a room and you can only play this one game forever? What would that be? And again, if I had to pick that one, I'm going back to like a time in my life where, first of all, I had zero responsibility outside of beating this game, and that was pretty nice to live like too.
Don't grow up. Don't grow up.
It's the worst. NBA Live 95. Changed my entire life.
Wow.
Shaq and Penny, Nick Anderson and the boys on the Magic, Hakeem, Clyde, Vernon Maxwell on the Rockets. Dikembe still I think it was his final year on the Nuggets on that basketball game. It was the graphics. Now you look back at it are absolutely god awful and terrible. There is no online. You had to like literally keep it on unless you had the memory card so that your progress didn't get lost.
That meant you had money.
And I didn't, and neither did my parents. But it was like that moment of my life. I'm like, all I got to do is go to school, come home, fire up NBA Live 95, and play that for the rest of the night, and get annoyed that my parents want me to take a break to eat dinner. What a great life, man. NBA Live 95 is
no rent.
Right.
No buy groceries. No car
I don't
payment.
have to pay a landscaping tab.
Right.
I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. to water the lawn because Excel's a little more cheaper in the morning. Like, what are we doing today? NBA Live 95 all day, baby.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
But they didn't have Jordan in that game, right?
They did not. Remember, Jordan was not in a lot of games because
Right.
he wouldn't sign.
Right.
I don't know what it was called then, but name, image, and likeness stuff. They weren't paying him enough.
Right, yeah.
And good on him.
Because they couldn't.
Yeah.
But NBA 2K23,
You can be Jordan now.
you can be Jordan, and he's on the cover.
Yeah. And now they have like the throwbacks in the basketball games, and you can be a bunch of people. Be a bunch of people back in the day.
They've got Larry Johnson rated too low, though.
They do?
Yeah.
How could you look under? You can't do grandmama like that.
I guess you could.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Kev, favorite sports game?
I think obviously Madden back in the day that I would always played.
Who's on the cover?
Whatever 2012 was.
Okay.
Because that's when we got Peyton in the Broncos jersey.
Oh, that's when you're just going nuts with the
I
Star
will
Wars
say I
outfit?
remember playing the PSP.
Oh,
It was
heck
like
yeah.
Madden
Yeah.
05,
Wow.
Madden 06.
Wow.
And that was whatever year Donovan McNabb was on it. 05, 06.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Madden 12 was Peyton Hillis.
Oh.
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
Josh McDaniels' least favorite game.
Yeah.
They played some games.
Yeah.
Let's go hide the
PSP is a great pool.
The PSP, man.
Nice.
I pulled it out a few years ago, and it was like Madden 06, right? I had Peyton Manning and Brandon Stokely on the Broncos.
No way.
Yeah,
Nice,
back in
dude.
06.
Oh, my God. You should have taken a picture and sent it to Stoke.
I should. I should find it. I think NHL Hits back in the day.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay.
It was just 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Patrick Waugh.
Yeah.
Sakic.
Yep.
Forsberg. It's like, come on. It's not even
Hey, you
fair.
can't beat those guys.
Yeah, and then NFL 2K5.
Yeah. That's
It's hard to argue against that one.
Yeah.
That's the best football game maybe of all time.
By the way, super quick, Drew Brees was on the cover of Madden 11.
Okay.
So we're going to have Bo Nix on a Madden cover someday.
Oh, shoot.
We don't want him on the cover.
Oh, the Jinx?
We don't want the
Is
Jinx.
the Jinx still real?
The Jinx doesn't. It's
McCaffrey.
Oh, fair point.
Don't
Christian's
draft
hurt all
Barkley
the
this
time. Christian's not on the cover this year. He'll still get hurt again. And I love Christian, but I mean, it's not the curse. It's not the curse.
Watch Barkley. Just saying.
All right, we'll keep it coming. We'll revisit that conversation at the 15s. I do want to talk about Nuggets and Avs championship windows. They are open. We all hope there are more parades to come. But if it's just the one title for Nate and Nicola, how will history remember them? How will we remember them? Let's talk about that coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. The 129th Frontier Nights lineup celebration is locked and loaded. Starting with Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young. Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross. Go VIP with a Frontier Nights Fast Pass from the Party Zone. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDRodeo.com. Don't miss the hottest nights in July, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit GolfAurora.com. That's GolfAurora.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're off and rolling. Love seeing your guys' text messages. Oh wow, somebody coming in out of the ordinary here.
Okay.
Gretzky 3D hockey.
Whoa.
On N64 was
Whoa.
fire.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Like that a lot.
N64 was one of those systems that just like it broke everybody.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what?
Because it was like Star Fox 3D. Oh my God.
Honorable mention that
Shadow of the Empire?
probably should be up there on N64 is Ken Griffey Jr.'s baseball for a sports game. Remember, you could run into the wall and you like flatten out. I remember Jay Buhner literally looked like a caricature, like was drawn. He was so jacked. Like that's an all-time great baseball game too. So good text messages. Like I said, the 15s of every hour. We're talking video games today. Sports,
RBI baseball, All-Star baseball.
Yeah.
That's a Biggie and I played on the old 8-bit Nintendo.
Okay,
Yeah.
Love it, man. Keep the text coming in. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up there. Put your name on it. We'd love to give you a shout-out on the show. All right, Cease, thinking about the Nuggets and Avalanche and where they currently are. Again, Nuggets press conference coming up in about an hour and a half from right now. We'll learn as to how Josh Kroenke got to the hires of John Wallace and then the promotion of Benjamin Tinzer. That's coming up around noon. But I was thinking about both the Nuggets and Avs in the state that they're in of championship windows open. Core is in peace, intact for the next couple of years. And then we know they're both led by Nikola and Nate. Both have won MVPs, multiple for Joker, one for Nate, and both have hardware, right? Championship rings from just a few years back. Whose legacy needs another championship? will now here in Denver right now, I think everybody goes one's not enough. I think as time passes and we get further and further away from that championship that these two superstars brought to our city, you're going to go, oh man, that one championship was so great. That one championship was so great. But we're always going to want that second, third, fourth. What's their legacy look like from a national narrative and a bigger perspective if it is just this one?
Right. The national narrative for Joker is, remember that one? Or it's just kind of, in a way, forgotten nationally. You look at, somebody broke down the decades of championships in the NBA, and they gave the Lakers titles when they were in Minnesota to the Lakers.
That's
but
stupid.
I guess they're Minnesota Lakers
Yeah.
or whatever. But anyway, if you look at the 2020s and everything's different, it's a different time because that dynasty, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We go a decade before, and we've got the Warriors. You go before that, and you've got the Lakers. You go before that, and you've got the Bulls, right? You go before that, and you've got the Celtics. The Pistons were in there. Like, you had all of these times, these eras in basketball where it was dominated mainly by one team.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't exist now. So how is it thought of for Joker? It's going to be thought of as one of those. Just like Giannis and his title. Just let's go down the list. And
Yeah.
I think Toronto was what, 2019?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're not in the 2020s technically, but if we
It's
start
still
at
in that
19,
line, yeah.
Yeah, if we start at 19 and we just go, "Oh, remember that one? Remember that one?" That's how it'll be remembered. His legacy will be impacted the most by not getting another championship. And even after that, brother, I think he should get 2. To really cement himself, we are seeing a top 15 player of all time. Every time you go to Ball Arena, you're seeing a top 15 player of all time.
Mm-hmm.
One championship is preposterous. It's ridiculous. And in a way, it's disrespectful to him.
To him, it is.
So his legacy will be the most impacted if it's only one ring.
Okay. See, I kind of look at it as, and I get what you're saying, but I look at like going back to how they got here. And Nathan McKinnon, who Nathan was prior to Colorado Avalanche, who Nikola was prior to being a Denver Nugget. I look at Nathan McKinnon and I say, well, he's supposed to be the best player in hockey. 1A, 1B, 1C, however your pecking order looks. I know
Sure.
there are plenty of, a couple of names that get brought into that. Who's the best player in the world right now in the NHL? But Nate's a part of the conversation. But Nate's always been a part of that conversation. Nate's supposed to come in and be the face of a franchise. No, never really the guy that's going to rock the C on his sweater, but be a guy up for the Hart Trophy, leading the NHL in points every single year. And he's been that most of his career. So Nate has kind of been the guy that's like, oh, he's supposed to do this. Joker is this guy, and at least from our perspective, who he was as a prospect in Serbia, I don't really know a lot about that. You know what I mean? Like, he couldn't have been that great because nobody heard about him in NBA circles outside of Tim Conley and Tommy Belsidis. Like, that's pretty much it, right? And so with Joker coming to the league, it all feels like it's icing on the cake. With Nate, it's like, hey, you're supposed to do this. This
Yeah.
is like your timeline.
Right.
So I think I'll make the argument that it's going to hurt Nate's legacy more if he doesn't get multiple championships. And I know it doesn't matter, and I know you don't care about it, and I don't care about it either at this point. But those MVPs that Joker received and achieved, when we get down the road 10, 15, 20 years from right now, I'm going to do it. I know I'll do it. I won't speak for you, but I think collectively we will do it. Go, man, a guy that played basketball for the Denver Nuggets that was born in Sombor, Serbia, that was kind of a fat kid, ended up winning the MVP multiple times. That's pretty damn cool.
It's a pretty cool story.
And it's something that's like, you're never supposed to do that. Nikola Jokic's name was never supposed to be as present and found as often as it is now and will be in NBA record books. Nathan's name was supposed to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So to me, it's like, all right, whose legacy's hurt a little bit more if it's just this one and the one Hart Trophy? I actually think it would be Nate's.
Well, I ask you this genuinely, and I'll ask the tribe on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Is Nathan McKinnon top 15 of all time? Because I know Nikola Jokic is.
That's a great
Without
question. Yeah.
Without question. I don't even have to blink. And I know that Nikola Jokic is a top 15 all time if they've always been playing basketball. He's a top 15 player of all time. I already know that. Can we say the same about Nate? And I ask that genuinely. I don't think it's disrespectful,
No, it's not.
but I also think the answer is no.
It's a really good question.
We
and
can't say he's a top 15 player of all time.
My first response would be no with you as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure most of the hockey guy might be different, but most of our tribe members are going to say, no, he's not. So because of that, I stick by my story. I'm from Jamaica. I stick by the story that it's Nikola Jokic that's impact would be more if he only wins one championship.
That's a good point about how they're looked at.
He's an
when it's all
all-time.
said and done.
He's an all-time player.
Because I'm with you that he's top 15 right now. I might be able to make the argument to get him closer to the top 10 than he is the top 20. Talking about Nikola Jokic, I'd have to do a lot more homework to get into that conversation with Nathan MacKinnon. But just gut feeling, it tells me you're exactly right. It's not Nathan MacKinnon as a top 15 of all-time player. Now, he wins a couple more Hart trophies and a couple more Stanley Cups. We're talking about 3 now. Then he gets into that conversation, but I don't feel confident saying, you know what, Nathan MacKinnon's going to win 2 more Stanley Cups and 2 more Hart trophies.
Right.
I don't have that confidence in his game.
Well, I don't have confidence in either one of these teams to get it done, although I do have more confidence in the Avalanche than I do with the Nuggets. Maybe this press conference totally changes my mind, but I don't think it will. I think you're spinning your wheels. You're going to do it one more year with Jamal and MPJ. Although, Kev, what's this Michael Porter Jr. thing you sent DM? No, don't worry about that. But, like, I look at it as one more year of not being good enough and then some major changes.
Mm-hmm.
Trading MPJ, trading Jamal. It's one more year of this, but the disappointing thing is another wasted year.
A text from Kyle in the Ville.
Kyle.
He calls. Hey, Kyle. I wanted to be Kyle. Says, boys, you're crazy. It's Nathan. He has the team. They need 2 more. They need 2 more. Joker got screwed by the owners. So I guess, Kyle's saying the Avalanche core is better than that of the Nuggets core. And I would actually agree with him on that.
Yeah. We totally agree with that.
The pieces around Nate are better than the pieces around Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, this isn't a conversation of who's going to win another one first.
It's whose
legacy. It would
legacy.
be Nate. It's
Yeah.
whose legacy is impacted if they only end with one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's Nikola Jokic because he's a top 15 player of all time. And I can't say the same thing about Nathan MacKinnon.
No? Oh, dude, this is a great text, too, to your point. I love Nate, but he's barely a top 3 Av of all time. That could be a fun conversation.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
That might be something we have to do this summer is do like our top 5 of every player, of every team. What 5 players make up
We
that
better
team.
hurry up. I got vacation coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up real soon. All right, fun conversation, though. You continue to answer that. Whose legacy gets hurt more without another title? Nikola or Nate? Let us know at 303-713-1043. Put your name on the text, and we'll give you a shout-out right here on the show. Speaking of the Avalanche, let's keep a conversation going about these Avs when we go inside the internet. A story at denversports.com about a Av that's getting some interest from other teams around the league. Would you be willing to trade a third center to get better at the blue line? We'll give you the details coming up next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling
your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What is inside the internet that has caught our attention? Well, we tell you, we start at denversports.com quite a bit because we encourage you to do the same. Get the latest from your favorite teams or your favorite radio show. Podcasts are available there. All of it right there at denversports.com. Our buddy Trent Finnegan writing about the Colorado Avalanche and a possible trade candidate that has been getting some interest from other teams, and that is Charlie Coyle. He was acquired via trade back at the deadline, and Charlie actually throughout the regular season was a big upgrade over that of Casey Middlestat. 19 regular season games, Charlie Coyle had 13 points. That's 2 goals and 11 assists. Gave the Avs a bit of a spark, right, in some of his games. Now,
yeah, we talked about Charlie a lot.
Yeah, in the postseason, not quite as much. 1 assist in 7 playoff games was actually a -4 there. So, as Trent writes, the Avalanche are kind of tight on cash, right? $1.2 million in cap space after that Brock Nelson deal. So, Cecil, here's my question. I know my answer. I want to prioritize the blue line. I don't know that a third centerman in Charlie Coyle matters enough for me to keep around to not improve the blue line. And they're not going to do it with $1.2 million.
Right.
So if you can shed the salary, get rid of a Charlie Coyle, and not bring back a big salary, or you're just bringing back a future draft pick or nothing at all, like no player to be returned, you're going to be sitting in a better situation. Or Charlie straight up for another defenseman, a second pairing defenseman. I'm into something like that. So Charlie Coyle, if there are teams interested, as Elliot Friedman is reporting, I think that Chris McFarland should be fielding those phone calls and be very interested in making a move.
He's fielding them, but they're not budging, and it goes to why. Now, you want blue line help, I get that, but the center help and the center spark that they got during the regular season with Charlie Coyle, we need to appreciate and extend for one more year in the regular season. I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong, and this is a completely different topic maybe, but the postseason struggles of Coyle, do we really need to bring that up when McCarr did the same thing? Hell, Val was almost a ghost at times.
Yeah, but they've
got skins on the wall.
Right, yeah,
okay.
yeah. Kale's got a con, but Val was going to win the con.
That was third-line guy, third-line center. So, Charlie Coyle, can you do it again? They're not budging. So unless the pot's sweetened, and we don't know what these potential offers would be.
No, we don't.
We don't know what would be coming their way. And the salary cap help, but what are you going to spend it on? If someone can say Chris McFarland is going to free this up by trading Charlie Coyle and free up that $5.25 million to go with their $1.2 million in cap space, and they're going to spend it on this, then it might be something to consider. But right now, it would just be space for space's sake, and you'd be down a third-line center, which you had struggled with Casey Middlestat. So I don't know if you want to go back to that. I certainly don't.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to go back to Casey Middlestat. That was a failed experiment. Kevin just gave me the number, 21 goals in the series against Dallas. Yeah, what are we talking about with the Game 7, 3 goals a game? I've said this a bunch about the Colorado Avalanche. They're built to win 5-4. They're built to win 4-3, 5-3, 3-1, those type of games. You do want to be a little bit better than that on the defensive side. And really what I talk about when I mean, hey, they need some blue line help, obviously a defenseman is that category. But I'm also talking about a defenseman that has a skill set where you can be an offensive-minded defenseman, jump up in a play. This is what they've missed since 22 when they won Lord Stanley. See, they don't have a defenseman or multiple defensemen that go, hey, homeboy just jumped up into the offensive zone. I now need to take a step back and protect his spot on the ice. They just don't have that same continuity because they don't have those kind of players on the roster. I'm looking to replicate that.
Okay.
We'll see if they do it.
We'll see what happens.
And I like what you said, too. Let's make sure that there's something on the table there and you're not just doing a deal for sake of doing a deal.
Yeah, everyone asks.
You better ask somebody.
Everyone acts like the salary cap. It's like this huge mountain. It's impossible. Yeah, there's always a way to.
Yeah,
it's always ways to work the salary cap.
All right, what's next?
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
Okay, now we're doing video games today, right? This probably isn't going to make the list for me. I don't know that it would for you. I saw this on the internet, and it has to be real.
Okay,
a Titanic video game coming to PlayStation in 2026, like the ship Titanic. And you have to...
Are you play Jack?
Yeah, you have to escape the sinking ship, face tough choices, environmental hazards, and branching paths. So, are you in?
So you can kick Rose off the door?
I hope so. That's the whole game.
Wait, no, seriously? There's a Titanic video game.
That's what the internet said, coming in 2026.
And I know Telltale folded, but Telltale Games used to tell stories, and it'd be like Choose Your Own Adventure. Yeah. They did a Walking Dead game that was great. They did a Batman game that was great. So is it like that?
I would assume.
Where you make those choices at certain moments, and then,
Because if it's not like that, the game is 45 minutes long.
I know the water was cold, and he was shivering, but all he had to say was, move over, girl.
Yeah. Or it's my turn. We're doing this in shifts.
You're jumping in the water.
Yeah.
Wow, Titanic video game. Interesting. I didn't see that.
I mean, if you're like full Jack experience, so you get to dance and play cards, and then you meet
draw your girl naked.
You get to draw her naked.
Yeah.
Get to do a little sex in the car. That might be kind of fun.
By the way, on the drawing the naked part, James Cameron was the one that drew the picture.
Oh, really?
So that was filmed What's Rose's actress? What's her name? I can't remember, but she's fantastic.
McGowan or something?
No. So they filmed it. It was like the very first scene they filmed was her naked, and then the drawing. And if you look at the hands, those aren't Leo's hands. That's James Cameron being a pervert drawing her.
What?
Yeah. So he drew the picture.
Wow.
And it was like shot close up, and then they did the close ups of Leo's face where he's like super intent.
Pretending to draw.
On the nakedness. Yeah. That's right.
Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. All right. So Titanic video game, we're both out on.
Yeah.
Well, what if can I be the captain and avoid the iceberg?
Is it coming out before GTA 6?
Oh, good question.
You realize
Good
life
question.
won't exist after
Yeah.
GTA
Yeah.
6. No one, the streets will be clear. You'll be able to drive to work. There's no traffic because everyone's going to be playing GTA 6.
But will it come out before we're dead? That's the question.
I don't know.
What if, this is just popping into my head, what if Grand Theft Auto, you could get a submarine and go find the Titanic?
Oh, wow.
There are
Look at
sunken
that.
ships in GTA 5.
But not the Titanic.
That's right.
Unless I'm wrong.
Maybe you could find that gem.
You know, I actually...
In 84 years.
I actually was looking at... I meant to text you and then just gave up and bought the golf game and played that all weekend.
You could get Game Pass. It's free on Game Pass.
I knew you were going to be pissed, but I was like, I don't even know what game to buy. I'm annoyed. I'm just going to buy the one I want, and I'm going to play it. But, dude, I went to Xbox Store or whatever it is, and how come there are 90 different versions of GTA and GTA Online? Which one am I supposed to buy?
Get Game Pass, and you get the best one.
Okay. There were literally 90 versions of GTA 5 and GTA
Yeah,
Online.
speaking of 90, that's what you spent on that damn golf game.
No, I only bought it because it was on sale for $50.
Yeah, but Game Pass is $15.
Yeah. But, dude, I've been playing the crap out of that golf game. Like, nonstop. It's unbelievable.
All right. Did you get a shark suit for it, too?
I don't know if you can do that yet, but I'm hopeful. Very hopeful. All right, let's get into hour number 2, quarter number 2. We kind of stumbled onto this conversation yesterday, Cecil, and you're like, we got to make some more time for that. And insert today's show. We'll make some more time for it. Broncos ownership. How much pressure is what Greg Pinner is doing with the Denver Broncos, putting on guys like Josh Kroenke, putting on guys like Dick Montfort? Or is it any pressure at all because they run their own thing down there at their operations? Let's have that conversation coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen. June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Get ready to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEShot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
The 4th of July sale at Furniture Row is on now, and the savings are explosive. Shop and explore the largest selection of sofas and sectionals, dining groups and bar stools, bedroom sets, kids' beds, and mattresses, all at the lowest prices guaranteed. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Score doorbusters before they're gone. Or get 60 months, no interest. The 4th of July sale on now at Furniture Row.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-sponsor team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. And we appreciate you doing it. Hour number 2. We're doing a little video game show today at the 15s of every hour. We're talking about our favorite video games with 4 different categories. We talked about our favorite sports games coming up in 15 minutes from now. We go to the world of fighting games.
Nice.
So you want to get in early or react to what we already talked about? Hit us up at 303-713-1043. What's your all-time favorite sports video game? And you can get ahead of the curve and start to talk about some of those fighting games. Put your name on your text on the RamosLaw.com text line so we can give you a shout-out on the show. Cecil, let's talk ownership here. As we're now going to hear from Nuggets owner Josh Kroenke, as he's going to talk about the new executive vice presidents of player personnel and basketball operations. And that's what Ben Tenzer and John Wallace are, and we'll react when we get that information. But just the arrival of the Walton Penner Group, and then ultimately Mr. Walton giving the day-to-day responsibility and really the job of managing the Denver Broncos to Greg and Kerry Penner. And what Greg and Kerry Penner have done are they going on year 4? Or or year 3?
It's been a minute.
I think this is year 4. Isn't
4.
it?
I believe it's 4.
What they've done in 3 or 4 years. Well, they've brought the Broncos from out of the world of suck. First of all, they tried the experiment with Russell Wilson, did not work. They wrote the check to pull the plug on said experiment and now start all over, give Sean free clearance to go draft a quarterback in Bo Nix and start this clock all over again, and have done that. That's not to mention the travel that they've changed to make it better for players.
Yep.
The field that they've changed multiple times to make it better for players. The locker room that they've already changed and are now building another one that's better for the players. The stadium that's going to change from where it is to where it's going to be. That'll be way better for the players, fans, and everybody involved. This is what they've done in 3 or 4 years. Now, in the last 3 or 4 years, we've also seen the Kroenke Sports Entertainment Group win championships. That's going to be tough to beat for Greg Penner until the Broncos win a championship, because that will be on its way. But just as far as expectations, how I operate and how I handle day-to-day business, even long-term business plans, how has Greg Penner not lapped every other owner in this city and now kind of punking them at this point?
Yeah, I mean, and you only have 2 other neighbors.
Yeah.
Because the Kroenke family owns the Avs and the Nuggets, and then, of course, the Monfort family owns the Rockies. You've only got 2 other neighbors in this neighborhood of billionaires, of sports franchise owners, and you're the one with the bad lawn. Rockies. You're the one with the old trim. Nuggets and Avs. And then you've got the new guy on the block, the new neighbor, who's done remarkable things in a short amount of time. And yes, not any championship hardware yet, but that is coming for Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group. And that's where just the way that they conduct business, I think, should change the way you look at your business. Now, it probably won't for the Monforts, and hell, it probably won't for the Kroenkes either. KSE gonna KSE. So if you look at just the impact of Penner, of Greg Penner, it's been tremendous, because that's the way a sports franchise should be should be run in that manner, where you spare no expense, your fans mean the most, player safety, player experience, player attraction, like it's all a magnet. Guys are going to want to come here because of Sean Payton. Guys are going to want to come here because of Bo Nix. It's already happening. But guys are really going to want to come here because Greg Penner will leave no stone unturned when it comes to finding a way to have the best facilities, the best equipment, the best managing, the best health and strength, the best cafeteria, like the best nutrition. Everything will be the best. And you can't say the same, and not even really close, for Nuggets, Avs, or certainly Rockies.
When we have a mutual friend, Ryan Harris. What's up, big fella? Did you know that the Rockies did that Ryan Day? And Ryan Harris threw out the first pitch of the game.
Nice.
With all the Ryans in the building. He was the Ryan on the field.
I bet he threw it with some heat.
It was good.
Yeah.
He actually got it there. I was like, good job, big fella.
The thing about those athletes is they're good at everything.
I know. It's so...
Like when Stink, we were at Topgolf, and Stink's just crushing them.
It's so annoying, isn't it?
I know. It's like, is there anything you're bad at?
When I first met Ryan, and we became friends post his playing career, but I literally told him, like, I'm faster than you, I'm better than you at basketball, I could beat you at a bunch of things. And he's like, let's do all those things. And guess what? I'm not better at him. At anything. At anything.
Did you guys see Joe Burrow throw a baseball the other day?
I saw that. Ryan crushed his ass.
Yeah, Joe Burrow can't throw a baseball, and Dwayne Wade was even worse.
Oh, I didn't see D. Wade.
Dwayne Wade threw he had no arms.
How can you be an athlete and not throw a ball?
It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
It is crazy to me. But I like your neighborhood analogy too, because nobody wants to be where Dick Monfort is as far as ownership goes. But it is. I hope it does put some pressure on it, because I think this is already a Broncos town. Like the biggest fan base is the Denver Broncos. And if Greg starts to win playoff games and then championships, and then he tells us, just like he did a year ago, our next step is winning that playoff game. And if we don't do that, then we have not succeeded as a team, as an owner, as a coach, and as a quarterback. I don't know. When's the last time Dick Monfort even talked about expectations? Has he ever? When's the last time Josh Kroenke put down an expectation of his Denver Nuggets? He certainly didn't do it in the last couple of press conferences, and I don't expect him to do it at all right now. You talking about the perception from other players? That's what I was going to say about Ryan. Ryan told me when he went to Pittsburgh, the first day they sit down to talk about contracts and what we're going to do and your role and all that, he was told by coach, general manager, and owner, this is the contract we're going to offer you. Here's what we expect you to do in that contract. If you meet or exceed those expectations, I'm looking at you as a man and I'm telling you you're going to get another contract. That's how business should be done.
Right.
And when that stuff gets around to other players and the Broncos, George Payton calls your agent and goes, hey, we'd like to have a talk with you. You're on the next jet to Denver, baby, because you know how they handle business and they do it the right way.
And they do it the right way, and that's where the other teams, and specifically, let's just talk Avs and Nuggets. Okay, because the Rockies are going to be the Rockies.
Yeah. Nobody
right?
wants to play for Dick Monfort.
And with the Nugs and Avs, it's like, okay, they seem okay. And for the Nuggets specifically, they seem okay with one championship, and that drives me bonkers, dude. Because they seem like we got the one. We got the one, guys. It took 50 years. We got the one. You have to get more. It's not about getting the one. I don't think Nuggets fans should be satisfied with that. You should be happy. You should remember the parade. You should remember the feeling. You should remember the confetti. Mm-hmm. You should be happy over the experience, but you also should now demand more because Broncos fans do. It's been a down time in Broncos country. We're back. In the words of Vance Joseph. Yeah. We still have that drop, Kev. We should play it all the time because we're back. And that means Broncos country is back. And that means this isn't about getting there and, hey, it's the playoffs. No, it's about winning a championship and then winning another one and then continuing to win. That's the way the Broncos are built. That's the way Greg Penner's going to run this show. And I wish I got that same feeling from the Nuggets. And I just don't. I get the feeling of like one was enough. And Nuggets fans, I mean, you should be satisfied. Mm-hmm. Well, and it's almost a snobbery and an arrogance of like, why aren't you guys satisfied with one? We got you one. Look at what we did. Remember 2023? Yeah, I remember the misspelled Champions hat.
I still got it.
I seen it. But like, you need that desire internally from the top to know that, oh, these fans deserve more because Nuggets fans, you do deserve more.
Yep. And even going back to our conversation about Nate and Nicola's legacy, this just popped in my head as you were talking. The Avalanche they're way more respected in their league than the Nuggets are.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Because there's history there. There's a track record of players being developed and turning into stars when the Denver Nuggets are this, that little team out west that people got to go visit once in a while.
Yeah, look at the odds for the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Compared to Larry O'Brien.
Great point. All right, we'll revisit that conversation a little bit later. I just think it's interesting, man, the pressure that a guy like Greg Penner can come in and put on a city in a few short years. It's impressive, and honestly, it's respectful. Respect the hell out of what the Penner group is doing with the Denver Broncos. All right, let's get back to our video game conversation. We did sports at 10:15. Time to do fighting games. What is the best fighting game of all time? Tell us at 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line, and we'll give you our list coming up next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gentlemen, let me ask you a question about your body, your life, how you're feeling right now. It's summer. You're supposed to feel your best, rested, sharp, full of energy, not injuries. But if you're missing a gear lately, you know why? I bet it's your testosterone levels. What's up, guys? It's Josh Dover to talk to you about Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and specifically our testosterone levels. Because as we get older, your body just stops producing it. I felt it. I didn't want to deal with it. So you know what I did? I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and I took their low T quiz. It took me 2 minutes. It's yes or no questions, and then I set up my first appointment. I didn't have to drive far. There's 5 locations. One's close to you, I promise. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. My first appointment, it included blood work. They told me what my T and PSA levels were. Then they gave me a couple of options. One of those options was to sign up for testosterone treatment the day of my appointment, which I did. They waived the $99 fee and got me set up to ship everything to my house. So now I do the pain-free shot in the comfort of my own home, and I feel like a brand new man. Sex drive is back, sleeping better, energy is up, all thanks to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, see our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Coetzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So what is the best fighting video game of all time?
I've already got it.
You
And
do?
No one can top it. So, yeah, let's get it on.
And this is where I kind of get confused a little bit of like, is this where a game like Road Rash would count? Is Road Rash a fighting game?
Right.
Is Twisted Metal a fighting game?
What is Twisted Metal?
The
Well,
car?
I know what it is, but like what genre is
right.
it?
Like, is it a racing game? Is it a fighting game? Because you're technically like,
What's Rocket League?
that's a wow.
Rocket League is a sports
fighting
game? Something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good one. Rocket League is like, I understand it, and I've watched it, and Call of Duty had like a Rocket League thing once, and I did it with that, but I've never really played. I feel like Rocket League is a young man's game.
It is. It is, but it's a fun game.
Yeah. When Call of Duty did it, I was like, oh, this is badass. I should play this more. So the ultimate fighting game. I hadn't even thought about this one. I don't know how I forgot this, but one of our texters already hit us up with the, it's Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. That's got to be the one.
Yeah, and that's
Isn't that the first one?
One of the first ones I was going to bring up was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And then when little Mario comes out there, it's like,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
You
dude.
love it. You love to see it. So, yeah, that's the original. And there was others, but like Mike Tyson Punch-Out was the OG. It's probably number one on most everybody's list, but there are others because especially with the PlayStation 1, where fighting games, I remember Battle Arena Toshinden. Shout out my buddy Chad when he first got, because PS1s were $500 in the day. In the 90s, they were I know like a PS5 right now is $500, but like
who the hell had $500 in the 90s?
Chad, because he lived at home. I remember because we worked at the pig farm and we both made $13,000 a year.
Nice.
And we're like, that's $1,000 a month, dude. Rich. But so he had a PS1. He had Battle Arena Toshinden. But when it went 3D, we got a bunch of 3D games to get to here.
Okay. I don't even know if I've ever played a 3D game.
Well, yeah, you have, because you've played all the new stuff. Tekken 3.
Oh,
that was 3D. Yeah, when it went from the side scroller like Street Fighter, of course, to now you could move around the arena. That's where fighting games went to the next level.
And we're getting all the Mortal Kombats, the Street Fighters.
Double Dragon.
That's a great pool on the text line. I wish you put your name on this. We can give you a shout out.
I spent so many quarters on Bad Dudes back in the day at 7-Eleven in Yuma, Colorado, and I beat it with David Smock. Take that, David. And
in your face, David.
Bad dude. I'm bad. Whenever they'd end a level, the guy would put up his fist in the air and be like, I'm bad. So yeah, Bad Dudes. That was awesome. I was a big Double Dragon guy, though. Double Dragon was the snip snap.
You know what we're getting a lot of is Def Jam Fight Night.
Okay.
I'm looking at the cover now and it seems familiar.
Okay.
But I'm not too familiar with the gameplay. But a lot of people are texting that in.
More than our Mortal Kombats or Tekken 3s?
More than the Mortal Kombats.
Okay. All right. There's others.
Richie, you got a curveball for us?
Yeah, I was talking with Kevin back here because I talked to you guys yesterday in the break. Tekken was my game, Tekken 3 specifically.
Oh, it's
but
so good.
What about like Super Smash Bros?
That's a fighting game.
That's a fighting game?
Yeah.
Somebody just texted in. Best game is Super Smash Bros.
Yeah.
On Nintendo 64. I don't know, like, even like WWF games, that's a fighting game.
SmackDown versus Raw was...
That's a great game. It was a great game. WCW versus Nitro or whatever it was back in the day on Nintendo 64. That was an awesome game. I'm probably going to lean with Richie, though. Tekken, I don't know how you beat Tekken. Tekken was the greatest franchise of fighting games of all time.
You beat Tekken with Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur is the best fighting game of all time because they have weapons. You have the big swords. There's the one guy with the sword that had the eyeball in it, right? Like Spawn was in Soul Calibur. Like you have like guest appearances from other IPs. So yeah, Soul Calibur was that. But I still have the best one nobody's mentioned.
What is it?
And I'm showing you a video right now. This is great radio, but it's Dead or Alive.
Oh, dude.
Have you ever played Dead or Alive? We didn't talk about it in the sports, but they did a Dead or Alive beach volleyball.
Yeah.
Which when you're a certain age, you're like,
I feel tingly.
I love beach volleyball and Dead or Alive. But yeah, Dead or Alive fighting.
Oh, she even hits him with the shuriken right there.
If you know, you know.
Okay, I like that.
Look at Kev. He's doing research. Not on the work computer, Kev. Not on the work computer.
I don't know these games you're
private
telling
browsing.
us about.
Private browsing.
Does anyone remember Clay Fighter?
What?
Clay Fighter? It was also a fighting game, and it's just clay creations, like animations.
Okay.
And the only reason I know of it is because I played in a buyback game tournament to try to win the Tony Hawk early, and I was kicking people's asses in Tony Hawk, and then getting my ass beat in Clay Fighter because I'm like, what Clay Fighter? What game is this? And who decided to pick this as a part of the tournament? I think it only lasted like 1 year. It was absolutely brutal. Kev, do you have a fighting game?
Wii boxing.
Wii boxing?
Not a bad choice, honestly.
What about some of the Batman games?
Like when they're
Those are more open world. They're
Spider-Man?
not fighting games. It's
You
not,
fight
I mean,
people.
Capcom versus Marvel. That's a good fighting game, but
Never
that's
heard
just
of it.
Street Fighter. You've never heard of Capcom versus Marvel?
I've even heard of that.
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't.
basically Street Fighter, but with the Capcom characters, like the Street Fighter characters, and then Marvel, like Spider-Man, Hulk, etc. Right.
I'll give Kevin a little bit of credit on the Wii boxing. There are worse ways to
Dude, it's
get let
fun.
out aggression.
Yeah.
Like I had WWE SmackDown versus Raw on the Wii, and so you had to be more interactive with it, and it was therapeutic in a way.
Yeah, I'm down with it. I'm down with a little Wii boxing. Wii games are fun. Wii boxing, Wii bowling, Wii tennis,
Wii baseball.
Wii baseball. It's all fun. I'm into that stuff. Yeah, Wii boxing is a good nomination right there.
That's a dark horse favorite coming in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wii
All right.
tennis ruined friendships for sure.
Yeah.
And ruin some TV screens out there, that's for sure.
Pit Fighter, the arcade game?
Okay.
I don't know if I know that one.
For us superhero nerds, Injustice.
What is that one?
That's like Superman, Green Lantern, Batman's in it, but
Okay.
it's like incredibly. It's Mortal Kombat with DC characters, basically.
All right.
So like super violent.
Mortal Kombat's now starting
Killer
to get a lot
Instinct
of love.
was one, right? Because remember when
Somebody
Mortal
just said
Kombat was
Killer
out,
Instinct.
and somebody was like, "Let's make it even bloodier,
Yeah.
and gorier." And I think Killer Instinct was that game.
Okay. I think a lot of people are going to say that it's Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. I'm going to go again. If the question is, I'm stuck in a room for the rest of my life and I have to play one fighting game, I think it's probably Tekken. It's probably Tekken.
But
for me.
Tekken 3.
But Tekken 3, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
It's too much button mashing, though. I know you guys said, oh, anybody can button mash. In Tekken, I had a buddy of mine who was like really good at Tekken. He was terrible at video games. It's one of the guys that I would like just let win, or else he'd never play video games with me.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was no online back in the day. So you'd
Yeah.
have to, are you coming over to play some Madden?
I did that with my sister a lot.
Yeah, so in order for Homeboy to keep coming over, I would have to just like let him win and be like, oh, I don't know how Randy Moss got wide open on that play. I don't know. But he was great at Tekken because all you do is mash buttons. Dude didn't know any combo, anything.
Can't you do that in all fighting games?
No,
Really?
play Soul Calibur. Play Dead or Alive. Well, watch Dead or Alive. But play Soul Calibur. Play like real fighting games. Play Capcom versus Marvel. You can't just button mash.
Okay. Do you remember the 50 Cent video game?
Yes.
You kind of fight in there. It's more of like open world that you're talking about.
It's so funny you just said that. I was almost gonna say I had a PSP back in the day.
Heck yeah, Kevin did too.
And the only video game I ever bought on PSP was 50 Cent. It was like Get Rich or Die Trying or whatever.
It was kind of a fun game. I thought it was pretty interesting. All right, yeah. Tekken, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Mortal Kombat getting a ton of love here on the text line. And Bulletproof, Ready to Rumble on Dreamcast.
Ready to Rumble
That's
on
a great
Dreamcast
pull right
and
there.
Ready to Rumble 2. That's actually a very expensive game now.
Really?
Some Dreamcast games are incredibly
Why?
expensive. There are just not that many out there.
Okay. Ready to Rumble is an awesome game. That's outstanding. Did you ever get down on any of the UFCs? Early on, I used to get every UFC game.
Every UFC game?
The same thing is you could create a character, and then the next thing you know, Josh Dover's the world heavyweight champion of the world, of the universe, whatever it was.
Of the Octagon.
Of the Octagon.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Sports game, fighting game in the books. We're going to go into shooting games and then dealer's choice a little later on in the show. I have some weird games I want to bring up with Cecil. Keep the texts coming in. Love seeing them. Love hearing from you guys at 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Let's have a conversation about the Denver Broncos and whose team it is. Who's the face of the team? Is it Bo yet? Is it still Sean? And can you really be a Super Bowl contender if the head coach is the face of your franchise? Let's have that conversation next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, rocks, heating and air.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Hey, let's go. Snap your fingers, but do you still? You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it.
I like this little kind of throwback right here, Kevin. Makes me feel like I'm at Sports Column, Dollar You Call It, Thursdays back in 2004.
Oh, this is my middle school days.
Oh my God. Kev, stop talking. Stop talking.
You're doing that. What middle school did you go to?
Shadow Ridge.
Shadow Ridge?
Yeah.
Snapping your fingers,
Yep.
breaking your neck out there at Shadow
yeah.
Ridge. All right, we were talking some video games. We'll get back to it at about 12:15. We go into the shooting games and see which is the best of at that time, but your texts are more than welcome. In the meantime, on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. So I want to talk about the Broncos, and I want to ask a question about this team and who the face of it is. We had that conversation last year and said, all right, Bo's kind of coming on, but is this still kind of Sean Payton's team, especially from a national perspective of who's the face of the Denver Broncos? I think all of us want it to be Bo. I think a lot of us believe it's going to be Bo, and I think I would say that happens like as soon as this year. But I'm not sure that it is right now. I still think that Sean Payton is the face of the Denver Broncos. And then I was thinking about that of, all right, is that good? Is that bad? Is it indifferent? I don't know that it's bad, but I would also say what I kind of teased it with, if the answer is yes, coach is the face of the franchise,
Yeah.
are they ready to really be in the lane of Super Bowl contender? Because I would say, like, you know, even like the Belichick Brady. Brady was clearly the face of the franchise. The Mahomes Reed. Mahomes is clearly the face of the franchise. Now those guys are up there, you know, second, third in the pecking order if we had to do who's representing the team. But they're not above their quarterback.
Right.
I think Bo gets that at some point this year. But right now on June 24th, I say Sean Payton is still the face of the Broncos. And I don't know if you're really in that championship mode if that's the case.
We'd have to discuss that then, because I think you can be. I think you can be in the championship mode because there's going to be a transfer of power, if you will. And the baton will be passed from Sean to Bo this year. And if it happens in the postseason, and if it happens when Bo, you're in the Super Bowl against the Commanders, right?
Ooh.
Kev's
Kev's
going to be
dream
so excited.
scenario.
And you're down by 7. You need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. You're on your 7-yard line, and Bo Nix takes over. That's his moment. That's when Bo becomes that face. So I think it can, because there is going to be a natural transfer power. I don't think Bo needs to be the face of the franchise from week 1.
I don't either.
For them to be a championship contender. I think it can happen during the season. I think it does happen during the season.
So you said in the playoffs, can it be a moment inside the regular season? Because I'm with you on the timeline, and then it can happen right here, right now. We'll watch it happen this year. I didn't necessarily think of it as a moment in the playoff. That might be like the stamp of it, but I thought of it as like, there's a glimpse in week 4. There's another glimpse in week 6. He really starts to run with it by week 10. And then, like I said, by like week 12 or 13, we're going, whoa, this is Bo's operation now. And then there's a moment in the playoffs where he puts his stamp on it.
I think we can see glimpses. We should, but mainly it would have to be, if it happens in the regular season, the actual transfer of power, like this is Bo's team. It happens in a game where you clinch the division.
Ooh, I like that.
Big stuff.
Yeah.
Big stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or the number 1 seed in the AFC.
So he has to ball out in those games that you're talking about.
Right. So the glimpses can happen, and we can get the idea. We know it's coming. Everybody's doing it. We know that it's coming for Bo Nix to be the face of the franchise. It'll naturally happen. Sean won't force it. Sean won't fight it, by the way, either. He's got the largest ego on the planet. He discovered electricity. Just ask him. Smartest guy in the room. And he wants this to happen. Sean Payton wants Bo Nix to take over. Sean Payton wants him because, back to your original point, who's going to win with the coach as the face of the franchise? Who's going to be a championship team when it's the coach that gets all the glory?
I don't think that exists.
If we look back at recent Super Bowl champions, you can't really say it does exist.
No.
You'd maybe, and I'd go even back to the defense, but I'd go back to the Gruden Buccaneers, which was Tony Dungy's team, and then Gruden just took over and won with those guys. But that also was Derek Brooks and John Lynch and all those guys. More so than Gruden, but that's when Brad Johnson was your quarterback.
He's definitely more of a face than the quarterback was.
Right. You go back to Brian Billick with Stoke, baby, when they won Super Bowl 35, most boring Super Bowl ever.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more that defense more than I think Brian Billick.
Definitely. I mean, that's like Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and stuff like that.
Right. So I think...
And Stokely, of course.
Sean will be very happy when that natural transfer of power happens.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right that it does. We're going to see it happen this season. We're going to see it happen. Is it just those small glimpses and then the big stamp? But I like what you said. It's kind of it has to happen. Beat the Chiefs. Have a big moment in Kansas City. Go and beat the Chargers twice and shine in both of those games. Beat the brakes off the Raiders and shine in both of those games. And then on Monday Night Football, when you got Joe Burrow and Cincinnati coming to Mile High, you got to shine in those sort of games too to get that spotlight just burning down on top of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Don't you guys think he had those moments in his rookie year? He had the big play to Sutton in Kansas City to set him up for the field goal.
Yeah.
He had the big 93-yard touchdown on Monday night against Cleveland. He went toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Just kind of throwing that out there.
No, those are good moments.
Were those, to me, those were moments where it was like, we do have our quarterback. We haven't really had, I don't feel like those moments in the previous, 8-9 years before that.
Well, if we did, they were all lies. Trevor Siemian against the Cowboys or whatever that game was, and sorry, Stink, but Stink was like, pay the guy, and you honestly couldn't at the time, but still.
I remember when Trevor,
but this
who did he juke out? One of the Bosas,
something
Joey
like
Bosa.
that, yeah. But this is face of the franchise talk. Bo had those moments, he had those flashes, but I don't think those moments or those flashes as a rookie made him face of the franchise. I still think it's Sean right now.
And I would say that, Kevin, your moments are great. I would think that a lot of those moments are going to, man, look at the position that Sean put his quarterback in. I think next year, this coming year, it goes, look at what Bo just did instead of what Sean set him up to do. You know what I mean? Like, they're just giving Sean more credit for it.
And I think, too, another point with the face of the franchise stuff, when we look back at the 90s Broncos teams that won the 2 Super Bowls, is it fair to say that there was multiple faces of the franchise? It wasn't just Elway. It was also Terrell.
Terrell Davis, yeah.
It was also Mike Shanahan.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Shannon Sharp. It was also Rod Smith. Even in Super Bowl 50, it wasn't just Peyton. It was Von Miller, DeMarcus, Talib, and Gary Kubiak. Could we have that same kind of concept now where it's not just Bo, it is Courtland Sutton, it is PS2, it is Zach Allen, it is Greenlaw.
PS2. PS2 is a great name.
Kev brings up a great point because if we go back to Mahomes and Reed, to be a champion, you have to have multiple faces, multiple places of greatness. And yeah, we all hate the Chiefs, but Andy Reid's great.
Yes.
Pat Mahomes great. I can't stand the Chiefs, but they're great. So you need Sean Payton to be great, and now Bo Nix to be great.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Kev hit on the money with the Shanahan thing. Shanahan, Elway, Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
That's what made that team special. So you need multiple faces of the franchise.
I mean, especially when we're talking about championship teams, because Rod Smith, Ed McCaffrey, there are multiple players. John Mobley played a pretty big role in championships. Locally, I think there's we're casting a bigger net. Nationally, I think it is that. It's like coach, star offensive player, star defensive player, and you could be looked at as the face of your franchise.
It's like, does each championship team have to have their own Mount Rushmore?
Oh, I like that.
Like, do you have to have four faces to have a championship team?
PS2, Sean, Bo, and
Greg Penner.
I like that. Bo Lowry. This year we need him.
Sean will take his own face off and put Bo Lowry on it.
And then he'll brag about it. If Sean was on Mount Rushmore, you know that he'd call up George Payton every day. George, my God, did you see what they did in the mountains? They put up my face, George. It's amazing. I mean, they kind of got my face a little bit wrong, George, but I mean, that's going to be there forever, George. People, they'll never forget about me, George.
Does it have a visor on it is the only question. Can you carve a visor into that thing? All right, Broncos country, you tell us, who's the face right now? And is it in time, really this season, are we going to start to see that transition of, no, it's not Sean's team. This baby belongs to Bo. 303-713-1043 to give us your answers. Name at the end of your text so we can give you a shout out. Let's check our X. What's on our timeline that you need to know about? Well, a new but old show coming back to Netflix, and we have the final ratings numbers for the NBA Finals. Game 7 was good, but that was about it. Details coming up next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What is on your timeline? What's on our timeline that we want to share, talk about, and get into a conversation? One thing we saw, our boy Kevin Kistner sent it our way on Twitter. It was from Adam Schefter. And Cecil, I didn't know how into it you were the first go around, but it's coming back. A new season of Quarterback will be back on Netflix from NFL Films and Omaha Productions, and it's going to premiere coming up on Tuesday, July 8th. Schefter tweeted out the trailer for it. Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and who else is the other one here? There was one more. Jared Goff is the third quarterback here. Talks about Jared Goff and the trade they continue to go in, his responsibility in Detroit. Joe Burrow talking about being a rich guy and living a quarterback lifestyle, buying Batmobiles and all that good stuff. And then Kirk Cousins. Apparently this is going to get into his time in Atlanta, them picking Michael Penix Jr. At, number 9 overall, shocking a whole bunch of people, and how he handles that. So are you in on July 8th, Quarterback, second go-around?
Yeah, quarterback, first go-around was great. Second go-around's never as good. So I'll go in with,
Wasn't
tempered
Cousins
expectations.
on the first one too?
Yeah, and he's on everything.
Okay.
So,
he's got the time now.
I'm a little over the Kirk Cousins thing, but whatever. I mean, people are going to watch, people are going to be excited, and at least it's not wide receiver. Sorry, Stoke.
That flopped, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it flopped like a Disney film. But quarterback's going to get people talking, and yeah, kind of done with the Kirk Cousins thing. Yeah, you got benched. Yeah, they're moving on. Okay, whatever. Next.
Yeah. I didn't even watch the first one. Everybody said how great it was, and that was on me. Probably should have went back and watched that thing. Certainly didn't watch Wide Receiver. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm in the minority here. Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff. My cup's pretty full on them.
Yeah, you're okay?
I don't know
You're
if
okay
I
with
need any
that?
more information about those
Well,
guys.
and the thing is, it's like, all right, back to the whole champion thing. I want to see the champions.
Yeah.
You know? Cousins has won big games now. I think that part of his career is done. He's a backup now, but still, like, Jared Goff, I'm sick of people talking about the Lions. They're not a Cinderella story anymore. I think they're a really good team, an excellent offense. We'll see if Dan Campbell can get them over the top. Joe Burrow, same thing. Like, okay, it's a great offense. They don't play defense. It's a cheap team. So, you know, where's the champion story at? Where's the Jalen Hurts story? I think that'd be more fascinating and intriguing to me, and more personalities, certainly. If you got Saquon Barkley kicking around, A.J. Brown reading on the sidelines, like that, you know, Cincinnati, what are you going to win? Nothing.
Yeah.
Next. Detroit, what are you going to win? Nothing. Next. And Cousins isn't even, you know, he's not a
He's
starter.
not a starter.
Yeah.
He's going to watch him hang out and not play football. So, all right, that's coming out again on July 8th. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins. The Tribe, are you into it? What do you say about quarterback coming back to Netflix? That's what I'm saying. Do it all backup. Give me Jameis Winston. Give me more Jameis Winston.
Okay.
And then just Jameis Winston.
Yeah, backup QB.
Yeah.
All right.
Can Jameis Winston just do a reality TV show? Can he be the Truman Show?
I think
It's just the whole
you
world.
opened a can of worms with the Truman thing, but like I think Jameis can do whatever he wants when he's done.
I hope it's something to do.
Somebody pay him a bunch of money to just say stuff.
Just let cameras follow him around,
Right,
please.
right.
And put it on Twitch or something so that I could log in 24/7 and just pick when I want to watch it. All right, next up is NBA Finals ratings. Cease before we check on your timeline. Final NBA Finals ratings. Game 7 was a big one, man. People are going to watch Game 7s. It's the most watched NBA game since 2019. 16.35 million viewers for Game 7, an average of 10.26 for the full 7-game series, but it is the least watched since 2021, down 9% even from just last year, and it's overall the least watched since 2007. That excludes COVID-impacted series, and people were pretty upset how the NBA was handling some of that stuff, and they just turned it off. So Game 7, people were in.
Right.
I think a lot of people are going to watch a Game 7. There's star power. The stories have kind of been up there, but up until then, nobody really gave a damn about the NBA Finals.
Well, and the thing is you missed out on some really good basketball. I know it's two small market teams, and say whatever about both teams. I really don't care about that conversation. The conversation is that was really good basketball that everyone missed out on. And then Game 7, once Hallie goes down, like that thing's over. And it wasn't an entertaining game. Game 7 was not a fun game to watch. So people tuned in for that. And so they check in. Hey, what's this about? What's this Thunder Pacers series about? And then they see that performance. Yeah. Not great timing, but you missed out. If you really love and enjoy basketball, regardless of your affiliation, you had a good time watching this series.
I wonder what that number gets to if Hallie doesn't go down. Because if you're just a casual fan, you go, oh, there's a Game 7 in the NBA, and it's these two small, teams, markets that aren't supposed to be there, and I know one's got the MVP, and then you go, oh, wait, one of the star players got hurt and is not going to come back, I'm going to turn it off.
Well, and here's the thing, and my buddy Jeff Bell tweeted this out yesterday. ESPN really had one of the biggest NBA underdogs ever from a basketball-crazed state going against a team built to be the next dynasty, got an amazing series, but botched the ratings because all their on-air talent spent a week telling people not to watch it.
Wow. Yep. We talked about that.
Isn't that true?
We talked about that.
That's 1,000% true. So I think it's ESPN. Hey, Disney dropping the ball on something. Shocker.
Weird, right?
I know, man. I couldn't even believe that. But they tell everyone not to watch, and then why are the ratings down?
I will say I do like the fact that we learned in the NBA Finals that Twitter can punk Adam Silver, and that we can get Stephen A. Smith to shut up by just complaining about it on Twitter, and Adam Silver will adjust accordingly. So that's what's on my timeline. Cease.
Okay.
What's on yours?
Well, give me that Janus. So, I don't know. I'm going to put his business in the street, but Stoke drinking up on this Pedialyte, man.
Are you going to drink it?
3-time the... No.
Oh.
Stoke drink out of this. Was he feeling like SGA on GMA?
Oh, I saw that this morning.
You see the videos?
I don't know that he was hungover.
No, I don't think that behavior is being hungover.
Yeah.
I think he got a pound of your sweetest Chiba
I
from Sir
squinty and
Smoke-A-Lot.
giggly a little bit.
Yeah. Squinty, giggly. And Robin's the pro's pro. She's one of the best ever. But it's like, okay, Robin, you know he's high. Come on.
I also think it's interesting. We're getting this all over Twitter. People are mad that the Panthers are partying too hard and mad that the Thunder are not partying hard enough.
Right. It's weird. And by the way, Jalen Williams said last night, the night of the championship, was his first time ever drinking.
What?
And that the Thunder, this is on SportsCenter, the Thunder had been using getting him to drink as motivation for winning the title all year.
What the hell?
Okay.
How old is Jalen Williams?
Okay, there you go. Also people, and here you go.
He's 24 years
Colin's
old.
doing it again. Boy, it's summer in sports, everybody. You can tell that. Ranking the last 7 NBA champions, the Nuggets are 3rd. Why has he got the Lakers as number 1, 2020 Lakers?
Because he's got to get Laker engagement on his radio show.
Laker engagement, right. So 2023 Nuggets and
He's
the
based out
Thunder
of LA, and they have to do that.
are 6th out of 7. With the
Wow.
Raptors of 2019 being 7 out of 7. So, yeah.
That Raptors team was pretty good, too.
Yeah, I mean.
That's Kawhi. Pascal was still there. Who was Fred VanVleet on that team? Like, that's a good team, man.
Yeah. Okay, but ranking the last 7 NBA champs, you missed out on good basketball if you missed out on this series.
Yep. We'll see what it looks like. Did you see Hallie's post, by the way? Talking about Twitter. Hallie had the post on Twitter. It was super long, but basically like, thank you. Can't believe it happened this way.
Yeah.
And we'll be back sooner.
I don't know if you saw in the crowd, but that went viral on Twitter of Adam Silver. They did like a crowd shot, and he's standing there like Nosferatu or something like.
Yeah. With his weird alien face.
You could get a,
at least be clapping.
Get
like
a little
you're not,
sun.
You're not cheering for a team.
Yeah, you're not cheering for the Thunder, but you could
Clap
at
for the
least be
product.
clapping for the enjoyment of the product. I don't know. That was weird. Cop talk's weird.
Very strange. Very, very strange.
That's right.
I got one more quick one.
Okay.
Now it's from Dove Kleeman, and you got to take what he says lightly, but it was about the New York Giants that the reports there out of New York City are that Jackson Dart will take over at some time for Russell Wilson. If that's already the conversation, why wouldn't he just start week 1? Why would you delay the inevitable and make the kids start in the middle of the season? Why not just take all those bumps, bruises, and learning lessons along the way from the jump?
Yeah. Yeah, I would take that with a giant block of salt.
Okay.
Not that Russell Wilson's all that, because he's not, but the early reports, again, super early, is Jackson Dart's, it's pretty rough.
Oh,
pretty
really?
Rough. Yeah. And I said he was a less likable Drew Lock.
Yeah.
And he's not as talented as Drew. So they move up in the first round for that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
Drew's not very talented.
Drew's got a big arm, man. He's got, his footwork was bad.
Yeah.
That type of stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, super quick one. What do y'all think of Jay-Z as the halftime show? Because that's going around now. Of he's potentially being the halftime show.
I got to be honest.
Are the Diddy tapes not a thing?
Unless Mrs. Z is going to be there, I'm not really interested in what he has to say or do.
I am never going to be done with Mrs. Z with Beyonce, especially Levi's commercials, and I have a strange urge to go play pool right now.
Yeah, right?
You
guys
not
wanna
pocket
get
pool, but
that might lead to it.
I'm just kind of how many times has Beyonce been on the Super Bowl? Like 3, a couple?
Not
I don't
enough.
know.
Here, I told you this during the break. People are going to kill me. To hate tweet me, I'm at Joshua Dover.
Okay.
Jay-Z's overrated. His music is not as good as people think that it is.
What about his producing? Stuff like that.
Producing's pretty solid.
Okay, all right.
Producing's pretty solid.
All right.
I don't know. I also am not the biggest New York rap guy.
Big Al was the best New York rapper. Point blank, period. So we can't play any of his music, Kev. Any of it, but it was the best.
Oh, here's a real hot take.
It was better than Biggie.
Lloyd Banks is a better New York rapper than Jay-Z. Lloyd Banks.
Is Shador Sanders a better rapper?
Well, I don't know that I'll go that far.
No,
Let's
okay.
not go that
Crazy
far.
here.
I just seen where the line was.
No.
Thank you for testing me.
He's way back.
What about AI? Like our AI song could be rap better than a Jay-Z
Oh,
song.
yeah.
Actually, I'll go there.
Yeah,
Okay,
Baby
I'll go
Hammer
there.
bars.
Yeah,
Baby Hammer bars.
That's right.
Yeah.
One of the greatest things that's ever happened on this show, a little Baby Hammer bar action. All right, that's what's on our timeline. We'll check our X every day at 11:45, have some fun with it. Let's get into our lunch hour, talking about Bo Doubters. There were plenty of them last year. Who knew the Madden video game was not just a Bo hater, but a Bronco non-believer too? Details on how the Broncos are looking on early Madden ratings and our greatest video game conversation continues with the shooter games coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at Schomp.com.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family-owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone.
We are here. Hour
kick
number 3, quarter number 3 starts right now. We're having some fun on a Tuesday talking about some video games, and we're going to get into that coming up in a couple minutes. By the way, shout out to Travis Cloudy. He's at Travis Cloudy on Twitter. He's tweeting both of us, and he has a golf. He said, this is the golf game y'all need. We're talking about golf games and video games today.
Okay, right.
He's got his own golf simulator. It looks like, yeah, there's a garage door back there in his garage. So I have 24 hours still unattended with the lady out of town.
Yeah.
Can I make this happen in the next 24 hours and she comes home to no garage?
Honey, it's a golf simulator. You got to say simulator like Stoke.
Yeah, it's for both of us. It's for you too. See how that plays. That's pretty sweet right there, Travis Cloudy. You got the setup going, my man. All right, Cease, we'll get into video games in a moment. In fact, we're going to have a conversation based off something that a video game did. The Madden ratings, the beta ratings are out. I didn't even know that was a thing. So that the game's not out. They're just testing the water for ratings and gameplay.
Then see what the reaction is, and oh my God, they're too low. And then they will, hey guys, we adjusted it. We adjusted the Madden ratings, and now the Broncos aren't a 79, they're an 82.
Yeah, they're one above the Raiders.
Yeah, yay.
So that's the disrespect that's happening right now. Again, what has to happen for the team and the quarterback to get some damn respect put on their name? Madden has the Broncos as one of the bottom 5 teams in the NFL and the worst team in the AFC West. The Chiefs, we know what they are. They're going to get a lot of love, excuse me. They're 92. The Chargers are an 82. The Raiders are an 81, and the Denver Broncos are a 79. I just do not get it. Sophomore slump, we said no, it's a sophomore jump yesterday on the show, and we're going to stick by that.
Nice.
Why would even Madden, I know it's a video game, but why would even Madden think they go the wrong way? They add playmakers around Bo Nix.
Right.
They spend all their money on defensive stars to help out their coordinator in Vance Joseph, and they draft a running back that can be a threat in the passing game. But yet they're going to go the wrong way?
Okay, I'm going to look at this from the apophatic view. And the answer to your question is merely this. It's because of Bo. You mentioned all the new additions. These Madden guys, the EA guys, they're fine enough, right? They're the smartest guys ever. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. They know Evan Ingram. They know J.K. Dobbins. They know Cortland Sutton. There's a lot of knowns. They know Sean Payton. They don't believe in Bo. That's the answer. Why else would it be this low on a team? By the way, they know the defense. My God, PS2 Defensive Player of the Year. Zach Allen, 40 quarterback hits. Only him and Aaron Donald have done that. 40 quarterback hits from the defensive tackle position.
That's impressive.
Him and Aaron Donald. Okay, so you know Nick Bonito. You do know Dre Greenlaw. Don't know if he's healthy, but you know him, right? So if you look at the defense and go, that's a top 5. If you're pessimistic, it's top 5 defense. Offensively, there's known talent at multiple positions now. It comes down to Bo. They don't believe in Bo. That's the problem. They didn't watch Bo. They don't understand Bo's game, and they don't understand how he meshes the fit with Sean Payton. And I understand everyone blows bubbles at Kansas City, and I got to clean it up for radio, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone blowing bubbles. Hey, everybody. That's a team that scored 22 points a game last year. In 2018, they scored 35 points a game. Last 2 years, the Chiefs have scored 21 points a game and 22.6 points per game. They're about a 22-point game, a game team. That's who they are right now. Yet they still get the treatment. What's their rating, like 92?
92.
Okay, so there you go. The Broncos, I'm not saying they need to be 92, but the Chiefs shouldn't be 92. But of course they are, because EA is going to blow bubbles at the Chiefs because, oh my God, it's the Chiefs. But the Chiefs offensively haven't been as dangerous. It's almost half as few points as they had merely, 7 years ago. 35 points a game to 21.8 points per game. Seriously?
Yeah.
They're going to take that type of fall and yet still get this, well, hey, I mean, they're always there. They're always in the Super Bowl. The one-score games, like, all right, they'll adjust this. The Broncos will be 82. The Chiefs will be like 90 instead. Just go win the damn division, because this comes down to a lack of respect or understanding of who Bo Nix is.
I like that. I like that it's still they're holding the unknown of Bo Nix against the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, because look at who it's not.
Yeah.
It's not Sean Payton.
Right,
It's not
right.
Evan Ingram. It's not J.K. Dobbins. It's not Cortland Sutton. It's not that defense. It's Bo. Man, they don't like Bo.
And even like you're talking about the Chiefs and where they are. An aging Travis Kelce doesn't get held against them
Right.
because of what he's done in the past.
Right.
So that's all it is you're just basing it off past production. And I guess 32 touchdowns and 12 interceptions ain't good enough for Madden guys.
Yeah, and well, the great thing is Bo Nix can use all this as fuel for the fire. He doesn't need to talk about it. And as I remember, Josh Allen told me at the Wyoming Pro Day, because I asked him about, the supporters versus the doubters. And he goes, I don't worry about the doubters. Because you always say, oh, you play to prove them wrong. He goes, I play to prove my supporters right.
Oh, I like that a lot.
I think that's the best way to look at things, right? Like, doubters, whatever.
There would be doubters even when you are good.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, yeah, but if you didn't have Sean Payton,
right.
if you didn't have that defense, Vance Joseph should be the MVP. Like, that's the conversation. So just go win a Super Bowl and then go win another one. And don't be part of that, fake group or group that hasn't done it yet. We'll see if Josh Allen can do it. He hasn't done anything yet.
No.
We'll see if Lamar Jackson could do it. Hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, same thing.
Yeah, at least Burrow hasn't won an MVP, has he? No.
Well, he hasn't won a Super Bowl. I'm thinking championships.
No, I was just saying
thinking
hardware.
rings.
They do have hardware, but it's not a ring.
Right,
or
right.
A Super Bowl MVP.
Right. But Josh has been an MVP. Lamar's been an MVP. It's about championships. Who was the MVP of, oh, geez, this would probably be easy, of the 97 season?
Oh, that's Terrell, right?
That was 98.
Oh. In 97, was it John then?
And I even have to look it up because we don't remember MVPs like that.
No.
In 97, we remember the Broncos won
Kev, you got a guess off the top
the
of your head?
Super Bowl.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre in 97.
Hold the place.
Okay. Brett Favre, league MVP.
Yeah, league MVP.
I think Kevin's right because they were Super Bowl champ. They were going for back-to-back.
They were
Super
going
Bowl
for back-to-back, yeah.
And
was it Brett Favre and Barry Sanders split it?
Oh, okay. So you're 50% right, Kevin. Nice work.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Wow, in 97, Sanders is still doing it.
Yeah, that was the AP NFL MVP.
Okay.
Right. So
yeah, we don't remember MVPs.
Didn't Barry rush for 2,000 that year?
And they still not 97.
Not 97? No, it was right before that because Howard Griffith talks about wanting to block for Barry because he just came over in 2000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a throwback conversation. Fullback wants to block for running back in the NFL.
Barry's 2,000-yard season was 97.
Oh, it was. You're right, Kevin. Nice
Yeah.
work.
6.1 yards a carry, 335
Holy
carries.
hell, 6.1 yards a carry.
Javonte doesn't even know you could do that. I thought it was just 3 for everybody.
That's 4 carries for Javonte Williams.
I don't know if Javonte's ever had a 6-yard carry.
6.1 yards a carry.
Oh, my God.
Dude, you hand him the ball off twice and you're at a first down.
Yeah, and I think
First
how
down,
many
second
times they
down,
go
first down.
backwards to do that. And actually, because the rushing record is 2105. By the way, the fellas are doing a top 5 list at Summer Radio.
Yeah.
We're doing video game lists. They're doing top 5 lists, whatever. Most difficult things to accomplish. And even Stoke was like 2,000 yards rushing. I'm like, and now it's been done about 10 times. I could probably name all of them. But the most difficult record is 1,000. That club only has 3 members, and it's Roger Craig, it's Marshall Falk, and it's Chris McCaffrey.
Wow.
1,000 yards rushing, 1,000 yards receiving in the same season.
That's got to be the toughest football thing to accomplish.
Yeah.
Perfect game is going to always be number 1. But the toughest, that's got to be the toughest football
For
stat
individual
to
accolades,
accomplish.
yeah, for sure.
Because we talked about perfect passer rating. That happened.
We've never seen
that.
2,000 yards receiving, although I think Jerry Rice got close. There's been others, but like 2,000 yards receiving is a big deal.
That's
It's
coming,
never been
though.
done.
That's when
Probably.
when they get to 18 games. That might happen the first season. There's 18 games.
Yeah, probably. But either way, like MVP, that's a conversation Bo Nix will be in eventually, but Bo Nix in Super Bowl champion conversation. That's how you change all this. And then, well, just remember this, everyone. And remember who said it, and remember the people that were against Sean Payton. I want you to remember the people that were against Bo Nix. I do. I really do.
Yeah.
I want you to keep receipts. We definitely know them. Man, I don't like them. But anyway, I want you to keep the receipts because it's merely this is going to happen. I've seen the future. The Broncos are going to be the darling of the NFL. Bo Nix is going to be one of the faces of the NFL. Of the NFL! Forget talking about face of the Broncos. Bo Nix will be the face of the NFL.
I love that.
You'll see him on the State Farm commercials. You'll see him on all the Subway commercials. You'll see him on all this. He will be, and they'll be the darlings, and everyone will love him. And I want you all to remember in Broncos country, locally, the chumps who said bad things about Bo Nix and Todd McShay was blah, 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 all that crap that you heard. I want you to remember it because it's coming. Not only the championship for Bo Nix, but the fact that they'll be everybody's darling, and you're going to have to be one that was like, I was down when y'all said he was a third-round pick.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want a commercial with Bo Nix and Peyton Manning in it. That's what I want.
It's going to happen.
It is.
Well, wait till we get a season of quarterback on Netflix that has Bo Nix.
With Omaha Productions behind it, Peyton and Bo doing a little thing.
Yep.
I love it, man. You know what else I love? I love the fact that the Denver Broncos announced today that they are going to have 13 open and free training camp practices for fans to attend. We were wondering if it would be at all, and they say it due to limited capacity because of construction. There will be 13 open practices with approximately 800 fans for each of the 13 open practices to rank among the most of any other team in the NFL. The fan viewing location will be on the south end of the practice fields via temporary bleacher seating.
Okay.
Help me. Where is that? The south
next to the road
end.
You know where the people that work for the team park?
Yeah.
Where we used to park during the regular season?
Oh, yeah.
It's there. Where our tents are.
Okay.
That's where our tents are. Where the MVP, where the VIP section is.
Yeah. They'll put bleachers up
Yeah,
there.
that's the south side.
So
So our tent's probably going to be somewhere else.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I don't want to be selfish, but what about me? Where do I go?
I could check in with Greg, see if we
Okay.
get a
Yeah.
good spot.
Yeah, maybe perched up a little with air conditioning and water and perhaps snacks.
Yeah. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah. That'd be
Get
nice.
the elevated position.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Over by Greg's office.
Oh, we just hang in
within
Greg's office.
Shouting distance
Yeah.
of George's office.
Yeah.
Office, excuse me. Like, I think it'd be awesome.
Like, can I just go put my feet up on Sean's desk? I just want to do it, you know?
I just want to talk to Greg before training camp on air.
I just think it's cool they're doing it, man. You've been down there recently, more recent than I have, but you told me what it looked like, and I've seen some photos. It's, it's a whole new facility. They're literally changing everything about their practice facility. This, again, we talked about how good Greg Penner's been for the Denver Broncos. So he's making room for fans 13 different days to accommodate 800 of them, even though it's probably a pretty big pain in the ass right now.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. So be blessed if you're one to get some of those tickets because it's the Broncos are back, everyone. I just want you to know that. Like, they're back. This isn't like, hey, can they make a... No, they're there. They're there. And as Mike Kliss told us last week, that's a team that thinks they're better than the Chiefs inside that building. So go prove it. Go win the division.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities. When people look at me cross-eyed when I say the Super Bowl 60s is theirs until it's not, stop. I'm not crazy. I mean, a little crazy, but like...
With this statement, you're not crazy.
With this statement, I'm not crazy. This team is built to win a championship, and they could do it this year.
By the way, season ticket holders, you can start to get tickets today, right now. You can go through your personal Ticketmaster accounts and start to look for some of those tickets. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., it'll open to the general public. And again, you have to have tickets to get into one of the 13 open practices. Requires free mobile tickets for entry. Free is the key term, but you have to have the tickets. First open practice is going to be Friday, July 25th. Back Together weekend will continue on Saturday, July 26th. And then, of course, joint practices will start with the Cardinals in August there. So, fans, it's open. You can get down there to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. If you're a season ticket holder, that can come as soon as today at Ticketmaster, and then general public tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Good luck, and hope to see you out there. Maybe we do a little tribe meetup for one of the Broncos practices. Would be fun. All right, Cecil, let's spend the back half of this time talking about more video games. This time, those shooter games that everybody happens to love. Of course, Call of Duty comes to everybody's mind first. This isn't where GTA would count, would it? That's still open world.
No, it's open world.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll save that one.
That'll be talked about in Dealer's Choice. I have a couple that come to mind.
Okay.
Call of Duty jumps in there because, of course, we all love and play Call of Duty and Warzone and all that. I mean, if we're going to talk about a shooting game and I can't bring up Duck Hunt, what are we even doing? That's what got us all into this stuff, right?
The other controller, or wait.
No, you're right. Controlled the Duck?
Controlled the Duck.
And I just learned that 3 months ago.
I saw the meme or whatever,
Yeah.
and I was like, wait a second, what?
Right. I didn't know it was 2 players.
I had no idea. Do you know how much more fun Duck Hunt would have
Dude,
been?
right?
If somebody would have been there, because I just laugh and whatever.
Yeah.
And the dog come up and laugh at you. You try to take a couple shots, and that doesn't work. But, like, you could have controlled the duck.
Yeah. That should have been widely known.
Yeah.
And Nintendo blew it.
And I do love flat screens. I love that they're cheap now.
Yeah.
I remember my first, probably 50-inch plasma.
Yeah.
Weighed 1 million pounds. Spent $2,000 at Costco or whatever. Working in radio, that's a lot of money. It's still a lot of money.
Yeah.
But because of the HD TVs, light guns don't work anymore.
Oh, really?
Because it has to have the tubes.
Oh,
so you have to have an
wow.
old school TV to play something off like the Dreamcast or the PS2.
So if I plug my Nintendo into my TV now, I'm not playing Duck Hunt?
No, not with a light gun.
Oh, wow. That's lame.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to have an old TV. You got an
Okay.
old TV? You got an old tube TV?
No.
Oh, you should. You should. Just for the old what was it? Time Cop, right?
Oh, yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
That was
Nice.
awesome. That was
Yeah.
a great House of the Dead.
Yep.
Yes. So, like, you have a bunch of old shooter games. It's not just
House of the Dead is freaking
It
awesome.
is awesome, and it's scary.
Yeah.
And then they had typing of the dead.
What is that?
So words would come up on the screen, and you have to type them fast to
wow.
make the shot.
Nerd alert. Who wants to do that? God.
I was like, wait a second. You take a zombie shooting game,
Yeah.
and then you throw a typewriter in it.
That's lame
Because
as
the
hell.
Dreamcast had a keyboard.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, typing in the dead. It's weird.
You're like, hey, I'm not here to learn home row. I'm here to kill zombies. Let's get after it.
Home row. That's right, homeboy.
Yeah.
Home dis. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so send us your best shooting games.
Did you ever just put the gun on the screen?
Oh, of course.
And
yeah.
then just, 100% accuracy.
Yeah.
I'll do that for Big Game Hunter over at Badgers off Broadway still to this day, dude. Like, I'm going to kill that buck, even if I have to put the gun up.
Oh, Time Crisis. Sorry, not
Crisis.
Time Cop.
That's what it is.
Time
Yeah.
Crisis.
Yeah.
Time Crisis was awesome.
I knew exactly what you meant. So Call of Duty, Duck Hunt. I know you know the game because we've talked about it.
Okay.
Left 4 Dead.
Yes.
I freaking love that game. Dude.
Yes, yep.
It's the same thing, like nostalgia. I remember getting it for Christmas, and like I opened it up. Family still had plenty of gifts to unwrap, and I'm like, I got what I needed. I'm gonna be in my room. See you guys in 3 days. Mom, bring dinner, please. And then boom, I'm playing Left 4 Dead for 72 straight
You know what's
hours.
better than Left 4 Dead?
What?
Dead Island.
Oh, I don't know this one.
Yeah. Island boy. Yeah, Dead Island is really, really awesome. And
Okay.
Dead Island 2, I think there's a third one.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit different. But yeah, like Left 4 Dead was awesome. The bloaters. The big fat ones that like steamed or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dead Island is, I didn't realize it's like a whole nother zombie thing.
Zombies with bikinis.
Oh.
Notice all of my games today I've mentioned have some sort of bikini appeal.
Yeah, I'm picking up that.
That's
I am
right.
picking that up. And then another one for me real quick is I think they made it on Nintendo 64, but it was something, I'm not a big computer game guy outside of this era. Doom. Doom was freaking unbelievable on the computer. That was like, get home from school, do the homework. And by the way, back in my day of high school, if you were on the internet, Northland High School couldn't call your parents and tell them that you missed 6th period.
Right.
So I had to get home, and the D's were between 4 and 4:30. I need to be playing Doom online between 4 and 4:30 so that my dad didn't find out I skipped Mr. Mavroganic's class. And it works like a charm every single time, dude.
Every time.
Every single time.
Works every time. Half-Life. If we're going to go Doom, we have to go Half-Life.
Okay.
If we're going to go
Half-Life.
Doom, we're going to go Duke Nukem.
Oh, Duke Nukem, dude.
Duke
That's a
Nukem was
great
awesome,
one.
and it was filthy,
Yeah,
and the
it
humor
was.
was filthy. So as a kid,
He'd say the F word in there. like-
exactly, you're just like, wow, he's saying the F word. Now it happens all the time.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah.
You know what we haven't mentioned?
Oh, I know.
Text lines all over it.
Yep.
Is 007 GoldenEye.
GoldenEye.
Nintendo 64.
It's the king. I don't think there's anything better. If we talk about best shooting game of all time, I think GoldenEye on the N64 has to be number one. There's nothing higher.
I mean, it took
There's
over,
nothing
it-
better.
It took over the world. At least in my world, every kid's talking about it.
Yeah.
Even the parents are like, my kids will get off this damn 007.
You know the theme song, you know the mechanics of the game. I think all of us that played GoldenEye could pick up a controller, even those clunky ass N64 controllers, and we'd be able to play it effectively today, right now.
I
It's
think
like
you're
riding
right.
a bike, man.
You just don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, that was the first one with like the trigger behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, oh, I'm shooting this gun. Like you just felt like a little badass and you really weren't.
Yeah, but you were playing GoldenEye, so
Yeah.
you were.
And then, hey, can't be Odd Job. Nobody can be Odd Job. Remember, he was all small. That was like a big deal.
Right.
It was a
Yeah.
real
No,
big deal.
GoldenEye and the first Halo.
Oh, we hadn't mentioned Halo.
Yes.
Which gets, I told you, I was PlayStation guy. I'm like, I'm going to be a PlayStation guy for life.
Yeah.
I'm not turning my back on NBA Live 95. Are you kidding me? And then Halo came out. All my friends were playing it. And I'm like, I guess I got to get an Xbox now. And now I'm not a PlayStation guy anymore.
Right. Well, because PlayStation Network's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox Live is fun. So, yes, that's why. And I will ask for forgiveness if I'm wrong. Gears of War.
Oh, no, I'm
I'm
down
a
with
big
Gears of War.
guy, although I got worked in the beta. Like, worked. Me
Yeah.
and Biggie, we almost rage quit. We got worked during the beta this last weekend for the new Gears of War Reloaded.
Yeah.
But Gears of War 2, I think, was the best. Horde in Gears of War is the best. And it's a cover shooter, so you have to cover and shoot. So there's strategy involved.
Oh,
it's
I
not
like that,
just
actually.
run around and,
Yeah.
Call of Duty, you die a zillion times and just whatever. You're in your KD ratio.
Yeah.
What's your ratio? Do you know your ratio?
I don't.
1.1.
Okay. That's
So-
mine?
No, me.
Oh. I was like, you know mine?
I'm
That's
pretty good.
incredible. Yeah, that's not bad.
Biggie might know yours. He knows when you're online.
How do I figure that out?
Just look at the screen.
Oh, it tells me right there?
Yeah.
I'm an
You
idiot.
don't pay attention?
Not really.
Okay, I guess not. But Gears of War is awesome, although I think I've taken my Gears of War fandom too far. Because I have 3 life-size Lancers, weapons-grade plastic. Obviously,
Okay.
they don't
Yeah,
fire,
yeah.
but the Lancers, the machine gun
Oh,
rifle.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty
With
badass.
the chainsaw?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of would like to play with that next time I come over.
I've got 3 of them. I got the Gears of War 1,
Yeah.
1, the Gears of War 4, 1, and
What-
then the Retro Lancer, which has the bayonet on it.
What was I guess Silent Hill. That wouldn't be really considered a shooting game, would it?
No, not really. And man, they've retroed the Silent Hill 2, but they've never retroed Silent Hill 1, to my
Okay.
knowledge. But that's, you want to talk about, see, we could do this all day.
What about like the Resident Evils? Is that
I
a
know,
shooting?
I know.
Shooter game?
I think so. I
They're
mean,
trying to save Raccoon City.
I know. And Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, I was Code Veronica guy. I beat them all until, I think anything after 6 I haven't beat. But
Okay.
I beat all the Resident Evils so far.
Those were great games.
No,
back in
they're
the
still
day.
great games.
Yeah.
Like if I had more time, if I could clone myself and I had a version of myself that was just lazy and played video games all
Yeah.
day, which would be the best version.
Yeah, no responsibility. We were
Exactly.
talking about earlier.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Hey, there's that clone. He just sits on the couch playing Resident Evil. That's what I would do.
Yep. Someone just texted in, I played World of Warcraft for 14 years. Is this my buddy Dave? What's up, Dave?
How do you kill that which has no life?
The guy with the wrist guard on playing World of Warcraft.
Mhm.
That's what I picture anytime someone says that.
We did it, guys. We're totally heroes.
Major memories popping back in my head. Although you wrote pooping back, I know what you meant by popping back. But yeah, that's the point here. Trying to have a little bit of fun. And Contra is also getting some love. on the text
how
line.
could we forget?
Contra, greatest soundtrack, and it's like 2 songs the whole entire time.
Super C, do you remember the code?
Yeah, I don't remember the code. I remember the game though.
No, you don't remember the code?
Uh-uh.
For I think it was unlimited lives or like 100 lives. Left, right, A, B, select, start, something.
Yeah.
Like left, right, A, B, select, start. I think that was the
I used
code.
to have them. I don't anymore, but I had memorized the how you get to fight Mike Tyson just right away in Mike Tyson's punch. So you don't have to get through King Hippo and all the other people. Just
Right.
boom, punch this in. You're going to get your ass kicked by Mike Tyson, but you could do that every time.
Did you have a Game Genie?
Yeah, that was, dude, you were on the come up if you had a Game Genie. You're like,
a little bit of cheating. It's
yeah,
okay.
That's all right.
It's fine.
All right. Well, Dealer's Choice is the next category, and that's coming up in our fourth quarter, which is the 1 o'clock hour. In the meantime, we are going to get back to a conversation about Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon. They've both brought titles to Denver, but we all want another one. Who brings it first, and how will we remember them if it's only the one that we already have? Let's answer that next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are getting some news, some information, some sound from Ball Arena, where Ben Tenzer, John Wallace, and Josh Kroenke are sitting down talking to the media. We're going to tell you exactly what's going on over there about 1 o'clock, a few things that we're learning once that thing wraps up, and give you a breakdown of what was said this afternoon there at Ball Arena. In the meantime, I do want to have a conversation about the two stars that play at Ball Arena, and I'm talking about Nathan MacKinnon, and I'm talking about Nikola Jokic, and which superstar's legacy needs another title more. I think right now we're all in this mindset of like, oh my gosh, if they only win one, this will be the biggest failure of all time. I feel that way. Cecil, I think you feel that way. I also would say for myself, in 20 years from now, I'm going to go, man, what a great time it was with Nikola Jokic, and I can't believe I got to live through that.
Right.
I got to be a part of that championship, although I didn't get a ring, and that's really rude, but here we are. Time will heal some of the wounds that we have right now. I wonder, though, in your eyes and my eyes and in our listeners' eyes, the tribe, whose legacy needs a second title to really cement who they are in their sport? Is it Nathan MacKinnon or is it Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, I think it's got to be Nikola Jokic 1,000% because the NBA is incredible basketball during this era and this year specifically. And it's different. The game is different. Lots of threes now. But if we just look at overall, just kind of the era that you're in, the era of this NBA with multiple champions over the last 7 years, with no dynasties right now, with no more super teams, can you be the team that builds a champion when it's almost built in a way the league is so that there is kind of fresh blood? OKC looks like they're building a dynasty. Got to be ready. How many first-round picks do they have?
They have 2 this year.
And then next year, don't they have like 4 or something crazy?
More, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a team that's not going anywhere. You're the Denver Nuggets. You've got one of the top 15 players of all time. You need more than one ring. I think it's Nikola, and I think the answer is easily Nikola.
Real quick, just on the OKC thing, think about what the Thunder won the NBA championship on Sunday. They're having their parade right now. I just saw a clip of the players up there. They're talking to the fans. Tomorrow's the NBA draft. There's rumors that they're going to package their 3 picks. They have 2 firsts and a second to get up to number 6 and take Toronto's pick. In a 72-hour window, the Oklahoma City Thunder could win the NBA championship, have a parade, and make the 6th selection in the NBA draft.
Ugh.
I hate that they're so good at that.
Yeah. They're so good at that, and they're not going anywhere, and you're sitting here with 2 GMs.
Yeah.
Okay.
With 2 general managers, which they did talk about who wins in the power struggle, which we'll get to coming up. Now, I don't think your answer is wrong. I just think it is the other side of this. I think it is Nathan MacKinnon. Now, what's interesting about my thought process here is I ask myself, like, who of the 2 is better at their sport? Who's better at is Nikola Jokic better at basketball than Nathan MacKinnon is at hockey? And I think the answer is yes, because of how much the game Joker can control versus what Nate can control.
Right.
Nate's only on the ice for half the game, if that, right? Joker plays 2/3 of the game, and sometimes more than that.
Sometimes way more than that.
And touches the ball every single possession.
You run everything through him.
Right. Nate, you want to, but it doesn't always work out that way. So I ask myself that. I also look at kind of who they were before they became our city superstars. And Nathan MacKinnon was this surefire top 2 pick in the NHL draft, going to be the face of the franchise, come into that franchise, be the reason why they turn it around. Now, it took a couple of years, right? Nate was a part of some bad teams too before it started to get to turn into what it is now. But Nathan was supposed to be this guy, and he's supposed to continue to be this guy. Like, let's say 20 years ago, I think there are probably people, well, how long has Nate been in the league? That's probably too far. 15 years ago, there are people going, there's this Nathan McKinnon kid coming up through the ranks. Watch out for this dude. He's going to be a problem in the NHL for a couple decades. I never heard a single word about Nikola Jokic until with the 41st pick in the NBA draft, and there's a quesarito shown on my television, Nikola Jokic has been selected. That was the first time I heard his name. And if you think you heard him otherwise, you're a liar.
Well, I want to know what the tribe thinks because I'll just retort this way. Allow me to retort.
Yeah, please.
That is a tasty burger. That was then, this is now. Like, what is it today? I understand what it was. I understand what it was when both of those gentlemen came into their respective leagues. But, all right, that's the past. I'm not really concerned with that. I'm concerned with where they are right now because they've established a legacy. The Colorado Avalanche have established, if they get past the second round, they're going to win the Stanley Cup. They haven't got past the second round except one time. And when they did, they won it all. The Nuggets have established they have a multi-year MVP 5 times in a row, whatever the number is, whatever. But they've established a historical figure. Nathan McKinnon, as much as we love him, has not become a top 15 all-time player in hockey. He's just not. Nikola Jokic is. And I'm not talking about top 15 centers. I'm talking about top 15 everything. He's already there. So because the now is different, the past is the past, and it's an interesting conversation, and it's one way to look at this. I just look at it differently of what are they today, and today Nikola is clearly the best player on the planet, and it's debatable where Nate's at today. It's clear today that Nikola Jokic is a top 15 player of all time, and I don't think it's debatable to say Nathan McKinnon is not a top 15 player of all time.
I think you're right on that. I wouldn't try to debate you on that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think you are right on that. I guess a part of my answer is like how we're going to feel down the road, and I know that's kind of a weird way to set it up, but if neither of them win another one, I think in 20 years from now, we're going to be so grateful for what Nikola was with his MVPs and the championship. And in 20 years from now, we're going to go, oh, man, I feel like Nathan could have done a little bit more. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to be that, though.
I don't either. I want to win multiple. I want to go to more parades. I want to have fun. I want to get nuts with Nuggets and Avs fans out at Civic Center Park in downtown Denver. That's what I want to have happen.
Yeah, I want just the narrative to be different about both. I want the narrative to be different about both teams. I mean, there's a chance Bo Nix gets 2 championships before Nikola Jokic gets his second. There's a chance Bo Nix gets 2 championships before Nathan McKinnon gets his second.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's an opportunity. I'm not predicting it'll happen. Don't at me, bro. But, like, no, I mean, the way they're fiddle, you-know-whatting around, all right, let's see what that gets you. How's that working out?
Yeah.
We're about ready to find out at Ball Arena just how much championship medal both sides have. I feel better about the Avs than I do about the Nuggets.
Is that because Josh Kroenke's not involved as much?
That's because the team around Nathan McKinnon is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Really
right.
good.
You're
and
right.
it's from Chris McFarland, the one GM, and all the moves that he's done. I just think the Nuggets are into, like, let's run it back again, guys. And when it fails again, you're going to have some decisions to make.
100%. We'll hear from some of those guys coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. In the meantime, we know there's going to be flag football in the Olympics coming up in Los Angeles in 2026. I didn't know this, Cecil. I thought like somebody's just going to pick a team. There's going to be tryouts. Tryouts between the normal flag footballers and NFLers that are interested. Who's going to win that battle? We'll go over that next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Whether you're upgrading your own kitchen or outfitting a flip or rental, our Denver Clearance Center is the place to shop for big 4th of July savings. Save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Visit our Denver Clearance Center today. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro, with performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. The Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk about Team USA for flag football in a second, but
okay,
we did get this text. By the way, one texter says, "I can't believe you guys are doing a show on video games." The very next text says, "Can you guys do a video game segment every day?" And then that same texter wrote, because we were talking about Civic Center Park. So I just saw a homeless lady with no pants or underwear dancing at Civic Center Park. My response: have you met Kevin?
No. There's a standard there.
By the way, I mean,
sorry,
it's summertime radio, and so you're going to get list radio.
Yeah.
Top 5 reasons why John Elway kicks ass coming up next. I mean, or we're going to talk about what guys talk about. Guys talk about video games.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun. I know not everybody's going to love every subject, and that's okay. We're not here to please everybody. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line if you do want to be a part of the program. And this is the beauty about what we try to do here, Cecil. If the subject we're on is not for you, wait 5 minutes. We're going to change it and get on to something else. So we try to bring stuff for everybody. You just can't please them all. But we'll give it our best effort. Team USA. We know that flag football is coming. And then what was the guy, Noah something, who was the quarterback of the Team USA flag football?
He was all offended.
Yeah, he's like, they think they can just come in here and they took our jobs. And he doesn't get to represent the United States of America. So he was mad about that.
Mm-hmm.
I maybe this is on me for assuming, because you know what they say about assuming. I just assumed there was going to be, like the Grant Hill and Coach K and whoever else was a part of the selection process for hoops and Team USA, where you go, here are the guys that come. We're going to practice. A couple guys may get cut off of that list, but this is kind of the group. Apparently, that's not it. Experienced flag football players are going to get an opportunity to show that their knowledge of the game makes them better suited than NFL players. Callie Brownson, USA Football's Senior Director of High Performance and National Team Operations, told the Los Angeles Times that her organization's mission is to pick the players who give Team USA the best chance of winning a gold medal, not the players who have the biggest names. Quote from Callie, "The cool thing about our process is when you come out to our trials, there's no name on the back of your jersey. You get a number and you have the same opportunity to try out as the person that's next to you. We'll just be excited to have the best team, but we could, or I always do, and we always stand up for who we currently field. They're the best flag football players in the world, both men and women. They all deserve their flowers."
Nice.
End quote. So it sounds like there's going to be some names that are interested and brought in, but you have to earn your spot on the flag football team.
Yeah, and okay, you think you were shunned or slighted or whatever?
Yeah.
Go compete against the best of the best.
Go slow down Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Earn that spot.
Yeah, exactly. So I like it because, okay, you're playing flag football. You want an opportunity to play in the Olympics? Go up against the NFL players. And if you can, then congrats to you. And that sounds like it was written again by ChatGPT. Their knowledge of the game. It's flag football.
Well, they
throw,
went on.
catch, run. Nobody grab my flag.
They went on, and it's not worth getting into the exact quotes about like the timing of, they're one of the flag football players who played high-level college football at Texas, I believe it was.
Okay.
Said that the speed. Yes, the NFL has better athletes, but they don't understand that it's a different game with different strategies, tactics that they're going to need to be prepared for.
Stop.
He played at West Virginia, not Texas.
Different strategy, different tactics. It's flag football.
This is
going to be easy for these guys.
This is going to come off disrespectful. I'm not trying to mean it as such. If they were good at football, they wouldn't be playing flag football.
But it's different, and it's the speed, and it's the strategy. Get over yourself. Come on. Come on, man.
Everybody wants to be in the NFL.
And God bless all the hippies that play disc golf, right? Frisbee golf.
Shout out Gilbert, my buddy.
Shout out all the hippies and their sweetest Chiba, right?
Yeah,
Shout them out.
Yeah.
Let's go. But you're not playing in the PGA.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
And I know it's a little bit different because you're not swinging a club. But still, there's no Frisbee golfers out there to be like, come on, man. I totally belong in the PGA, man. Yeah. Nobody does that. Nobody's saying that. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself, flag football guy.
Yeah, it's
Is that something you use as a brag? If you're at the Grizzly Rose and you're a flag football player?
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but
I'm a professional football player.
Cornerback, Team USA flag football.
I don't know. What? Oh, you play for the Broncos? No, I play for the Loveland Argonauts. Flag football.
Yeah.
You ever heard of us?
I play every Saturday morning with a couple bros I went to high school with.
Why are you guys calling Paxton Lynch out like that?
Is he still doing it out there?
He might still be. I don't know.
I don't think so. His son's a baller, though. He's got a little 6-year-old son. I've heard
really?
through the grapevine that his son's a baller and a quarterback. So I'm rooting for him.
Runs the same 8 plays Paxton ran at Memphis.
Hey,
they love the same football like you.
These guys, they're the ones that drafted him. Yeah. There's the ones that drafted him and then didn't run those 8 plays. And I had those conversations with who was the coordinator at the time. And he was always making fun of the 8 plays. I'm like, you going to run any of the 8 plays?
But he said...
Was it Musgrave? Was it Billy Moose?
I think it was Musgrave.
Yeah.
Because remember, Musgrave is the one that said, well, he's got these 8 plays.
Yeah.
And then you did say it. Like,
yeah.
Hey, are you going
to run any of
those
them?
8 plays?
And they said no. So it's their dumb heads for doing it. And I'm not making excuses for Paxton, but we all have to just talk on the real. Like, You took a first-round quarterback, and then you didn't run what he was used to running.
The only good things he knew.
It's about fit.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't fit Gary Kubiak at all. Gary Kubiak, I'm not saying he hated him.
They didn't
but
want
he
him.
didn't want him at all.
No. Another quick NFL story. You know the like royalty checks, like jersey sales, just swag stuff. Anything that's licensed by the NFL but has a player's name on it, that player's going to get a little cut of the sales, right? You believe that J.J. McCarthy had the most like NFL licensed sales this year? J.J. McCarthy was on the top of the list.
Wait a second, what?
Yeah. J.J. McCarthy. The 12-month earning period ended on February 28th of 2025, which means all the royalty checks and sales were coming from the 2024 season. But it was J.J. McCarthy that was ahead of even Patrick Mahomes, ahead of Travis Kelce, who's always been in that world. It was J.J. McCarthy in first place, Travis Kelce in second place, Justin Herbert in third place, Josh Allen was in fifth place.
Okay.
In fourth place, who hasn't played since Super Bowl 50, Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning still sold $2.2 million worth of NFL merchandise with his last name on it.
That's where Kev's money goes.
Where's Tom Brady at on that list? I rest
Eat
my
your
case
heart out,
again.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, I mean, even Tom's not even on the list.
Are people still buying? Like, what are you buying that's Peyton Manning that you don't already? Just a new Broncos jersey?
There's
Or like
always
a
something
throwback
cool.
of the
New
Colts
Manning
jersey?
something Manning.
$2.2
T-shirt with
million
Manning.
worth. How many Manning jerseys do you have, Kev?
2.
1 Broncos, 1 Colts?
3.
Okay, 2 Broncos, 2 Colts?
2 Broncos, 1 Colt.
I just did 4.
Why do you have a Colts
Stupid.
jersey?
Because I was a fan when he was with the Colts.
He liked Peyton as a Colt before Peyton came
I
out.
I thought you were a Broncos fan.
I am, but I also liked Peyton Manning in the Colts.
That might be a don't be that guy.
Because they're in the same conference?
Yeah. Yeah, you can have an NFC team. I don't think you got to have another AFC team.
Who did you root for when they played one another?
Oh, gosh, I don't... Eesh.
Because Peyton worked the Broncos, especially in the playoffs. He worked them.
I think I was cheering for Peyton and the Colts.
Wow, really?
Just because he was Peyton.
You're not a Broncos fan then.
Dang.
It was a Peyton thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a Peyton fan when I was like 6 or 7 years old.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Once Elway left, I don't know. I think it was because he was like the first one to do audibles, like that we all learned
hear,
about.
yeah.
Like I'm like, yeah, that guy's actually calling his own plays. Then when I saw him at Mile High for the first time doing audibles, I'm like, whoa! Like,
I
this is
know
so
you're the young
cool.
cat on this show, but Jim Kelly did that. He's like,
well, did we like talk about Jim Kelly like that?
Yeah, people did.
Okay.
Now you were a kid though. That's why. Like,
Yeah.
It was 93.
Yeah.
So you're a baby.
Yeah. By the way, a quick text that just came in. JC writes this. I think your name's JC. Come watch us play flag football tonight. Way different, and no way y'all could hang with any of us.
I'm not saying we could. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not hanging with anyone unless we play PUBG every day.
yeah.
But like, seriously, y'all flag footballers think you can hang with NFL players. Good luck.
JC,
Good luck.
Could you route me up? Probably, my man. But are you ever going to make it to the NFL? Hell to the no, my man. That is not happening. I love that text. That's that athletic arrogance we always talk about.
Yeah.
Like just you're a habitual line stepper right now, JC. You are habitual line stepping in real time. Please don't do
Maybe
that.
the Broncos could sign him, and then they have 8 players with 2-letter first names. JC, PJ, Bo, RJ, JK.
I just like
JL.
He's taking it so serious. He's now challenging me and Cecil to flag football.
No, it's not us. Y'all are you're better at flag football than I am. Congrats.
No doubt, yeah.
You're not better than Pat Surtain.
No. JC, you're not better than the worst player on the CSU Rams, dude. You're not better than that guy. Sorry to break your heart, but we appreciate you being a part of the tribe. All right, let's go into hour 4, quarter 4. That text really got me going. That was good, man. Let's hear from John Wallace. Let's talk about John's plan to build around Nikola Jokic. And the $1 million question was asked. When it comes to 2 guys deciding on what one general manager normally decides on, who gets the final say? Wait till you hear how Josh Kroenke answered that question next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Baseball conversation coming up at 1:15 with the Denver Post's Patrick Saunders. He's the man that had the article out yesterday, Sunday's paper, about Charlie Montfort and some ideas, and we're going to pick his brain on that. In the meantime, we want to get down to Ball Arena. Press conference held at Ball Arena within the last hour with Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and John Wallace. Josh Kroenke, owner-operator. Ben Tenzer, executive vice president of basketball operations. And Wallace is the new executive vice president of player personnel. So the question that we all wanted to know is, all right, who's going to handle the phones? Who does another team call?
Right.
If they want to talk to the Denver Nuggets about a trade or a player on their roster. Josh? Oh, Kev? Here we go. Josh's answer.
I think that they both will. I think that, from the outside looking in, sometimes people have a false sense of how things actually go down in the professional sports world. Sometimes that's owner talking to owner, sometimes that's president talking to president, that's basketball operations staff talking to basketball operations staff. There's a lot of different ways that deals get done in the NBA, and a lot of that is through relationships, and I think that our organization has great relationships at all levels throughout the league, and we'll continue to have different conversations in different ways with different teams, with different people.
So the answer is both of them.
Lame.
Both of them. I don't know that that's the answer that anybody was looking for.
Right.
Now he tries to explain himself. It's like, well, there's just a bunch of different things. Now, he's right about that part. If Ben Tenzer has a relationship with somebody in Washington's front, well, don't do any deals with Washington, with Memphis's front office. Yeah, Ben, make the phone call.
Right.
John, you have a relationship with somebody in Golden State. John, make the phone call. I'm talking about when other teams are looking to make a deal. Do they know who to call?
Yeah.
Are you hurting yourself because of how other teams perceive there's a mess of a pecking order in your front office?
There's confusion in the room. That's all there is to it. Like, there's confusion, and there will be amongst other GMs. And what I hope doesn't happen is I hope it doesn't create a fracture. We have two guys trying to build a team in different ways. So communication is the key in every relationship. They're going to have to communicate with each other in terms of who they're talking to, what's being said, what the idea is, what the other one thinks. Like, it's just confounding the situation in a way, convoluting it in a way that you didn't need to if you just had a GM.
Mm-hmm.
One.
All right, well, the answer to some of that with Josh is like the relationships that they have. John Wallace was asked what his strength is, and he talked about relationships around the league.
I think for me, just my relationships with the guys, relationships around the league, I think the collaboration that we'll bring as a group and kind of being able to galvanize that is going to help me, obviously add to my strengths here and to kind of empower the individuals that we already have in place.
All right, well, you like that, right? If that's really what his strengths is, now we're going to find out in real time. It's easy for him to say that on June 24th in front of a bunch of, puppy dog media members that aren't going to bark or even bite back. We'll find out what his relationships are come trade deadline, come July 1st when they can start to make some moves, how creative he can get, where he can have these kind of conversations with the relationships. Like, no, let me sell you on Michael Porter Jr. Let me sell you on Jamal Murray. We'll find out here within the next week and a half, what kind of relationships John Wallace actually has.
Yeah, what kind of relationships he has with the players on the current roster, and then the relationships around the league that will allow you to do some of those trades, because you gotta sell this a little bit. Jamal Murray's numbers aren't going to sell themselves. Jamal Murray's history of getting banged up or being overweight is not going to sell itself. You've got to be a bit of a salesman if, in fact, you're approaching that. But again, this is a team that's going to run it back one more year. They're going to fall short one more year, wasting one more year of Nikola Jokic's prime, and then they're going to try to blow things up. So what does that look like then?
There's another thing that Wallace was asked about. How do you build around Nikola Jokic?
We have to be really conscious of the margins. We've got to be very deliberate, and obviously the time is now. With Joker, it's obviously a generational talent, and how he helps out and how he elevates the level of play of so many people around him. We've got to make sure that, we find some more shooting, obviously address some of the defensive concerns. But I think we have both young individuals here that can step up and do that as we continue to develop them, as well as, we'll look outside and see what makes sense.
All right, again, the right answers. But to me, this is, man, it's also like Josh Kroenke's sitting right there. Josh Kroenke just hired these guys, right? Made it official with these guys. How much of this stuff that we're going to hear from Ben Tenzer and John Wallace here over the next day and a half, how much of that is them trying to make their new boss happy or actually what they believe in basketball philosophy? Now, I don't want to say it's just, they're just garbage of the mouth to make their boss happy.
Buzzwords.
But they're probably just hitting some of those buzzwords that they use in interviews and then reiterating some of the buzzwords that Josh used once they were hired and told them this press conference was coming.
Yeah, giving some quotes for your articles, for your blogs, for your newspapers, whatever. Like, that's what it sounds like. Again, the action is going to be the most important thing. Talk all you want. It comes down to what do you do. You can say anything. You can have the plan. You can talk a great game. But do you have a great game? And that's what we're fixing to find out. Not necessarily with Tenzer, if he's going to handle the contracts. And that's where the confusion comes back in. Like, well, one guy's going to handle the contracts and one guy's going to handle the personnel.
But why wouldn't they just say that then? They can eliminate all confusion with one single
Why
sentence.
wouldn't Wallace be just the GM and then Tenzer can be just the salary cap guy? Again, Rich Hurtado, George Payton, 2 different roles. George doesn't have to worry about the money. That's what Rich's job is.
So let's break this down as what the understanding is. George goes, I like this player. I'd like to bring him to the Broncos. Hey, Rich, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Hey, Rich, can this happen? Let me know so that then I can reach out and make an offer. Simple as that?
Yeah.
And they can't figure that out.
Right.
Something that we just understood in about 7.5 seconds.
Why are they, I don't want to say afraid, but yeah, kind of afraid to just pick one. Pick one. You did an exhaustive search and you picked 2? What?
The exhaustive search, at least
3 guys.
They interviewed 3 guys. So one guy a week.
One guy a week.
One interview and think about it for the next 6 days.
Okay. Wow. Josh is really going to be around more. Okay.
That's what he says.
Again, actions. This all stinks. It definitely, I know the PR and the spin and everything's going to be different, and Wallace has great relationships. Okay, that's fine. Wallace is the key, by the way. We already know Ben Tenzer. Ben Tenzer's a good man. But man alive, you don't have time to waste. You're on the come up. I can't even say Houston now, and it's certainly not Memphis anymore. But like, if you're a team that's on the come up, you go, okay, this is kind of new. It's different. We've done it before, but now let's try this now. You're a team with the best player on the planet. It's a much different tax bracket that you're in.
Yeah. And I also, I want to know the Wallace-Jamal relationship. I need that from another source. I need to know that from more than just the couple people who are real tight with the team are saying that.
Yeah.
I need that to be sourced more.
Well,
before I buy
and
that.
honestly, do you like that? Oh, he's a really good relationship with Jamal Murray. Do you like that? I mean, it sounds great. Great relationship.
Well, what does that mean? Like a good enough relationship? We have a good enough relationship where if I'm sucking, you come to me and be like, you're sucking.
Right.
Is it that kind of relationship?
I hope
too.
so. I hope so. I hope it's that where you can be real.
Yeah.
And that if that relationship, I want to hear it from the Jamal side.
Exactly right.
Jamal really respects him. Jamal will listen to him. Jamal will respond to him. That's what I want. I don't want to know how his relationship is with Jamal. I want to know what Jamal's relationship is with him.
Kev?
I just want to add to that. While I was watching the press conference, when Wallace talked about Jamal, he got all happy. Like, he's my
Really?
boy. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Like we're best friends. So that kind of scares me of, like, you're not going to be able to put him in his place, dude.
You know what it is? Comfortability.
Yeah.
They're comfortable with one another.
I will say cutting out this press conference does not make me excited about this season at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're going to take it all in later. We'll continue with some of the cuts and things. In fact, at 1:30, you got to find out how Ben Tenzer answered what his strengths are and what he brings to the Denver Nuggets. That's at 1:30. In the meantime, coming up next, we have a conversation with Patrick Saunders. What's really going down at 20th and Blake, and will Dick finally listen to somebody? This somebody is his brother. Let's ask Patrick that next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The a fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark at 25% off this month only.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's summer. Time to enjoy long days, lazy nights, and great food. Because Uber Eats has deals all summer long. So, when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Delicious deals are just a tap away on Uber Eats. Enjoy all your favorite grocery items delivered straight to you. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans and CVS and make the most of every moment. Now that sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Let's hit the hotline and welcome in an old friend of ours from the Denver Post. He is Patrick Saunders, covering all things Colorado Rockies, and had the piece this weekend in the Post and at denversports.com. That's been the talk of the town here early on in the week. First off, Patrick, great to get you on the show, man. We appreciate the time. How the heck have you been, man?
I've been good. Things are good. Things aren't great with the Rockies, obviously, but
Right.
Life's good. So
good.
Just got back from a hike with my pups, so that's always a good thing.
Yeah, I always love seeing the pups on your social. It's cool stuff.
Oh,
man.
thanks. I appreciate it.
Good shares there. Well, your story was outstanding. We spent a good chunk of the day talking about it yesterday with Charlie Montfort. So sober now. What did you take away? Is it just voicing an opinion? How much of his ear or in Dick's ear is Charlie when he's talking about the team? And it seemed like Dick was acknowledging it, but didn't seem like there were big changes coming. Did I interpret it wrong?
Well, let me start off by saying a couple things. One, I was surprised that Charlie was so open about his personal life, but also about his opinions about the state of the team. Two, I was surprised that Dick got back to me and talked to me fairly candidly about Charlie and also about Charlie's opinion about the team. Charlie, he's not in the mix like he used to be. And I don't think he probably will be going forward. But he does have opinions. Dick does listen to his counsel. And I think Dick reluctantly agreed with some of the things Charlie said about the franchise needing, if not a new direction, certainly, as Charlie put it, a new set of eyeballs, or in other words, fresh blood. Bringing somebody in from the outside who can see things differently, maybe try new things, shake things up a little bit, because they both admitted that the way things are right now is unacceptable.
Yeah, completely unacceptable. And Patrick, first and foremost, great to talk to you again, my friend. You're one of the good guys out there, and we certainly appreciate your insights here for our show. If you look at how things change, there's the misconception like Dick doesn't care. He doesn't care. Like he completely cares. He just needs to maybe have those different voices. And isn't it internal, quote unquote, pressure that helps change things? Because everyone's going to the ballpark. Okay. So stay away from the stadium. Don't support the Montforts. Like everyone's going to go to the ballpark. That doesn't work. But maybe internal, again, quote unquote, pressure, stuff like this from Charlie, just the mindset. Dick does care. They just need a different approach here.
You hit it on the head. I didn't use these quotes in my story because I didn't really think they kind of fit. But Charlie went to great lengths to tell me how much the losing and how much the criticism of the Rockies and of his brother Dick really hurt Dick. And I know Dick fairly well, and the losing does bother him. He does care. But he also has to acknowledge, and I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, he also has to acknowledge that sometimes he has to get out of his own way. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's anybody in the organization recently who's been able to really stand up to Dick and tell him, no, we can't do it this way. We've got to change course. We've got to do some different things. Whether that happens down the road, I don't know. Speaking to Charlie and to Dick a little bit, I think the Rockies have struggled to have that kind of voice inside the organization ever since Kelly McGregor died. And that was, more than 15 years ago when he died suddenly. He was a strong presence, and he was the guy who stood between the GM, Dan O'Dowd at the time, and Dick Montfort. And he was a guy who had a lot of say. Well, when Kelly passed away unexpectedly, Dick took that role, and I don't think he's done particularly well in that role.
Is that something So, and our guest is Patrick Saunders talking about the Rockies and their current situation. Is that embarrassment and the things that I feel weird even telling you this, Patrick? Like, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that it hits home and that it does matter to Dick Monfort. Is there a situation where they find a new Kelly McGregor? I know we've had conversations. Folks in your circles have talked about what Walker's role looks like. Is it as easy as, just hire somebody else? Or is this like, hurry up and wait for Walker to get more responsibility?
I'm a little unclear on exactly. I'm getting mixed messages, not just from the Monfort brothers, but from other people in the organization about what might be next. Does that mean a GM change, which I think is probably going to come? I can't imagine that Bill Schmidt, I'm not saying it's imminent, but I can't imagine after 3 consecutive 100-loss seasons that he'll retain his current position. So that's number one. Walker's role, Walker's mostly a business side guy, and everything I've been told about Walker, he's a very sharp young man. He has a lot of respect within the offices at 20th and Blake, but I don't know if he's really a baseball guy.
Okay.
So the question is, suppose they promote Walker Monfort from within, from his current post as the VP of corporate sponsorships. Suppose they promote him from within to some other role, be it the title of team president or something. Well, what do they do on the baseball side? That's the question that, in my mind, still has to be answered, and I'm not sure I have the correct answer for that yet.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, Patrick, any names outside the building? I think we're probably way too early in the process for any of that, right?
Yeah, I have some ideas. I've talked to a couple people about, but I'd rather not throw them out there because it'd be real speculative on my part to do that right now. So I have some ideas about people who have some connections to the Rockies, but nothing concrete right now.
Patrick, what about the team? Just where they're at now, and we know what it was to start, and nobody knows it better than you. That they're not as bad and insufferable as they were early on. What's led to this being kind of the rock bottom moment for the Colorado Rockies?
Well, a couple of things. One, let's talk about a little bit how they are playing better. I think it's a combination of things. I do think Warren Schaefer, the interim GM who took over for Buddy Black, I do think Warren's attention to detail, his passion, his intensity has helped. I know they've changed things up a little bit. I think players are a little more accountable. So I think that's a good thing. I think Warren is trying to push the envelope in certain areas when he can, be it running on the base paths, bunting. I think he's used the bullpen pretty effectively so far. He has a fresh voice. All of those things are good. I don't think the Rockies, as bad as they were, I don't think they were ever as historically bad as their record was indicating. Don't get me wrong, they're a bad baseball team. I don't think they were worse in Major League history bad.
Right.
So I think that's starting to show up a little bit. But, the reason they got here is they're supposedly a draft and development team, and this was supposed to be the year that they started to really turn the corner. And a lot of the guys that they profiled to help them turn that corner have just not produced the way they were expected to. And I think that's the bottom line. And then you throw in the fact that they had a few key injuries, and some of their veteran guys, particularly their veteran starting pitchers, were god-awful to begin the season with, is what I should say.
Okay. Last couple questions here real quick. We'll first start with tonight. Have you heard anything about who's pitching for the Dodgers?
I have not. I haven't looked since this morning. I do not know who's pitching for the Dodgers. Last I saw it was TBA. I do know that Kershaw is supposed to pitch on Thursday, which will be really interesting to see. Clayton Kershaw hates pitching at Coors Field, but since he came back, he's having a pretty decent year. I think he's 3-0, low 3 ERA. So I'm curious to see how he enjoys his time at Coors. We'll see.
Okay. I you know where I'm going. Wishful thinking the Shohei jumps up there, and Colorado fans get to see a little bit of that. But we'll keep an eye out on it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish I knew for sure. I don't know, but I'm sure they'll see Shohei at the plate, and that's always an experience no matter where you are, particularly at Coors Field, right? Maybe you'll hit one up to the the party deck or something.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
I remember the one to right field in the home run derby. I don't know if that thing landed yet, Patrick. That thing was
Yeah,
a bomb.
for sure.
Like Cecil said, it's great to talk with you, man. You are one of the good guys in this business, and we appreciate your time. I really appreciate, as does Cecil, your work that you did with this article and that you always do with the Colorado Rockies. Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
There he goes, Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post right there. If you haven't read it, you got to get to it. It's very well done, and as he said, not only did he get time from Charlie Monfort, he got time from Dick Monfort, and he might be the only one that's getting that time. So make sure you're reading it and following our buddy Patrick on Twitter at PSaundersDP right there on the Twitter machine. Cease, let's react to a few things that Patrick told us, plus get back to Ball Arena, where Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and John Wallace all talked to the media today. We'll do both coming up next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Talk about fireworks. Check out these offers during the 4th of July sale at Denver Mattress. Light up your sleep life with $100 off any Dr. Choice Original or $200 off any hybrid. Save $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze and score a $300 gift. And check out the Summit for only $299.99. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Or get 60 months no interest and free shipping. It's the 4th of July sale. On now at Denver Mattress.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Trash his own house party because nobody came. That's a great line right there. We're off and rolling here, having some fun. 1:30 at 2 o'clock. The Drive takes over. Zach by Philip Lindsay. Boys are going to get you home from 2 to 6. You second shifters out there. We see you grinding. We got Denver Sports Tonight for you folks from 6 to 7 p.m. So from 6A to 7P, we're talking all local teams. And we get to tell you our true feelings about those local teams. That's something no other outlet in this town has the luxury of doing. And we appreciate you riding with us, being a part of the tribe. We'd love to hear from you. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on your text so we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, want to hear a little bit from Ben Tenzer. We'll get to that in a moment. First reactions to a couple things that Patrick Saunders told us. First, it was cool to hear that Charlie was so open and honest and willing to have these conversations.
Right.
Cecil, we talked about it yesterday. He's been out of sight, out of mind since a really bad incident happened in the locker room between Charlie and another media member. And
he's been fighting demons, man.
Yeah,
that's what it is. You're fighting alcohol, that's alcohol, that's a demon.
Yep. 100%.
So he's been fighting his demons, and we always root for people that are battling addiction. And it's good to hear that Charlie is sober now.
100%, man. And look, Dick Monfort doesn't get a lot of credit in this city and doesn't get a lot for me, and I'm not going to give it just because, but he did make time for Patrick, didn't respond to us. I know we asked, Denver 7 has asked. He did make some time for Patrick. I think it would help Dick to do more of these interviews. Let the public know that you are ashamed, you are embarrassed. And
right.
Like I told Patrick, it's weird to say this out loud and legitimately feel this way. I'm happy he's embarrassed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not just a whatever. What's the bottom line? Ching, ching, dollar signs in his eyeballs. Like, he actually feels some sort of embarrassment, failure. That's good because he does care more than just about the bottom line.
He just doesn't know how to get out of this rut.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to get out of this rut. I think Patrick's comments about Kelly McGregor and after his passing, how Dick took over and that role and just hasn't done a good job of it. So it's finding, help out there for a guy that does care. Don't think for a second that Dick Monfort doesn't care. He just doesn't know what he's doing. And that's part of the conversation. So I think it's good that you feel and we feel that it's good he's embarrassed, because embarrassment can spark change. And that's all we want at 20th and Blake. Just change. They don't have to be a World Series, and I guess that's even soft-selling it a little bit as well. They don't have to win the World Series, but just don't be the embarrassing, 100-plus loss team again, 3 years in a row, worst in baseball history. It went too far. Rockies have been regularly the butt of jokes. this season has gone just way too far.
Yeah. And he talked about Bill Schmidt losing his job at the end of the season. I think that would be a good look for Dick Monfort. You're getting rid of one of your main guys, right? That, hey, you didn't do good enough. It's time for somebody to take the blame for that. So we'll see if it actually happens. But if Patrick Saunders thinks there's some legitimate conversations happening about that, then I think it's a possibility much more than I did a few years ago. Look, if you lose 100 more games in 3 straight seasons, somebody needs to get fired. And if the guy that built the roster, that's the guy that needs to be fired. So, yeah. Bill Schmidt, I know you're bros with Dick Monfort, but as far as like building a Major League Baseball roster, you have a big old fat F on your report card, and it's never going to change.
And the good/bad thing about Dick is it'll pain him to fire him.
Yeah, it will.
It'll be a struggle to come to that decision, which needs to happen. We all know it needs to happen. Patrick Saunders has said he expects it as much. And that's a good thing because Dick is that loyal, but it's also a bad thing because Dick is that loyal.
Yeah. It's like, I always think about this with the Rockies, especially in this business. We could get fired tomorrow, right? We get fired at 2:01 today. And that's a real possibility in the radio world. It just happens like that. I had a guy tell me once, like, what if I told you you just did your last show? I was like, well, I wish I would have done different today.
I got taken to Sam's number 3 to be told the station was being sold.
Yeah. Well, at least they bought you a breakfast burrito, right?
It was a good breakfast burrito.
Sam's number 3 is so good.
Oh, it's so awesome.
But like that's what a part of me goes, man, if you work for the Rockies in this business that's so wild, you're kind of safe forever. But then you work for the Rockies and you're kind of the laughing stock of the business that you work in. I don't know what you would pick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
and then you're also doing laundry, and that's not your job title either. So you have to live with that too.
You're doing whatever you can. If you're the Colorado Rockies, we'll take whatever. But changes will happen now, and it's like turning a lumber wagon or turning a aircraft carrier. It's going to be slow.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be slow. None of the changes. This thing's not turning around overnight, but at least some changes will happen.
And it doesn't sound like Walker Monfort is going to come in and save much. Business side more than the baseball side.
Now, and I know Patrick questioned, like, I'm not sure if he's a baseball guy. Doing everything within the organization, it doesn't automatically make you a baseball guy, but it just gives you an appreciation and understanding of what it all takes.
Yeah, that's right.
So I really, really love that about Walker. And, again, all we have to hold on to is some sort of hope that it changes when Walker takes over. So I'm going to hold on to that, and then we'll see.
And you know what you and I talked about with Walker Monfort of like, yeah, you can fix your dad's legacy. You can repair the last name in the city. And I think that at least I would hope I would learn this lesson. I think you would, Cecil. I think all of our listeners would. And I'm going to put Walker Monfort into this same category. Hey, you watched your dad do something the wrong way for all of those years. Why would you continue to do that?
Right.
Why would Walker then get all this responsibility and go, you know what? We don't need a Kelly McGregor type. I can be the middleman. I can float these conversations from this side of the building to this side of the building and make sure we're all walking in the same direction. Clearly you can't, Dick. You have too much on your plate. There's too many things going on that you need to be present for to do that job as well. And maybe that's the one thing we hold our hat on, that Walker will realize where his dad's shortcomings were and not try to do those same things.
Yeah, and, that just comes from an understanding, probably being even more online. Probably not being as against technology. The biggest turnaround with Walker could be his embrace of what baseball is now.
Spending money on technology?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think that's also something that we can look to with some hope. Again, it's not going to happen soon, but it will happen eventually. And when it does, what's the technology like then?
All right, good conversation. Again, if you missed it, you're going to want to go back and listen to it in our podcast at that 1:15 segment, our conversation with Denver Post's Patrick Saunders right there. I do want to hear one thing from Ben Tenzer. What's his strength? What does Ben Tenzer bring to the Denver Nuggets? We'll hear his answer, and then it's our dealer's choice. We're just going to get crazy with our favorite video games. Coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything: gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let it rain, let it pour. She don't love me anymore. Just let it come down on me. Let it come down on me. Every word.
Is this for the rain? Yes. Everyone be safe out there.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting gnarly. People still say gnarly?
You just did.
Yeah, it was weird when I said it, though.
Gnarly, dude.
Gnarly. You want to shred some gnar?
Wow.
It's starting to come down. I'm sure it's going to hail as soon as I get into my truck. It's the luck I have. And then I'll just go sit under the gas station and call one of you two guys talking past time.
Okay.
So what's up, man?
Yeah.
You know, you can play Xbox on your phone.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
When I travel, because we're going to talk dealer's choice, your favorite video games, I'd play PUBG every day. I do it to shut off my brain because I'm an overthinker, which I have learned. It's kind of sad that I'm admitting this into our microphone. But I've learned it's a trauma response.
Oh, really?
Because when you think about all possibilities at all time of everything so that you're not caught off guard.
Yeah, I do that too.
It's because it's like abandonment issues, that type of stuff where you don't want that feeling of loss. So you try to get ahead of it. Anyway, so my overthinking brain The only time I can really shut it off is when I just sit there and I shut off my brain and I play PUBG.
Yeah.
So, and when I travel, at the Senior Bowl or whatever, and if I have time, you can play it just on your phone, just on the screen, or there's an attachment for your controller.
What?
So you can play it with a Bluetooth controller, and
That is
it's your actual
badass.
Xbox controller. I can bring you one. I got an extra one.
Dude, I would love that.
Okay, yeah, so you can just, and it's a little heavy. You got to get used to the weight because you have that on your controller, your phone.
That's sick.
But yeah, I can play PUBG wherever I'm at.
I didn't realize when I was in Vegas, the Jaramillos are big Switch players.
Okay, yeah.
They love Street Fighter, dude. It's like I've
It's
watched
their
them
thing?
fist fight each other over
Okay.
Street Fight outcomes. It was awesome. Several
Oh my
times.
God.
This happened several times. The little Nintendo Switch controller, like that little tiny thing, there's two of them on there, and like you can play Street Fighter versus each other on the Nintendo Switches.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea.
Yeah, the Switch is an awesome system.
Is that expensive?
No.
I might get one today.
It's Nintendo, so it's always weird. And they do their own thing. The Switch 2's coming out, I think,
Okay.
this year. But yeah, you can get the first Switch cheap.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they are awesome. All right, I do want to get into Dealer's Choice. Real quick, I do want to hear this from Ben Tenzer. Ben was asked, hey, what's your strength with the Nuggets?
When I got this internship in 2005, I felt like I hit the jackpot, so you could imagine how I feel now. Yeah, in terms of skill sets, as an intern, I did every job here, and I ended up going to law school, learning about the cap and contracts, managing people. I was the GM at the Gold, so I feel like just us two together in terms of collaboration will be really healthy.
All right. So not only does he look 12, he sounds 12 as well. I got like Mike McDaniel vibes going on right there, listening to Ben Tenzer. All right. So he's a really smart guy. He's really smart with numbers. Sounds like he worked on building and maintaining relationships in the professional world. You like that because that's something you and I knocked on Calvin Booth for a lot. That he had 0 relationships. And we know the Nuggets were in a tight spot financially, but we also learned that he didn't have anybody to call to make a trade at the deadline because he did not have any of those relationships. So I like that. And look, I'll be honest here, Cecil. I slept on it too, and like you, I didn't feel any better about it. I do feel a little bit better about the two guys. I studied up a little bit on John Wallace. I like his Hooper's history. He's a true Hooper. And I think that translates when you are talking to players. Ben Tenzer, he's a numbers guy. He's got the numbers nerd, right? For lack of a better term. And I'm not using that in a disrespectful term. Just
term of endearment.
Right. But I just create the separation. Stop this facade of like there's two guys doing the same job and they'll both take phone calls.
Right.
That's not helping how we feel about you as a leader, Josh Kroenke. It's not helping how we feel about you as a person that places people in their jobs and then lets them do their jobs.
I bet Josh Kroenke felt great about that answer at his practice press conference. But either way, I don't feel any better after this presser. We're just going to have to see it play out. Wallace is the key. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, this is with the best player on the planet and in his prime. It's bold decision, Cotton. Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out.
Last one, Wallace on the plan for tomorrow night's draft where they have no picks.
I think right now just being patient, kind of checking out the landscape, seeing what's there, what could come our way. But at the same time, we're going to do our due diligence to kind of be ahead of the curve and be prepared for whatever might shake itself out.
Yeah.
My trainer just told me to be prepared.
You better do it in 24 hours because this was the problem of them not hiring when they hired. Oh, like we got to be prepared for every situation. Well, they could have hired you 3 weeks ago and you could have been fully prepared for this situation. Just absolutely ridiculous. And now I want to hear Jameis talk about being prepared. Where was it? There we go.
Well, I just think we were prepared. You know, one thing my trainer, he told me, he said, what did he say? He just told us to be prepared.
It's the best. It's so good.
Thank you.
Give me a Winston family reality show and lock me in a room somewhere. All right. We'll dive much deeper into that conversation and hear a bit more from the guys tomorrow on the show and talk more about what this new front office looks like. And it'll be NBA draft day, so see if they do anything. All right, video games. Let's finish this conversation. We talked about the best sports video game. We talked about the best fighting video game. We talked about the best shooter video game. And now we're kind of going off the board. Dealer's choice for any video game that you want to talk about. Want to get your answers? On the text line, 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. I have a couple that I don't even know if anyone's going to know this second one.
Okay.
But first up is Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot was Me and my little sister,
Platformer?
Kara, yeah, dude, we would play that thing all nights, or all hours of the night. And then, was it 2 years ago or something? I don't know. We were in Arizona visiting my father when he was living out there. And he said they're getting ready to move. And he's like, we're packing stuff up. I found a PlayStation 2, and Crash Bandicoot was in the system.
Whoa.
And I'm like, bust it out.
Bonus.
Let's see if this thing works. It worked. And we sat there for about 4 hours playing Crash Bandicoot again, dude.
Yes.
It is an all-time great game and something that at least my sister Kara and I will talk about for the rest of our lives. And then do you know the game Smuggler's Run?
Don't think I've ever played it.
PlayStation 2 game.
Okay.
And you're like, I mean, without like them saying it, you're running drugs. And then you have to outrun other people or race.
Was
or
it
like,
T for teen?
No.
At least?
Oh, yeah, the rating, yeah.
Okay,
like,
okay.
So you'd get in like a buggy or a big truck or
Yeah.
like a motorcycle.
Right.
And you'd race up to the top of this hill and you'd grab the package, right? And then you'd have to race back down. But then your buddies would try to stop you from racing back down or collecting the package.
Yes.
And it was the same thing, dude. At 19 years old, if I wasn't trying to board slide down a 3-stair handrail, I was at Chris's house playing Smuggler's Run.
Okay.
It was huge in our
Smuggling
lives.
drugs.
Yeah, yeah.
Does anyone talk about that anymore? I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now, but like, remember the old violence in video games? You can't play Twisted Metal. I mean, there's like some killer clown blowing stuff up. Or Silent Hill or whatever. That used to be a big part of the conversation.
What about Manhunt? Remember that game?
Yeah, Manhunt.
Dude.
Like it banned game.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
some countries actually did ban Manhunt, and it's worth a little bit of money.
Oh, really?
If you find a copy of it, like
That
the
game was
PS2 version.
badass.
Yeah, it was. It was scary. But you don't really hear that as much. Hell, just this last weekend, after we got worked on Gears of War beta, Big E and I set up my meth lab in GTA. So I'm like, I'm good. I'm making money. I got my nightclub. I got my strip club. I got my meth lab. I'm good. This is all video games. So I'm like, I guess we just kind of skipped right over that, right? Nobody really pays attention to that anymore.
And by the way, I'd be a fool if I didn't mention all the Tony Hawk's Pro Skaters and Skate 3.
Skate 3.
Skate 3.
Skate 3.
Skate 3 is the best skate game. But back to my nostalgia stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know that there will be another level that ever tops Tony Hawk's Underground Moscow level. There was this rail that you could just, if you could keep your balance on, no big deal. Got a 2 million point trick on it once. You could just grind that thing in a circle over and over, like Marshawn Lynch running the football.
Yeah.
And I crushed that level, dude.
Have you ever told Kelsey about this?
No, I think she'd leave me. She doesn't care that I play video games.
Right.
She's not into it the way I'm into it.
No. I mean, you find one like that, you got to keep her. Is what you say. But no, that's a humble brag, right?
So
it's a sick brag, bro.
Thank you. If I had one video game to choose from forever,
it was that one.
It's Tony Hawk Underground Moscow level. I'm killing everybody.
Oh, mine's easy as long as it comes with the extra pack as well. It's Red Dead Redemption.
Dude, people have sent that in a couple of times today.
Red Dead Redemption, and I'm talking about the first one. I actually haven't beat the second one, and it's been out for like 5 years or whatever, and I feel bad, but it's such an immersive game. Like, Red Dead Redemption 2, to beat it, as I beat Red Dead Redemption 1, it would, at this point, take me, 9 months.
What?
Just because of the time of it. And I'm a completionist.
Yeah.
So I want to complete
Yep,
everything.
I'm with you.
So on the first Red Dead Redemption, I completed every mission, every side mission, every story,
Damn,
unlocked
dude.
everything. And of course it had the Undead Nightmare, the zombie version of that.
Yep.
So it's like a horde version, but it's zombies and it's the Old West. You got revolvers. But Red Dead, talk about the ultimate like turn off your brain thing. Red Dead Redemption, you just jump on a horse and you go ride from Mexico, and you cross the Rio Grande and you go up to the north, whatever, is it Blackwater or whatever, the one up north. It takes about 30 minutes of just straight riding, not stopping, not helping anybody. If you just rode your horse from one side of the map to the other, it's 30, 45 minutes, something like that.
What?
It's a long time.
Wow.
It's a huge map.
Wow.
Absolutely huge map. So you can just shut off your brain.
You just ride
It's
the
like
horse.
GTA in the country.
Yeah.
And it is, of course, Rockstar. And everything they do, almost everything. L.A. Noire wasn't that great. That was a Rockstar game that came out after GTA 5 and before Red Dead Redemption 2 for sure. But yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine if you've seen the map for GTA 6, it'll take you hours to get across that thing. It's, 6 times larger than the GTA 5 map.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah. So the Red Dead Redemption, the first one, and the second one's fantastic. Like,
I
great.
never even played the second one. I did play the first one, though.
Okay, the second one is fantastic. It's just you better have a lot of time.
Okay.
You better not have a life.
A lot of people are sitting in Crazy Taxi on Sega Genesis.
Crazy Taxi is awesome on
Remember that game?
Dreamcast.
Oh,
on
Dreamcast. Yeah.
Crazy and Crazy Taxi 1 and 2. And then there was The Simpsons.
Oh, hell yeah. What
was that? Was there a Simpsons version of Crazy Taxi?
Yeah, where Homer's driving around all nuts.
Yes. That one was awesome, and that one's just like a go in and mess around. You pick people up, pick up Mo, and have to take him to the bar or whatever. Yeah, so that one was awesome. I can't remember what that Simpsons game was called, though. But either way,
people are asking if you played Skyrim.
Yes.
Elder Scrolls?
Elder Scrolls, yeah. You haven't played that?
One whole game?
Open world.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
Elder
no.
Scrolls, and then Skyrim was the sequel. And yes, played it a lot back on the 360 days.
Okay.
It's another one where you create your character as like a warrior, whatever you want to be, and then you just go out in this huge open world and do stuff.
Oh, really?
Right.
So it's like a cooler version of The Sims?
Uh-huh. And then there's what is it? Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars, where you can choose to be a Jedi or a Sith. So when you meet people, the NPCs, it's like real life when you meet the NPCs. You can either be a good person and help them, or you can take out your lightsaber and do some business.
Nice.
And then the game will react to you differently. When you go to a new town, people respond to you differently because you're a bad person.
Oh, okay.
But if you're a good person, then people try to take advantage of you if you're a good person. So I kind of like that immersive world building, Skyrim, Knights of the Old Republic, those type of games.
A couple people are asking us if we ever heard of Earthworm Jim.
Of course,
we have.
yeah.
That's an
Yeah,
outstanding
classic.
game. And then Joaquin
Ratchet
says
and Clank.
Need for Speed. I don't know if Need for Speed was the game. I once got grounded for an entire summer, but my parents bought me. I was grounded, and they bought me you could put the steering wheel, had a gas pedal on it.
Nice.
And I played that for 3 months straight. I think it was Cruising USA.
Cruising USA.
I had NASCAR 98.
Nice.
And it came with the steering wheel and gas pedal interactive.
That's PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
Yep, it plugged into the same ports
I'm gonna
that
look this up on eBay.
The normal controller did.
Wow.
I haven't heard Ratchet and Clank in a long time.
That's a good pull, right there.
Crash Bandicoot was going to be my honorable mention, which is in the Ratchet and Clank category.
Gran Turismo was awesome. Forza is awesome.
Stu Money's going old school. Paperboy and Frogger. That's awesome. Simpsons Road Rage.
Simpsons Road Rage. Fun. That's what it was. Yeah.
So fun. That's outstanding. If you could only pick one game, Richie, what is it?
One game?
Like you're stuck in a room the rest of your life. The walls may or may not be padded. What are you going to play?
It's going to have to go into the immersive world thing that Cecil was talking about because you can go any direction you want with it. You can spend months and months and months just playing side quests and developing things without actually advancing the campaign.
Oh, yeah.
So for me, like the world of Red Dead Redemption, right? Was Red Dead Redemption was so fun. I didn't play the second one, but I loved the first one. And along the lines of like Skyrim or whatever was Fallout, like Fallout 3 specifically, because they New Vegas came out after Fallout 3 and it was okay, but Fallout 3 was like I could spend, it could be 85 and beautiful and sunny outside, and I'm like, let's go.
I'm playing Fallout. Fallout 3 was peak Fallout, that's for sure. And I'm seeing NASCAR 98 on eBay, but I don't see any with the steering wheel yet.
Yeah, I think it was either 98 or 99. It was right there between 98 and 2000, and it came.
I feel like
with
98 was like the big one.
I'm
almost positive Jeff Gordon was on the cover.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. All right, fun conversation though, man. It's a good time to kind of have some fun with the radio show, and everybody, at least the 99.9% of our texters, we're all in on this. Arvada Anthony is ripping on you. Cecil says Cecil was a big fan of Oregon Trail. I bet. I think that's an old joke.
Everybody was a big fan of Oregon Trail though. That was cool.
Heck yeah, it was. All right, Richie, you and Phil are going to come in here, take folks home for the day on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You missed the monsoon out there. Holy cow.
Yeah, it looks pretty nasty.
I just want you to know that if it starts hailing out there and I have a front row seat to it with my car parked right outside, the levels of rage that are going to be emanating from this studio.
Did you park in the same spot you normally park in?
Yep.
Which is wide open with no
wide
trees.
open. No, there's no protector.
You got a brand new car.
No offense, Richie, but you're kind of a suit around here.
I don't
You have the
I
executive
don't-
parking.
I don't have security clearance in the
Oh,
garage.
my God.
That means we're
I
never
would change
getting
that
No.
immediately.
Yeah, no. If I
Where do you think I'd
once-
drive a Ford Focus in? So if it gets
once
tailed out, I don't
once-
care.
Once I finish my Kev's hooking me up with a fake ID.
You
that
have a
says
new car.
Amanda Brown. Then I'll have security clearance.
You have a new car.
And you do have a new car.
I do have
Yeah.
a new car.
Yeah, I'm parking that thing underground, baby.
Oh, that seems dangerous. All right. Well, outside of the hail that's on its way to wreck everyone's day,
Don't even say it.
what'd you make of press conferences today? We heard John Wallace talk about kind of his role and relationships, and then Ben Tinzer talking about going to law school and being the numbers guy. I just told Cecil, I actually like that the two dudes have different roles and kind of routes or what they bring to the table, but why not just separate them and have a general manager?
Right, especially under the context that we believe is going to be the case, which is that John Wallace is just going to be the de facto GM in the traditional sense. Like, they're both going to have split responsibilities. I thought when Kroenke was asked about who's going to be answering the phones, and he's like, I think both of them will. It's like,
Yeah.
can you just not? Like, can we just be real
He
for a
practiced
second?
that answer.
Like, be so for real. There's someone who's going to be acting in general terms in the broader sense of what it is, and then they're going to be supplemented by something that's a little bit more specialized, like a financial side of things. And I don't know why we don't just say it.
So who sorry, I just walked in here.
That's all right.
I pulled
You didn't
a
have
Zach
a cup
by.
of coffee.
No, I still have. I pulled a Zach by.
You're on that
a couple
ZB
of
time.
days.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
You know how Zach is. He strolls in at 2 o'clock, maybe 2:01.
Yeah.
2:01, yeah.
With a
so
coffee.
we all know that they're kind of co-working together, co-general managing it,
VP,
whatever.
co-executive VPs.
Whatever you want to call it. Who do you guys think is going to be the true general manager? I missed
Wallace.
that part. Wallace?
I think Wallace too.
Yeah.
See, I'm on the like Wallace does a great job with the players, and he has more connections, it seems like. But when it comes to like Ben Tinzer, who's been in the building, and obviously the guy that has been orchestrating like the draft, because he is the one, him and his crew, I would say that maybe he would be the general manager, the one you answer to.
Here's why I think it's Wallace, because he wants to get out of here. They're not going to pay him. He's going to be like Masai, or Tim, where they just like, you're an up and coming executive, and then someone else hires you. So he's going to have the impetus to be really active, or as active as he can be within the confines of a whatever we're calling this. But I think it's his activity of knowing he's a fast riser in the world of the NBA. Like, this is a really good hire if his actions back up his words. So I think it's him kind of controlling his own career to be that way and to be more forward of like, no, I'm the guy you reach out to.
And I would say, too, to just echo that, like, Tinzer's been with the Nuggets for 18 years.
Yeah, Ben will
since
say.
2005.
Ben will be here.
And it's his name has been associated with the general manager 2 different times. Now, and then when Tim left, there were conversations about Ben as well.
The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Elbert County, south central Arapahoe County, and northeastern Colorado until 2:30 p.m. At 1:58 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Arapahoe Park, or 23 miles southeast of Denver, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include mainly rural areas of northwestern Elbert and south central Arapahoe counties. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Triangle going on.
But
We
it's
got
like what
Ben
we
Tinzer, John, and then we got Kroenke that he's gonna have to sign off on all this.
But we said it yesterday. So, Phil, if you're another team and you're interested in Michael Porter Jr., you go, Josh, Ben,
Who am I
John,
talking to? Who do I report to?
Who do I talk to? Is Stan answering
Then you
the
do a
phone?
group
What do I
text,
talk
and
to?
nobody likes a group text.
Yeah.
Nobody likes a conference call. Nobody likes a group text.
You know, I thought it was funny too. Like, Cecil, you always say like, "Oh, Sean Payton's the smartest guy in the room. Just ask him." And when I was listening to that press conference, hearing Josh Kroenke when he's asked about like, is there an organization you're modeling this after, or what's your inspiration behind the co-VP thing? And I think he said the word different 94 times in a 44-second answer. And so now in my brain, every time I hear Josh, I'm like, hey, Josh, the Nuggets are different. Josh wants you to know they're different. Just ask him.
They're unique.
It's in the memo.
Unique. Yeah, they have a great personality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those buzzwords we talked about.
I'm still
hit
concerned, man. You got the draft coming around tomorrow. All right. You have someone like John Wallace that just stepped into the building, so he really doesn't know what's going on. You have Ben Tinzer, who's been behind the scenes kind of finding ways to get the draft going whenever they get the chance to put the pick out, which is not going to be in the first round, or maybe a trade happens. And yet you still have to find a way to connect with someone like Jokic. At the end of all this, guys, it's all about how Jokic feels about this. And I feel like Jokic is not involved in anything that has been going on in that building since he's left. You know, the hiring of John Wallace, the hiring of Ben Tinzer, that wasn't signed off by Jokic. That wasn't discussed by Jokic saying, what do you feel about this? And Josh, when they asked that question, when they said, how did Jokic feel about this? How did David Adelman feel about this? He kind of went around the question.
I got a good read on what everybody thinks about what's going on.
So a good
read.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
so
what he said. That's almost like
a good read.
Wow.
A good read.
I think
on
I've got
how
a pretty good
Jokic
read.
and David Adelman are thinking, okay, maybe David Adelman because that's your puppet. But Jokic, in that line, Phil.
Yes.
I don't want to take shots. I mean, but that's how coaches are.
Yeah.
It's the owner. It's the owner. If the owner says something, you're going to pretty much
actually,
do it.
it's the vice chairman. We were sent an email that's very important that we get the titles right.
Okay. The
vice chairman, Josh Kroenke.
Governor is something you can say?
Yeah.
He's okay with governor?
Governor?
Yeah.
Governor?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at some point, you still have to go through your all-star and talk and connect with him and see like how he's feeling. What is he thinking about this? And then make your decision. I just think it's a little weird, guys. That's it.
No, you know what else it is? Sorry, Richie, but it's kind of what you're talking about with Adelman being hired first. Who do you think John Wallace, if you ask John Wallace, like, who do you report to? He's obviously going to say Josh Kroenke at some point. But is David Adelman in there? So you didn't fix the problem. Josh Kroenke said, I was present, and that's the good read. Are you freaking kidding me with that? You set this situation up. It got so bad because you didn't get a chance to read the room or have a good grip on anything. And now you set up the same situation with a struggle for power. Now, not between two men. It got blown up because Calvin Booth and Michael Malone couldn't figure it out. You've added another body to the equation.
Another mind.
So now John Wallace, David Adelman, and Ben Tinzer all have to be on the same page with more Josh Kroenke sprinkled on top of that when 3 months ago, two guys couldn't figure it out and Josh wasn't even around. What a mess, man. What a mess.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that I brought that up yesterday about like the main differentiating point, the main, fly in the ointment for the Nuggets last year was that you had two people in positions of power that had completely differing philosophies.
Not on the same page.
And couldn't agree. So your solution to that was to add another person into the pot who could potentially, because they're a human being with a mind and a brain and eyes,
right,
could disagree.
Yeah.
And it's like, this will be fine. And maybe it's because they're of lesser stature, like co-executive vice presidents of blah, blah, blah is less powerful than de facto solo GM and head coach. And it is confusing when you throw the Adelman thing in there about it because, in the NFL, like the head coach kind of is the GM and like Sean Payton,
yeah, if you're an
George
older head
Payton,
coach
or like
has done a lot.
Belichick and Kyle Shanahan with John Lynch. And like there's these dynamics that we don't really know how it's going to play out. And normally it defers to the person with the most experience. But in this case, they're all puppies. We all have that. Like David Adelman has more playoff wins as a head coach than regular season wins.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're coming into here. So, and we get a lot of on the text line and on social media like, well, you guys are just doing doomsday radio and you don't have anything important to say. And it's like, well, I don't think it's doomsday radio to say like there's a lot of unknowns going on here, and I think it's okay to at least be nervous or question.
I would rather ask questions than pee on somebody's leg and tell them it's raining.
Right.
And I understand that, there's certainly businesses that now are built on just being fanboy media, which is fine. You do your thing, and we're going to ask questions.
Well, and at the end of the day, prove us wrong. Prove us
right.
wrong.
Really
If
great.
this works out, great.
And it's
Josh
all...
Kroenke is a mastermind. He's a genius, and we're going to give him his flowers.
He's different.
it's just one of these things where you have Jokic in his prime. Don't mess that up.
I also think it's totally misconstrued that any kind of nervousness or criticism or skepticism or whatever, it all comes from a place of wanting the Nuggets to be good, wanting them to maintain title contention and keep that window alive. And there was so much going on over there at Ball Arena today. We had Jake Shapiro and Anilo Piro on the scene, breaking it all down on social media and at denversports.com. We will get into the plethora of comments from KSE Vice Chairman Josh Kroenke, from the co-VPs and Ben Tenzer and John Wallace. All things to come over the course of the next 4 hours. But in the meantime, there was another big announcement in the world of Denver sports about some things coming up in the very near future. And I think it's going to look a little different than what we're used to. We'll get into that coming up next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about a phrase that might make you squirm in your seat a little bit. It's erectile dysfunction. But here's the thing. What's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase ED is actually living with it. Guys, especially considering how treatable it is. ED is a medical condition, all right? And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, so they're not new, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. So I hate to break it to you, you're not that special. ED's pretty common. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. When the sun goes down, the stars come out for Frontier Nights. Kicking off the 129th Daddy of Them All celebration. Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young. Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDRodeo.com. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 $1,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling.
There you go, Richie.
Off and rolling here on a Tuesday, another big day in the world of Denver sports. We had the first official meeting with the media of the new Nuggets front office, co-executive VPs Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, along with KSE Vice Chairman Josh Kroenke.
That's going to take some time to get used to.
Yeah, right? It's just a mouthful. Try putting those on a business card, which I'm sure they do. But
I'm sure they do.
We, as I mentioned going into the break, we are going to break down from top to bottom everything we heard from the Nuggets today as they begin the next chapter, a pretty significant chapter of their franchise. But in the meantime, we did get another announcement today, Phil, about another team here in Denver with some pretty important things coming up as well, and that is the Denver Broncos, who officially released their training camp schedule with the practices that are open to the fans, when it starts, when it ends, how long, and all the details there, courtesy, thanks to our guy Mike Kliss.
Now you just said to the fans, because that's something I was questioning. When we were out there during OTAs, I was like, are they going to be able to hold any kind of fans in here and let them watch practice this year? Because you don't have the hill anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The hill is not there. And so I think that you're going to explain a little bit, Richie, that some fans may be able to still watch some camp.
Yep. So according to Mike Kliss via the Denver Broncos, there will be 13 training camp practices open for fans. But you mentioned they're undergoing a lot of construction over there. They're renovating this state-of-the-art facility. Another masterclass. Check the box for Greg Penner, who has just done nothing but lift this franchise up since the moment that he walked into the door. But because of that, this training camp this summer is going to look a little bit different. You mentioned that the berm is gone. There's also a cap and a limit on how many fans are going to be able to attend these 13 practices that are open, and that number is 800, which sounds like a lot, but you go back to the Peyton Manning years, Tebow Mania. I mean, there were north of 1,000, 1,500,
Richie,
whatever
that's
people.
how it would have been this year. If the hill was still there and fans were allowed, every single fan was allowed in if they wanted to go, there would definitely be over 1,000 people at these practices. Why? Because you have Bo Nix, you have the Broncos that went to a playoff last year, you have a defense that should be top 5 again, maybe even number 1. You want to see what this team looks like. You added a tight end, you added a safety in Hufanga, you added an inside linebacker in Dre Greenlaw, you added some depth pieces that have bigger names. And I know a bunch of fans would love to be out there watching their teams practice, watching the Denver Broncos practice. And it's unfortunate that only 800 people are going to be able to watch.
Yeah, so it is unfortunate, but it's better than nothing, right?
For
and
sure.
again, it's hard to navigate these large-scale products and things like that. The other thing that has kind of become more commonplace post-COVID, when we had to deal with limitations and separation and all of that, is that you're going to have to get tickets. You're going to have to reserve tickets again on Ticketmaster. Broncos season ticket members will have an opportunity to claim a limited allotment of tickets beginning Tuesday at 10 a.m. through their personal Ticketmaster accounts. General public can claim tickets via Ticketmaster.com beginning Wednesday, tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if you're a season ticket holder, you got a notification as of this morning at 10 a.m. that you can start getting tickets. If everybody else,
There's only 800. So
right.
You have to be ready to go probably at 12 o'clock.
Yep.
Try to clock in for these tickets tomorrow.
To safely and comfortably accommodate fans in terms of where you're going to be able to watch, the construction of the new team facility capacity is going to be capped at 800 approximately for each of the practices, which they want to make sure ranks among the most of any team in the NFL. And the viewing location is going to be on the south end of the practice fields via temporary bleacher seating. So if I'm closing my eyes and imagining that right, is that Greg Dulcich Memorial Field?
Yeah,
right,
it's right there.
Yep. So you're going to be watching
Greg
from
Dulcich
from the other
field.
side there. So listen, I'm happy that they're doing what they're doing. I am thrilled that at least some people are going to be able to watch. I'm thrilled that almost certainly we're going to be able to be.
The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a tornado warning for south central Adams County in northeastern Colorado, north central Arapahoe County in northeastern Colorado until 2:45 p.m. At 2:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles south of Manila Village, or 24 miles east of Denver, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Eastern Aurora, Bennett, Strasburg, and Manila Village. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Weekend, right? Friday and Saturday, the 25th and 26th. You take Sunday off, they always do. And then from Monday, the 28th, to Saturday, August 2nd, you're going to get 6 consecutive days of fan viewing action that you get to pick between. That's going to be a nice little gauntlet. I'm sure they'll ramp up and ramp down.
I love being a fan now, Richie. I do not love it for the players. Just sit there and say, we're going to have to go 6 straight days of camp? That's gruesome. But for us fans and media, it's exciting. We get to talk about these players, criticize them, and act like we're in their shoes. So it sucks for the players. It's great for the fans and media.
You get a couple of days in August, the 4th and the 5th, leading up to the 49ers preseason game, their first preseason game on the 9th. You get another couple days the following week from Tuesday to Thursday, so 3 days there, including the 14th, the joint practice with the Arizona Cardinals. And joint practice day here in Denver has actually been one of the more notable, memorable days throughout each of the last handful of Broncos seasons. You go back to the Cowboys joint practice where former Cowboy Randy Gregory is like trying to fight his own teammates even though he's injured and not practicing. You had the Packers and Jordan Love in here recently, which we got to see a nice little like young ascending quarterback comp to Bo Nix.
Well, you want the joint practices. If you're Denver, you want to get the great work in. You want to go good versus good, one-on-one.
You're not going against your team.
No, well,
either.
you get tired of it, and you want to go and get somebody else, a different style, a different defense, different offense, different mindset, so you can get ready for the season. And for a lot of the players that are going to be in this joint practice, a lot of your starters usually work hard during those practices, and then during the preseason games, they don't play. So that's going to be interesting too of what Sean decides to do. It's like, do I make my team practice as hard as possible and then let them still play in the preseason games, or do we get all of our work done during practice and then let some of these other young players get an opportunity to be seen and try to make this team?
When you look back to last year around this time as we were gearing up for training camp 2024, how much different do you feel going into this year compared to what you did last year, given what we saw last season?
I feel excited. I feel comfortable where we're at right now, watching those OTAs, and I'm different because I got to be out there and watch those OTAs and see that Bo Nix is already taking another jump and another step by being more confident, getting in and out of the huddle, getting the ball out of his hands fast, trying to connect with someone like Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton early. I'm excited for this camp because now you're going to see a lot of competing, not a lot of teaching. It's more of like, go out there and get better. You know what to expect. You know what Sean wants done. So go out there, compete, get better, and let's have a great year this year. I'm excited. And everybody out there, Broncos country, get excited.
I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, on a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's, we'll get into it more and more as the show goes on, and I'll tell you maybe just exactly how excited I am about Bo Nix, about the Denver Broncos, about certain members of this defense and what it could manifest into in 2025. But in the meantime, the phones are ringing over there at Ball Arena, and a new face in the Mile High City could very soon find himself in a new home. That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you. Hate to break up the brouhaha. Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for
I
details.
am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Phones are buzzing. Phones are ringing over there at Ball Arena. And I'm sure they're ringing for the Denver Nuggets. And we did hear from KSE Vice Chairman Josh Kroenke that both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace will be the ones answering the phones, which doesn't make it any more confusing for sure than it already was. But
well, the draft's tomorrow. Hopefully the phone is buzzing to see about any kind of trade to get some draft capital or to get a player in here to help out.
The phones that I was referring to, though, are still in Ball Arena, but they're over at the Avalanche headquarters, and that is based on intel that we got from NHL insider from Sportsnet, Elliot Friedman, very trusted, respected voice around the league, who reported that teams around the NHL are interested in one particular member of the Colorado Avalanche as a trade target this offseason. Philip Lindsay, you want to take a stab at who that might be?
I'm gonna say the number 3 center, Charlie Coyle.
Bingo. You are
He's
right.
a hot commodity for some reason.
You are right on it.
The 33-year-old.
Here's what Elliot Friedman says about league interest in Charlie Coyle, the third-line center for the Colorado Avalanche. Quote, because Logan O'Connor is expected to start the season on LTIR, long-term injured reserve, the Avalanche made it clear they don't need to do anything. Other teams keep calling about Charlie Coyle, though. And the more you say no, the more you see how far other teams are willing to go. I thought that's kind of an interesting position for the Avs to be in. When you look at Charlie Coyle specifically, Phil, he's got 1 year left on the contract that they inherited during the trade, and he's making $5.25 per year, $5.25 million.
That's a lot for a number 3 center.
On his 1 year remaining. It's a lot for a third-line center, period. But then when you add in, you're giving Nate Dogg 12.6, and he's worth every penny. You just re-signed Brock Nelson to be your 2C, and you feel confident that he's not going to be a Casey Mittelstadt and continue the revolving door at second-line center that's been going since Kadri left. But he's getting 7.5. So 12.5 and 7.5, you're about
do the math,
you're $20 million in the hole, $20.1 million in the hole. And then you got to give 5.25 to Charlie Coyle, and then you still got Jack Drury as your fourth-line center below that. That's a lot of scratch tied up down the center of your
Richie,
lines there.
But for Chris McFarland, you knew this going into it. When you traded for Charlie Coyle, when you added him to the team that you know you're going to take on a lot of money. Why? Because you need the depth. You need that number 3 center to do his part when he's on the ice for the amount of time he's on the ice. And with the 19 games that he played, guys, we have to remember that he was a late addition. He only played 19 games here, and he still look better than Casey Mittelstadt when Casey Mittelstadt was here, and Casey Mittelstadt was a number 2 center. And that's what you need. You need the depth. And if we're going to win next year, which I know we are, you have to be able to be strong, not in just your first line or your second line, but all 4 lines have to be strong on top of playing good defense and doing good on the blue line. But I'm not sitting here wanting to get rid of a number 3 center when he's good for you. I know he's a lot of money, but it's about winning. And when you have a good core and a good number 3 and you have him on the books, keep him. And that's what it seems like the Avs want to do is keep Charlie Coyle.
They're at least not desperate to get rid of him. But I do think there's an element of this that when you say, hey, the Avs knew what they were signing up for to pay when they traded for him. And you're right. I do think they knew about his 5 1/4 last year, adding that AAV into things. But I also think there was a part of this roster construction by Chris McFarland that was kind of planning on this past season being a push the chips into the center of the table, go all in, let's bring a 4th Stanley Cup to Colorado. And then it didn't work out. And so when you win the Stanley Cup, it becomes easier to say, hey, okay, we got it. Charlie Coyle was great. He helped us, get back to the finals. He helped us win a cup. But now we've got to start making some decisions.
But that was a huge risk. And Zach says it best. Like, there was a stat out there that the majority of the teams that try to do this, what Chris McFarland did, where it's like acquire a bunch of guys,
overhaul the roster from top to bottom.
Yes, it doesn't work out in that first year. So you know that they know those stats. And although, yeah, Richie, you're putting all the chips on, you're pushing all the chips in, and you want to win right now, you still have to have a plan saying, if we don't win right now, the reason why we brought some of these guys in is because we want to keep them. And I know that some of them will be a lot of money on the books, and we'll have to pay them, but it's for the good. It's like the greater good of winning another championship, because that's all that matters. This next year, it's win or it's a bust. And that's how it feels.
Because that's kind of how it was last year, though. And that's okay.
Yeah, but now they have no excuse because they have all these players that they acquired. Now they had a full season. Yeah, full off season. They'll have a full regular season, and to get ready for the postseason, it needs to be a big time push to win the cup.
Inherently, I agree with you, and I'm okay if Charlie Coyle is your 3rd line center going into this upcoming season, because I do think there's value for a guy like Brock Nelson, for a guy like Charlie Coyle, even Jack Drury to a lesser degree, although not too much lesser of a degree, because that 4th line, especially in the series against Dallas, was one of the better lines over the course of 7 games. And a key member of that line in Logan O'Connor is going to be out till, I don't know, Christmas, New Year's kind of thing with his hip surgery recovery. And that's going to allow you, putting that contract on the LTIR and freeing up that money is going to allow you in the short term to be less worried about the flexibility of moving a contract like Charlie Coyle. But eventually, that you're going to have to pay the piper, because you're going to bring LOC back around late December, mid-December, maybe even early January, depending on how it goes, and you're going to get ready for a playoff push.
Now, should Chris McFarland be entertaining these phone calls, or should it be like, hey, Charlie Coyle, hang up?
Absolutely, he should be entertaining. It doesn't mean you have to be like looking for a deal to take. You don't have to be aggressively shopping it, but I think you always pick up the phone. You're a team that has $1.2 million in cap space. It's the worst situation in the National Hockey League by available cap space, at least. And that's in part because you made a lot of the moves you've made to kind of lock it in and not have to add a lot more. But hockey season is a grind. It's grueling. And you know that the roster that they skate out with on day one is not going to look exactly the way that it did, or does when the postseason rolls around.
That's where you lost me, because the reason why you made these big time moves, getting 2 different goalies, adding Brock Nelson, Charlie Coyle, even Jack Drury when he was a part of it, because you knew that you're going to lock these guys in, or they're going to be here for a couple of years to help you win it.
A couple of years, because you can't lock everybody down the way they locked Brock Nelson
and you
down.
know that, and you know that. You have to pick and choose.
So to answer your question, what I would say is, I would absolutely, as Chris McFarland, be entertaining these phone calls, because as Elliot Friedman points out, there is demand for Charlie Coyle. His services are in demand. Which is always
great. When they're calling you and you're not calling for somebody else and they're calling you, now you have to kind of take a step back and say, why are you calling? Why are so many teams calling for Charlie Coyle? Do we really want to give him up if a bunch of teams want him?
There's no better situation for a seller, in this case, which would be the Islanders, to be in, than to have demand that is very high and a supply of something you have that is very low, because that's going to allow a team to entertain options and conversations where they may overpay or overcompensate what they would normally do to bring in a guy like Charlie Coyle, who's making $5.25 million a year. But I wouldn't entertain these calls or pursue moving Charlie Coyle for just anybody. And I say that because there was a lot of conversation around Jonathan Toews, the former Blackhawks center, Hall of Famer, surefire, Conn Smythe Trophy winner, multi-time Cup champion, who's trying to make a return to hockey. And he spent a couple of years away from the ice dealing with like long-term COVID effects and I think it's CIRS, C-I-R-S. Yeah, respiratory issues. And he's trying to make a comeback. And there were people around the league here in Colorado, around town, who were saying, dump Charlie Coyle, get rid of that 5.25, bring in Jonathan Taves, who, yes, he's older, and yes, it's a little bit unproven and unknown, but you could probably get him for 2.5, and free up more cap space. I don't think that would have been a smart move for the Avs, who ultimately it doesn't matter because he signed with Winnipeg, goes back home and all that. But the Avs were interested, at least on the surface, and he was interested in them. And I actually think they're better off with Charlie Coyle, even on a 1-year or 2-year basis, than they would be with Taves. So don't answer the phone, but don't make a deal for just anything.
No, don't make a deal for just anything. And for Jonathan Taves, it would have been cool to have him here. And it's like, okay, like what would he look like with some of the players that he would be playing with alongside? But I'm with you. When you have Charlie Coyle and you acquired him during the middle of the year, let's see what he looks like with a full offseason, full regular season. And like I said before, he had 13 points this season, and he only played in 19 regular season games. 2 goals, 11 assists. Let him kind of brew. Let him get used to being around new players. When he said something earlier where he's like, I didn't even know some of my teammates' names.
Yeah.
Well, now he does. And now it's time to get together and find a way to win a cup. So keep Charlie Coyle. Everybody's calling about him for a reason. And when somebody's calling for you, that's a great, great sign. That means that a bunch of people want you, and it's because you're really good at the position and you're really good where you're at. So keep Charlie Coyle, and let's continue to build. I know we only have $1.2 million left on the cap, but you'll be creative some other way to free up some money and help on the blue line.
For all of the hype that the NFL offseason gets, that the NBA offseason is getting with the draft tomorrow, and then you've got all the new Nuggets front office structure, the NHL offseason is underway too. And I think that the pressure that we talk about with Kroenke and Adelman and the Nuggets and their maximization of the window with Jokic, that pressure cooker's turned on for the Avs too. I mean, they won the cup a year before the Nuggets won their championship, and so they've been in this repeat chase a little bit longer. But make no mistake, with McKinnon and Makar and Val and Leckie and that core that you have.
Don't forget Gabe.
Don't forget Gabe.
Yeah. No, don't be disrespectful, Richie.
No, he's the captain. He's the captain. I would never be. I doubted him, but I doubted his ability to come back, but I never did it out of a lack of respect for what he's meant to the organization. But all that to say that the NHL offseason is underway too, and the moves that Colorado can or can't or do or don't make are going to have a huge impact on their ability to repeat as well. On the other side, a national media outlet laid out their top 100 NFL players for the 2025 season. Which Broncos made the cut, and which rising stars are apparently, for now, being overlooked. That's next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes. With performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more, the Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Coetzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand select every natural diamond diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By. A happy Tuesday to all of you, including you, Philip Lindsay.
Oh, thank you, man. You're thinking of me.
Always thinking of you. And
I don't know if that's creepy or not.
You know.
How you doing, Richie?
Depends
man?
on the tone. I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm good. You're doing a great job, by the way.
I appreciate that.
I always enjoy doing this with you, man. And how was, did you watch Love Island yesterday?
I did not. I'm supposed to watch it tonight. I'm supposed to watch it tonight.
I'm
Supposed to
watch
catch
it
up.
tonight.
My lady, my girlfriend.
Yeah.
She's big on this show, and,
My wife is as well.
she's wanted me to watch it with her, and I said, okay, it's fine, I'll watch it with you. But we're not doing this thing where like I am unable to for work or whatever reasons to miss an episode or two, and you're just plowing through without me.
No, they can't.
You know, we're in this
that's a code.
together. It's a
That's a code.
Foxhole TV show.
Now, I did catch up to the Jeremiah drama. Hannah Jeremiah was upset. I know a lot of people probably don't know about it, but I just had to put it out there. I was kind of upset. I threw my sock at the TV yesterday.
I think that many people out there, and I'm sure the responses, because we're on about a 30-second delay here, so I'm assuming in about 30 seconds, the responses are going to be flooding in about how annoyed people are at the fact that you just brought up reality TV on a sports talk radio show.
Love Island, let's go!
But what those people on the RamosLaw.com text line and on social media might not tell you out loud is that privately,
watching
behind you draw the shades, you close the door. They like it too.
I got
Everybody
a text.
likes the drama. Everybody likes the drama.
That's what we're living for. We live for the drama. Back to the sports, though.
Sports, as Mike Evans would say. Well, speaking of drama, a national outlet has laid out their rendition of the top 100 players in the NFL ahead of the 2025 season. And anytime you put together a list of any size, let alone, NFL players and ranking them on an individual basis, people are snubbed, people are overhyped, who's left off, who doesn't deserve to be there.
And everybody's watching it, Richie. Everybody's looking at these apps, NFL Network, whatever, whoever's doing their rankings. I remember after my first year going for 1,000 yards, I was like, okay, that next year I'm going to be on top 100. I'm going to be on the top 100.
You did make a top 100.
I did. I did the players one. NFL top 100. I was like 60-something.
Oh, thank God. I was going to say you were like 75.
Yeah, please don't disrespect
so
me like
I
that.
was like, but you catch me? I stopped. I was like,
Yeah,
if
you're
I,
like
it's like guessing a woman's age, right?
No,
It's like,
don't do that.
You're 21. Always. Forever.
I was like 60-something. It was a great feeling to be acknowledged by not just the players on the field, but the coaches and the media. And it's like, wow, for an undrafted guy to be able to crack the NFL top 100 list, it was a great feeling. And I know a bunch of players out there are going to be either happy they're on it or upset because they were snubbed.
3 Denver Broncos made this list of the top 100 players according to CBS Sports. That's your national outlet. I think one obvious choice to be on the top 100 list is Patrick Surtain.
Oh, of
Fair.
course, defensive player of the year. He better be number 2.
Okay, I was going to ask you where you think he came in. You say number 2?
He needs to be number 2. You're the
in the whole NFL. Yeah. So
he
by
should
your
be
case, it's super. Should it be like what, Super Bowl MVP, Defensive Player of the Year,
Yeah,
Offensive Player of the
and
Year,
a lot
something
of
like that?
times, when you're dealing with these lists, it's a lot of offensive players. But if there's a defensive player that's in front of PS2, that's not good. PS2 just won Defensive Player of the Year last year, so he should be the first defensive player listed. Now, it may not be number 2, but it better be close to it, because what PS2 did last year was phenomenal. Lockdown corner on the island by himself, and he's only getting better.
There is a defensive player on this list ranked number 2.
Okay.
Philip Lindsay, your spidey sense was tingling.
It's tingling.
But you're wrong.
Huh?
It is not Patrick Surtain.
You got to be kidding me.
Number 1 on this list is Patrick Mahomes.
All right.
Number 2, out in the Midwest, in the state of Ohio.
In Ohio?
There's a pass rusher.
Was anybody in Ohio? Was the Cleveland
Plays for
Browns?
the Cleveland Browns.
Were they in the playoffs this year?
They were not. Myles Garrett comes in at number 2 on this list. From CBS Sports, quote, Garrett had 14 sacks to finish second in the league, but his impact was much more obvious than that number. He is an elite game wrecker as he turns 30 this year.
Okay, but come on. We know he's an elite game wrecker. There's a lot of players out there. TJ Watt, who's an elite game wrecker. But so has PS2. He's been wrecking the game by one-siding people on one side of the field. Riley Moss is getting a lot of work because of PS2. You mean to tell me he's not number 2?
It's all offensive players after 2. Saquon Barkley, Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. And at number 9, the second defensive player on the list, Patrick Surtain. PS2 has emerged as the top cover corner in the league. His ability to lock down receivers impacts the Denver defense in a big way. He was the NFL Defensive Player of the Year for a reason. Now, you can debate whether he should be 9, whether he should be 2, somewhere in between,
There's
and
no
I get
debate.
that.
Number 2.
Broncos have a top 10 player in the NFL, according to CBS Sports, and I would imagine most outlets would echo that sentiment nationally. Where do you think the next Bronco comes on the list?
So you got PS2, who should have been number 2 at 9.
Yep.
The next one has to come maybe at 25, 24. And who I'm thinking of is a young pass rusher like Nick Bonito.
Okay.
Somebody like that had 13 and a half sacks, Richie. That's what I'm thinking of.
You are wrong again, Philip Lindsay.
I'm not good at this.
24, 25, around that ranking. You're close. All you have to do is double it, essentially.
Oh, I'm close, but I have to double.
And then you add a little sprinkle more. Because at 51, the next Bronco on the list appears. It is not an emerging, budding, young pass rusher. It is not on the defensive side of the ball. I'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at chomp.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream, a sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Lickety-split.
Lickety-split.
Zach By used to say that all the time, and now I feel like it's just always quicker than a New York minute. I
Oh,
miss
he-
the
he-
diversity.
he-
I miss
he mixes it
wondering at 3:01 what the second half of the sentence was going to be. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach
Well,
By.
sometimes he has a smart-ass remark, too, Richie. Sometimes it's like faster than Shedeur Sanders with speed. You know,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
very creative.
Yeah.
He's very creative.
Faster than Shedeur on I-80. You know, like whatever it is. That's good. That's good. Little overtime segment here going into the last break, Phil. We were talking about CBS Sports' top 100 players in the NFL, their list ahead of the 2025 season, and which Broncos made the cut, which maybe did not and should be, and who could be after this 2025 season when they do this again next year, which I assume that they will. Before the break, we discussed Patrick Surtain's placement at number 9. You had said that he better not be lower than 2. There was a defensive player, star player at 2. It was just Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, and PS2 is the
I'm shaking my head right now.
second defensive player on the list at number 9.
Myles Garrett.
And then I asked you, okay, Phil, where do you think the next Bronco shows up on the list? And you're like 24, 25.
I'm going to go 25, a pass rusher. Nick Bonito, young emerging star. They had 13.5 sacks. He was number 3 in the league this year, and I had him at like 25.
And you're so close, because if you take 25, all you got to do is double it.
Okay.
Get to 50.
All right.
Then add a hook.
I'm so close.
Then you get to 50 and a half, 51. And 51 is where the next Bronco shows up on the list. It is not a defensive player. It is an offensive player. And that offensive player is offensive guard Quinn Miners.
Big
Comes
Q.
in at 51 on the list.
You know what, Richie? I'm okay with that. I'm not going to sit here. It's hard to sit here and compare offensive linemen, but I do know this, that the Denver Broncos offensive line did a great job this year in protecting Bo Nix, both when Bo Nix was passing and also opening up some run lanes for the running backs. The running backs just weren't getting through them fast enough. That's what it looked like. So when you have someone like Big Q, Quinn Miners, that's pancaking people, and he can pull, and he's fast, and he's ferocious, and he finally makes this list, and he was a D3 player, this is great. This is a great start for him, and now it's just up from here. Continue to grow, and he will.
All-Pro in 2024, one of the better, brighter offensive linemen around the entire NFL, and they grow up pretty fast, because I got to be honest with you, I'm old enough to remember when Quinn Miners, the belly, was just kind of a dude going viral on social media for smacking the hell out of some random trees in the forest, catching George Payton's eye on the internet. So, and the other thing for Quinn Miners, like you said, in terms of just like being a young ascending player, last year at this time for CBS, Quinn Miners was unranked, not in the top. So he goes from unranked to just outside the top 50.
He goes from getting paid a lot of money to proving it again that he deserves the money to being on this list, and he's only going to get better because he's young and he's hungry and he's dedicated to his craft.
PS2 last season, according to CBS Sports, came in at number 25, which is, I'm sure, where your head was at when you were thinking the next one's got to be 25.
Yeah, that's right.
Last year,
that's where my head was at.
PS2
Richie.
was 25. He goes up to 9. The last Denver Bronco on the list. I'm hesitant to do this because of how the first two have gone. But, Phil, do you want to take a stab at where the last Denver Bronco on the list
the last one on
shows
the
up?
list. I'm going to just shoot for the stars. Let's go 65.
65. Close, but
You
no
keep saying
cigar.
close.
No, this is actually close.
All right.
The last one was facetiously close. This is more of like a horseshoes and hand grenades kind of close. 74. So you were 9 spots off. 74 offensive tackle Garrett Bowles.
Okay, so GB, the
GB zone.
Wow, so we have 2 offensive players, 1 defensive player, and that's it?
That is correct. Out of the top 100, according to CBS Sports.
No Zach Allen, no Nick Bonito, maybe even sprinkle in Bo Nix if you want to.
Well, that's exactly where I was going, because on Garrett Bowles, just to put a bow on it, it says Bowles excels in pass protection, playing on the left side of the Denver line. He isn't a power player in the run game, but he gets by with his smarts. The cows are chirping, the birds are mooing. He's more known for his pass blocking. So Garrett Bowles comes in at 74, which means the Broncos have 3 players in the top 100, but they really have 3 players in the top 75, if you want to look at it that way. And you mentioned the first name on the list that I think qualifies as a quote-unquote snub, if we're going to go that direction, and that's Nick Bonitto.
Yeah, Nick Bonitto needs to be on this list. The man I just said before had 13.5 sacks, and not only did he have the 13.5 sacks, but he had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and the other one was a fumble recovery. They named it a fumble recovery, the Colts game. And that changed the momentum of both games when Nick Bonitto was able to get the interceptions. He was able to one-side teams and help Jonathan Cooper out. And yet this man's not on the list. He doesn't have to be 25. He doesn't have to be 50. Put him at 90. Put him at 99. But give him a little bit of respect. All right, so hopefully someone like Nick Bonitto sees this list and says, okay, I'm going to go crazy. And crazy may look like 15 sacks this year. But that's really disrespectful that they did not put this man on the list after having the year that he did.
15 sacks would make for a very expensive season for the Denver Broncos if they don't get something done with Nick Bonitto between now and the start of the season. Zach Allen, also not on this list, somebody that I think we talked about as an All-Pro and a Pro Bowl potential
the
snub.
Captain of the defense, the anchor
in the middle
yes.
there. Somebody who was putting up legitimate sack production and disruptive numbers from the very center of the line, something that like you usually point toward like an Aaron Donald type of figure to try to do. Not as prolific as Aaron Donald, but the same concept. Just bowling ball, blowing it up in the middle, making it difficult for offense.
Richie, we had a top 5 defense. You don't have a top 5 defense if you don't have if you don't have a bunch of really good players. You have a defensive player of the year in PS2. You have a 13.5 sack guy in Nick Bonitto. Jonathan Cooper had 10 sacks. And you have Zach Allen sitting there in the middle, making it happen and making it easier for the pass rushers to get to the quarterback. And yet he's not on the list either. But you know what? Use that as fuel, Zach Allen and Nick Bonitto. Make a great thing out of this. Go out there and become the number 1 defense. They may have just opened. They woke up a sleeping monster or dragon, whatever they want to call it.
Something like that.
Something like that. But it should be scary for people because now they're downing the Denver Broncos defense, and that's something that you don't want to do this year.
You also mentioned Bo Nix as someone who potentially could have cracked this list. He did not. Certainly less of an argument for Bo Nix to be considered a snub or left off this list than like Nick Bonitto or Zach Allen. Now, Bo Nix was a bona fide Rookie of the Year candidate after a slow start to the season, and if it weren't for a pretty amazing rookie season from Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers maybe being the best tight end in the NFL right now, he might have had a chance to win Rookie of the Year in a different year kind of situation. But on a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's, I'll go ahead and kick things off, and feel free to jump in on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. A hot take on Hot Take Tuesday. Not only do I think Bo Nix is going to be on this list next offseason, after this upcoming year when CBS Sports does this again, I think Bo Nix might make his debut on a CBS Sports Top 100 list inside the top 75. I think he might make
top
a
75.
big
I thought you were
jump.
going to say top 10 or something like that.
Yeah, no,
come on now, Rich.
No. There's 4 QBs in the top 10: Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
And I love Bo Nix, and I would love to be wrong about this, but I don't think that Bo Nix is ready to join that tier of quarterback that quickly.
You got to prove it. Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson all have been in the NFL for a long time now. And so it's all about consistency. If you want to be in the top 10, Bo Nix needs to be consistent and win a lot of games and continue to do what he did last year. Hot take.
Good question here on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Would an AFC championship game from Bo Nix vault him up into that category? So if Bo Nix is going to break this top 100 list, and he's going to maybe go as far as I said to break into the top 75 players in the NFL, what bar does he have to reach?
No, he needs to win the division. He needs to win the division. We're talking about Bo Nix now. He has to, and we did a kind of an exercise. Zach and I did an exercise. I'm thinking around maybe 30, 31, 100 yards passing, 30 touchdowns, 600 yards rushing. Like, he needs to, not only does he need to win games, maybe 12 games, but also he has to have the stats to back it. And if he can do that, he'll crack that list. And he can do it with some of the talent that the Denver Broncos acquired this year. And if Bo Nix could take that next step, which during OTAs, it seems like he is taking those next steps and being a lot smarter with the football. He's a lot more confident. That can be the case. I have confidence that Bo Nix is going to be a really good quarterback for a very long time, but he needs to stay consistent, and only time will tell that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the runway lights are on, for lack of a better term. The stage is set for Bo Nix to, with another full offseason with Sean Payton, taking advantage of the weapons enhancements that were put around him, Evan Ingram and R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins.
I said 3,100 yards. I meant 37.
I was going to say,
yeah,
you lowballed him a little bit there.
I'm sorry, Bo.
But okay, he threw for 37, almost 3,800 yards last season. Does it feel, are we going to be harping and complaining if he throws for 33, 3,400 yards, so less, but it's because of a more complementary offense with a better run game?
Well, no, but on top of that, he needs to beat teams with a winning record. They were 1-8 against teams with a winning record. A lot of his yards and his touchdowns, I want to say he had 4 touchdowns, was against the Kansas City Chiefs in that last game of the year.
Stat padding.
When Kansas City had their JV team in there. So if Bo Nix says 3,500 yards and they're winning a bunch of games and they're beating teams with a winning record, that right there is moving in the right direction, and I'll take that. And that's a successful year for Bo Nix.
Speaking of moving in the right direction, the Denver Nuggets over at Ball Arena today are turning a page, a pretty significant one, I would say, in their franchise history, moving on from the winningest coach in franchise history, Michael Malone, firing your general manager, both of which happened at almost the latest possible point in the regular season.
The drama.
And they now have made their hire to replace Michael Malone in David Adelman, the interim head coach and longtime assistant, and they have replaced Calvin Booth with not one but 2 people who will share the title of co-executive vice presidents of different departments, player personnel and basketball operations.
They say 2 heads are better than 1.
I don't know that they say that, but for the Nuggets case...
2 heads are better than 1.
Yeah.
I'll get my guy, Phil. That's a saying.
That is a saying?
Yes.
Yeah, how do you not know that saying?
I don't know. Hiring 2 people to do the job of one person traditionally...
Well, it's usually not in that context, but they do have a saying that 2 heads are better than 1.
Makes sense.
I got you, Phil. I got you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm outnumbered.
See, 2 heads are better than 1.
Exactly.
In this case, in real time, that has been proven. Proven on point. We did hear from the new regime today, and I think between Josh Kroenke, the KSE vice chairman, very important that you get that right, the co-executive vice president of basketball operations, Ben Tenzer, and the co-executive vice president of player personnel,
that's a lot. That's
John
a lot
Wallace.
That you just said there.
Fit it on a business card. Try. Go ahead. They spoke all in tandem today, and I think we got a little bit of a hint about how aggressive the front office is going to be in acquiring talent, in going after players and making moves via the draft and offseason and free agency. Let's start first with Josh Kroenke.
I think from a process standpoint, I think it was important for us as an organization and myself, my father, to really slow down, take stock of what the organization really needed at this point in time, talk to a lot of different people from a lot of different areas and gain a lot of different perspective, both in the basketball world and out of the basketball world, and really kind of nailing down what the Denver Nuggets need, and that's the margins on the outside of our roster. And I think that both John and Ben complementary skill sets are really going to help us address those things in a creative way moving forward.
What stood out to you there, Phil?
He said a lot.
He always does.
He does say it a lot. That he's banking on both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace to put their 2 heads together and come as one or become one and get this roster put together and be creative with the money that they have left in the spots that they have left, because they are handcuffed because of how much money they have with their starting 5. But they need to find a true guy coming off the bench as a 6th player off the bench. They need to find scorers, and it's going to take some creativity because you don't have a lot of money to do it with. So that's kind of what I got from that.
I'll tell you the first thing that I took away from Kroenke's answer there before we get to Tenzer and Wallace. The first thing that he said was slow down. We needed to, my father and I made it a priority. We wanted to slow down and really take stock of what this was and what it needs. So I think for people like you and I and Dante who sit in these chairs and might say like, hey, you're in a title contention window, okay? You've got very limited time with a lot at stake to try to maximize this core with Nikola Jokic. And that might lend toward a go out and get it, chase it, figure it out, get it done, be bold, be brash.
So did you want him to say speed up?
Not necessarily, but I think it was very intentional that he pointed out, like, hey, we just needed to slow down. We had a lot of turmoil in the offseason. We had, unprecedented, late in season coach firing and yada, yada, yada. So we slowed down and we took stock. And then the second thing that I took away from there was the word margins. Because I agree with you. They do need to go out and find shooting help, especially from behind the three-point line.
Playmaking ability.
Yep, playmaking ability. They also need to find a backup big, something that they have failed to do. And that's the second-line center of the Denver Nuggets, is a backup big for Jokic to be able to spell him in minutes and allow them to run an offense that's similar-ish to when Jokic is out on the court. Dario Saric was supposed to be that, and now he is a very expensive mistake and failed version.
Well, he's here to stay, Richie.
So,
he's here to stay. He picked up the player option.
On the subject of margins, there was also this from Ben Tenzer.
I think it's important to hit on the margins more than ever, but you're hard capped at certain situations, so you just have to be aware of what you spend and how that affects, essentially where you're hard capped at.
So there it is again. The margins are more important than ever. So for anyone out there who saw the trade for Kevin Durant between the Suns and the Rockets and said, hey, the Nuggets, I don't care if you got to ship Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal or do whatever you got to do to try to bring in some top-tier talent, some real shooters around Jokic. It's not going to come in the form of a blockbuster trade. That is not going to be the focal point
But Richie,
of this
once
offseason.
KD, Kevin Durant, was off the board, I feel like we all understood that there wasn't going to be some kind of huge splash when it comes to trading for a player. He was the kind of that guy, and Shams did say that Denver was in on it, or at least they were interested in trying to get something done to get KD in the building. That
wild
never happened.
card is what
wild
they will call it.
card.
Yep.
It's going to be hard for both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace to do their job, knowing that they don't have a lot to work with cap wise. It's going to be tough.
Kroenke talked about him and his father slowing down, taking stock, and really focusing on the margins. Ben Tenzer, when the context of the question was, have the apron structure, the first apron, second apron structure, change their approach in free agency? And his response, the first words out of his mouth were, it's all about the importance of the margins. And so John Wallace, the co-executive vice president of
player personnel, because you got to distinguish, when he was asked about adding assets to help David Adelman and the starting lineup, here's what he had to say.
Coach Adelman is such a creative coach, and to give him more tools to add to that toolbox to allow him to complement the guys that we have. I mean, we have to remember there's a core group here that won a championship a couple years ago. So, when these guys are healthy and at their best, they're one of the best starting lineups in the entire league. So just to kind of put certain skills, certain things that can kind of alleviate the ceiling of us and just kind of add compliments to DA's toolbox.
I'm going to go ahead. He didn't actually say it, but when we're talking about adding compliments and things of that nature, that's kind of like the margins of the roster without saying it. When you emphasize how great the starting lineup is, and it's just about giving David Adelman a couple more tools.
Well, tell me this. Like, he's John Wallace is saying how great the starting lineup is.
One of the better starting fives in the NBA.
Which is telling us that, hey, they're not willing to make a move, and that they're gonna probably keep the starting five together. Well, then how are you going to get some of these depth pieces? How are you going to get that sixth man that can help you out, that can help Jokic out, if you're going to keep the starting five together? Because let's be real, somebody from that starting five is going to have to be traded if we want to bring a couple pieces in. It may not be a splash trade, but maybe it's like, let's just say, MPJ for three guys that can fill a void of coming off the bench as depth pieces. Like, that's what you're looking for. But this is concerning to me when you have someone like John Wallace saying pretty much that the core five are going to stick together. Well, you don't have a lot of cap left in creativity. You're going to have to be very creative then to get more depth pieces to help the Nuggets win.
In order to keep that starting five together, one of whom is Christian Braun, you're going to have to figure something out and make some moves and open up some space to be able to offer Christian Braun the sizable contract extension that he is going to be due for and that he will get interest
don't take a
from
discount.
other teams around the league.
I said this earlier. Don't take that discount. Make them pay all that money up front because you deserve it.
And then you factor in Peyton Watson. You hope that there's continued development with a Julian Strother, a Jalen Pickett. and then further down the line, you hope that maybe like a Deron Holmes, if he can be an answer to a backup big situation, a guy that missed his entire rookie season.
Too unknown.
Of course it is.
Achilles, like, you're in the NBA. We don't know what we have with Deron Holmes.
I point all that out to say that to your point, when you talk about how great the starting five is, and they're one of the better groups in the NBA, you've got to do something. You've got to do some maneuvering just to keep that starting five together to build the margins around it. So I did think it was a little bit of an undersell, and I think that they don't have any draft capital or equity to speak of if you were going to try to add cheaper talent in that regard. So are you expecting anything from the Nuggets tomorrow night? They've talked about potentially buying their way back in. They've looked at making moves to try to get, even if it's a second-round pick.
I feel like they've made it clear that they're going to prepare for anything that happens tomorrow. But I think they're going to kind of stay calm, be very patient, and maybe later on throughout the draft or even after the draft, make a couple moves. But it's hard to do that when you have one of your guys, one of your / general managers, your co-general manager that just stepped foot into the building and doesn't really know what's going on. And you're going to have to come together with Ben Tenzer and come up with this game plan. So I'm not expecting a lot of movement for the Denver Nuggets tomorrow.
Here's the draft night plan for the Denver Nuggets from new executive vice president of player personnel, John Wallace.
I think right now just being patient, kind of checking out the landscape, seeing what's there, what could come our way. But at the same time, we're going to do our due diligence to kind of be ahead of the curve and be prepared for whatever might shake itself out.
What does that sound like to you?
Sounds like exactly what you just said.
Be prepared.
Is that a Disney reference there?
The Lion King, right?
The Lion King,
yeah. Scar.
Well, Scar and the hyenas. Dante, did you think you were going to get an animated Lion King reference in today's sweep segment?
I did not. No, I didn't actually understand. I thought he was going for like the Allstate commercial.
Oh,
or like it sounded like an insurance commercial.
Disney on my kids, man.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
He was going deep voice it up. He could have gone for like Be Our Guest, Beauty and the Beast. There was, the way you started it off, it could have gone a handful of different directions. But yes, I did understand the Lion King reference, and it does sound like, to a certain degree, they are resigned to the fact that this regime, who is not responsible for the sins of the past with Calvin Booth and Malone and company, they don't have a lot to work with here, and they're not going to overextend and go out of their way to try to make that happen, which is what got the previous regime in such hot water in the first place.
So are you concerned then? Are you concerned? We can't go 3 years in a row like this. We need to find a way to get back to the final. That, like, simple as that. Jokic deserves that much. And if we don't do anything, and you just got rid of or Russ decided to leave because he wants more money, and he's your sixth man coming off the bench, and so now you're going to have to fill that void. And then you have 3 other spots that you have to fill, just 3 others. You have to do something. I know what Jake said yesterday. Jake said that, like, the West wasn't getting any better, and
we're gonna get into that again at some point, too.
And I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't know how he phrased it, but they are. Everybody seems to be getting younger, and they have the draft capital, and they've made a couple moves here and there. And it seems like we're just sitting here. And we're getting older. We need to do something about it so that we can have a run in the playoffs. And we don't just get there, but win in the second round and get an opportunity to try to get another championship.
How he phrased it was that the defending NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder, with the reigning MVP and finals MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, are going to struggle to get out of the second round this upcoming season, despite being just over plus 200 favorites to win the title in 2025. And he did, to Jake's credit, because Jake is very smart.
Very smart.
Very dug in on the NBA as a whole, not just the Denver Nuggets. He cited historical context of repeat champions struggling to get past the second round in their title defense season. And I understand that. But when you look at the way that Oklahoma City is constructed, with the young, rising talent that they have cost-controlled and locked in, and the way that they play, and they're led by an MVP caliber player in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they are at a minimum, whether they maximize it or not, built to win now and for the foreseeable future with dynasty kind of potential. Then the Houston Rockets, the reigning number 2 seed, add Kevin Durant. Dante astutely pointed out some potential pitfalls stylistically that could make things difficult for the Rockets in terms of adding Kevin Durant to the unit and the core that they have left.
But at least they're trying. They're being more aggressive. And we're sitting here seeming like we're not doing that.
Yep. And as Dante pointed out, may I remind you, the Thunder the defending NBA champion with the reigning MVP and Finals MVP. They have how many picks, Dante? 2 top 25 picks tomorrow night in the draft. And then I think, and Dante will correct me if I'm wrong, they have something like 10 first-round picks over the next 5 years. So all those first-round picks that they amassed to bring in the Chets and all that, they've got 10 more over the next 5 years to reload. 11, excuse me, I knew Dante would correct me. They have 11 first-round picks over the next half decade to reload, even if they can't keep all the talent that they have. So when you do that with the Houston Rockets, the Lakers being sold for a record-setting number, and what I would assume is going to be big plans to build around Luka Doncic.
Yeah, you don't buy a team for $10 billion and not expect to spend.
And the tail end of LeBron James's career.
Yeah.
So if the Nuggets can improve their standing without, at least on paper as of right now, improving and getting any better as a team in a Western Conference that has those 3 teams at a minimum doing what they're doing, then I'll kiss Jake's boots, because I just don't see a world where the Western Conference around the Nuggets and above the Nuggets just falls apart.
Well, other teams are being more aggressive, and we're sitting here seeming like, hey, we're just going to take it slow, and we're going to develop the guys that are in-house. Well, let's see how that looks if these guys are not up to par by the time the season starts. We're going to all be upset because of it.
Speaking of being upset, there is a photograph of a member of the Nuggets we just talked about pretty much at length this segment that might have some Nuggets fans a little bit more upset, a little bit up in their feelings. That is what will kick off the 3 count next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at denversports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, Richie, let's get serious. Coming off the top ropes with it. 1.
All right, kicking off the 3 count here. I teased going into the break that Christian Brown, CB, Christian Brown put out a photo on social media that might, at a minimum, make some Nuggets and Broncos fans here in town a little squirrely. He put out a photo on his Instagram rocking a Kansas City Chiefs jersey. Now, remember,
he didn't.
CB went to the University of Kansas, won a national championship there. Yeah. So he's got ties to that area. But yes, he put out a photo rocking a Chiefs jersey.
Well, what number? It has to be
number 1. Number 1, which I believe is Xavier Worthy?
Yeah, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, so he's rocking an Xavier Worthy jersey. Could be a custom. I can't see the name on the back. No context as to what the occasion is. It looks like it might be a football-related camp that he was making an appearance, so maybe he's back in Kansas.
Yeah,
and
maybe he's friends with Xavier Worthy or just chief players at that.
But my question, Phil, is Christian Brown, rising Nuggets star, allowed to wear the jersey of a hometown team's rival? Has Christian Brown become Benedict Brown?
I mean, I'm pushing for CB to get this contract and make a very, very lucrative deal, and he's making it hard on me. Because now it's like, yo, you're cheering for the Chiefs? You play here in Denver, and we're doing well now. Where's the Bo Nix jersey at?
At a minimum, right. I mean, layup. Now, I don't think he would wear a Bo Nix jersey to a football camp that's in Kansas City.
If he's that man, he would.
Ooh.
If he was that man, he would.
Throwing down the gauntlet on Christian Brown? Okay.
Oh, man. Look, Rich. I mean, obviously he has ties there. Maybe that is his favorite team. He plays in the NBA and not the NFL. So although he plays here in Denver, that doesn't mean that his favorite team as a fan of football is here in Denver. So as much as I want to give him crap about it, it is what it is. CB, go make your money when they pay you, and just keep that Chiefs jersey in Kansas.
I don't like it. Don't wear the Chiefs jersey. Be one of us.
Don't wear it.
I love you, CB, but this is a learning moment, teaching moment, I think. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
Aaron Rodgers, the man who, as much as you might want to, you can't stop talking about him. He's always finding ways, thanks to the help of Pat McAfee and hallucinogenic drugs, always finding a way.
Retreat. He was on a great retreat.
Yeah, would you go on an ayahuasca retreat with Aaron Rodgers? Philosophical
I don't know,
question.
Because I feel like once he starts to hallucinate and use those pills, he might change up on us and stuff. I'm good.
He's got a dark side.
I don't want to be in the room with him. Yeah, he'll make me uncomfortable.
I would do it. Dante, you going on a little wilderness retreat with Aaron Rodgers?
I would do. I think what Phil was describing there would be like a bad trip.
Yeah.
It's like, once Rodgers starts tripping out, I don't want him to trip me out too much.
Tripping out, maybe he starts to get too touchy or something. I'm good, man. I'm good.
I would do it.
That, Smile movie where it's like, you're the only one that can see it.
It'd be a good story, at least.
Yeah, I'd do it for the plot, 100%.
And, in the mind openingness or whatever you're supposed to get out of it.
Yeah, exploratory, enlightenment.
Come out of that dark room scared.
Well, retreats aside, Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee, as he is wont to do nowadays, and he gave some pretty significant clarity about the future of his NFL career. Take a listen.
That's why we just did a 1-year deal. Steelers didn't need to, put any extra years on that or anything. So, this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it. And what better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that, expects you to win.
The snippet there at the beginning of that soundbite was he was asked in a very long-winded, exhausting way by one of Pat's, one of the boys, right, about whether or not this was the last year for him in the NFL. And the beginning of that clip was he says, I feel pretty confident this is my last one. This is my last year. Right? That's why we only did a 1-year deal. They didn't have to tack anything extra on.
20 years he's been
blah.
playing in the NFL, has won a Super Bowl, always around, been a very good quarterback. But the thing about Aaron Rodgers is he comes with a lot of drama as he has gotten older. But now he's with the Pittsburgh Steelers that find a way to win every single year, have a winning season. So it's going to be interesting to see what this looks like with Aaron Rodgers being the head man in charge. But it's about time for Aaron to leave.
Does he finish his 2-decade career in the NFL on a high note with the Pittsburgh Steelers? What's your vibe on Aaron and the Steelers this season?
Well, what's considered a high note? Like winning the Super Bowl or
that would be the highest note.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it's hard to sit here and say win a Super Bowl.
Do the Steelers make the playoffs?
Yes, the Steelers will make the playoffs because they have a winning season every single year, so they'll be in the playoffs.
Wild card.
It's
tough division with Baltimore.
Definitely. But having someone like Aaron Rodgers, if he could stay healthy, you added what's the receiver's name from
DK
Metcalf. I was going to say JK Metcalf. DK Metcalf. So, and then you have a run game. So they're going to be good, Richie, and they're going to be able to get back to the playoffs, probably a wild card, and make a run for it. And maybe that's the high note.
All right, we're going to kick out of the 3 count here. As much as I love Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs, I don't think there's much to say there other than I'm a big Shane Gillis guy. I think it's awesome. You like Shane Gillis?
He's all right.
You just all right, dude. He's like an ultimate guy's guy, I feel like.
He played football, Phil.
Yeah.
Notre Dame.
Hey.
No, we didn't play Notre Dame.
Oh, no, he's from...
He's just a Notre Dame fan.
He's just a Notre Dame. I thought he tried to walk on or something.
No, he played at... I can't remember which one, but like Army or Navy for like a month.
It was. Yes, I think it was Army. I'm gonna have to do it up, but you're right.
Quit a month
It
in.
was a service academy. 100%. Well, we'll kick out of the 3 count there.
1, 2, 3.
On the other side, Josh Kroenke said something today that is not only just wild to put into a sentence, but was also completely avoidable and unnecessary. That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's summer. Time to enjoy long days, lazy nights, and great food. Because Uber Eats has deals all summer long. So, when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Delicious deals are just a tap away on Uber Eats. Enjoy all your favorite grocery items delivered straight to you. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans and CVS and make the most of every moment. Now that sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Nitro's back.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com. Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com. This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
The Nuggets held court today over at the concourse section of Ball Arena for their press conference to introduce the new regime over there for Denver, and we got to hear from KSE Vice Chairman Josh Kroenke.
Third straight time in a couple months here.
Yeah, he's talked more in the last handful of months than probably in the last handful of years. Prior to that, it felt like outside of the title,
great
celebration.
Great sign means he's going to be involved a lot more now that he has two guys that he's putting in charge.
Well, he's probably going to have to be, at least in the early onset, a little bit more involved. And he alluded to as much because you've got two executive vice presidents, one of player personnel and one of
the player personnel, and then
basketball operations.
Does it all.
That was an alley-oop that just Alex Caruso style clanked off the back iron.
Look, you just put me in a sticky situation. I'm listening to you.
It's all right, Phil, because as Dante points out, they're all made up titles anyways. It's co-executive vice president of, whatever.
Can we just say GM? Can we general manager, two general managers, and call it a day?
They are very specific about titles over there at Chopper Circle, so I will not be the one to mislabel. Anyways, we got to hear from all of them today, and I do think Josh Kroenke is going to have to be a little bit more involved because the two people that he has elevated to these executive vice president roles are very green, right? And so Josh alluded to that, and you heard from some strategic things, which we'll get into throughout the course of today's show, from Ben Tenzer and John Wallace about their philosophies, their strengths, their skill sets, etc. But Josh Kroenke said something when asked about apron situations and financial constraints and movements and flexibility that I, one, can't believe that you would even say because it's completely avoidable. And two, can't imagine where that in the rehearsal process preparing for this press conference, because I'm pretty sure there probably was some warm-up reps for our executive, chairman.
He said some warm-up reps.
Here's what Josh said about some of the restraints and inflexibility that they have.
And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trade number 15.
Whoa. Hang on. Back it up.
Whoa. What are we doing here?
Back it up. Why in the world, when you're asked about a very reasonable question, by the way, of navigating the first apron, the luxury tax, the second apron,
simple
all
question.
all the things that every team in the NBA is going to have to navigate in this current CBA structure, do you manage to talk for 20 seconds and immediately turn to, well, that puts us in a situation where we, have to think about things and doing things that we don't want to do, like trading 15.
Like, you just kind of shoehorn that in there really fast.
A little bit. Now, in fairness, because I can already tell Dante behind the glass has objection with how I set that up.
No, so, I actually had the conspiracy theory juices rolling here.
Okay, well, let's hear the other 17 seconds of what Kroenke said, because he did go on to talk after that. I just paused it when you say trade 15. I think that deserves a slam on the brakes, and let's discuss.
Think about it, like even for Jokic, Richie and Dante, like, if Jokic hears that, he's going to say, what's going on? Why even put me in this? Like, how dare you? I just had to shoehorn that one in there too. Richie, go ahead.
All right, here's the rest from Josh Kroenke.
And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Dante, before you get into your tinfoil hat conspiracy, do you want music to accompany this?
Yeah,
do you want
can
a
put it on there.
Okay, here we go. So Dante's conspiracy theory about Josh Kroenke even putting out in the universe trading number 15. Here we go.
What's one of the biggest objections Nuggets fans have about the Kroenke family?
I don't know, but I love the way that you just set this up with like a juicy question. One of the biggest, say it again.
The biggest objections that Nuggets fans have with the Kroenke.
That they're cheap.
Very cheap.
What would be a way to say, hey, let's not go into the second apron? What's a way to say, hey, we'll never have to trade 15 if we just don't go into the second apron? I get to save a little money. We get the rest assurance that I'm not going to trade 15 now. It felt like he was kind of using that as like, well, it's not a hard cap, but if we do go into it, we could trade 15. Like, that might be one of the consequences.
Are you kind of like, was it like a little passive aggressive float there? Is that what you're getting at from Josh Kroenke about like?
No, I think it's more just an excuse to not go into the second apron ever.
I see what you're saying. So quit barking at us.
Exactly.
Quit barking at us about going to the second apron, because then what if we have to trade Nikola Jokic? Do you want that? Is that how bad you want?
Exactly. I think it's him forecasting like, well, now we don't have to go into the second apron because I know we don't want to trade 15.
But you don't even do that. You don't even mess with Jokic. And you don't put that out there, because if Jokic is listening, and it's going to get back to him, you know that. Even if he's in Serbia, it's going to get back to him.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, Garrick in Castle Rock, Josh sounds like he's legitimately open to trading Jokic. Between the comment, I don't know if he'll sign an extension, and the comments about the nightmare scenario of having to trade him, but at the minimum, who says that about a top 15 player all time? I think that's kind of fair.
The greatest player to play the game right now, and you throw that out, and he's in his prime. Josh Kroenke dropped the ball on that one. You don't ever do that. You don't ever talk about your star player and have a trade with him, with the name. Jokic and trade, that does not mix. So it's like water and oil. You don't like it. It doesn't mix.
Rob in Littleton on the text line, at the risk of being an extreme Debbie Downer, if Jokic gets unhappy with how much help is around him and decides he does want to leave at the end of the near future, could he want a trade? And could we see another nightmare scenario where a Western Conference team with a lot of draft capital and potentially a lot of young stars who could ship off for a rebuild could be interested in Jokic?
To me,
he was talking about the Thunder there, if that wasn't obvious.
You already know you have to do everything it takes to make sure Jokic is happy. So both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, on top of Josh Kroenke, they're going to have to fly to Serbia anyway to talk to Jokic. And now they may have to explain what Josh was talking about. And if they can't get something done and Jokic needs the help and they're not willing to go into the second apron, which I understand it's a lot, it's a different thing that I don't even want to get into. But you bring his name up with a trade if you have to do that? That's bullcrap.
Which, again, you just don't have to do. Because, do I think when he lays his head down on his very expensive pillowcase,
he's going to say, I messed up.
Do I think that Josh Kroenke in any world wants to or would plan to trade Nikola Jokic? No. I mean, that's crazy. But then if that's the case, why do you even say it?
Why is that in your head? Why would you? Why is that crossing your head right now?
Dante thinks it's in his head because
I like that, Dante.
And I'll actually agree with Dante's sentiment that the core behind his conspiracy theory being he's tired of the criticism and the backlash about the Nuggets not being willing to pony up and go into the second apron and do all that stuff. And this is like almost like a deflective defense mechanism to say like, okay, yeah, all you fans out there that think you're so smart, all you armchair GMs like Philip Lindsay and Richie and Dante, Yeah, fine. We'll go to the second apron, but are you going to be happy if we do that and then we have to trade Nicola? Is that what you want? Yeah. Like,
Answer me.
And I do think that to give some, maybe some oxygen to Dante's conspiracy fire there, I think the majority of the things that come out of Josh Kroenke's mouth are calculated. They're on purpose. I don't think he does a ton off the cuff. I would imagine he was prepped and briefed ahead of time on a good amount of questions that were coming up during that press conference. That's just PR doing what PR
and Josh,
is supposed to do.
That was a great thing to just bring up Jokic in a trade. Like, that was going to be a smart thing to do, and everybody was going to be happy with it. We're taking it in and we're talking about it because it doesn't even sound right.
It doesn't. It was completely avoidable. It was unnecessary. And even if I'll admit that I don't think that in his heart of hearts that's something that Josh Kroenke wants to do, the fact that he would put it out there either passive-aggressively or as a defense mechanism against people who are critical of the Kroenke spending and not wanting to go to the second apron.
Be careful what you have because you have something great here.
Just a weird thing to say is all I'm saying. On the other side, the Colorado Avalanche may not have a lot that they need to do this offseason, but should they be intrigued with moving one particular player? That's coming up next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now, See all offers at chump.com.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, gonna cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Discover wants everyone to feel special. That's why they double all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you got plans this coming Friday, no you don't. Because this Friday, June 27th, is the final stop of the Drive's Brouhaha. Nice little spring-summer tour that I've certainly enjoyed bouncing around with you and Zach. And
why are you so aggressive with that? Like, if you have plans, no, you don't.
Sometimes you just got to get right to the point.
You don't.
Phil.
Dang, Richie.
Sorry.
What do people do to you?
You want me to be less enthused about getting people to come out and see you? Kind of a weird energy you're giving off.
You
there.
don't.
The final Brouhaha of 2025 is this Friday, June 27th, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the Glen Bar and Grill in North Glen. We'd love to see you out there. At least I would. Phil seems a little wishy-washy. I said if you have plans, cancel them. Phil's like, well, you know.
No, the plans, there's no plans. They're coming. They're coming. We have a big backing over there, and I can't wait to get over there.
We were at the Glen. The Glen was our final stop,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, last year, and it was amazing. So much fun up there in North Glen. So many awesome listeners and people. That's the home turf of Josh Dover, who stopped by that time last year, James Marilat. It was a great time. It was packed, and we will be there again on Friday. I will be there. You should be too. Head to denversports.com/drive for more details. All right, going into the break, Philip Lindsay. We had talked about the Colorado Avalanche being in kind of a unique position where they don't have to do anything, but asking the question, should they do something this upcoming offseason that, in theory, there's a market to be able to do, and that is move on from a pretty fresh, familiar face here in Colorado, and that is Charlie Coyle, their third-line center.
Charlie Coyle. He has only been here and played in 19 regular season games, guys. We just acquired him late in the year because for some reason the trade deadline is very late for hockey, which is crazy to think. And now we're talking about maybe shipping him off somewhere else? I don't get it.
Well, like I said, they don't have to, but Elliot Friedman from Sportsnet, pretty reputable NHL voice and insider around the league, has reported that teams are interested, and they're calling Colorado to talk about what it might take to pry Charlie Coyle away from their third line.
And it's not just one team. It's multiple teams.
It is multiple teams around the league. Here's a quote from Elliot Friedman. Because Logan O'Connor is expected to start the season on LTIR, long-term injured reserve, the Avalanche made it clear they don't need to do anything. Other teams keep calling, though. And the more you say no, if you're the Avalanche, the more you see how far other teams are willing to go. So before we get into could you, should you, will they, all of that, let's just lay out what the parameters are on the surface.
All right, Richard, let's do it. Lay it out.
Charlie Coyle, as you mentioned, was a part of the roster overhaul from Chris McFarland. Last year, they sliced off Mikko Rantanen, and they split that up into Marty Necas, Jack Drury, Brock Nelson, Charlie Coyle, Ryan Lindgren.
Yes.
Prior to that, they had revamped the goalie room, so a massive.
Two goalies, not just one, two
yeah,
of
the whole
them
room.
things.
You got rid of Georgiev and Justus Annunen. You bring in the woodshed.
Doesn't it
Mackenzie
feel like
Blackwood.
Georgiev has been gone for a very long time?
Not long enough. Can't wait for more distance to pass in that regard for Georgie. Forgiev, as he became known around here. But Charlie Coyle comes to the Avalanche, as you mentioned, 19 regular season games and 7 postseason games against the Dallas Stars. Certainly seemed to put on a little bit better showing in that limited regular season span than during the postseason, where Coyle and a lot of Avs, frankly, just fell flat and fell short as to what we expected them to do. He's got 1 year left on the current contract that the Avs inherited at $5.25 million.
And that's a lot for a number 3 center. It is. It's a lot. You have Brock Nelson that you just signed back. You have Nate Dogg. And yet your third center is making over $5 million. But you know what, Richie? When Chris McFarland decided to trade for Charlie Coyle, he knew that he was going to have to give Charlie Coyle a lot of money later on. Why? Because it's there. It's part of his contract. But you know that knowing, hey, we're all in on this. We're bringing him in, Charlie Coyle that is, because we feel like we can win now and in the future. And that's why you bring him in and still give him the 5.25 that he's going to make this year.
5.25, as you pointed out, is a lot of money for a third-line center.
Give me that money, man.
Just in general. Tell me where you want me to hide the body. Five and a quarter? 5 and a quarter?
Let's go.
I'll do a lot more than play hockey.
I'll get the van. You get the shovels and the weapon. Okay, I don't want to deal with that.
I got you. That's a lot of money just in general, but you pointed out Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
That's $12.6 million for your top-line center. Brock Nelson, who you brought back, and he's hopefully the last stop on this exhausting tour to replace Nazem Kadri as your second-line center.
We tried Casey Middlestat. That didn't work out.
You lock him in, Brock Nelson, at 7.5 per year. 12.6, 7.5. You're now above $20 million for your top 2 lines at the center position. You add 5 and a quarter, you're north of $25 million. That's a lot of money in a hard cap sport. And somewhere, every time you say hard cap sport like hockey, Mike Evans rolls over from the nap that he's been taking since 10 o'clock this morning. And
bear, huh?
Yeah, and just goes crazy. Oh, the salary cap's going to go up, the TV deals. All that's true. But it's you can't deny that it's not as easy. There is no maneuvering of the cap outside of LTIR the way there is in the NFL, where the salary cap is kind of just a suggestion, and you can make it say whatever you want.
Well, and the Avs only have $1.2 million in cap space.
Least amount of cap space in the NHL right now. Now, I think they did that, or they knew that was going to be the case when they made all of these moves, when McFarland overhauled this roster, because they were pushing the chips into the center of the table to win a cup last season. And normally, when somebody like me hits the blackjack table and goes all in and busts,
I wouldn't trust you. Yeah, I wouldn't trust you.
It's time to go home. But for Chris McFarland, you just go back to the ATM and you reload, baby. And good for Chris, because you could have, if you could have drawn a path for me, if the Avalanche had moved on from Chris McFarland this offseason, even though I wasn't in favor of it because I understood and believed in the logic behind those moves, I could have understood it. Hey, you traded away a franchise caliber player, a cornerstone player in Mikko Rantanen, and you win all in. You made all these moves. You made these
but that's what we wanted. We were struggling, Richie. We were struggling at the beginning of the year. People are tending to forget that. We needed a goalie. We needed 2 different goalies. And Chris McFarland answered the bell for us. On top of that, Chris McFarland was very aggressive. That's what we wanted. And it would have worked out if it wasn't for that meddling Mikko. You know, like with the Stars.
Meddling Mikko. They ripped off the mask, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. There you go. But you're doing that, and we were all up for it. And now some people are upset because we didn't get that cup that we're all looking for. But these players that we acquired late, they're back. And now imagine if these players get on the same page and they have a full offseason together. They have a full regular season together. And that's why it doesn't make sense to trade Mikko away. And Zach, you got me thinking you're Zach right now.
I am tall.
You're a better version of Zach. All right, better looking version.
When was
Zach.
the last time anybody saw me and Zach By in the same room together? I see the resemblance.
No, Rich. I mean, Zach's tall. You're You're little, short and dumpy.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. Wow, short and dumpy.
You know
Calling me
I'm messing
Shane,
with you.
you acting like I'm Shane Gillis over here.
Why in the world would you trade away someone like Charlie Coyle when you just acquired him? Give him some time to be with the boys. Give him some time to get used to this system. I know that we need some more work. I know that we need work on the blue line, and you only have $1.2 million, so something else may happen. But you don't get rid of your number 3 center. It's all about depth. You need 4 lines that are strong, and that's what you have right now. Don't mess with it. And when you have people calling for your players, that's a good sign. Maybe you should keep these players because there's a lot of people that want them. So keep them.
Ultimately, I think I agree with you. I am not eager or looking aggressively to move Charlie Coyle. I acknowledge that they've got $1.2 million in space left on the cap. It's not as much as any team that you want to name in the NHL. They are dead last in that category. But I do see the value in a full offseason with Bednar, a full offseason with the crew, getting the cohesiveness that you weren't able to get last offseason because you added all these guys on the fly. They were jumping on to a moving train. And now that train has stopped. It stopped a lot earlier than we wanted it to, than they wanted it to. And let's just see where it goes. And ultimately, you run the risk of if they fail again, if Chris McFarland goes back to the ATM, loads up, goes all in again this season, and busts again, you run the risk of the Charlie Coyles, the Marty Natchises, etc., walking away for nothing.
For sure, but for Chris McFarland, Richie, if your job's on the line and people are saying that if you don't get to the cup, you're going to get fired, then I'll be all in. Be aggressive like you were and see how it ends up for you at the end here. I'm all in with Chris McFarland. I think he did a great job just being aggressive and finding guys that fit the mold here. Now a full season, a full off season, I'm excited to see where the Avs can go with this.
I am not aggressively looking to get rid of Charlie Coyle, but I would hope Chris McFarland am fully on board to pick up the phone for people that might want to offer it, and you never know. Maybe some team is willing to overbid and overpay the way that we learned Calvin Booth did with the Phoenix Suns on draft day, trying to trade up for Teron Holmes.
33 years old, a number 3 center who's making a lot of money right now.
His services are in demand, Phil. His services are in demand.
What are you going to get back? What are you going to get back for him, though? Like, that's the thing. Like, is it?
And I wouldn't do it for just anybody. All I said is I hope I would, and I hope they would pick up the phone and at least listen to what other teams have to say.
I don't like listening.
Well, that's clear because I sit across from you. I've sat across from you the last couple of days.
I don't like listening.
And I get that pretty clearly. A national media outlet laid out their top 100 NFL players, which Broncos made the cut, and which rising stars are apparently being overlooked. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday night, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rocking with you on a Tuesday. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay.
Philip Lindsay.
Oh, you want to go Ohio State? You want to go full Ohio State?
We talked about this.
You made sure Dante and I were very aware that your birthday is less than a month yesterday. Now you want to go by the Philip Lindsay.
That. Oh, thank you guys.
That's fine. Yeah, listen, I need a pen. I got to start writing these things down.
Come on now.
The Philip Lindsay How many Broncos you think were ranked in the top 100 by CBS Sports?
Ooh,
this
top
season?
100. The Denver Broncos finally had a really solid year, a really good year.
Mhm.
Got to the playoffs. Some players did a really great job. The defense was top 5. So I'm going to say at least 4 players in my head. You want me to list them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course, PS2, Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay.
You have Nick Bonito, who had 13.5 sacks. And yeah, we all have to remember, he didn't start in 2 games at the beginning of the year. What does that look like if the man started? Zach Allen's another one. That's the anchor of that defense. He's looking for another contract. The defense is not top 5 without him. You have to have the big guy in the middle that clogs everything up.
I agree.
And let's go with an offensive lineman. An offensive lineman because the offensive line did a great job, and they were top 5 run blocking and pass blocking. So I'm going to go with Big Q, Quinn Miners, sitting right there. Big Tubby.
Okay.
That's done a great job.
Well, you got 2. You got 2 out of the amount correct. You said there would be 4. There's 3. And you named 2 of them. Patrick Surtain comes in at number 9.
Number 9.
Last season, he was number 25. Pat Surtain, not the first defensive player on CBS's list.
That's disrespectful as heck.
Reigning defensive player of the year.
Reigning defensive player of the year. Pat Surtain's a cornerback, which is the second hardest position out there because you're sitting here backpedaling, trying to stop receivers that are 6'4", 220 pounds that can run a 4.3. You're on that island, like I said, trying to lock down him. He did a great job, and he one-sided teams. So now someone like Riley Moss was getting more work. Why is he not sitting there at number 2 on this list in the first defensive player that we're talking about?
There was a defensive player ranked number 2 on CBS Sports' top 100 NFL players ahead of the 2025 season. It was not Patrick Surtain. It was Myles Garrett, the pass rusher out of Cleveland. Obviously, a fantastic pass rusher, one of the more dominant defensive players or NFL players in the league. Pat Surtain comes in at number 9. Last season, he was ranked 25th. Quinn Miners, who you mentioned,
Big Q.
the belly, Big Q. He comes in at number 51 on the list, just outside of the top 50. Last season, unranked. So a pretty big jump for Quinn Miners after an all-pro season in 2024.
Quinn Miners ended up getting that big-time contract, Richie, and doing well. Coming out of a school that was D3 and being an all-pro and getting better, and he's young, I'm excited. It's hard to grade offensive linemen. So we have him at 51, you said?
51.
He's going to get better from there, and that's all you can ask for.
Number 74 on the list, the longest tenured Bronco, if I'm not mistaken, GB Zone, Garrett Bowles. Last season, just like Quinn Miners, also unranked. So 3 Broncos in the top 100, and within that, 3 Broncos essentially in the top 75 at 9, 51, and 74. So no Nick Bonito and no Zach Allen on this list. Your thoughts?
Bullcrap. like truly, how do you have a top 5 defense and arguably you can be number 1 this year, and 2 of the main guys, Nick Bonito, who had 13.5 sacks, had 2 touchdowns, an interception and a fumble recovery taken back to the house for a touchdown that changed the momentum of games. And he one-sided teams as well, where now you have someone like Jonathan Cooper that was able to get double-digit sacks as well. How is he not on this list? He doesn't have to be top 5, top 10, 25. He could be 99 for all I care, but he needs to be mentioned on this list because he's put in the work, and it's all about productivity, and that's something that Nick Bonito did last year, and he's going to continue to do it because he wants that contract. And for Zach Allen, Richie, he's the anchor we talked about. He's that big man in the middle doing the dirty work. Nothing works without him. And yet, again, he wasn't invited to the Pro Bowl, and now he's not on this list. But he helped this defense become top 5. Make that make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to me.
I'll answer that for you. It doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with you. The Philip Lindsay with the correct answer, in my opinion.
Finally,
is that it doesn't make sense to me.
Finally, I get the correct answer.
The Pro Bowl snub. Patrick Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year, but Nick Bonito was receiving interest and votes. He was in the running as they were polling this kind of week to week. It was Nick Bonito doing the interview with Scott Van Pelt on Monday Night Football after the game where he had a massive game-shifting, momentum-shifting touchdown play.
He was number 3 in sacks this year, and he's not on the list.
Not on the top 100. 3rd in sacks, not in the top 100. Bo Nix also wasn't on this list. I gave a hot take on a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's earlier in the show that not only would Bo Nix crack this list in the 2025 offseason going into next year, but I think he, just like the three Broncos on this list, will skip 99. He'll skip 89.
All right.
He'll skip 79, and Bo Nix will make his top 100 debut on CBS Sports' list next year inside the top 75.
You don't sound crazy, Richie. I thought you were going to say top 10. Then I was going to say you sound crazy.
Yeah, not quite there
He needs to be more consistent. The only way to be more consistent is playing the league longer. He's going into his second year. But if Bo Nix could put the same exact stats up and they can win 10, 11, 12 games this year, he's definitely going to be on that list. And that's meaning that the Denver Broncos are back in the playoffs. And this year, not just getting to the playoffs, but now you're making the noise. Now you're beating that first team, and you're going to the second round. You're finding a way to battle to win the division this year. And if Bo Nix can do that and pull that off, he will be on this list. Nobody thought about Bo Nix. None of us other than Sean Payton. And now Bo Nix is more relevant and has an opportunity to take charge and be one of the better quarterbacks in this league if he can put together, let's just say, 3,700 yards passing, 30 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 600 yards rushing, and 4 touchdowns on the ground. You like how I just came up with that number?
Yeah, I did.
Zach Bryan and I talked about it. If he could put up numbers like that, we could talk about Bo Nix maybe even being in the MVP race. So I do believe and I have hope that Bo Nix becomes a really good quarterback in this league for a long time. And that's just about consistency and taking the time to work on your craft.
Some of those things that you mentioned, Phil, Bo Nix has already done. He threw for just under 3,800 yards last season and 29 touchdowns. I know 4 of which came in Week 18 against the Kansas City Chiefs B squad.
Exactly.
But he also had one of the more historically bad starts in the first 3 weeks or 4 weeks of his career that I don't anticipate is going to happen again. And there's further evidence as to why I think it's totally reasonable to make your evaluation of Bo Nix in the sophomore season to crack a top 100 list, to be one of the top 100 players in the NFL voted on by the media, peers, etc. And I'll explain how I got to that conclusion coming up next.
After a surprising wild card run last season, are the Broncos in danger of being overhyped in 2025?
Normally, I might agree, but I think in this situation, I think Sean Payton does such a good job. I really do. And he keeps them grounded, focused. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm really not. Sean has been through this before.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Coetzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Little throwback jam here, a little bedrock.
Oh, you even know the song, huh?
Hey, listen.
Who's in it?
Oh, jeez. What is this person's name?
Come on,
I feel like I
Richie.
could sing the song. You, baby, I'll be stuck to you like glue, baby.
Oh, give me at least 2 people. One's a woman.
No, I wouldn't know that. Is it Nikki?
Yes.
Yeah, Nikki. The guy, though, I don't know. It's
He's
not
light skinned. Come on, he's light skinned.
It's not
from Canada.
Give me a hint. Well, yeah, I guess you just gave me
I just
one.
gave you 2 hints.
Who is it? I don't know.
Drake.
No, Drake doesn't sing Bedrock.
He's a part of it.
It's a group. It's like, I think
Yes.
it's Young Money?
It is.
Is
Yeah,
the name
it's
of the
Young
group?
Money.
Yeah.
I gave Richie 2.
Young Money. You're right. Okay.
Yeah, see, we're culturing Richie.
Come on.
Hey,
now,
I got
Richie.
Nikki, and I knew the lyrics to the song based off the instrumental.
I gave you 2 clues for the other one. I said he's light skinned and he's from Canada, and you still didn't know.
Bedrock. The bedrock of the Denver Broncos, as of right now, is Bo Nix. How's that for a segue?
Ooh.
And we were talking about Bo Nix going into the break. I should say I was talking with the Philip Lindsay about
love it.
Bo Nix.
Put a little respect. I love it, Richie. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, listen. Is it really respect if you had to ask for it? You had to. Yeah, you gave yourself the nickname.
Oh man, you know my nickname in football in the locker room. They called me Filthy Phil.
Filthy Phil.
I got filthy on the field.
Yeah. No wonder you didn't want to hang out with Aaron Rodgers.
Filthy Phil.
We were talking about Bo Nix before the break in relation to CBS Sports' top 100 NFL players going into the 2025 season.
Yeah.
3 Broncos made the list: PS2, Quinn Miners, and Garrett Bowles at 9, 51, and 74. No Nick Bonito, no Zach Allen, and no Bo Nix. Now, Nick Bonito and Zach Allen, I think, have a little bit more claim to be, upset about being snubbed for a list like that.
Definitely, they have the
than
stats.
Bo. But Bo was a bona fide Rookie of the Year candidate. And on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, people are like, well, where was Jayden Daniels ranked? Jayden Daniels came in at 33 on this list. So after his rookie campaign, he's just outside the top 30 is the reigning
all
Rookie
right,
of the
Richie,
Year.
how do you feel about that? Jayden Daniels is on the list, and he's at 33, not 40, not 50, not 90, but 33, which is pretty high for a quarterback that was in his rookie season.
I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it. I think it was one of the better rookie seasons we've seen in some time. I think Jayden Daniels is a dog. I loved watching him at LSU by way of Arizona State. I watched Jayden Daniels as a true freshman beat my Michigan State Spartans multiple times.
Look at you still holding grudges.
Yeah, a little bit. But I like him. I like him a lot. I think Washington.
And think about this, guys. He was one game away.
He's
from
literally
the
on our
Super Bowl.
TV right now. How ironic is that?
Uh-oh. One game away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was Jayden Daniels
As a rookie.
As a rookie. Taking the Washington Commanders that were 4 in, I want to say only won 4 games. Only won 4 games, and they were one game away from
the second
Super
pick
Bowl.
in the draft. That's how they got Jayden Daniels in the first place. But I made the hot take on a Hot Take Tuesday, presented by Papa Murphy's, that I think Bo Nix will not only crack this list after the 2025 season when CBS Sports does this again next year, that I think he will join his 3 fellow Broncos in the top 75. So we're not talking he sneaks in at 91 or 89 or whatever it is. The quarterbacks that made the list, Patrick Mahomes at 1, Josh Allen at 4, Lamar at 6, Burrow 7, Jayden Daniels 33, Baker Mayfield 57 on the top 100.
Shake and bake.
Shake and bake. You got to shake it before you bake it. That is the key step. And Jordan Love at 92 comes in on the list. And that's the quarterback that I have circled.
Hold up now. Hold up. You said Dak.
No.
Was Dak on the list?
No.
I thought I was going through the list.
Did I miss one?
You know what? You might need to do your homework.
He did come in at 90. He came in right above. Right. Yeah, he came in at 90. You're right. I missed that.
But that's big. Dak Prescott, who only played in 8 games last year. 8 games last year. The Cowboys were not a good team, and yet he's on this list, and Bo Nix isn't. And then you had Jordan Love at 92, correct? It was Jordan Love at 92, Dak at 90.
And there's a little bit of an incomplete nature that you alluded to with Dak, right? He only played in 8 games, and he gets the Lone Star bump. He's the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, one of the biggest media magnets in the sports world. There in Jerry World.
But he didn't even do well when he was playing in those 8 games. He had 11 touchdowns, but 8 interceptions. So Richie, as much as you want to take up from my man Dak, he doesn't deserve to be on this list.
No, I don't want to take up for Dak. I think he's wildly overrated. And Jordan Love, just below Dak at 92, that's the name that got my wheels turning to say, tell me why Bo Nix can't be on this list next offseason and why a reasonable bar, if we're talking about evaluating Bo Nix in his sophomore season, being a top 100 player in the NFL, tell me why that can't be a part of it. And I'll make the case for it right here. Jordan Love last season threw for how many yards do you think?
I want to say 34.
3389. So we'll call it 3,400, right? 3,400 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and a 63.1 completion percentage. Bo Nix was better than that in almost every statistical category already.
Well, but you also have to understand this, Richie, with Jordan Love, because I'm not a huge Jordan Love fan, but Jordan Love only played in 15 games last year.
I got it.
You know, like
Bo Nix accumulated the stats that he accumulated by having the worst 3-game start to an NFL career in some time at the quarterback position.
He did, but also
so
on
he
top
did
of
miss
that,
2
like,
games due to injury. Jordan Love.
But think for Bo Nix still struggled against teams with a winning record, where the Green Bay Packers were a little bit better, in that category. And for Bo, a lot of his yards came at the end of the year against the Kansas City Chiefs, who were playing their JV. I just have to put that in there. Having 4 touchdowns, like that's a lot. That's a lot that inflates your stats. And now we're pushing for Bo Nix to win Rookie of the Year because of it. But like, there's context to things.
You take the 4 touchdowns against the JV Chiefs, which I get. There's a little bit there, and you spread those 4 touchdowns out across the first 3 games of the season, where he struggled against the Steelers with Justin Fields. He struggled against
the Seattle Seahawks, the
first game of the
year, almost
year,
threw 5 interceptions.
Yep.
Like, it was a struggle.
Yeah, could have had a few that were dropped, and that awful Jets game, 10-9. And so it's one of those things where I do think that you have to take into account the way the season ended with the Chiefs, who had nothing to play for. But you also have to take into account the beginning. That won't be the case going into this season, I don't think. And then also look at what they did as a team, because ultimately it's a team game, right? The quarterback may be the most important position, but he can't control everything.
Everybody matters. Running backs
Bo Nix
matter.
as a starting quarterback in 17 games, 10-7. Jordan Love in 15, 9-6. He did miss the 2. But the teams finished in almost identical scenarios. The Broncos finished 3rd in the AFC West and lost to the Buffalo Bills in the wild card round. The Packers finished 11-6 as a team, so 1 game better, but still 3rd in the NFC North and lost in the wild card round. So if you're telling me that Jordan Love's season, albeit with 2 games that were missed due to injury, was good enough to be at 92, then if they extended this list, CBS did, to like 110 or 115 names, Bo should be right outside there, which is why
because he has the stats.
It's totally fair after this season with the additions of Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw and getting Alex Singleton back on defense. On offense, Evan Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. All of that should mean that I think it's fair for Bo Nix, the expectation to be that he takes a decent step and is a top 100 player in the league next year.
So you're okay with Bo being it next year? I think we all are. But you're okay with him not being on a list this year? Because some people are upset because of that. Some people are like, why is Bo Nix not a top 100 player?
No, with Nick Bonito getting left off after the season he did, with Zach Allen getting left off with the season he had, I would be more up in arms over those guys potentially getting quote-unquote snubbed.
I'm mad
than
for
Bo
those
Nix.
those two, Zach Allen and Nick Bonito. That was bull crap. They should have been able to be a top 100 player. They played their way into that role of being a top 100 player, and so they did get snubbed from being a guy that people are talking about. Now, I like it because it adds fuel to the fire. Go out there and prove to the world you are a top 100 type of player, and you're a top 5, maybe even number 1 defense this year, because that's going to help us win more games, beat teams with a winning record. Hopefully we win 10, 11, 12. Let's go 11 or 12 games this year. Get to the playoffs and win a playoff game. That's what the ultimate goal is. And then after that, try to get to a Super Bowl. So hopefully this adds fuel to the fire, not adding Zach Allen and Nick Bonito to the top 100 list.
The Broncos, I think, took a lot of people by surprise in 2024. I think with the 6th quarterback taken off the board and the way that it started compared to the way that it finished, I think media-wise, fan base-wise, and even around the league, the Broncos caught a lot of people slipping a little bit.
Very dramatic.
And
Great story.
I think evidence of that is how the Broncos are being looked at nationally, the predictions that are being made, some of which are of a pretty bold nature, which fits perfectly into a Hot Take Tuesday like we have today. Plus, we'll hear from the new brass, the new ownership and leadership over at Ball Arena with the Denver Nuggets, who had plenty to say about the future of that organization. All of that coming your way next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Uncle's Country, what's going on? If you've ever watched me play, and I know a lot of you guys did, I'm all about speed, agility, and getting where I need to go efficiently. When it comes to your summer vacation, you need that same kind of reliable power, and that's why I'm teaming up with Hermes Worldwide. Listen, guys, you work hard all year and deserve that epic summer getaway. And let's be real, getting to and from the airport can be a total fumble. Stressful parking, long taxi lines, unreliable ride sharing, and we all know nobody wants to deal with that. Whether you're traveling solo or with your family, Hermes Worldwide has you covered with their dependable professional chauffeurs, and they understand that your vacation time is very precious to you and your family. So let them handle all the details so you can focus on what really matters the most, making memories with the ones you love. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. way. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's my jam right here, Richie.
Oh, yeah?
Like candy. Come on.
Give it a little more. You can't just...
I can feel it when you talk. I won't even when you talk over me. All right, come on now, Richard. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give that like an 8. That was solid. You had a little inflection in the voice. If you're watching on YouTube,
if people don't know, my voice is still it's coming back. You know, after having that successful camp.
Oh, the football camp. I thought you meant
camp.
Puberty.
No, no, that's you.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
you.
That's true. Ty does have a damning drop of me that he plays on the morning show all the time. I hear it constantly now because where I came on as a guest.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Mike Evans being so spoiled in his life that he forgets that he has a tee time at one of the best golf courses in the state of Colorado, and that's the Broadmoor there down south, where they're having the
You talking about Mike Evans or is that Stoke?
No,
Because
Stoke
on the
never.
morning
Stoke
show,
has
there's
never
a
missed.
lot of-
Stoke has never missed a tee time without acts of God and weather getting in the way. No, Mike
I'm just saying, the
Evans.
morning show, they're pampered. They're
Oh,
spoiled
yeah.
little babies.
Oh, yeah. They
The
remind
older
you about it, too.
The
Just
older
ask
they
them.
get, they end up becoming babies again.
Yeah, no
Crazy.
other host, let alone show, has a big board of BS, lies, and other nonsense like Mike Evans, who, as a part of that, was invited along with me and Scrappy Will and some others to go play 18 at the Broadmoor as a part of the media's day for the U.S. Senior Open that they were having. And he literally forgot that it was there. And we're like texting him and calling him, and he has no idea what's going on. And
I'll
must
book
be
another one.
nice. Must be nice to be Mike, right? Me and when Amanda brought it up to Amanda Brown, our boss, brought it up to me and Will and Anila, we were like, she couldn't even finish the sentence. We were like, yes, absolutely, thank you. Oh my God.
Well, funny thing about Mike is we it was Zach By, Mike and I, and we went golfing, and I hit a house, and everybody was clowning on me. Then Zach By went up and he hit the same house, and so Mike was like, "Well,
That's called being a good partner. That's
then,
foxhole.
So then Mike would say, "Well, let me start it off and let's just get it going. Let's get the ball rolling." He hits the exact same house, so we hit the house
I'm coming
three
out.
times.
Three consecutive whacks on the side of my house from
You're definitely coming
from
out.
you. I'm coming out on the patio to see what's going on.
So I mean, and Mike's a good golfer, but that day we were not good golfers.
The funny thing about that is that I was assuming in this scenario that I make enough money to live on a golf course, which I do not. Unless, Amanda, just saying, I'm open to, Phil, we were going to the break. We were talking about bold predictions, bold takes. On a Hot Take Tuesday, I gave my take that I think Bo Nix finishes this upcoming season and goes into next offseason as a top 75, not even 100, top 75 player in the NFL based on the criteria and some of the other QBs that are on the fringe of that list from CBS Sports, like Jordan Love and Dak Prescott, and the moves on offense and defense that the Broncos have both made. On the text line, not quite in the form of a hot take, but a fun hypothetical as well. What do you think is more likely to happen for the Broncos in this upcoming season? Bo Nix finishes in the top 5 of MVP voting.
MVP. Man, that would be great.
Or the Denver Broncos do what no team has been able to do for 8 consecutive years in the AFC West, and that is dethrone Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. What's more likely in your eyes this season?
Although I love Bo Nix winning the MVP or getting close to it and being in the race, that's good and dandy. And honestly, it could happen. Both of these can happen, and we can have our cake and eat it too. I'm going to have to go with dethroning the Chiefs. They've been on top of forever, and this is the opportunity to do it. I feel like the Chiefs are down. If you watch that Super Bowl last year against the Eagles owned the Chiefs and didn't have to blitz one time to sack Patrick Mahomes multiple times. For the Denver Broncos, the time is now. You added depth to your defense. Your defense was top 5. It could be number 1 if everybody can stay healthy. On paper, it's a great defense. You added a couple pieces in Evan Ingram. Okay, you added a couple pieces in the draft when it came to R.J. Harvey, and then J.K. Dobbins is another addition that you added free agency-wise. This is the time. Bo Nix going into year 2 where he's more comfortable, where Sean could put more on his plate, where now you can just go out there and play free. That's what this is all about. And the Chiefs need to watch out for the Broncos because the Broncos, see, I think all of us forget, if it wasn't for Alex Forsythe getting ran over.
Not dying slowly.
Yeah. Bo Nix had a great drive, hitting Cortland Sutton down the middle of the field to set up for a game-winning field goal, and we would have beaten the Chiefs in Arrowhead. Mm-hmm. That wasn't able to come true. Why? Alex Forsythe, like you said, didn't die slow. He got ran over. The field goal was blocked, and we're all mad about it. So the Broncos have a great opportunity to do that and win the division this year. I'm going to have to go with the other one. It would be great to have Bo Nix win the MVP. But that doesn't matter.
Remind me again, which running back was getting the carries in that Chiefs
Audric
game?
Estime, man.
Oh, yeah, the running back you hate. Just wanted to make sure I resurfaced that.
I don't hate my man.
Listen, well,
you made me choose. You said who's out? Is it Jaleel or is it Audric Estime?
Well, we're getting closer. We're less than a month away.
You love you some Audric Estime, by the way. What's up with that?
I just feel like he, after one season where Sean Payton, Sean Payton, advocated for that pick. That's not a George Payton, let's just figure, okay. Sean Payton wanted that.
Yeah.
He saw a skill set there. It was a roller coaster, I will even admit, of ups and downs and trust and mistrust.
Richard, we don't need you to say that. We all know. We watched it.
Yeah, but because it was Audric Estime getting those carries, and it got to have it game-winning drive situation against the Chiefs. But it also was Audric Estime who fumbled on his first NFL carry, had to at one point during the season in like a Remember the Titans style punishment, walk around the facility with a football, and his teammates instructed to knock it out like we're going back to high school football. And it was also Audric Estime who lost out on a jersey in a playoff game to Tyler Bidet, who missed a good chunk of the season.
And so why do you like him then so much? Like, you just added more fuel to my argument, but like, why?
Because I think, one, he is fantastic injury insurance for J.K. Dobbins, who they brought in to kind of be a lead back. He profiles more similarly to a J.K. Dobbins body-wise and stylistically than a Jaleel McLaughlin. Does he have the top-end speed of Jaleel? No. But I think Jaleel McLaughlin is going to mold into a role that is anything I can do, R.J. Harvey can probably do better. And yes, that's true with J.K. Dobbins and Audric Estime. But Audric Estime,
come on, Richie.
You don't think that's true?
Because
they
both
have
run.
They both run fast
ways and do two different styles.
They both got 4.4 speed.
Your third string running back is going to play a lot of special teams. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but you're making me, Richie. You're upsetting me, so now I'm gonna have to repeat myself.
Okay.
The third string running back has to play a lot of special teams, and he has to bring something different to the game. You have J.K. Dobbins, who's going to be a bell cow type of running back, who's a bruiser. You have R.J. Harvey, which you're hoping to get him out of the backfield, and he has the juice to take it to the house any given play. And you need someone like Jaleel who also has speed, because speed kills in any sport, but speed kills in football. The more speed you have, the more opportunities you will get. And I believe that if Sean puts Jaleel in better situations, in more creative situations, you'll get a lot more out of Jaleel. Whereas Audric Estime, he's going to be who he's going to be. He's a bigger running back. And if he doesn't buy into who Sean wants him to be, which is a bruiser and break tackles and get the short yardage and maybe goal line touchdowns, and if Audric Estime continues to try to hurdle people like he's Reggie Bush, he's going to be out of a job here in Denver.
What specifically, you bring up special teams, what specific role are you envisioning that Jaleel McLaughlin is going to play on special teams that is so valuable that you need to choose him over Estime?
If something happens to Marvin Mims, or if Marvin Mims gets more of a workload this year and he can't take some of the kick return duties or the punt return duties, you could put someone like Jaleel back there because of the speed. gunner-wise. You need somebody that can be on the outsides tackling the punt returner so that you have good field position for your defense.
Isn't that why we brought in Trent Sherfield, the special
You
teams,
need more
the
than
core
one,
4
Richie.
guy?
You can't just be one guy.
And you say if Marvin Mims takes on a bigger role, Marvin Mims is an all-pro level returner.
He is.
I think Marvin Mims, no matter how big of a role his receiving duties take on his game-to-game responsibilities, that man's going to be returning kicks and punts.
Until he's not, because it's a long season. If something happens, God forbid, Marvin Mims has to miss a couple games, you need it. You need another backup.
I'll give you 2 hypothetical questions for you here on the topic of this conversation. You are Jeremy Crawshaw. You're the new punter.
The punter, yeah.
For the Broncos, right?
And he has a leg, guys. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Yeah.
The
Hold
800,
the
they're gonna
phone.
be out there.
He's got a cannon. You're Jeremy Crawshaw, and there are 5 or 6 265-pound defensive linemen and linebacker-type bodies who are coming after you on a punt. Who would you rather have personal protecting for you in front of you, Audric Estime or Jaleel McLaughlin?
Jaleel. Because I know Jaleel's going to get in front of you and at least try. Audric Estime, has Audric Estime shown you that he can block? Because there's more to the personal protection. Let me tell you this, because I was a PP, a personal protector. All right, there's a lot to it where you're calling out plays. It could be blue 32 or red, which goes right, red 19. There's certain things that you have to be able to put into play to help your punter out that people don't understand. I think that Jaleel, he's at least going to get in the way. All you're talking about is to get in the way for 3 seconds. The punter should be able to catch the ball and punt it. If you're a really good punter and you're an all-pro punter like Zach Bite thinks Jeremy can be, then you're catching the ball, you're punting it into a certain direction, and you go from there. I believe that Jaleel gives you more opportunities to put him around the field than someone like Audric Estime. But Audric Estime can prove me wrong this camp if you have the right mentality and know that you're in a dogfight.
Well, here's what I'll say. You have protected more quarterbacks and more punters in your life than I ever will. And you profile similarly to what a lot of people, I would imagine, in Broncos country envision as a role for Jaleel McLaughlin. You guys are built similar. You have similar backgrounds, undrafted, and kind of like fighting and clawing for everything that you got. But there is one thing that I want to make sure that everyone out there understands, at least from my vantage point. Jaleel McLaughlin ain't Philip Lindsay.
No.
Okay?
No.
Philip Lindsay was the first NFL player ever to rush for back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons as an undrafted player. Jaleel McLaughlin might not be on this team next season.
He might not, but even if it's not Jaleel, let's just say it's Tyler Bidet. Tyler Bidet is another smaller running back that can run well inside. He has a speed. Sean obviously likes Tyler Bidet because Tyler Bidet was out in week 4, didn't get back until the playoffs, and snatched Audric Estime's jersey off his back pretty much and said, hey, I'm playing this game and you're not. So, like, even Tyler Bidet, who I feel like a lot of people are writing off, he could be a guy that can do gunner, that can be a personal protector, that can kick return, punt return. He can do other things as a third-string running back. So it's going to be a fun battle between Audric Estime, Bidet, and Jaleel McLaughlin. Who can stay healthy and who can make more plays during preseason? That's what it's going to come down to.
There is a very real world, which you and I have discussed, which our own Andrew Mason, our senior Broncos writer, has out at denversports.com, where Tyler Bidet does eventually potentially squeeze out the third running back role from both Jaleel and Audric. And both of those guys, not just one, find themselves the odd man looking in. On the RamoSaw.com text line, a little bit of an important, I think we might need to check ourselves a little bit here, Phil.
All right, please do.
From the 7452, you guys need to stop talking smack about the morning show. It's not polite when you know they can't hear you past their bedtime. That is actually fair. I did not think about that. Nobody knows what Mike Evans does.
And they left their hearing aids here too, by the way.
Yeah.
So
nobody knows what Mike Evans does, has never known what he does after 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. when he gets off the air. And it is important. Elder abuse is not funny, and we need to respect that. This is KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. I am Richie Carney sitting in for Zach Bye. He is Philip Lindsay, and we are The Drive.
The Drive.
Got a lot of news this morning, Philip Lindsay, from Ball Arena as it relates to the Denver Nuggets. We heard from KSE Vice Chairman Josh Kroenke. We heard from Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, John Wallace, and Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, Ben Tenzer. I had to take a breath almost there.
Yeah, that was a lot of speaking
in between
right there.
to get all of that to come out. Some of the bigger takeaways that we took from that: why did Stan and Josh Kroenke choose to go with the co-vice president-like approach instead of hiring a traditional GM like they did with Calvin Booth?
I think that unorthodox could be another word, but I think that really most everything that has got us to this point has been unorthodox. We've hired first-time guys before, and our best player is the 41st pick in a very unorthodox manner, the way he plays the game. So everything about us is unorthodox. I think from a process standpoint, I think it was important for us as an organization and myself, my father, to really slow down, take stock of what the organization really needed at this point in time, talk to a lot of different people from a lot of different areas and gain a lot of different perspective, both in the basketball world and out of the basketball world, and really kind of nailing down what the Denver Nuggets need, and that's the margins on the outside of our roster. And I think that both John and Ben complementary skill sets are really going to help us address those things in a creative way moving forward.
Poof, that's a mouthful. That's a lot. I won't belabor the point, but the way Josh Kroenke talks does drive me nuts. It's like I talk to a lot of people in the basketball world, out of the basketball world, next to the basketball world, around the basketball world, under the basketball world, and it's just like, okay, I got it, buddy. I got it. Listen,
get it.
I'm pretty long-winded myself, and even I'm like, geez, take a breath. But
that's what I'm going to say to you next time, Richie, when you start talking too much. Hey, Rich, take a breath.
Woosah. Great movie. Aside from that, what did you make of Kroenke's assessment there about acknowledging that this is a little bit of an unorthodox approach to go with the two executive vice presidents of blah, 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 instead of the general manager approach like they did with Calvin Booth? Are you a fan of it? Are you iffy about it?
For me, Richie, it's like at some point, you want to stop always being different. And yeah, we hit on Jokic. And there's been times where we've had first-year general managers that helped out and had success. But we lucked out with the Jokic pick. But now Jokic is here, and he's one of the greatest players to play the game. And you need to make sure that you're taking advantage of his prime. And that's where I have a problem with, because now it's like you guys wanted to take this slow. It's no time to take this slow. Speed it up. Speed it up, because now your unit, right, the 5 players that the starting 5 on your roster, they're getting older. The starting 5 on your roster, they didn't do well enough to win it all. Now, they have in the past, and of course there's a couple of people like KCP that helped that's not here anymore. But I didn't like when Josh said, hey, we slowed down, or we're going to slow down and kind of keep things rolling in that way. No, speed it up. All right, you got lucky with Jokic. He's in the building. Take advantage of this opportunity to have him in his prime, and let's go win another damn championship.
Yeah, I think that you start banking too much on, well, everything about our organization's been unorthodox. We, hired a coach with this background and did this.
That's not good to say either.
We drafted our the best player in franchise history. We essentially got lucky and drafted him 41st overall during a Taco Bell commercial. How unorthodox is that? I don't know that I want to be It's okay that you stumbled into some certain things, you got lucky, and you maximized on those opportunities. Tim Connolly has sat in this room and said on this radio station at one point, if we had known that Jokic was going to be Jokic, we sure as hell wouldn't have waited till 41 to pick him. So even
at least he was being honest and
acknowledging that. And he went on, we're unorthodox, we do this different. We wanted to slow down, right? Stan and I, my father and I, wanted to slow down and really take stock of what this team needs, and that's where you get into the margin talk, which we talked about earlier, and I want to make sure we mention again today. But he also talked about how the strengths of Ben Tenzer and John Wallace collectively together are going to be super beneficial for the Nuggets moving forward. So what are those strengths? Here is the answer from the men themselves, starting with Ben Tenzer.
When I got this internship in 2005, I felt like I hit the jackpot, so you can imagine how I feel now. Yeah, in terms of skill sets, as an intern, I did every job here, and I ended up going to law school, learning about the cap and contracts, managing people. I was the GM at the Gold, so I feel like just us two together in terms of collaboration will be really healthy.
Ben Tenzer's been with the organization for a long time, Phil.
2005.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're going up.
Did you watch The Pressure, or did you just listen to it?
I watched. You did a little math there. That was good. Since 2005.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm asking because when Ben Tenzer was asked this question, he was smiling ear to ear.
Well, you heard it. I hit the lottery. I hit the jackpot.
Like a kid in the candy shop. It's like I like that he's excited, but also I wish he would have kind of been more like played it off a little bit cooler. Where it's like, yeah, I've been here. Look, I know what I'm doing. And we're ready for this moment. It was more kind of like, I can't believe I got the job.
Yeah.
I can't believe I got the
like
job, Mom.
That puppy dog energy of you're so excited. And
relax.
listen, I don't want to come across like a hater or a Debbie Downer or Nancy. Because listen, this is a guy that's put 20 years of his life, which he's not that old. So 20 years of his life,
he knows a lot of basketball.
Into this organization in all these different roles. He worked every job basically on his way up. Started as an intern, and now he's in this executive vice president role, and he went to law school to learn more about the cap, to put himself in a position to take this job and to be offered it. And listen, I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, I have a lot of respect for somebody that starts from the bottom.
He worked his way up.
And grinds and works their way up. You know, you did that as an athlete. You were a walk-on type player. You weren't sure if you were going to get a scholarship. You get to college and you're undersized and you're probably underbelieved in and underutilized, and you end up as
that hurt, Richie.
Well,
that hurt, man.
It did it hurt when you walked away as the all-time leader from scrimmage in the history of the program?
It makes for a great story. And if Ben Tenzer and John Wallace end up pulling this off and we win a championship, Josh Concrete's going to be a genius. And these are the stories. This is what we live for and want to talk about. So as much as like we're talking about this and I'm reacting how I feel about things, everybody has their reaction, and everybody's reaction is going to be different. I just want what's best for this team and what's best for Jokic. And putting two guys together and not considering like, hey, we're not going to call you guys a general manager. We're going to give you guys two different titles. It's just like, come on, guys. Like, we need somebody that's ready for this moment, that has experience for Jokic's prime. That's all I care about.
No, I agree with you. I think that in a perfect world, most fans and us here in this room, and maybe even deep down, Josh and Stan Kroenke would prefer to have a Bob Myers type and an experienced executive in there.
You sure about that?
To make well, maybe. They definitely don't want to go above any kind of apron to do any kind of player acquisitions, and they definitely have not shown a track record of overpaying or opening up the pocketbook for executives in the past. Masai Ujiri, Tim Connolly, Calvin Booth, who was offered a low-ball extension before they ended up firing him after he turned it down. And now this youth movement certainly tracks along with that. Ben Tenzer, as you just heard from him, his strengths clearly come on the financial side of things and being that fabric presence in the building because he's been there for as long as he has. So what does John Wallace bring to the table? Here was his answer to that same question.
I think for me, just my relationships with the guys, relationships around the league. I think the collaboration that we'll bring as a group and kind of being able to galvanize that is going to help me, obviously add to my strengths here and to kind of empower the individuals that we already have in place.
You know what it sounds like to me, Phil, is in the true nature of splitting this role, that the director of executive vice president of player personnel and the executive vice president of basketball operations, underneath that, I think in a more simple term and something you could fit on a business card easier, Ben Tenzer's going to be the money guy, the back-end finances guy, and John Wallace is the players guy. He's the front-facing guy, the one who's interacting with the players more.
He has more of
he
a
was a
personal
player
connection.
himself.
Yeah, more of a personal connection, where someone like Ben Tenzer maybe doesn't get to the players as much as someone like John Wallace will. I've been in situations where general managers like had good chemistry with players, and you feel comfortable around them. And I've been on the other side, someone like John Elway, where he's never around, and you can't ever talk to him. And when you do have a chance to talk to him, you're kind of uptight and nervous because you don't know how he's going to react because he's never around.
It was kind of a weird situation how it played out, but I think you've mentioned in terms of people being around and GMs and executive figures being around. That was kind of how it was for you in Houston, was it not? When you had Caserio.
Nick Caserio was there every single day. He was on the football field. He was coaching players because he used to coach the receivers in New England. So he was always with the receivers. He was always watching practice with the play sheet, and he would be in every single meeting. He was so hands-on that it was a little bizarre, Whereas you had Elway where he was nowhere to be found. So I feel like you have to have like that middle ground, that balance. And I guess you're going to get that with John Wallace doing the work on the court and being around the players, where you have someone like Ben Tenzer who's going to deal with just money, and they're going to work together with their strengths.
Ultimately, when you have two people, right, who are doing the job that was formerly held by one person, it's going to come to an understanding that those two need to more or less agree on what direction to move forward and what decision to make.
Yeah, who has more power though? Well, somebody has to have some more power than the other.
Everyone at Ball Arena, including our own Jake Shapiro and our own Anilo Piro, who will join us in about 18 minutes from now, were there, and they, like everyone else there, was trying to find out exactly those questions. So let's hear from Josh Kroenke. Which person will be dealing with the phone calls? Who's picking up the phone in the front offices of Ball Arena between Tenzer and Wallace?
I think that they both will. I think that, from the outside looking in, sometimes people have a false sense of how things actually go down in the professional sports world. Sometimes that's owner talking to owner, sometimes that's president talking to president, that's basketball operations staff talking to basketball operations staff. There's a lot of different ways that deals get done in the NBA, and a lot of that is through relationships, and I think that our organization has great relationships at all levels throughout the league, and we'll continue to have different conversations in different ways with different teams, with different people.
Just not going to give you a straight answer, I guess, right? Who's going to pick up the phones? Yeah, I think when that question is asked, it's implied, like who's making trade negotiations. We learned from Shams Charania, NBA insider for ESPN, that the Nuggets were kind of a wild card suitor for Kevin Durant, and you would assume that Ben Tenzer was probably picking up the phone
the one talking,
making some of those calls as the interim GM post Calvin Booth.
But when you have both guys doing the job, how are you supposed to build that relationship and get comfortable with somebody? Like, that's like you and I, Richie, doing this, or we're talking to Zach By, and Zach talks to me one day, talks to you the next, talks to me the next day after that. You're not getting a good read on just that one person, and you can't build that relationship up like you want to where it's like, hey, look, it's just me and you. You know how I am. Let's get the deal done. Because everybody is going to be different. The way Ben Tenzer talks to somebody is going to be different than how John Wallace is going to talk to somebody. So both of them doing the work, when one should be the one answering the phone calls and doing the deals, like that's what you want done. You want to be able to build the relationships because it's easier to get things done that way.
Ultimately, what happens when they disagree, because you have two people doing the job of one? Ben Tenzer took a stab at that question.
I honestly think it's really healthy to disagree, and we have a great group, some of the front offices over there, and we disagree constantly. But what's important is, we make a decision together and we're united. And we have great leaders, Josh, Mr. Kroenke, Kevin Demoff, even Mike Neary, who's a leader at KSC. We have great people around to help navigate these things.
Again, just a non-answer. I'm just begging for somebody to just
like give us something.
Yeah, just
something juicy.
And listen, not every organization is going to peel back the curtain on the way that they handle things in-house, the way that they handle their business, right? And they don't need to. I don't think that's necessary.
It's going to get messy. You're going to have John Wallace that's like, hey, I disagree with this. You're going to have Ben Tenzer saying, I disagree with that as well, or whatever you have to say, John. So then you're going to go up to your pops, Josh, and he's going to be the deciding factor. He better be in the building.
He did say
then.
he would be more present. And I thought it was interesting because anytime, in the NFL, Phil, when you fire a head coach, right, traditionally speaking, when you hire the next head coach, you kind of do what?
Well, the general manager is going to be the head man in charge. So
right.
Like for your head coach, he's going to answer to the general manager. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there are certain cases where I would say the head coach kind of supersedes the general manager as the head decision maker.
Let's be real. Here in Denver, it's probably like that with a lot of the older coaches that have won a Super Bowl and been around for a while. They're going to have a lot more say.
And what I think is an added layer to that is, traditionally speaking, when you fire a head coach like Vic Fangio, right,
mm-hmm.
you kind of go the opposite direction with your new head coach that you went with your old one, right? Old, curmudgeon-y, becomes young and puppy dog energy, like Nathaniel Hackett, right? And I think that's kind of what they did stylistically here. They went from the single general manager somebody who was an internal promotion and a hire as well, but single general manager having all the power. Now you have co-executive vice presidents who split a role and have specialties that ultimately report up to the vice chairman in Josh Kroenke. And Josh was asked on if there's another organization or something that he was pulling from when he created that model, or went back to it, I should say, because they did do this back in the mid-2000s before. And here's what Josh had to say.
Different front offices and different organizations require different things at different points in time. I think from a Nuggets perspective right now, we're not starting from scratch. We need to hit the ground running come game one next year. And so from an organizational standpoint, I would say every team and every one of our teams in our umbrella is slightly different. The Rams are structured slightly different than Arsenal, and Arsenal is structured slightly different than the Avs, and the Avs are structured slightly different than the Nuggets. But I think that the best, to answer your question, I would say that the best traits involve constant communication, people challenging one another, going into a room and challenging different beliefs about themselves and the team, and then coming out unified as decision makers and all in together.
Did you know that, Phil? Did you know that the Avs are constructed different from the Nuggets, who are constructed different from the Rams and different than Arsenal?
I did not, but now I do.
Did you know that basketball teams aren't hockey teams and hockey teams aren't soccer teams? I am glad that we got that, because now I have such a better understanding of where this organization is headed and how they are going to tackle what I believe to be one of the more important off seasons in recent memory.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is what this is all about, is trying to figure out what works for the Nuggets, what works. And then for Josh's case, like he has his hands in a lot of different other teams. So I just want everybody to be on the same page. And if you're going to get a trade done, like, everybody has to be on the same page, communicating. That's going to be big this year for Josh, John, and Ben Tenzer to be on the same page and get on the same page when they're not on the same page. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
It's a lot, man.
I get what you're saying. And I hope that Josh Kroenke and Ben Tenzer and John Wallace get what you're saying. Josh did go on and elaborate a little bit more about the front office structure and how they intended to work compared to other front offices around the league, etc.
Every team and every one of our teams in our umbrella is slightly different. The Rams are structured slightly different than Arsenal, and Arsenal is structured slightly different than the Avs, and the Avs are structured slightly different than the Nuggets. But I think that the best, to answer your question, I would say that the best traits involve constant communication, people challenging one another, going into a room and challenging different beliefs about themselves and the team, and then coming out unified as decision makers and all in together. Just thinking back to the last 12 months on the Avalanche side, I think that Joe and Chris did a phenomenal job navigating a difficult situation with Mikko Rantanen. Kevin, my dad, and I were involved on the periphery of all those discussions, and then eventually you make a decision together and you move forward. So I've seen it all in different sports in different ways, and I'm really excited to see what this group can do together, because I think they have all the traits to be really successful.
Did you catch that last part there? Did you catch that last part there about the Avs? That was the elaboration.
Did Josh mean to do it?
I guess when Josh says that Kevin Demoff, I would assume, and Josh Kroenke and my dad, meaning Stan, were involved on the periphery, that kind of dispels some of the conversations we were having very early on in the process that Scrappy Will Peterson and others that Chris McFarland went rogue. There's no way Joe Sakic, would never allow that, or he was this and that. Clearly he was, and that went above Joe Sakic to the ownership and chairman level with Josh and Kevin and Stan.
And that's very interesting, because now some of the heat gets taken off of Chris McFarland, because all of us, well, I wasn't, but there's a lot of people out there like, fire Chris McFarland because you give up Mikko. Well, the head dogs, the big honchos up there, signed off on this, and we're okay with it. And they were always communicating and on the same page with, hey, we're moving on from Mikko, and everybody was okay with it. So that's interesting in itself, to where it's like, okay, it's not just Chris McFarland and Sakic making some of the decisions when you have big-time decisions that need to be made. It's the ownership group as well.
And I think that's ultimately why, when you look at how things ended with the Avalanche season, and there were people who were calling for Chris McFarland's head and his job, I was not one of those people.
No.
because I believed in the vision behind the painful move of slicing off a piece like Mikko Rantanen and trying to spread that money around to build better scoring depth, which was the secret sauce during the Stanley Cup run, that all those acquisitions that they made at the deadline, you could point to every single one of them having a key moment, a goal, some of which were game-winning or series-clinching goals in the playoffs and in the Stanley Cup final. And that's what you needed to get back. That's what you lost. And so I believed in that vision. But hearing that from Josh Kroenke, that difficult decision that the Avs face, that it went all the way up in terms of involvement, even quote-unquote on the periphery, like Josh said, went all the way up to the top. And that's why a guy like Chris MacFarland makes the moves that he made with the confidence that he did. And when it doesn't work out, he doesn't get booted because he had the full backing.
He's not just the only one. Like, everybody's in it together.
A lot of hands in that pie. And so I'm thankful for that. I think that Chris MacFarland's moves with the Avalanche will age better in 2025 than they did at the end of 2024 with the painful ending at the hands of Mikko Rantanen
himself.
Yeah. So my hope is that Josh maintains a level of ownership and investment in the decisions that are being made by John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, because I think they need that as new people in their role who have high stakes moves to make with not a lot of resources to make them with. I hope that Josh Kroenke puts that level of investment that he's backing into, because the Nuggets will be better for
Richie,
it.
don't hope. He has to now. He has. If this is going to work out, you have two guys that are inexperienced, and you're banking on them to take this team and win another championship. Josh Kroenke is going to have to be involved with a lot of the decisions when it comes to trading players, even in this draft that's happening tomorrow, which is crazy that we just got the announcement of both John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, and the draft is tomorrow. But Josh Kroenke's have to stick around to make sure all of this is done the right way and everybody is on the same page. And that's what you're asking for. Now, I do have a question. I know we don't have a bunch of time.
We got time.
But what about when Josh Kroenke was talking about our boy Jokic and the second apron, and maybe there's a trade involved? That's some crazy stuff there.
Josh Kroenke did bring up the hypothetical and the possibility of trading Nikola Jokic and what it might take or potentially would happen if it got to that point, and that is where we will go next.
Are the Denver Nuggets too focused on promoting from within?
They think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building. Not saying it's the right thing, I'm just telling you what it is.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Some of you guys are driving down the street right now upset with yourself. Why? Why are you upset with yourself? If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, go get it treated. And go get it treated by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, there's a lot of people out there having mediocre sex. And some of you may say, hey, I'm having good sex. Okay, that's cute and all, but can you have that great sex? Everybody wants to have that great sex. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. And I'm confident to tell you guys that they have treatments out there with success rates well over 90%. And some of their treatments can have you lasting an hour or even more. All you need to do is schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ASAP. Your initial visit is only $99, which I know a lot of guys out there can afford. This will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And gentlemen, if that test dose does not work in the office, the visit is absolutely free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so there are no excuses. I don't want to hear, hey, I don't know where to go, or it's too far, because they have one in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. All you need to do is call them right now at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The U.S. Senior Open is back in Colorado Springs, June 25th through 29th. Witness the legends of the game compete for another shot at history at the iconic Broadmoor. Spend a beautiful Colorado summer day with your friends and family while experiencing stunning views of the Rockies, world-class hospitality, and being a part of all the excitement. This is your open invitation to the 45th U.S. Senior Open. Don't miss out on this unique experience. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at ussenioropen.com.
don't care for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at chomp.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here. Summer savings. Stunning results. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on a Tuesday afternoon. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay. I mentioned it a little earlier in the show, Phil, and I'll say it again. If you got plans this Friday, no, you don't. because this Friday
No, you don't.
is the final stop of the 2025 Brouhaha for the Drive. Nice little spring-summer tour that we've been heading out around town, taking the show on the road.
It's been fun too, man.
Bringing the party to you. This Friday, June 27th, we will be at the Glen Bar and Grill up in North Glen. Awesome spot up there. We got to go there last year. I think that was the closing spot of our Brouhaha tour last year. And jam-packed, man. The home turf of Josh Dover, James Marilad, both of which came out and hung out with us out there, and so many awesome listeners. It's been so great doing this for a couple of years now like we have.
No, I mean, like with having the fans out there, Richie, it just brings a different, or listeners, I should say, it just brings a different element to everything. And to have their input in listening live, sometimes you have to believe what you're seeing. And when you're seeing people out there, like, okay, people are listening.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean,
people are listening.
Our very first Brouhaha tour stop last year at Edgewater, you signed a baby.
I did.
I think you signed another baby last stop. There was like a cast, right?
Yeah, baby had a little cast
had a little
on,
cast.
and I signed
so
that.
you signed a baby. People brought Philip Lindsay high school jerseys that were custom made. Somebody dug through the dark web and found college basketball headshots of Zach Bai that were
The
printed
dark
on
web.
like 8x11, big pieces of photo paper. Replica Stanley Cups made it out. It's an awesome time. So if you've got nothing to do this Friday, June 27th from 2 to 6, come see us at the Glen.
You have something to do. Come see us.
Yeah. Come see us at the Glen Bar and Grill in North Glen. Head to denversports.com/drive for more details. Phil, we had boots on the ground at Ball Arena today for the press conference, the first press conference for the new regime of the Denver Nuggets. Co-executive vice presidents, essentially, one of player personnel and one of basketball operations. Our own Anilo Piro, social media manager to the stars here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, was in attendance, and he joins us now. Anilo, what's up, man?
The sky is falling, apparently, gentlemen. Apparently, Nikola Jokic is going to get traded. Apparently, Nikola Jokic is not going to sign a contract extension if you listen to social media.
Okay, well, let's park it there. Let's start there, because you can say it with a snarky tone, Anilo Piro, and you're probably justified to do so, but it wasn't me. And it wasn't Philip Lindsay, and it wasn't Dante Gomez behind the glass who put that out into the universe in the first place. It was Josh Kroenke when he said this.
And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Why did he say that, Anilo?
I have no idea, to be completely honest with you. I tweeted it out at Media by AP if you want to check me out over there. I just think Josh was fine from the hip. Like, he could have said something similar in a different way. He could have been like, if we have an injury or two, we're going to have to take a hard look at some decisions, down the line.
That's it.
I think I'm not reading into it personally. Look, I had some people, tweeting at me as well. I would imagine outside of what is needed with the current situation with the roster, priority number one over everything, over winning another championship, over filling out the roster, over getting Michael Porter Jr. healthy and getting Christian Brown an extension. Priority number one is keeping Nikola Jokic happy and locked in.
So then why not just say it
I
like
agree.
that? Like,
I agree.
We all know that. Like, we know that we need to keep Jokic here. Number one priority. But then you go and you shoehorn and you say a smart comment like that where it's like, who knows? Like we would have to make hard decisions like a trade for with 15. That's bizarre.
On a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's, our guy Dante Gomez gave a tinfoil hat reason as to why Josh Kroenke may have, in this case, intentionally phrased it the way that he did. Dante, why don't you elaborate for us here?
Yeah, I think it's because he doesn't want to go into the second apron that much, doesn't want to go into the luxury tax that much, that he's warning fans, hey, if we go into the second apron, a consequence could be having to trade number 15.
It's like a threat.
I think
I don't
he
hate
was
that.
setting the framework of like, hey, that's how much we don't want to go into the second apron. It could cost us Jokic. Like, you guys don't want to do that, so maybe stop yelling at me for not going into the second apron.
My thing, let's see them get to the second apron first before we go on Nikola Jokic panic watch, because history tells us they're not going in that second apron. Well, like that's
This
my
is what
expectation.
he's trying to avoid, though. He's trying to avoid people like you being like, let's get there.
But Josh also fancies himself as a basketball guy. Like, I think he likes the Nuggets more than any of the other teams that KSE owns. Like, he played basketball at Mizzou. Like, you know, he's friends with LeBron James. There's that viral video of them from probably 7-8 years ago now, of them jumping off the yacht together. So I do think that Josh, like I said, fancies himself as a basketball guy. And because of that, I think he would be, you know, I don't want to say what I was going to say, but he'd be dumb to put himself in a situation where they would have to trade Nikola Jokic.
Say what you're going to say, Nilo. Say
Well, I was going to say it'd be idiotic. It'd be idiotic to put yourself in a situation where you have to trade Nikola Jokic. You just don't do
so
that.
tell me, with the second apron, because it's very confusing, how far are they from the second apron? Do you know
Not
that?
very far.
Okay,
Not very far.
So if they give Christian Brown that extension, they'll be past the second apron.
Not until a year or two removed from the extension, because it won't kick in.
Okay.
Like Aaron Gordon, the deal he just signed,
Yeah.
if memory serves me correct, hasn't kicked in yet.
Right.
Jamal Murray, I believe, is in the same situation. Jake Shapiro is really good with the cap as well.
Yeah.
So check out his work online at denversports.com. But guys, I was sitting front row, like how I'm looking at Phil right now, like front and center, to record the videos for us here at Denver Sports on social. Check us out over there as well.
Solid flex.
But you know, you got to pump it up.
Yeah.
But it was funny because Jake and I, like after the press conference, like, what'd you think? Oh yeah, this, that, the other. I didn't even like read into that comment because I just thought, like I said, that he was firing from the hip. Like I was like, oh, like they're not going to do that, right? Like I guess I just don't put much stock into it. And then you open up social media, and like I said earlier, the sky is falling, the world's on fire with this Nikola Jokic
If you're
stuff.
Jokic and you hear something like that, how do you feel?
He doesn't care.
I believe he does. I believe he does.
You think he's paying attention right now? That dude's on a raft floating down a Serbian river
is
right
going
now.
to tell him. I know he doesn't have social media, but somebody is going to say, "Hey, do you know what's going on over there?" And they're talking crazy right now.
You said that you didn't really register it, you didn't react to it when they were talking about
Like I
possibility
acknowledged it.
of trading Jokic because he was firing from the hip. Was he firing from the hip when he answered the question about the possibility of extending Nikola Jokic, which he's eligible to, I believe, at like July 9th,
I believe.
8th? Yeah, here we go.
We're definitely going to offer it. I'm not sure if he's going to accept it or not, because we're also going to explain every financial parameter around him signing now versus signing later. Be completely transparent. That's the way we always are. And then he makes the best decision for himself and his family, and we'll support him in it.
Yeah, but I think the other thing that people are missing, and that one actually perked my ears up a little bit more, is what he's saying in translation is if Jokic waits another year, he'll get more money. Because right now he's eligible to sign, I forget how many years, but it's like $212 million.
Yes, 3 years.
And he'll get
3
like
years.
70-something a year, right?
Yeah.
If he waits one more offseason to sign that extension, he's not a looming free agent, he can maximize that more and get more money, AAV, all that kind of
Now,
stuff.
are you expecting him to do that?
Yes, yeah.
Expecting him to wait or expecting him to sign?
That I'm not sure. I am pretty confident. If it's a hot take Tuesday, I'd say like 97, 98% confident that
careful
Nikola
what you
Jokic
say.
is signing a contract extension. I'd be shocked. And here's the thing. If he doesn't sign a contract extension, I don't think it's because he's going to go play somewhere else. I think it's because he's done playing in the NBA.
But see, this is where
the Nuggets can offer him the most money.
Well, for sure. But then you hear something like Josh that's firing at the hip, you're saying, about maybe having to trade Jokic if we go into the second. I know that he's just talking, but that's something that you just don't say to your superstar player. You know,
It was
you
sloppy.
just don't say it.
It was sloppy. It was, just not great in the PR lens,
And Danilo, what if we don't have another good year? And a good year, it means
Could
like
very well
getting
be the
past
case.
first or second round, trying to win a championship. You think Jokic is going to stick around knowing that he may have 3 or 4 years left in his prime? Like, we just act like he wouldn't do anything like this. He's a human being that wants to be a part of a situation, be at the table where he's won multiple championships.
Yeah, and when you phrase it like that, there's a larger discussion to be had based off how this season goes, right? I do think, to kind of put a bow on it, that Nikola Jokic, the organization, are pretty optimistic at where they're at. They're optimistic with Jamal, Michael Porter Jr. We'll see now what they do in free agency. But to your point, Phil, if they go out there and wet the bed and, another second-round exit, okay, like now maybe those questions start to creep in his mind and whatnot. But for the time being, Nuggets fans, just relax, take a deep breath. I think Jokic is going to be fine. I think the team's going to be fine.
Stick around with us for one more segment, Neil. You want to do
Why
a little
not,
overtime?
baby? Let's do it.
All right. Little DST preview as we put a bow on this thing, because there was one word that kept coming up during that press conference between Josh Kroenke and Ben Tenzer and John Wallace that I think is going to have a meaningful impact on the way they approach this offseason. And we'll dissect that word coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And guys, if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help. And I went to Williams Jewelers to find a new watch, and thanks to them, I now have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. They treated me just like family the moment I walked through those doors, and I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all. I feel really good about the decision I made. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family. Why? Because they are family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. On top of that, they will share all the secrets of the business with you. Then, give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through those doors.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Muller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 1043, The Fan.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor. Stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer, slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold 'em.
This ain't Texas.
Lay our cards down, down, down.
You a big Beyonce fan?
So pocket Lexus.
If they trade Nikola Jokic, though, to Dante Gomez's credit, Colorado may want to secede from their Nuggets fandom the way that Texas has tried to succeed in the past. Well, we will see what this new chapter for the Denver Nuggets looks like in the very, very, very early stages of the new regime, with Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, Ben Tenzer. And
Don't you get tired of saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Put it on a business card, seriously.
For real.
Yeah. And Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, Ben Tenzer. And first time in a full season, head coach, David Adelman. And the one word that I mentioned going into the break that just kept popping up over and over and over again during that press conference from all three guys was the word margins. And it was about identifying the need, where it exists within the margins, how do we support the margins, where do those margins exist within the core four, outside of the starting five. Here is what Josh Kroenke had to say about that very regard.
I think from a process standpoint, I think it was important for us as an organization and myself, my father, to really slow down, take stock of what the organization really needed at this point in time, talk to a lot of different people from a lot of different areas and gain a lot of different perspective, both in the basketball world and out of the basketball world, and really kind of nailing down what the Denver Nuggets need, and that's the margins on the outside of our roster. And I think that both John and Ben complementary skill sets are really going to help us address those things in a creative way moving forward.
Okay. So that's where you get the first taste. Ben Tenzer, when asked on if the dreaded apron structure changes their approach in free agency.
I think it's important to hit on the margins more than ever, but you're hard capped at certain situations, so you just have to be aware of what you spend and how that affects, essentially where you're hard capped at.
And finally, John Wallace on the desire to add assets to help head coach David Adelman and the starting lineup.
Coach Adelman is such a creative coach. And to give him more tools to add to that toolbox to allow him to complement the guys that we have. I mean, we have to remember there's a core group here that won a championship a couple years ago. So, when these guys are healthy and at their best, they're one of the best starting lineups in the entire league. So just to kind of put certain skills, certain things that can kind of alleviate the ceiling of us and just kind of add compliments to DA's toolbox.
Anilo Piro, social media manager, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, here with us. And Phil, to put a bow on today's show, where we heard from this new regime of the Denver Nuggets for the first time collectively, what do we think the best plan of attack is for these new executive VPs to attack the margins of this roster, and what does that look like from your perspective?
Well, look, there's not a lot of moves to be made. Like, we kind of know where they're at. I think it was in the Ben Tenzer answer of, you're kind of hard capped in certain situations, right? We know what Jamal's doing. We know what MPJ's doing, Joker, Aaron Gordon. The questions here are, do you extend Christian Braun this offseason, or much like Nikola Jokic, which is more up to Jokic than it is Christian Braun, do you wait a season? Preserve some flexibility. I mean, the reality of the situation is, and I believe this was asked by Bennett Duerndo of the Denver Post, is there's 3 contracts that have the ability to come off the books, right? Vlatko, DeAndre Jordan, Russell Westbrook. Do they bring back 2 of the 3? Do they bring back 3 of the 3? Do they bring back none of the 3? Or do they look at a guy like a Bruce Brown who's been a hot commodity on that mid-level taxpayer exception? outside of the mid-level taxpayer exception, which is a tongue twister to say. I say it so much, but it's still
Yeah.
hard to get out
Executive
sometimes.
Vice President of Basketball
Yeah,
Operations.
dude. I mean, we got to just EVP, all that kind of stuff. Outside of the TPMLE, they're looking at vet min contracts. Like that, much like DeAndre Jordan, much like Russell Westbrook, like that's what they're going to do. So when he's talking about margins, there's not a lot of fat on the bone for them to trim off at this point.
Well, don't you feel like it's a necessity to try to get a 6-man in here coming off the bench? Like, do you have enough to do that?
That's what you
though?
brought
That's-
Russell Westbrook in to be, the leader of your bench unit, the spark plug.
And now he's gone, and I'm not. Although you brought it up that they could bring him back, I'm not expecting them to bring back a 36-year-old Russell Westbrook. He would be 37 that next year. We need depth and playmaking ability.